time to breathe and rest. Let yourself feel the best. Feel it all so deeply, so deeply. Divine with how we be, yeah, yeah. Aligned with everything, yeah. More than a dream, vulnerable and strong, yeah, we feel everything. Angel energy, let you sit with me. Angel energy, angel energy, angel energy. We got sympathy. Angel energy, angel energy, angel energy. Let you sit with me. Angel energy, angel energy, angel energy. We got sympathy. Angel energy, angel energy.
Think about it every night when I close my eyes. You're on my mind. I try to quit a million times, but it takes me high. Like you're so divine. You give me everything. Don't know what's happening. I need you like medicine. You're my everything, everything. Think about it every night when I close my eyes. You're on my mind. I try to quit a million times, but it takes me high. Like you're so divine. You give me everything. Don't know what's happening. I need you like medicine. You're my everything, everything. And when I think about us, sweet lullabies, I wanna keep this moment here forever, no goodbyes. And when I think about us, sweet lullabies, I wanna keep this moment here forever, no goodbyes. No goodbyes. And when I think about us, sweet lullabies, I wanna keep this moment here forever. No goodbyes.
Am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long. Can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out. But even with no makeup, you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin, you're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. Way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy, it's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, it make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy, it's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body, electricity. You move your body, it's electricity.
Like a moth to the flame, I'm attracted when the doubts start saying my name. I can go there easily, and it's hard to maintain, cause I know it's not the world I know, it's me. Believe in every little thing I hear, and no, I ain't no stranger to the fire, burning up all my desire to be great. It stays coming in waves, and no, I ain't no stranger to the fire, burning up all my desire to be great. I gotta just open the gate. All I need is saving from hitting the pavement, understanding when I'm impatient, that only I give to me. All I need is a little love in lonely places, the strength to stare fear in the face, that only I give to me. Now I'm running this race, yeah. Stallions couldn't catch up to me. I'm running till I get first place. I'm running till I get everything, everything I ever wanted in my dream. No, I ain't no stranger to the fire, burning up all my desire to be greatest days coming in waves. And no, I ain't no stranger to the fire, burning up all my desire to be great. I gotta just open the gate. All I need is saving from hitting the pavement, understanding when I'm impatient, that only I give to me. All I need is a little love in lonely places, the strength to stand fear in the face, that only I give to me. All I need
Takes more than money to force a change. Takes more than time to heal the pain. Heartbreak will light the fire. Heartbreak will light the fire. Fire will light the fire. Fire will light the fire. Takes more than money to cause a change. Takes more than time to heal pain. Heartbreak will light the fire. Heartbreak will light the fire.
Never pressed, but I got the juice. Taking the lead, that's just what I do. I make mountains move with one hand tied, and still this world ain't satisfied. Everywhere I go, they stop and stare. I tell the truth, I take it there. Call me vicious, persistent, overzealous, that's fine. Main character energy, I stay taking what's mine. You need a foot on the gas, or put my name on the line. Main character energy, I'm just taking what's mine. And it's written in the stars, I'm a king like my sign, yeah. Reason the bar, the jaws drop like a surprise. Don't be mad about it. Don't be mad, don't be mad. Don't be mad about it. Don't be mad, don't be mad. I don't play the game, nah, I make the rules. Cards close to the chest, and I don't play no fool. Don't be mad about it.
Look, yeah, my name stay in the mouth. Legs got broke, they said cast her. I'm the 911 response in a disaster. I don't ask, I just take. Treat the world like a man, I just blow them away. Yeah, I'm a #1 fan. Don't need a bark, I'm a bite. Switch me on, dark need light. Don't need pity, don't need spite. I just plop, plop, plop on sight. Could take your girl in 2 seconds. I just flash her a smile. I make petty look pretty. They run an inch, I run 3 miles.
You need a foot on the gas, I'll put my name on the line. Main character energy, I'm just taking what's mine. And it's written in the stars, I'm a king like my sign, yeah. Raising the bar, the jaws drop like a surprise. Don't be mad about it. 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 I don't play the game, nah, I make the rules. Cards close to the
It's hard to apply restraint. I'm trying to stay away. It's so magnetic. Ooh, I gotta have it now. Let's keep it a private thing. I'll give you a secret name. Let's build a life on a lie. Every time I try to fall,
Try to avoid it, but I was stuck. You turn up the heat when you back it up.
try to stop the flame.
Like a discipline melts away.
It isn't enough to wish for change. You either give in or pull away. We have the will to choose our fate. Whether it's wrong or right, I'm holding on for life, for the ride.
I pack my suitcase, headed out the door. I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home. A couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
Miles past, turning back, found my track, face the fact, she a cold one. Never gonna settle for none. Stay up every night till I won. Don't want a slow rise now. I'm confident opulence isn't a long ride out. When I look back now, I'm astounded. A quiet boy from old age, but always felt the world was a stage, yeah. I celebrate one last late night. My old life ain't staying.
I pack my suitcase, headed out the door. I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home. A couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
I'm headed to LA.
Miles, throw it on the dash. Shit, the 10,000 hours, can't let them pass. Yeah, well, I was putting time in, you was pulled up wildin'. You always had shit to say, now when I see you, it's silence. Thought I have a Grammy by 25. Commas after commas next to dollar sign, yeah. To remind myself why I'm living this life. Look at all the late nights, it'll all come in due time, yeah.
Made for the fight, for the pain and the climb. Tied to the life I chose. Stay through the night, another day, not a dime. Race against time. I couldn't just lay by and wonder what I could have made mine. I'm closing on the moment, no one's gonna hold me down. From getting
I pack my suitcase, headed out the door. I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home. A couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
On something, growing up, I dreamed just nothing. Ooh, what are you? People talk loud, I get what they're telling me. I fucked up, but I didn't give it. Ooh, already blowing up. I get sick and tired of this. Ooh, oh, what a truth. No one talk now. I'm feeling lost on it. Silence is loud. I get it safe from it. Ooh, oh, what a truth. Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong, and everything's upside down. I'm falling. Hey, I gotta say, I'm always on a run. I'm getting closer to the light. And everything's going down. Yeah, everything's going down. Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong, and everything's upside down. I'm falling. Hey, I gotta say, I'm always on a run. I'm getting closer to the light, and everything's going down. Yeah, everything's going down. And everything's going down. Yeah, everything's going down. I'm becoming all that I can be. Let me show you something you've never seen. Time to get up and dust yourself down. Not every king wears a crown. So take me to the finish line, 'cause you're never gonna stop me trying. Yeah, what's real is never gonna die. So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line. Keep on running till I get to the top. I'll never back down. I won't never stop. Take me to the finish line, 'cause you're never gonna stop me trying. What's real is never gonna die.
ESL One Bangkok is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
let's check in with another member of our esteemed broadcast team. It is none other, Jen Jenkins.
I don't know why I have this power to like send it back. That's awesome. I should just try.
Satanic wants it. They turn, they hit. The root is there. They're missing another save. Candyworks on top of it. FBZ staying alive as long as possible. Eventually brought down. But guess what? The rest of the team is there.
But you could still be seen.
What are you talking about? I couldn't be seen.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, you could. Yeah, but yeah.
What? Actually goes in. They want to turn this one. Wait a minute. Satanic, no! But there it is. The winner's curse. Pride of the Philippines. Ya boys, ya boy, Yopaj! The youngest to ever do it, the Wonder Kid, Satanic! Is it Courier or is it Kill? Satanic, he misses the range! Not like this. The medium range raise, Yopaj drops it. Tower falling soon, Yopaj, he's got to go for it soon. He's just pot committed. Satanic's going to let loose the Requiem and Satanic will finish him off. What's happening? Like, somebody killed somebody. What? 20 HP, he finally dies. The Death Requiem is not enough. Yopaj, there's nothing you can do. T calls GG, he knows that the end is nigh. Tower will go down and it's game over. Satanic will take the 1v1 against Yopaj. Just like Ravage. Blink, Gush jumps in, wants it. Stun, is there? He can get the Ravage off. No, and now the RP on a 3. Oh, it's a catastrophe.
They just stand 7 of them at the urinals and they lock arms like this and then they'll clap and then they'll switch urinals like that. So it's kind of like a team bonding experience. Have you heard of Tim Hortons? Because I was thinking you could make your own version called Tim's Hortons. Yeah.
All right, Mr. Silverman. Group stages are done. We're still here. Shopify is still here. Nigma Bad Chest is still here. But you know what I'm excited about? Parivision. What do you think about them?
Bat chest.
It's the wrong team, man.
Double bat chest.
How about Shopify Rebellion, Bulbman, Bulba? You had a cool story about him.
Yeah, I asked Bulba, why are you the last man to survive all of the old EG rosters? He said, never talk to me again.
That's it?
True story. I said, bat chest.
All right, this is a very good segment, Avery Silverman. Let's pop and lock it and send it back to Cheever. Back to you, Cheever.
A very good morning to everyone tuning in for that fantastic segment indeed. And to everyone tuning in for the show that is coming your way. You're watching ESL One Bangkok, powered by Intel, and we've got a day of upper bracket semifinals for you. We got 2 series, 2 best of 3s. We're out of the groups. There's a lot to talk about, and that's why I got a lot of people next to me to do it with. I am joined by Kezu and by Winter, as normally, but now also
this guy,
SVG. How are you doing?
I regret doing this. To be honest, I thought we were doing a rehearsal run. You know, I was just filling with some made-up stories.
I feel like you're capping. That was already the second one we recorded.
I will say I have an actual story. I ran
Bulba?
into Andreas Crit in the lobby. And I said, you're looking fly, man. And he shoulder checked me.
That's a good one. Only the OGs will understand. Wow.
Pop and lock.
Pop and lock that shit.
Back to you, Sheever.
Well, SVG, there's one thing we need to settle first. I mean, I already know what Winter does for breakfast. We all know what Cassie does for breakfast. SVG, please, what is your breakfast of choice while here in Bangkok?
What, at the hotel?
Yeah.
And maybe you go somewhere else, but...
I just sit there until a guy comes up to me with food.
Okay, what did they normally
And
bring
I just
you?
take whatever he gives me.
He gets the mystery
It's
bag.
like the roulette wheel.
Oh, today it was the Indian?
Yeah.
Little triangle?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was wonderful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't get one.
Yeah.
It looked really good.
Breakfast. It was good breakfast.
Well, I'm glad we got that sorted
I mean, I can
out.
confirm I was with him at breakfast.
Oh.
Yeah.
So what did he eat?
I don't know, nothing. When I got there, he was already kind of done.
Oh.
The roulette was already over, Cheever.
Well,
I get a little of everything. I get a little
Okay.
of everything. I'm a dumpling man. I like the dumplings.
Nice.
I respect that.
Yeah, it was good.
Pop and lock that winner.
Yeah.
It's a dumpling
Great.
man too.
Well, Winter joined SVG when, he was already done with breakfast. There's a couple of teams that are already done here as well, as we had a full group stage over the last 3 days. And because we know a couple of teams that are eliminated, we also know a couple of teams that are guaranteed upper bracket. That means we know more about points. That's right, there's a lot of teams that get some guaranteed points out of this ESL One already. So I figured we'd update you guys with how it is right now. These are the EPT points and the leaderboard of the top 12 teams. Of course, not all the teams that you see here on the board were physically here or are physically here in Bangkok. But it is something to keep an eye out for, because Kezu top 8 gets invited to, of course, to the Esports World Cup, and I know that's still very far away. We should keep an eye on the top 4.
Oh, we have to, because you get those 3 invites to the next tournaments, and I gotta say, like, Falcons, so they win Dream League, they already won the group stage. Like, they're already cruising.
Yeah.
They're like 1,000 points ahead of Bedboom. So yeah, top 4, a lot of points here, but Spirit, Liquid, like, from 4th place to the next, it's not that big of a difference yet.
Yeah, that is an easily bridgeable gap there, and especially because you saw Avalos in there and they're in the upper bracket. I know I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself, but let's take a look at the standings, because the group stages were played out. SVG also, because we haven't heard your thoughts yet. What were your biggest surprises coming out of the group stages?
Nigma Galaxy. That's what everyone's talking about. I mean, they are in the top 8. The points right now. They're probably going to go to Rio. They're probably going to win it. They're looking actually pretty good. I had them as one of my 2 dark horses for this tournament.
You did.
So I expected it.
Okay.
But I think the average person who isn't a professional analyst might not have. My other dark horse was Peace Coast. That didn't go so well.
one for 2. It's not that bad.
We're hanging on, but I've enjoyed watching them. They are a fun team to watch when they're in form, and they're actually looking pretty decent.
I mean, they're actually good. Like, people like to, hate on them, shit on them, but they made it. They're looking good. I mean, sucks a little bit because Miracle is, like, sick, not feeling well. But hopefully tomorrow, he'll feel better.
Yeah, it's a good thing that today there's no lower bracket matches, so that he gets an extra day to recover. And we do have those standings ready for you to look through them. Let's start with Group A and see how that played itself out, because we have Falcons at the top of the group, and as said, they do get those extra points, which is of course fantastic for them. 480 extra points if you come first. We did also see Boom and Navi getting eliminated yesterday, Winter.
Yeah, sad. I'm sad. Like I said, I'm moving on to Shopify Rebellion next.
Very good.
You don't sound so sad.
He just expected it. I think that's the problem.
That was like the fakest sad for his region I've ever heard in my life.
So you want
He's actually sad. I just want you guys to know he literally looked very sad just now.
I think
you couldn't see it for
he
some
just
reason.
knew that they weren't going to make it out. Is that right, Winter? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, he's
That's
crying.
real crying,
He's
guys.
crying. It's good that the camera stays on me. Let's take a look at Group B.
Hey, don't get your tears on me, man.
We have got Group B, the victor there, as well as Paravision. We have got Bedboom there as well, looking pretty good with an 8-2 record. Nigma Galaxy and Liquid, they're in the middle pack with the 4 and 6. That was a tight one yesterday, I will say that. I was quite surprised there were no tiebreakers coming out of that. And Beast Coast eliminated, as said. I think it's also said, Kezu, that Gaozu is eliminated.
Yeah, but I mean, I guess it's maybe somewhat to be expected, because as Winter, and we like to call them, they are the Far Studios of China.
Sure.
If we have Far Studios of NA here, they will definitely also be at the bottom. So if you don't take it as serious as others, should you make it out of groups? Avery Silver.
Why are you flaming my team, dude?
Are you playing in there?
Yeah, we got top 4 in NA.
Top 4 in NA is pretty easy.
Were you top 4 in your region?
I mean, if I make a
yes,
team...
Yes, he was second.
Whatever, that doesn't count.
Anyway.
It's in Europe, that's easy.
Oh yeah, Europe's easy.
Easy mode.
If we make a team, the 4 of us, we'll be top 4 in NA as well.
Well,
I don't know.
How about moving to SEA?
Tell me 4.
I'll be the coach.
Tell me 3 NA
shot.
teams. Tell me 3 NA teams.
Far Studios.
Yeah, like we already.
Shopify
It's already
Rebellion.
over. We lost.
Atlantic City.
X nouns.
They don't exist anymore.
They are no longer there.
That's what you think.
Anyway, back to
I
you,
have the
Shiver.
insider info.
Back to you, Shiver.
All right. Well, with all the group stage
Pop and lock it.
standings out there, we also know how our bracket will look. And we can take a look at that because we have got 8 teams remaining here in Bangkok. Actually, everybody remains. There's 8 teams still playing in Bangkok. Let's take a look at the lower bracket first, because we're not going to see the lower bracket today at all. We're going to see those tomorrow. But these are our matches, and I do want to go over them a little bit. Shopify Rebellion versus a Liquid Winter. That should be a banger.
I don't want to cry again the next day.
You might have to.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to be tough for them, but I think Shopify Rebellion kind of exceeded everyone's expectation. At least for me, they exceeded my expectations, and then they played pretty decently. They should have at least some chances, maybe 70 for Liquid and 30 for Shopify.
Yeah, I would say that kind of makes sense. I think Liquid didn't look too hot at the start, but they always, they pick it up towards the end. I feel like yesterday they looked very clean. So I would also say, Shopify, not the favorites in that one, but the other one for me, Nigma versus Spirit, is also, I would say, a hard one for Nigma to go up against. But this team, honestly, if they show up, anything can happen. And again, I want to say, I hope that Miracle feels good. Because they need him against this team.
That being said, though, apparently he wasn't feeling too great on the Tuesday, and they played amazing on the Tuesday.
Oh, so maybe he should just play anyway.
Yeah, that's my
Maybe
thought.
he should get more sick.
No.
Yeah, he should come close to us.
Probably not. Because
that's not how it works.
Then that was yesterday, and then they can't play. That's not good. No, we all hope that everybody's going to be able to put out their best tomorrow in the lower bracket. But let's see what's coming our way today, because upper bracket is being played today, at least the first 2 matches in the upper bracket semifinals. Let's start with Paravision versus Avalus. I think Avalus coming in to the upper bracket, Kazu, is out of the 4 teams that we see here, is the biggest surprise there.
Yeah, I would say so as well. I will have to say that they look, well, incredibly good. They have their strategies, and even if it fails once or twice, they run it back, they understand how to adapt and make it look good. Because I did not expect them to start in the upper bracket. I will say they are somewhat, not the underdog, because I don't think they're that bad of a matchup against Pari, but I definitely give Pari the upper hand here in this series.
I mean, you heard what no one said.
No, what
did
he
I?
say?
I did not hear what he said.
One of the first interviews, or Cap,
Austin
Walsh asked him, what mid player are you afraid of? He said Stormer.
Huh.
Right before he said, sorry, I'm jet lagged and I'm really tired and I don't know what I'm talking about.
But that one was real.
Yeah, he said Storm. That was the first name that came in his brain.
Stormer.
So he's probably played against him a bunch. He's probably scrimmed him a bunch, and he's gotten destroyed by him. And that man is going ham this tournament.
He is.
Yeah.
Something about it.
Yeah.
Something about his Invoker.
Potentially. Although I would be surprised if that makes it through, if we get to see that. Would be wonderful, though. But we're getting ahead of ourselves because we got another series first with Falcons versus Betboom. That's going to be a first on the docket. And before we start talking about that, we're first going to check in with the voices you'll hear while watching it. Because Trent and Lyrical are right over there on the other side of the room. Hey, guys.
Hi. Hey, how's it going? I hate to have to do this. I don't like to call people out on air, but Shiver, we had breakfast together, and you said the Indian food was delicious. You didn't eat it.
No,
you're lying to the people out there.
It looked fantastic. I will tell you why I didn't
can't
eat
believe it.
Because there's a menu for breakfast, guys, and if you can order off the menu.
Unlimited.
And no, yeah, you can also, but off menu, you can order French toast. And I had ordered myself one of those.
Yeah.
And I obviously was then very much savoring the nice sweet aftertaste of this delicious strawberry maple syrup French toast. And I didn't want something savory after that because it would ruin the taste.
I was messing around.
You
don't actually have to defend yourself. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to start this.
It's a good defense. It looked delicious because you did have one, Gabe.
I did. I also had a couple French toasts, and I also had a waffle,
couple?
and I also had some eggs and some corned beef.
Some
There's a lot of
pancakes.
good
This guy
food
went
there.
in.
There's a lot of good
What
food.
about for breakfast?
Yeah, I mean, I was just it was before bed. No, yeah, it's good. No, but I'm excited about the series today. We get the freaking match of the century. I'm super stoked about it. I wanted to see more Nyx Assassin Darkseer, which we're probably gonna see later.
Yeah, of course.
He's on the wrong theory.
It's disgusting.
Yep.
But maybe we'll see it today for Betboom Falcons. Yeah.
It's possible. Top 2 teams, right? That's what we're looking at here.
Yeah.
Starting in the upper bracket. That's how we do it. Right away.
That's all.
I can't help but feel, Gabe, you're a little sad.
He is. He wants to see Darkseer.
Listen, I mean,
He just played Darkseer just now.
I did.
Power trade, Wraith Bands, no soaring.
Echo Saber.
Listen, it was good. I've been saying that I think Amar, or you were saying that Amar should be playing Darkseer. I got to show him the build. So I actually need to go so that way I can open up my Dota buff and show it to him.
Yeah.
And it'll all come together.
I don't think you do, Lyrical.
Yeah.
I don't think you have to show him that build.
I mean, he needs to know. We
I mean, if you add SNY in the build, you might
will like
convince
it.
him.
Hey, now you're talking. I like that one. So we
Well-
got some work to do.
Well, I also think that you might still get to see the Darkseer and the Nyx Assassin. You'll just be able to enjoy it from the pool side with the coconut in your hand. I don't think that there's anything wrong with that.
That's true.
Let's
Except
do
he'll
it.
be too busy playing Dark.
Yeah, I
Souls.
got-
Yeah, that's fair. He's a
The only
fiend.
time I watch
tough.
Dota is like here because I'm playing at other times. So
Yeah.
makes
So
it
good.
tough.
Well, can't wait to at least hear you talk about heroes that are probably not Darkseer and Nyx Assassin.
All right, I'm gonna start my game. Bye.
Okay. See you later. Thank you very much, gents. We'll see you back for the series. And we're all going to watch the series. We all know that Gabe is going to watch it while playing a game on the side screen. If you are watching the series in any particular way, make sure you share it with us. Any social media platform that's your favorite, hashtag ESL One. Make sure to check that out. Join the conversation, as they say. And how are you watching the second series of the day, Avery, if you're not casting it?
Am I not?
No,
is he? I don't know. Are you?
I don't think you are.
I'm not.
No. Well,
you spoiled it, though.
Oh, man.
Not supposed to reveal the... What was the question? How am I watching?
Where are you watching it?
In the talent lounge with my boy Big L, griefing a game right next to me.
He'll play Darkseer. There'll be a Darkseer on the screen.
Yeah, I'll tell you, all day, all I hear from that side of the room is Lyrical playing a game with Trent.
Turbo.
And every time that game ends, I see the life...
No, they won.
Trent a little bit
They won
more.
a game yesterday.
They won twice, I think.
That does not mean his morale improved. Winning with Lyrical does not mean your day improved by any regard. I'm just saying.
Why not?
Because you go and you click and you see what items he had at the end of the game.
But that should make you happy.
Bro, you should stay until midnight. Like 10, 11 p.m. They're playing some party game, and that's when shit gets serious. You know? he's telling Trent, bro, 7-minute wisdom
I
rune,
don't want to be
8-minute pound, get the rune for me. Oh, guys, I'm getting dive. TP. He like,
super
really wants to win, you know?
Oh, look at that.
That's a real gamer.
That's a real gamer right there. We're going to watch some real gamers in action in a little bit as well. It's going to be Falcons versus BetBoom. We're going to start talking about those two after this.
Waking up, playing some Dota. It's just been part of my life for 20 years, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
Where we are in the history of this game and where it's come from and how much has been accomplished, I think compared to basically any other esport, it's the best. So
I'm grateful for Dota 2 as a game because Dota as a culture supersedes where we come from. You are a Dota player first, and I love that.
I've been working all year, getting by. Looking for the high, taking all my time. Breathing in new life, feeling fine. Like I don't gotta be something society wants me to strive to be. Got my own energy. So magnetic in the spotlight. Shaping my own world with my own mind. Don't talk about me unless you alright. You gon' see I'm finna real free, protecting my energy. Gotta protect my mind. I'm breathing in new life. It's time that I realize what feels good ain't always right. I'm making changes, I got me a new strut. No more settling, I'm running out of good luck. Never chasing, I attract, I'm busy going up. If you see me come correct, then keep it on the book. Get it how I live it, that's the motto, how it goes. No more reaching in the distance, hit the lotto, I'm the one. Not denying myself anymore, I'm done with it. Sky is the limit, I'm living like we know. Energy, feeling free. Energy, gotta protect my mind. I'm breathing in new life. It's time that I realize what feels good ain't always right. I'm feeling good, feeling free. Feeling good, feeling free. All I need is me.
We are getting ready for Falcons versus BetBoom. It's an upper bracket semi-finals here for ESL One Bangkok, powered by Intel, but it is also a rematch of several grand finals, and of course, most recently, the grand finals of the most recent Dream League. I know that there's a lot of history between these two teams, but I want to look at it specifically after TI, because that's when Bedboom changed their roster, so it's a little bit different. I know Safe still has a lot of history with them. He would love to meet them in the finals one day and then beat them, which he's never done. And we'll find out if they can make that road today. Potentially, we'll see how it goes. I'm still here with Kezu, Winter, and SPG, and ready to talk about these two teams. Let's start with Falcons. This is a team that we're expected to see in the upper bracket, Kezu. There's nothing special about it.
No, not really. They're just really good. They have some of the best players in their roles. You know, they did incredibly well the entire last year. They won Dream League. Sure, at Blast just now didn't look too hot, but sometimes that's also what a top-tier team needs. You know, you win like a lot of tournaments in a row, you have one bad one, it gives you the drive again, and now back in the upper bracket, looking solid.
Yeah, there's really not much else to say about Falcons. They have just done so amazingly well since their inception, and they've been together for just over a year. I think this is their anniversary, I would say, because their ESL One Kuala Lumpur last year was their first event with the squad. They did not win that one. They did come top 6 in that one, so potentially this will be their first SEA win. Is that fair to say? That would be fair, right? They've never won an SEA.
Yeah, I think you're correct. Also, at that time, they didn't have Aoi yet, and I will say that this team has looked different ever since he's been there. Mr. Silverman, would you tend to agree?
I mean, he's kind of useless, but yeah, I would agree.
Jenkins 2.0.
Yeah, he tanks the uselessness for the team. That's his own quote, not me.
Yeah.
That's him. And I think that's important. You need someone there to just fill the space, fill the time.
You need someone to take the blame.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That does help.
That does help, and we have actually heard it already from Snaking, that he does like to blame AUI. And speaking of Snaking, it is him that Cap had the chance to talk to earlier today.
That's right, I've got Snaking here from Falcons. Earlier, Amar told me that you guys were kind of playing like garbage for Blast, and you guys had a lot of things to figure out. Now you've topped out your group. Do you think you have figured things out?
No, I think we're still trash.
All right, fair enough, fair enough. Like, how much better do you think you've gotten since Blast?
We're good trash now.
Good trash, good trash. Okay, well, on that topic, you guys have a very good matchup ahead of you. You guys have taken down Bedboom in a lot of finals. You guys have taken them down in a lot of series. Do you think you match up well against them?
I think we match up against someone is in the final. So unfortunately, this is not the final, so we'll have to see.
So it's going to be a tough match then?
It would appear so.
All right, fair enough. Thank you, Snaking.
I mean, he's not wrong. If you look at the games that they've played against each other, since TI, it's 7 games total, and it went 3 and 4. The only 3 games that Falcons won against Bedboom are the ones that mattered most in the grand finals. All the other series, all the other games went the way of this current iteration of Bedboom, because before TI, Bedboom had never taken a series off of Falcons. So that changed already, and I think that it is safe to say that this team has had a significant upgrade. Obviously, the players are all doing very well in this roster, but I think, Winter, it seems like their vibes are a lot more positive in this current iteration of Bedboom than it was before.
Yeah, I think the support duo especially, they look a lot smoother compared to before with Toronto Tokyo, and I think with Safe, they didn't really have the same type of I think dynamic between like comparing to Katami and Safe, and now they have Kiyotaka, they have Pure as a carry. Obviously Pure probably the best carry at the moment. Like, he's been playing amazing so far. So many different heroes, TA, Magnus, Dawnbreaker carry, you name it, he's gonna play it.
It definitely adds a little bit extra flair to this roster and to what they can bring in a draft, making them a little bit more unpredictable to draft against.
Yeah, I mean, it's also like overall, I think the swap up that they kind of went for, right? Like, you have Pure and Kiyotaka as opposed to like Nightfall, GPK, who, yeah, they're very skilled individually, but they also farm a lot. They're very like more on the passive side, whereas Kiyotaka, he's aggressive, he's gonna run around, and then you have Pure, he uses the space, carries the game.
Aggressive would be an understatement.
It's the fine line.
Aggressive is the nice way of saying.
It's like the level, the easiest way.
Yeah, to me, Kiyotaka is the ultimate like triple-double player right now.
Yeah.
You're like, this guy's gonna end with some like 12, 10, and 25 stat line. That's your ideal. He's going to die a lot, but he's going to make a lot of space. He's going to be in the fight. And honestly, sometimes people underrate those kind of players because having some guy who's willing to just fling himself first in every fight makes the fight easier for other people. So if your other 2 cores can pick up that slack and use it well, it's not always the worst outcome, even if the stat lines look a bit like, you know, Fear's going to get on panel and flame you every time. But
I mean, so you're saying if you're the coach, you're not going to change anything for Kiyotaka. You're going to just do what you're doing, Kiyotaka. This is good, you know?
You help balance him do, like, I think it's also a strength what he does. You help him balance it. But I agree. Like, this guy, if you make use of it with the rest, which Pure probably best carry to do it, at least from the CIS scene, why not? Keep it.
Let's be honest here. I think if you put Pure right now on any roster, they're
Roster's
going to
gonna
get,
be
top
good.
4 yeah. Let's just be honest. This guy is playing out of his mind. He's the best carry player in the world, maybe the best core player in the world right now.
Yeah.
His hero pool is ridiculous. If you look at his most played heroes compared to, I was looking at it compared to Skeeter, for example. Skeeter's hero pool, bunch of traditional melee carry cores. You know, the Alk, the DK,
Yeah, it's melee, blink stun.
Wraith King, whatever.
Yeah.
This Pure Guy's hero pool is all over the place. It looks like a Smurf account in Dota 2. It's just like Brood Mother, OD, Leshrac, like
Dawn, Alk, Magnus.
Yeah, I would report this account to game. So like, it's not even comparable to anybody else right now. It's just, it's extremely strange, but it's working.
It is working for BetBoom so far, and we'll see how far they get here. I'm wondering what Save has to say about the situation as Cap gets a chance to talk to him.
That's right. I've got Save here from BetBoom. Save, in your post-TI video with BetBoom, you had a quote roughly saying that reacting to the enemy is one of the worst things you can do in Dota. Is that a general philosophy you try to bring to BetBoom to try and set the tempo?
Yeah, that is for sure our main philosophy. I hope we're not going to do it today.
Do you think matchup-wise, Falcons, they're not the fastest team, right? They're not a game of Gladiators or Liquid. Do you think you'll be setting the tempo against them?
I mean, they're not the fastest team in a way, you know. Like, in terms of early rotations, they are one of the best, like, through the gates and stuff, like, first 15 minutes. So I'm not going to say that they're not a fast team. They can be a fast team.
They're very strong on lanes, right? And I think that's something that BetBoom has always been very good at. Would you say that you're two of the toughest teams when it comes to laning phase?
Yeah, I think so.
And I talked to Snaking earlier, and he said that, you know, this is a matchup that they have won a lot against you guys. But he says it's only good for finals. He says outside of that, it's going to be a lot tougher. Do you think this new BetBoom is better matchup against Falcons?
Yeah, I think so. We got Pure, and he won against them, I guess, on TI. And on the previous ESL Birmingham, he also won that stage against them in upper brackets. So yeah, I hope we're going to win.
All right. What do you think Pure brings to the table? It's just something magic against Falcons?
Yeah, and just some point of the game where he just wins the game, you know.
Perfect. Thank you, man.
I like that. There's like, you know, BetBoom's looking for a new player for their roster. I'm like, which player, which carry has won against Falcons? Got him in Pure. And they did win the grand finals, not against Falcons, in the most recent Blast Slam, which was the first tournament that BetBoom was able to take in a very, 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 very long time. And Save did say after that he was very happy that he won, obviously. But he would have been happier if it was Falcons that they met in the grand finals, because there's just so many series and so many grand finals that they fell short. So I think it's about time. If we get this matchup again,
could be here
later on.
Yeah.
I would like to see that. I think this is going to be a good one. And when we're talking about these two teams, there's one thing we should also talk about as we share a little bit of nugget of wisdom with you guys. So let's take a look at our U.S. Air Force Wisdom Rune. It's about unique heroes and games played, Kezu.
Yeah, and we have Team Falcons on the bottom of the deck because I feel like, you know, they stick to what they like. You know, they're going to pick their melee stun blink dagger guy on Skeeter. You're gonna play two supports that can play with Malrine and give you damage, that can play the map in a 1+1. Whereas BetBoom, they're not on the top of the list, but I feel like that's also because they flex a lot of heroes. Like they're more Flings, Timbers, TAs, whatever. And you know, I'm actually surprised at the Shopify at the very, very top. But I feel like sometimes it's not the best teams that they wanna do too much.
This is only from the heroes that are still in though.
Okay, it's the teams that are still in.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I think that Shopify chart, they were doing some crazy stuff at the start of this.
Oh, yeah.
They had Drow Magnus drafts, Visage Bounty Hunter. They were pulling out some old school stuff. To me, I do question how much of this 0.81 for BetBoom is pure compared to the rest of the team.
True.
Like how much, not necessarily that he is more versatile than the other players on BetBoom, because I don't think that's true, but relative to the carry pool, I think he is. And so they're making up some ground there where maybe I feel like sometimes BetBoom falls in the trap of they play the same hero or the same three heroes for save too much in a tournament. They get stuck in this. He needs to play Bat Rider like 3 or 4 times in a row. and they just lose
Bad
it.
word,
yeah,
like-
Lion. Like, I don't want them to fall into that trap because I think he is also just as important to this team in terms of a playmaker, and he needs to have a wide variety of heroes to excel on.
So you feel like it's important to rotate the heroes around regardless of the result, just to keep things fresh for the players?
Yeah, I think it's more a reflection of where the team is than their mentality. Like, I think when that team gets stuck on, Save has to play this Batrider to start every fight because we can't find other ways to do it, they're stuck somewhere else.
Yeah.
And that doesn't mean it's Save's fault, but it reflects an issue in the team that they don't know how to accomplish something in the meta. So for me, this team is going to look the best when Save is playing a wide variety of initiators and spellcasters, because then it means they're getting a lot of those things from other roles as well.
Very true. I feel like when we're looking at the matchup between these two teams, we also have to talk a little bit more about the mid lane. I do know. Also, just for people's reference, when they won that tournament, it was without Kiyotaka. And I feel like he has a little bit of a chip on his shoulder to prove that they can also win with him. And he's been doing quite well in that mid lane, specifically Kazu on the Invoker.
Yeah, and this is his most played hero. Like, his Invoker is honestly quite insane. He has like a 59% win rate. These are competitive matches, mind you. This is not some, pub stats. They're undefeated currently with Invoker in this tournament. And I just want to highlight that sometimes some players don't really play Invoker, and Malrine, he is one of them. They have struggled against this type of hero, because I think he really breaks like this 3-man ball that you often want to go for. You're mid with the 2 subs, because Invoker, he just kind of like breaks down the tempo of your enemy mid laner. And I think we also have, the follow-up graphic where we can show where, they win every single time where they have Kiyotaka on this Invoker. He's just so good when it comes to the laning stage, slowing down like that type of early game as well. And it just makes it also a lot easier. Like when you have this hyper carry on Pure, you have this mid guy that goes around, does all the tempo, then he throws an Alacrity on you. I mean, what else do you want from your mid hero?
And this should be a very good matchup for Kiyotaka, because Invoker is literally good against everything Maureen plays. All the strength rotating heroes, the Primal, the Earth Spirit. Maybe not Husker, but yeah. I think it should be a very good matchup in terms of the game and the lane.
I'm also unsurprised to see that being his most successful hero all time, because to me that fits exactly what you want this guy to do in the game, which is be the first point of contact in any fight.
Yep.
And Invoker is, I think, the best ranged hero to be the first point of contact.
Yeah.
It's a really difficult hero to go on. It's a really difficult hero to gank around that mid lane or skirmish around the runes. His spells are just too damn annoying.
Yeah, very elusive hero.
Yeah, is there a good replacement hero? Because I expect Invoker to probably be banned.
I mean, you know what the one actually was Tinker before it got nerfed.
Yeah.
He does similar things. Super high mechanical spellcaster, difficult hero to gank, he's super tanky, and he will carry the late game, which is another one of Kiyotaka's strengths. I think it's also one of his best heroes.
It
but
is.
That hero is...
That one is hard to play. It's hard to play.
It's a little
I mean, how about his co-op though? He showed his co-op yesterday. Do you think, it
co-op is
ranks
okay.
high up there?
Yeah, it can work for sure.
Sure. And when we're on the point of talking about draft and what they should be doing, let's take a little bit of a look at what BetBoom's got cooking, Kazu. You got something cooking about what BetBoom's got cooking.
Yeah, because BetBoom, we touched on, Avery was talking about the flexibility of like Pure. Because so when they had this Monkey King Dawn in this draft, you think, okay, Monkey King is 1 or 2, and the Dawn is probably offlane. So at the end of the day, Gaozu with their bans, with the Drow and Puck that are highlighted, they had no idea like what role is coming. They're banning carries and mids when in reality, BetBoom can still last pick up Primal because Dawn and Monkey can go anywhere because Pure ends up playing it. So, these are things that if you're Falcons now going into the series, you gotta be ready for the flexes.
I will say, though, when we're talking about, great flex picks on the side of BetBoom, it was Falcons with the incredibly heavy flexes that basically set the tone for the amount of flex. We saw them even start the tournament with Lina as a flex, right? So doesn't it go both ways for this upcoming series?
I mean, it does kind of go both ways, but I feel like BetBoom have more of the core flexes right now. I mean, I guess, Falcons will have like their Razor and their Timbers, but they've shown more of that.
And their Pango and their Slark.
True.
I would actually expect to see Razor in this series. I think it's quite an annoying hero for Pure to pick some random goober hero into, and then he's just not going to have a lane, and then those kind of picks fall apart. So I would not be surprised to see them go back for the Razor, or the Bristleback is the other one on my radar, because that is another hero Falcons will flex, and it's another hero that is very difficult to lane into, that ATF Bristle, even with some cheese pick. So I think ideally, when you look at this matchup between ATF and Pure, that's the most important aspect between these two teams, because if one of those players gets a lane advantage and can snowball the game off of that and shut the other one down as a consequence, you're in a super advantageous position.
Well, we are in the draft upper bracket semifinals. BetBoom versus Falcons. Falcons has first pick, Dire side. BetBoom second pick, Radiant side. What is the uh-oh about?
The uh-oh could be about the Bristleback that Avery Silverman just talked about. The last time in Dream
Don't
League...
dox my name, man. Come on.
Oh, everyone knows it. Whereas Falcons played the Bristleback like once or twice into Bedboom, and they got TA'd on the spot by Pure. So there's a way where, you know, maybe the TA ban is either to take out the flex, but it could also be for the Bristle. This time around, it's more for the flex. They'll go with the Lina that, you know, they've shown us a few times. They played on 2 and 4.
Yep. And one thing I want to bring up as well, before this, Falcons have been always banning Morphling, regardless of being first pick or second pick, you know. And this game, they're changing things up and they're choosing to ban out the Invoker like we suspected. They're not going to let Kiyotaka have his Invoker. And this Lina first pick is something that I'm a really big fan of. I don't think that this hero has particularly any bad matchups in the mid. Like, even if you want to flex it or you don't want to flex it, I think the hero brings a lot of value for the draft.
No, for sure. It's like, I guess mainly like just what this hero hates is when she gets like initiated or jumped on.
So what has teams done so far that's good? I think I remember Tiny being pretty good into the Lina. Was the hero that I
could see them going Bat Rider if they just want a gap closer.
Yeah, Bat would just be good.
I think gap close versus hero is super important. You want it on multiple roles ideally if you can get it. Anything that jumps her. I don't know if the mid matchup is something you have to prioritize this early because nothing's going to be that great. So you rather just save it and get something that's better for the game overall. Unless you're willing to just take like the Monkey King here and say, screw your pick, we don't care. I guess that's in a similar vein. This is not the best matchup for Morphling. The LSA can catch you, you can get bursted, but it's probably a pure Morphling. And
we've seen this yesterday, right? Was it Bad Boom or someone else that a team opened Lina and then they just picked Morphling?
This is actually also, yeah, part of that was it was a mid Morphling. We've seen Kiyotaka play this mid Morphling.
Yeah.
And this is not that bad of a matchup for the Morphling if you play versus the Lina, just tank the lane and then steal his spells later, right? And then you're the one just throwing out these really low cooldown Dragon Slave LSAs in the fight. It can kind of be obnoxious in that sense. So I think Bet Boom are proposing this mid Morphling more than the carry. And if you don't address it, they're going to play the carry
So
Morphling.
do you think that in this scenario, it's better for the Lina to be a support, or you don't really think it changes it much?
I think it's super dependent on what your offlaner would be because you still have to account for the carry Morphling here. So if you are going to play something like Mars that is going to pair well with this Lina on the lane, I think it's okay. But if you end up wanting something like a Bristleback, I don't think you want to play like Lina Bristle lane into carry Morphling. I don't think you're going to have a good time.
Because I do kind of like the morph, especially with the idea of, I mean, obviously they can flex on and they've done it before, and for all the reasons you've said, I think that would be pretty good.
I mean, do you think that this is going to throw the Razor thing that you brought up out of the window because they have Morphling?
It does block the Razor, yeah. That's the upside here. Downside is you do get that Bat Rider ban, and I'm not sure what else in Save's hero pool is going to be nice versus Lina. It's not the end-all be-all, but they get 2 more bans versus his hero pool, and now you're kind of left with what, like some of these just ranged spellcasters, the Hoodwink Lions of the world, which have been moderately successful, but they're not the big initiators.
I mean, it's brewed like a decent hero into Lina because you can kind of find her with your webs, try to flank her. Or it goes both ways.
I mean, I think it's annoying for her to play against, but it doesn't really, I think, give you what you want against her in the game. I could just most likely see that they're going to go for some like Save Miro combo. It could be like some Centaur +1, like Centaur Hoodwink, Lion Primal, Lion Mars, anything like this that just gives you, I think, some kind of hard catch into this hero, because I think that's kind of what you want. It's also what Morph wants to have in his team.
Because a frontline hero that goes in for you.
There's also that Dawnbreaker route. I think Bet Boom will just play Dawnbreaker and do a lot of things, to be honest.
Especially because it is so flexible in terms of their roles.
Like, I'm pretty sure Pure will play it in any game.
Yeah.
I think he just enjoys playing it. He's super confident on the scaling on that hero and how it goes into the late game. So that's another hero where, yeah, you're dependent on some gap closers for Selena, but it's a really nice follow-up. And it's also a hero that can bail out the sort of like pick-off game. That's another aspect of this mid-morphing. You can play on really high HP, and it's an obnoxious hero for Lina to try and burst out of the Shadowblade Ags build.
Yeah.
Because he's just sitting there with 4k HP.
No, especially, I feel like the mid-morph makes a lot of sense, like, into this Lina. If you do, you know, end up having it in, like, a good matchup.
Yeah, if you can lane it. That's the big question mark.
Because I could see the Dawnbreaker that you mentioned, like, come out on, like, their next 2 picks, like, on the 16-17, because they would create a similar scenario that they had in this other game where the heroes are flexible between 1, 2, and 3. But, you know, they just go with the generic. You can't really go wrong with Hoodwink. Good hero for the lane, gives you 1+1 kill threat, gives you a stun, gives you a map. You're happy.
Does this tell you what offlaner they want, like the Dawn? Or because Hoodwink kind of likes to be in a lane with a kill lane that can kill.
I mean, not fully yet. I think it still leaves like all of the tanky guys that go in first kind of open.
I mean, it's also kind of good into if you're expecting a tide into morphing, which we saw yesterday, which could actually, if your morph is a carry.
Like the tides and like the bristles, whatever that Falcons could be eyeing at, I think Hoodwink is pretty good there. There's something that Falcons could look for that I've seen Amar play more in his pubs, which is Beastmaster. Traditionally a pretty good hero against Morph, but you don't know which role the Morph is, so that is also harder for you to do.
Honestly, I feel like when Falcons are in this spot versus some of these early mobility heroes, they are one of the few teams that will go for greedier heroes on crit to directly address them, such as the Lion or the Shadow Shaman.
Yeah, there it is.
Which has been a go-to. And I didn't have time to say it, but this is one of those weird heroes where they want to get the super value on crit to just shut down this carry in the mid-late game, but it is a very greedy pick. And I was questioning whether they were going to go this route with the Lina, because now you end up in a scenario where your first 3 picks are all pretty squishy backliners. Yeah, the Enchantress can become a frontliner later. We've seen it with Snake King. But I think it can be a bit finicky because it's also a frontliner you can ignore in a lot of situations. His damage doesn't come online fast enough in a lot of games where, oh, we have to kill this Enchantress, right? You just bypass him, find the Shaman, find the Lina in the fight. Enchantress is sitting there wondering why you're not going on her. I think they still need frontliners in this draft for sure. They're going to get one, but like you said, the Hoodwink and the Morphling are pretty big threats to a lot of those frontline options for ATF here.
I mean, all these heroes are afraid of Tiny, though. I'm thinking about like Tiny being a possible good hero against the Shaman, Enchantress, the Lina. And you kind of know that the Lina is going to go mid now, so you probably want to decide now, what's your mid hero?
You don't know that. We have seen Skeeter play Lina in the past.
Carry Lina?
Yeah.
Maybe it's back.
Okay.
Okay, not convinced.
You're not sold, huh?
No, it's not.
What about the mid Shaman with the single ward?
That one is good.
Okay.
Are you sold on that winner?
No.
Giga Ward.
Where's the C player in you, man?
Anything is possible.
Gone? What does that mean?
We got the Primal Beast coming out.
Okay. I mean, you just have Primal is like pretty classic answer when it comes to...
So this is like keeping everything open still, right?
Yeah.
It's also another pseudo break. So now these heroes like Tide and Bristle and Mars, they look so hard to pick here. Like,
yeah, they do.
No way. Which is an issue because you absolutely need frontline here if you're Falcons. And a lot of the popular frontliners that ATF plays are heroes that are not looking great here.
You would pick up the frontliner now rather than later?
Maybe. The other option is you just put it all on Skeeter, which is something Falcons have done in the past. That's where like the Wraith King comes out. That's where things like the Chaos Knight, the Sven.
The Shaker.
The Shaker?
It could be.
Yeah.
No, like,
into the Morphling?
I feel like they don't care so much about the 1v1 matchups. Like they're more about, okay, they're gonna want like,
the game.
yeah, they want like Amar and Skeeter to be the guys that go in. I guess at least Shaker can protect himself and lane from Primal.
Is carry Naga an option here? I know this Primal matchup's not the greatest, but if you're thinking about how you're going to play the map and just get
it works well with Lina. Like it would allow you to do that.
Like I think Naga does a lot for Falcons lineup right now, and I'm not sure what other hero they're going to get that.
So you're basically saying Lina is the carry, right? So because Naga is not going to. Okay, never mind about
it.
It
is just a shaker. I mean, honestly, I would not have been opposed to the Naga, even if you just take away like the hero matchups. It works well with what they're gonna want to do. Like Lina Shaman want to play the map.
Right. I'm just looking at how are you getting these lanes in for your pick off the function if you're Falcons right now.
Yeah.
And I think Shaker he's in that gray area where he kind of does it, but he also kind of wants to be off the map at a certain point.
So you think Amar's hero has to be like a hero that shoves in waves a lot?
It has to be some like Tide type hero that is going to stand on waves, push them in, show on the map.
Do you think Brood could work with this style of lineup for them?
Functions in that way for sure.
Because the two supports are kind of not that great against
I would not mind Brood. It's interesting. Though, that Brood Morph matchup is also a really weird matchup.
Yeah.
The Primal one's not great.
So do you not skill your
Yeah, we've
Q?
seen him do it in the past.
We've seen them, yeah. I mean, I would prefer more like, I feel like...
Okay, so they're expecting the Morphling to be mid.
Yeah.
I guess.
Which I think is the assumption you should make here.
Yeah, because I thought maybe they're looking at Beastmaster, but I don't really see them looking at Beast if they're banning Spec. Because I thought maybe, okay, there's like, what are like the most go-to heroes? There's probably like Dawn and I think Gyro that Pure would answer into these heroes, but now they're both going to be in the pool. So maybe that is not the hero that they're looking for.
I could see Falcons going the Pango route.
Yep.
No, not anymore.
The other hero that came to mind that's not really the lane shove map hero is the Night Stalker. We've seen ATF play that hero occasionally.
But you're playing into like a blind matchup though, like Night Stalker.
Yes, that's the issue here.
I mean, do you think Centaur could still be okay for them? Like he kind of can shove in waves, hold the lane.
It's okay. Yeah.
The lane's okay with Shaman.
I don't think the Centaur Shaker synergy is that great though. It's like kind of whatever. It just does more of the same thing. I think they really would have liked that Pango. There's always Huskar you have to consider, but I don't think they're going to make it 9.
No,
They'd be on the 2 we were thinking of.
Okay.
I don't know what else is left at this point. Are they in trouble, Kazu?
I'm not sure either. Like I can't like pinpoint a pick for them.
Wait, that's just Sanking, right?
Yeah,
but Sanking's kind of the same with Shaker. And you don't want Sanking to morph.
What's wrong with the hero like Timber?
It's morphing, I think.
Yeah, it's too big of a problem?
Timber, I would be okay with Timber just because he does push the lanes and he plays really aggressive on the map. He can front line. Yeah, maybe your Timber's game's not great, but if it gives the rest of your lineup a good game, I think it justifies.
I also feel like they need a guy that you need to be you need to become a core. I think like in this like mid game, like 30 to 40 minute mark. Like sure, Shaker is fine, but he's not like
I thought of the hero for you. Thought of the hero for you, brother.
Oh,
was it
the ATF Brewmaster?
I don't think he plays that.
He does play.
He does?
Yes. Have you not seen his brew?
No.
It's straight nasty, bro.
Straight up nasty?
Straight up nasty. This man, he just starts swinging that staff in the late game, and it don't stop. Once the staff starts swinging, it doesn't stop.
Yeah, I kind of like the brew here. It's good with the lane, with Shaman.
Alright, we'll just beat the Bristol back.
So do you consider moving the Morphling back to the carry role here against the Bristol? It's a pretty good lane for him.
You can.
But
it just depends if you just want to... It depends, I think, where you get a more valuable pick. Because Morph mid is also pretty chill.
I think they're just putting the Morph mid, and I think it's going to be like Dawnbreaker here or some pure special.
I mean, it's just going to be them asking, hey, Pure, what do you want to play?
Necrophos.
Or an Ursa Bear. What's the thoughts on that?
You get the Ursa carry, you get the Morph mid.
Pretty
ages.
Pretty greedy in a way. Like, this is a slower carry to come online. You're looking at a Battle Fury build-up with a mid-Morphling. A lot of pressure on this offlane for BetBoom to pick up the early game damage and kind of skirmishing, especially versus an Enchantress lineup. We have seen how fast Falcons can make rotations and abuse the support numbers advantage, particularly around mid or through this gate with this hero in particular. I'm not super sold on this Ursa pick, actually. I think I was feeling they would have gone for something that could fight a bit more early, and this does not do it for me. I am leaning very heavily towards Falcons after that last salvo.
I mean, I agree Miro has to do a lot, but he's, I think, in a really good position with the Primal plus the Muerta against this Enchantress Earthshaker lane. I think he's going to get a lot out of this lane, and he's going to be able to have what it takes to actually help the Morphling, and he has to help the Ursa hold the game together.
To me, it's a lot about this Kiyotaka Morph, which is a bit of a question mark. I feel like he should have a pretty good game himself, but like, are they strong enough? Like in this early game where Falcons like come knocking down bottom on this Ursa's lane, like Primal's gonna have to TP. Is it gonna be good enough? Because I think to me it's a lot about that, because like Avery was saying, Ursa's a bit of a slower hero. I think BetBoom have what it takes, but I would lean slightly towards Falcons.
Okay, so if that Primal Beast is gonna have a good lane, are there any timings we should keep our eyes on in terms of when BetBoom is in their peak or when Falcons is taking over the game?
He has to kind of block all the gate gangs and the smoke rotation, at least help, or expect it, I think that's his whole purpose in the game right now.
We want to see Miero everywhere.
Yep.
Okay, so for BetBoom, normally the pressure is a little bit more on Pure. Now it's a little bit more on Miero. I think he should be able to deal with that. These are two teams going head to head with quite the long history with BetBoom and Falcons. And never this year has Falcons won a series against BetBoom if it wasn't a grand final. So we'll see if they can make a good start on this series for that to be the case today. We're heading over to Lyrical and Trent for game 1.
Thank you so much, Shiver. Cannot wait. It is two giants here in the upper bracket with so much on the line. Pride, happiness, all the rest of it. That's really where we garner our sort of satisfaction in life from, Trent, is how we do in Dota games, right?
Yes, 100%. It determines your mood for the entire day. And so with the first series of the day, we're going to see who's going to be happy, who's going to be queuing again to find happiness.
That's right. And everybody out there, you're going to be happy because this one is going to be absolutely fabulous. Now, I will say the panel really highlighted Miero as this guy that's going to need to move in there, make so much stuff happen. Well, let me tell you something, Trent.
Tell me.
We were in the lobby. We're getting ready for the game. There was a little bit of a delay in getting it going. And what ended up happening was Pure got kicked out of the lobby. Pure, they started the game anyways real quickly. It was 9 players, 4v5. They had to remake, no problem. Come back into the game. Skitter says, we're up 1-0. And then Miero says,
what's he say, Gabe?
Pushes up glasses. Fine. We'll win 2-1. He's feeling himself, Trent. You can't stop this guy.
The trash talk is unreal.
It's so strong, honestly. Yeah, that was his anime moment. We've had a lot of little anime moments.
Yes, yeah, we most certainly had.
I also say that it's funny, you know, Sane pushes glasses up instead of actually showing it. But
yeah, that makes it better, actually. I think it becomes much more powerful when you do it that way here. And we are now beginning here. I had to get some stuff sorted out. Don't worry. We're in there now. Players are moving.
Bang,
you can see it happen. We got a little first-time action in a while here for Kadomi. He's going to rock that position 5 Hoodwink, which, of course, we've been seeing Maposhka go for quite a bit. I like the way that they busted out in the draft. He hasn't played this hero since he was playing position 4, and that was a big question for Kadomi. He's just making that adjustment. So, yeah, I think he'll be happy to be back on the Hoodwink, I imagine.
Yeah, and you were talking about the fact that they might switch it over and put save onto that Muerta. And the other thing that you mentioned right before they came live to us was that you absolutely loved Falcon's draft. You thought it was really, really good. You liked everything about it. Isn't that right, Trent?
I was...
Maybe not?
Here's the issue, is that I was very much in agreement to the panel in terms of just like, wow, they really need a body here, but they get the primal potential break later on, you got the Hoodwink break, and you know the Beppu are just dangling this bristle back in front of their face the whole time.
Yeah.
And then Falcons just say, fine, we'll do it. Like, everyone's thinking it. It's the perfect hero to try and like solve a lot of these problems in terms of being like squishy backliners. You need this forward force, but... can he defeat the breaks? And I have to say, the confidence of Amar, it's not that surprising that he's going to go for it anyway, despite a lot of these counters being in play.
Well, it'll be something to watch for indeed. The gambit, you could say, of BetBoom to lay out the bristleback. The bristleback gambit. Give us a Netflix series. Let's make it happen. It's all coming together. As Kiyotaka is going to run right down that mid lane on Morph, and we'll see how he does against Malrine. Going to be an interesting one.
Yes, the Flow Morphling, which is becoming more and more popular. It should be an enjoyable time here. And yeah, that was the big question, is just like immediately counterpicking and just maybe the lane probably won't be the greatest, I would imagine. But the mid game, not a hero that's super easy to just zap, blow up, and snowball yourself off of here for Alina.
Right. Doesn't feel great in that way, but you should have a pretty good time in the laning stage. Did miss one CS there. Don't worry. Nobody saw Malrine. It's perfectly fine, but we'll start to stack up some of those denies. Kiyotaka might have a bit of a tough time. Has been struggling, as the panel has talked about many times. But hoping things turn out a little bit better here. Other lanes? Anything that we're really watching out for? Anything that you feel like is going to kind of determine the phase of how the game goes?
I mean, we do have the carry shaker.
Yeah.
Which I was a little surprised to see, just because I was leaning more towards like something like that Wraith King, because I thought, you know, getting in their faces would have felt pretty good. Shaker can get there, but he's going to be waiting to get himself the blink. He wants the Aghanim Scepter, and then I'm worried that first play with the Ags could be disastrous. Like trying to jump in versus... Muerta, right? Because you have the calling. So imagine like trying to play into a fight as Earthshaker. That positioning is going to be very key before the BKB. Watching out for the silence, the dead shot. It looks like a pretty frustrating way to have to play.
Right. So much of how this hero sort of functions is that maneuverability. And if you do have any heroes in position to sort of counterplay, it's going to be a problem. And that's something else to consider, right? This is like the most Falcons of Falcons drafts that I feel like I've seen in a while. You kind of know what's going to be coming your direction, and then it's just a matter of who executes better a little bit. We'll see. Kiyotaka drops down low. Gonna get healed right back up again with that stick. And back to the laning stage, no problemo. Down bottom, a lane that we haven't looked at a whole heck of a lot. Pure going to be playing on the Ursa Bear.
Yeah, that was our last pick of the draft here, and this a little bit slower than maybe we were kind of expecting here, right? Like it felt like they kind of had this good progression going with their game plan. You got yourself the Muerta, the Hoodwink plus the Primal Beast. You really want to get moving, and they go for the Ursa. Definitely a lane winner versus most melee heroes. Got to make sure you don't make some mistakes versus the Quill stacks, but overall, should be ready to win your lane and then just go ahead and start farming. He's also really good at securing some of the more important objectives in the game, of course, with the Roche, the Tormentors, so maybe that's more so why they're opting for it, is just like guarantee good lane, good objectives, and play the game out with a solid lead.
Right. The one area that things do start to feel a little bit worse, you can see Crit just sort of spamming abilities onto him, is when, as Ursa, you have to start like buying a lot of regen, you know? It used to be you could just get into the Battle Fury and, you know, have a Ring of Health, make some value for yourself.
Times were good.
Yeah, that was when things were good. It's a little bit less so now. But at the early outset, it does look like Lina having a very good time against the Morph, as would be expected. Pretty even down bottom, and it's really that separation where just nobody's getting too much farm up top. A lot of denies over there.
Some tips back and forth here in the mid as Kiyotaka is the annoying Morphling of down to 100 HP and then right back up to 1,500, 1,700 maxed out, in fact. So,
yeah, it's disgusting.
Truly is.
Do you think it was Katomi seeing like Maposhka do the 5 hoodwink and he's like, I can do that too? I've done this before.
Yeah, of course. I think that's definitely what it is. You see it being successful, your teammates. It's not so much you, it's your teammates.
Right.
You know, he's probably been trying to convince him for a while. And then you watch other teams do it, just like, yeah, I told you. You know what? Miracle busting out that Earthshaker, right?
Oh,
Probably
yeah.
like, see? Skeeter's doing it. Like, I want to play some carry shaker. Who doesn't want to play carry shaker?
It's pretty sick. Well, this is a very sort of sad existence in a way for kind of both heroes, Kiyotaka and Maureen in there. You know, Lina's just punching, and then he just heals back up to full. On the other side, it's Morphly, and you're just sort of getting hit constantly and taking chip damage to your tower. Lina's definitely getting the better end of the deal, but it's got to be annoying playing against this Morph that you can never really get any meaningful pressure on.
Yeah, even with a hero like Enchantress or something, it's just not really worth it for snaking. Instead, he's doing a better idea of just stacking.
And is he clustering? He's going to cluster.
And
Getting
clock.
out of there. Oh, could they find the real one? Yes.
Damn,
oh yeah,
he's
they got
good.
the little swipes on him, huh? That makes it easy.
That does help.
Pure taking the first blood.
Finally.
See, he can be the big guy. Man, 5 minutes in.
Kind of surprising with a save Muerta game. You know, obviously we're used to him kind of dominating on this hero. Can they even lose?
Right.
With the save Muerta? I don't even know if it's possible.
I do want to see what they end up going for on Pure. I think he's got Phase Boots and Windlace coming out right now. But I think that's always like an interesting dynamic. You know, you imagine Pure as wanting to be like this late game farmer type guy, but also wanting to be involved at moments. I feel like you can kind of go both ways with Ursa.
Yeah, a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B all at the same time. It's always kind of nice. Power Rune struggle here at the bottom. It's going to spawn up top.
Invis left behind, so they're good to go.
I mean, Q-Dog's going to make the big walk up for it there, but being an Invis Rune, not a whole lot he can do. Save just going to run back up here after securing that and perhaps asking for a play through the Twin Gate, you know? You got Skeeter a little bit low. You got a Hoodwink 5. Waves pushing into your tower down bottom. But they're not going to offer anything.
Yeah, it's rare, I feel like, that you get a laning stage where everybody's like kind of okay with everything that's happening, so there aren't big moves. It looks like Falcons are going to be the first ones to make that rotation, and this one should be an easy rundown. Pure, oh wait, no, not quite. Able to stay alive there with Miro making the rotation over. Amar in some trouble.
Heroes.
The silence is there, and Bristleback not dead. Pure barely surviving. Oh my god. So they take the Bristleback. They'll find Crit. A 3-0 start.
Yeah,
BetBoom take them down.
Guess that explains why BetBoom were not trying to make a play up top. They were just waiting.
Yeah.
Just knowing that they're going to want to try and slow down Pure. And what a punish. I mean, to bring 5 heroes is crazy. Oh, yeah. Oh, he gets there.
Yeah, Pure. Nicely done.
Is he dead? No, okay. I don't think Bushwhack's going to reach. Not even close.
That would have been a huge kill.
That would have been really bad for Falcons if they dropped that one there, too. So, bit of a relief there for them. Malrine halfway towards his Boots of Travel. And he'll have some ability to move around this map and perhaps team up with Skeeter. You just go into a Fisher, Echo Slam, and TP's in. But right now, he's in trouble. The bear didn't leave.
Not level 6 yet. Both of these ganks have come before the ultis are online for the carries. Crit, though, is in here in time to make enough of a move, keeping Miero from diving Skeeter any further. And Pure Thought he was running into the Roche pit there for a second, but no, he's just going back through the gate. A little early.
Yeah, next time they try that could be very dangerous. Echo Slam is going to be online here in just a moment after finishing up a neutral camp or two, so that was kind of your last gasp at a full-on dive on top of the Shaker without any fear.
Obviously, we'll have the calling if they wanted to make some type of a move again, but it's definitely not easy. And Crit scouting Katomi and Save as they move through the Twin Gate will not be able to make any type of aggressive play happen there. Pure level 6, feeling a little bit safer against Amar here. And yeah, they're setting up to put some pressure onto that tier 1 tower up top.
Would be a good time for Falcons to get some stacks going, I feel like. You know, get yourself this Lina. She's got a couple in the jungle to work with, but the Bristle.
Did they miss that ward up there? There's the Dire ward that keeps on scouting all of the movements from BetBoom, and it just is right out of range of that sentry, just barely.
Just barely.
Oh, that one hurts. And now, setting up to find the Shaker, a false sense of security with the ward, and ends up getting him killed.
It didn't end up mattering, did it?
Oh, Pure. That Cornucopia, that sucks to lose that one as the Ursa.
TP coming down here as well from Malrine.
Already pops in rage. Body block is there. Lina making the move. Katomi, and a miss on the bushwhack. And yeah, Amar just chasing. Meanwhile, Laguna Blade out. Hoping for the hunt, seeing if they can get the kill on the Katomi. He TP's away. Do they have anything extra? No. Cannot get the kill. Pure, though. Not going to be so lucky.
Well, that's a big relief, considering Malrine pivoted to try and get the kill on the Hoodwink. Instead, they're still able to knock down Pure. And I mean, it's big for Amar, because again, he does not have stacks to go back to right now. There is nothing sitting in his jungle, so it's just whatever he's getting in this lane, including that very important kill. If you want to get yourself this big Bristle back for time and them desperately needing, again, going to be countered in this game. There is the Sharpshooter to potentially just break you and ruin you in a team fight, particularly versus the burst damage of something like that Ursa. So very important that he has a good time on this Bristle.
I mean, they again are seeing all of these movements. They saw the TP over from Miero too. That ward has given so much information to Falcons. BetBoom going to be kicking themselves with that sentry. So 11 minutes in. 4-1, still very even matchup. Miero, bottom of the cores right now, but the thing that you're going to be looking at is BetBoom and feeling pretty good about is that Skitter has not taken off. It's been a bit of a rough lane for him.
Yeah, he's having a slow time. There's also been a ton of space for Kiyotaka, too. He is top of the board right now in this Morphling. He's closing in on the Phylactery. So going to be this really annoying threat in these team fights, and it'll be fun to see what he does with the Morph, too, because he's got some good targets. The LSA is now online for Malrine, so it definitely makes the copying of him very good. Probably the best one, but of course, you know, the legendary Morph Shaker, the panel even talked about before the Shaker pick of just like, you know, if you go Shaker, Morphling Shaker's back.
Yeah. It's a danger. Gotta be wary of that one. Giving away such a valuable asset. Now, a smoke up comes from Morph and the Muerta while this pressure is happening down bottom. Katomi is nearby, can cancel this if he wants. They're saving for the moment. Pops the Enrage, tries to run away. Skitter can't get the real chase down, so Katomi's going to go down.
I think that Bushwhack did at least save Pure. Didn't allow Skitter to get the follow-up there onto the bear. So, good sacrifice there from the Hoodwink.
Amar going to farm aggressively in the area. It's going to make Ursa feel pretty uncomfortable. This smoke ink turned into basically nothing. Maybe they can find Malrine here. An opportunity, looking for that dead shot, the stun, the follow-up as he morphs into a Malrine in trouble.
And that is a really long cooldown spell, but of course, that's the whole thing with Flow.
Yeah.
Is that it messes with all the cooldowns. You can reduce them like crazy. And then he also had an Arcane Rune, so.
Nice bushwhack. Katomi just there to keep Pure alive.
Again, sacrificing himself just for Pure. Can't go farm. He has to stay down here and just be a little poor Hoodwink.
Snaking. Going in. Skitter there. Will get silenced.
That is
the stun.
crazy.
Moving. Echo. Everything saved. Still walking away. Skitter goes all the way in.
Kiyotaka has a haste rune, and Morph is back in 5 seconds because of the cooldown reduction.
Oh, and there it is. LSA connects onto Miro as he dove in for that one. Kiyotaka, does he have enough?
There
Switches over into him. The enchant, the damage out. Is it going to be enough? Not quite yet, but there we go. Sharpshooter out, waveform. Skitter's still alive somehow, but the phylactery hit and one more punch. Kiyotaka makes it happen.
Malrine dove in front of the Sharpshooter, trying to save him.
It's not enough in the end, and now moves in, able to dodge the LSA. Kiyotaka with the fancy footwork.
Oh, this mid-morph is so cool.
It's pretty crazy.
And then watch the cooldown. Look at that. You shift into the Agi and she's like, goes way down.
Yeah.
Ah, fun times.
Well, that is what you want to see.
Taking this faster, eh? Than the patch's fastest. Oh, my goodness.
I mean,
that's pretty fast.
This is really scary. If BetBoom are first phasing Morphling and having this much success out of mid, and we know what Pure can do on this hero, it spells really good things for BetBoom going forward.
I can't wait to see the save Morphling.
There you go.
Let's keep it going. I mean, we had 5 Morphling as well.
Yeah.
In the tournament too. So, you know, maybe Kataomi gets practice. Of course, that didn't work out so well.
Well, you know.
It is 5 Morphling. You know, what can you expect?
Marta working on that Atos as the Wisdom Runes did spawn, taking one of those away for each team. And Amar working on the Aghanims.
You know, he actually had BKB queued first, and I was like, surely that's just him messing with us, right? Because that was a little bit crazy. Glad to see he's just going straight for the Ags.
Yeah, it feels like that's... I mean, I don't know. I guess it's strange because that doesn't even feel like it completely solves the problem.
I think it just lets you be a threat.
Okay.
Because it still makes you tankier, obviously. And then it's just, you know, we have the ability to kill stuff.
But this is my question then, is like, when is it that Falcons are going to feel pretty confident taking a fight? Because right now, these last couple minutes between Primal and everything that he does early and Morphling, it feels really hard to fight into these lineups because, I mean, you're just the better version of the heroes that are being brought to the fight.
When they have Ags, BKB, Shaker.
Okay. All right, cool.
Then they can fight.
Clocking in, everybody. We're here for a little while.
Then times are good. They can do some ganks pretty soon here, right? Crit is closing in on whatever he wants first. He hasn't quite decided. Maybe he'll go Blink. Maybe he'll go Aether. Aether obviously has a ton of value on this hero, but their jump is going to be pretty weak because currently Skitter, like, he tends to go Bracer, Null, Blink, Ags when he plays this Shaker. But right now, he's considering skipping right over. I mean, he's already got the Orgax and the Point Booster now, so he is committed. He's going Ags first, so he's not going to have a Blink. And, you know, you have a mid Lina. She doesn't have a Blink. You got an off-lane Bristle. He doesn't have a Blink. So they're either going to be dependent completely on just Fisher initiations or, like, that first Shaker jump with the Ags. But it's not, like, the most consistent way to initiate fights, especially versus an Ursa, a Morphling, right? Like, these are heroes that can react to that.
Well, I'll also say that, you know, this is what we've seen from Falcons in times when, like, the enemy team is running into their timing. I think it was actually Spirit that we were watching yesterday against Boom, where, like, the Spirit were able to steal away Roche, and Boom kind of fell apart a little bit. I'm curious how BetBoom react to this. Are they going to sort of sit back and allow Falcons to take control of the map, or do they come and contest? Because it still feels like they have a lot of tools to fight if they want to.
Yeah, it feels like Kiyotaka's kind of at a nice little peak point right now, I would say.
Right. But they just got the Aegis on Falcons. That's the flip side.
Yeah, no, but I mean, like, I think you still go, yeah. I'm down. I think this Morphling is pretty damn hard to kill at the moment.
Yeah. Skitter is showing in mid as he works towards his timing. And what's 500 gold away, roughly? They're getting set up top on Miero. Now Reen on the hunt. Looks for that LSA connection, the pig pole. Oh, that gets him away.
Yeah,
Base Boots pig pole.
Their catch is just nothing.
Yeah.
No catch at all.
Instead, Kiyotaka makes the move down bottom, wave form in, and they're going to be able to take down this tier 1 tower while Lamar is just set to the side stacking.
Farming this, or not stacking. But farming it will get him his Aghanims, at the very least.
Core player, you don't need to know how to stack. It's fine.
Nah, that'd be crazy.
Man, Miro's still very much the bottom of the cores for Radiant, but the Pure is starting to catch up pretty well, and Q-Talk is still incredibly scary.
Skeeter crossed the river here. Now, like I said, it's been a while, okay? He hasn't played it since he was on Cloud9.
It's fair.
Yeah, he's gotta get back into it. That's always a tough one to hit on the Hoodwink, too.
Would have been nice for them to be able to pull in an easy kill, but no such luck. And that is going to be the full axe coming out.
We're going to have a lot of those. Bristle into Lina, and then into Shaker. Oh, his is done too. Okay, what a timing.
Yeah.
Bristle, Lina, and Shaker getting all 3 eggs at the exact same time.
With Aegis.
With an Aegis. Yeah, this is your moment for sure for Falcons.
Katomi, it's not the kill that you want to be getting, but sometimes you just got to take the one for you. Katomi still running away, trying to hide, not going to happen.
It's a good thing that's Max Enchant.
Right. Yeah, he almost got out of there.
I thought he was going to. Then I realized he was enchanted for 5 seconds. So
taking over that area, BetBoom still retreat back. And going to try and consolidate this side of the jungle while Amar takes over their triangle. And they set up for a tier 1 tower of their own.
Getting this Aegis was so pivotal for Falcons. Like that's why I was so worried about this idea of like needing the BKB for the Shaker to actually go and make fights. But because you have this Aegis, you can threaten so much better. It kind of removes the the need for that BKB early as well from out. Yeah, you like that? Snaking, snagging that? Is that what you like?
How much damage is that? That's nothing. That creep did what? Well, okay, all right. Plus 75. All right, makes sense.
It's just good.
So strong. Look at him. Oh my god, are they going to get this tier 2?
If they don't answer the door, yeah. I mean, they're trading for a tier 1 mid.
This also sets up for Tormentor. All right, they'll pop the glyph. Another creep wave is coming in a little bit from now.
I mean, they also didn't commit mid either, so it's still going to take a second here for that to even go down. But yeah, that's a tier 2.
Man, I mean, this right here, just the value of Shaman.
All right, but now as BetBoom, you have to go set up on Dire Tormentor, right?
I would imagine so.
Like, that's your only option.
This is something that I do feel like I've seen a lot of from BetBoom in the past is like, you know, being willing to give up a lot of objectives around the map for fear of like not getting the perfect fight at times. They're going to come over here. Crit is already in the area.
They have this great ward down from Falcons.
If they try and take this Tormentor, I can't see this going well.
Yeah, but they're losing their own right now. So, got to make a decision here.
I mean, if they try and steal the other Tormentor, I feel like it only goes poorly for them. Maureen right onto Pure.
Yeah, they got to run.
Oh my god. What? Okay, well, I mean, it was done in a second anyways.
Yeah, that's fine.
And now they can just take their Tormentor.
Hold on, they're not going to give it up that easily, though. Remember, there's a BKB here on this Morphling.
Trying to go. Mar caught for the moment.
Oh, here comes
BKB
Skeeter.
out. Good damage. Is it going to be enough? He's hexed. He's controlled. He is dead. They have any more. Crit off to the side in trouble. Skinner walks in. Echo slam down. They're all fighting around this Tormentor. Another bushwhack connection as Snaking runs in. Bind save. Gonna take the kill there. Can they get any more? Pure. He's a little bit separated from the rest of the squad. Skinner did break Katomi's TP. So they find the squirrel. We'll go for a slow.
No scurry either.
Eventually have enough to kill off the Hoodwink. But yeah, I mean, the last couple of minutes have been all Falcons.
Yeah, the macro gameplay from Falcons is just perfect, really. Like the timings of stealing their Tormentor, saving your own there by putting the ward down to cover it, to ensure that they can't just take it really quickly with the Ursa there.
And like taking the tier 2 tower too, as we'll take a look at this replay. When Amar goes down, you think it's actually looking pretty good.
Yeah, at this point you're thinking, this could be fine, and then, you know, here comes the big slam. Coming with the dunk, help out a little bit there. Even through BKB, you're going to be assisting that. And really, like, Q-Dog's out of mana at this point. He's kind of in the fight. He's done his job, right? As long as the Lina survives, she didn't get chain stunned and just blown up, then there's this threat of the damage, and Pure's just on the run.
Damn.
I mean, that's a good place to fight, obviously, right, for a Shaker who has his Ags.
Yeah.
You're pretty pleased with your Shard Ags. Good to go. As, he did just get it from the Tormentor now.
And in a way, it's like, I don't know what it is, but it feels like all of these things for BetBoom, the problem, stem from like decisions that happened a minute or two ago, right? It's like they're making the right move within a structure where they're already behind.
I think it's also, it looks like Falcon's kind of reading how you'd want to play this game as BetBoom and beating them to the punch, right?
Yeah, totally. Crit, double fissure keeping him safe, forces out the BKB. BetBoom gonna have to right the ship here.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about the Ursa at the start of the game, this idea of like being able to take good objectives, and the two things I said were Roche and Tormentor. Like that's kind of what Ursa does, right? He wins the lane, he gets Roche, he gets Tormentors, but you lost out on both. You didn't get the first Roche. Falcon's just realizing that's kind of how you'd want to play this as BetBoom, taking that away and very much declawing the bear.
Aghanim Scepter, third item for Pure.
Let's keep on moving in these fights.
Fair. Wonder if he's gonna get Shard too.
I mean, Morphling's got Shard, so we're unstunnable here.
There you go. Another, like clockwork, round of wards laid down on a tier 2 tower. Amar is there, snaking 2 to tank the creeps and make sure that they can fully clear this one out. I mean, this is really clean gameplay coming from Falcons here.
Yeah, the confidence to just take this Bristle anyway and just say, hey, we're going to get the farm, and we're going to play the back right behind this Bristle. Like, this is the perfect hero for our lineup in a vacuum. The concerns were the counters that were there from BetBoom, but they have not been able to succeed in that at all. Like, dying last fight obviously did not matter because he already did his job.
Right.
Dying twice even.
Yeah, there you go. 5,000 gold lead for Falcons, and a Blink Dagger done for Miero.
We have seen, though, in these carry shaker games that it does get to a point where when all the BKBs come out, that he does feel like he falls off quite a bit.
Right.
You know? You get into the late game when the damage from the Echo Slam isn't quite as impactful as it was before. If they don't get lined up for these big cleave plays or something, it does, to me, look like it falls off a little bit. So maybe if BetBoom can just kind of hold out on that, keep pushing out these side waves, perhaps secure the next Roche.
Dude, this cannot happen. Like, if you lose this Roche's BetBoom, they're smoking, but they're not going to get here in time. They're slower. They're not doing it quick enough, Trent.
No, but maybe they'll fight them right after.
Dota is a game about seconds, and BetBoom, they woke up late this morning. Second Aegis into the hand of Amar's.
Still going.
And they're getting out of there.
And he scraps. Oh, they hear the Lotus.
Right, and there we go, the Cluster Cluck. Crit, more than happy to lose his life that time. If Snaking even manages to get out too, oh boy.
That's just real, you know? The deer's going to get away from the bear.
That's true.
They're too fast.
The Jukes.
Unless it's downhill.
He's prancy.
Don't they run faster downhill?
Bears or deer?
Yeah, no, bears. Deer definitely worse downhill. You ever see a deer go downhill? They're terrible. They are not mountain goats.
The most Canadian sentence.
Dude, they don't know what they're doing.
Jumps in Miero, gets the control on to Amar. This man still sitting tall, trying to bring him down. This is still Aegis. He runs into all of them. Fine, let's battle. Up on the high ground, Malri. He gets caught, though, with the bushwhack. And Silence now on Skitter tries to jump in. A second round of Silence. Kiyotaka turns into the Earthshaker.
2 Shakers.
Able to pull in that break. Skitter takes one for the team, so Amar didn't get target. So Aegis down.
Jeez. Call the Secret Shop the Shake Shack on that one. Jeez, they're all over it. And we all just walk away. Look at the recap. It's just got 0-0, 6,300 damage done by BetBoom, 5,600 done by Falcons. Nothing of value was lost, but an Aegis.
There's no problem there. Trying to set up, maybe? Oh, boy. The Hex. They break it, but the control is there. Kiyotaka saved by Katomi at the last second. Woo! All right, and a bunch of abilities used again and no deaths.
Yeah, Katomi's going to get out. Miero gets out with the help of the BKB. There is a new fresh BKB for Amar as we're quickly burning through these golden idols on each team right now. But Falcons, you know, they got that Roche, but didn't really amount to much. The lead has stayed steady. Sure, they denied it away from BetBoom, but that kind of felt like another opportunity where maybe Falcons could have closed out like the last tier 2 and maybe even started applying some pressure around the Radiant base.
Yeah, that's fair. Not getting that this time. BetBoom going to smoke and head into the triangle. Hoping to find somebody here. Now, this is going to be the route that Amar takes if he heads over to the Ancients. We'll see if he heads this direction. or if he's going, nope. Rejoin the team. Playing it safe. So smoke will not connect. I guess you can kill some couriers if you want. But doesn't feel great.
Yeah, they're really hoping someone's going to show up here. Just going to ignore it. And that's going to be the Lincoln's finish here for Malrine. So definitely something to be a little bit worried about as Kiyotaka. Don't try and copy into the Lina. Obviously, you do want to be the Shaker more than likely, but could be useful. The purchase of the Lincolns, though, means that the BKB is not the choice here for Malrine, which if you find that Shaker form as Kiyotaka, you can definitely see a chain stun happening.
Right.
And now the BKB here for Pure. So this has become a game of whose BKB is up and whose isn't, I think, right now, right? But we got Shaker on both teams.
Well, the other eventual game is Defense of the Ancients, and the first step to that is taking down these Tier 3 towers. The little chunk damage is annoying. I mean, that's a Tier 3 tower that's going to be down below half HP when it's all said and done here. Very, very frustrating for BetBoom to play against this.
Falcons not trying to play around them too much, though. Just kind of retreat, back it out. They left some pretty good vision in the area. They got wards mid, they got wards on the Ancients, they got wards just north of the Radiant Secret Shop. So getting some ideas of where they're going to be playing with on BetBoom. They do lose the ward mid, though. It has expired. So meanwhile, Radiant, not a whole lot.
Oh, this is a blink reveal if they want to go for it. Has it? Hex is there. The big jump. Is it going to be enough for Pure? Yes. Kiyotaka on the high ground. Pops his own BKB. Save is off to the side. They jump in on him with Skitter. Connection. Echo Slam. Done. Save is out. Kiyotaka has to run. And honestly, he might not be able to get out of here either. The full control and the kill onto Katomi. BetBoom getting slaughtered.
Oh, the immediate blow up onto that bear just ended the fight for them. They need that damage so bad with the follow-up after like that. That's what they're trying to set up for, right? It's like find a way to get this bear with these big cleaving kills in the middle of it, but...
And he's got Ags.
And it's almost like they were baiting him anyway, right? But it's that Hex.
Yeah.
Hex too good.
Hex means Ags, no problem. Oh, man.
I thought things looked kind of all right, too, if only that bear could have escaped, you know? Yeah, it had a really good calling because they were so grouped up on Falcons. A quick grab right away as well from the Primal Beast, but again, once the bear's done, the damage is gone.
God, I'm really seeing the power of Shadow Shaman in this game. I mean, this hero looks insane. Every time I look at it, there's just more wards dropped up onto high ground. Still a couple of seconds left. If they take a fight right now, I mean, there's going to be a lot of structural damage done, even if they do manage to defend evenly. So yeah, they'll get that ranged Rax. Melee looks to survive. But Falcons building now a 14,000 gold lead.
Man, this Amar Bristle is just too much, too. I think you have all these answers and stuff, and yet he still has a game like this.
Yeah. Taka hunting crit won't be able to connect with him. And Haystrom is actually going to leave that there. Does not feel worried at all about BetBoom coming on over and taking it. So Malrine now has a haste for the next fight. BetBoom, they just have to get something going. It feels like they've sort of been trying to salvage every fight.
Yeah.
It hasn't been able to be taken on their terms.
They are trying to take the charge right now. They're going to smoke up top and run through the twin gate here. They have this vision off to the east that I think they've seen these heroes move through. They now see crit, and they know that Skeeter's nearby here too. So this could be some good picks for them. Now Skeeter shows on the wave as well.
God, this is, I mean, you got to connect here.
You got to beat out the BKB too, though. So it's a lot on the blink grab from the Primal.
Walks into vision. Skeeter there. Oh, and he blinks away. Do they
and
follow
now,
him?
do you want to go high ground?
Oh, Malrine is already
YOLO!
in position. I don't know about this one, everybody. Miero is in, and Miero might be in trouble.
Oh, crit. He's lurking. He's looking for that Hex again.
They're looking. They find the Hex. They connect. Gonna be able to take down this Primal and maybe go for more.
The bear?
Pure is in no man's land. Some more fissures get thrown. They jump in, kill Katomi again. Pure, just an angry bear with nobody to battle. He just wants to give somebody a hug, and it's not happening. Echo Slam out, maybe an opportunity. Skitter's still living through it as they jump up towards high ground. Kiyotaka
Man, if he
puts the
escapes
kibosh
from this,
onto that.
they're trying so hard to find any sort of a play right now.
Oh, they find Save instead. And Save going to die. They do manage to get out with Kiyotaka and Pure, but man, these fights, every time it's just going a little bit bad for BetBoom, and it turns real bad real quick.
Yeah, it was a good idea. It was played off of solid fundamentals. We have a ward. We see that they're separated right now thanks to some of our lingering vision that we had from the last time we were out on the map. I think that maybe you can try and get this play, but Skeeter's just, the spidey senses were tingling. He blinked on out, doesn't end up getting grabbed. Like, that would have been such a good moment for BetBoom. I mean, you need a lot of those moments to try and get back into a game like this, but that was the first stepping stone, and instead, you lose a bunch of heroes.
Tier 3 tower gets hit now, as they will keep those creeps alive, drop the Shaman wards, and they have the Muerta back up in 15 seconds. But defending against this is not easy at all. And another thing now, a quick Roche respawn, 30 seconds. If they want to go for it, I mean, the only problem is that Crit did use wards. I still think they take it quickly enough, though, surely.
Yeah, I think at this point, that's not too much of a concern. Amar now hitting the 20 talent as well there with the quill stack damage.
Okay.
So, yeah, life's easy.
Well, they're going over that direction right now. Will be into the pit, and Crit is actually just waiting here for it. 4 seconds, we'll see.
Ooh. I mean, as long as your allies are around, this is value.
Oh, and there it is.
Wow.
But BetBoom, they might be able to get here in time.
All right, so how a fight goes well. Pure gets to press BKB for the second time this game. That will be good.
Okay.
I'm going to say that's it. Last fight was his first time using it.
Oof.
All right, Radiant Vision, we're going here. Oh, they can't see anything.
Okay. I mean, this is probably the best situation in terms of setup for a fight, but are they too far behind now? Smoke breaks, they jump in, find Amar. Do they have enough damage to kill him off in time? No! The cluster, it's too strong. LSA, Laguna Blade, one more hit, Miro barely surviving there, but Skitter on top of Save. They try and walk out. Hunting, they already TP'd out on the Primal. He's not in this fight for a moment. They jump in, they try and kill him. Pure on the low ground actually manages to outlast that Hex. Yutaka running away, Pure also running away. With the BKB, they gotta stop. Oh, okay. The long-range grab.
It's not how they drew it up.
It falls apart again. Falcons, just way too strong, too prepared, and you know, as much as we talk about this is a very classic Falcons draft, the simplicity makes it work. Put Amar out front.
He does it again.
Guys, get a refresher. Come on, somebody.
You know it's snakes. It's got to be the snakes.
Let's go. It's got it ready to go.
Crit's just like, how to win a game. You get Roshan's banner, lots of snakes.
I feel like Roche's banner should make your snakes invulnerable too.
That would be a little too good, I think, maybe.
Okay.
Just maybe.
The unsung hero. And 9-17. Ever since that first Roche went down, BetBoom have looked lost in this game. And Falcons taking full advantage, solid movements around the map, anticipating where BetBoom was going to be and then getting there first.
And some of these answers now starting to come out here, like the Aghanim Scepter for the Primal Beast. You think, like, oh, maybe we can actually kill this Bristleback. But once again, he has an Aegis. He has an 8-second BKB as well. So he's still just a beefy hero to take down Bristleback or not. And now there's a Scythe for Malrine as well, in case Crit wasn't hitting enough already. Got double Hex action here.
BetBoom. I mean, again, you just got to wait for late game. Try and find pickoffs where you can. Hope to delay the push that's coming. Snaking is showing a creep on wave here, but not showing his real hero yet. They will scan and see somebody. Skitter shows. They get a glimpse, jump in, find Snaking. Trying to kill this Enchantress, and they will get him.
That's expensive, though.
You're not wrong.
Primal Beast BKB for an Enchantress. probably not who they were hoping for.
Yeah, they were close to jumping onto Skeeter there, but
part of the issue is that is really their only way to secure kills, is it has to be Pure committing in there, which like he doesn't have consistent damage in the fights because he's going to have to use the BKB or use the Enrage and stuff in a lot of these actual like tense team fights and not pick-off situations, because that's what we've seen. They get a grab, it's like there's no sharpshooter plus Muerta damage that's bringing them down. I feel like that's what they need, is that they need damage from these other two heroes, these two supports. Because if they can't get a kill without Pure committing into a fight, it's so unlikely that you're going to win these engagements. So we'll just wait another 30 minutes until Muerta's a core.
Okay, sounds good.
That's what we're going for.
I like it.
Yeah. Kiyotaka has reached a max and nuisance state with this build.
I mean, the Morph is definitely annoying to play against and is going to have so much control. It's just, can Pure stay onto a target and keep hitting them? Yeah. They show Amar. Say, go ahead, guys.
Yeah, here he is. Once you get through the Aegis, he's a cheese in his backpack. Amar's favorite item as well, the Sanjin Yasha, is completed.
Love that one.
Every hero.
They're just going to drop wards. Like, this is the problem, right? You can dodge the fights, but eventually you need to deal with the menace at your base. And so...
Oh, he gave the refresher shard to Skeeter as well.
All right. Wards drop down, starts hitting Amar. Fissured outside the base. Doesn't feel great for old Pure, but the wraparound coming in, trying to take him down. Pure is gone, though. Buys back immediately. They find the backlines, kill crit. This is the best fight that's looked for so far, but they get out Kiyotaka. Now the control on the save, trying to bring him down. The double salvo. Fissures all over the map.
Okay, but there's no Malrine. Maybe they can actually do this.
This actually looks okay for them now.
Pure's getting in.
Can they take any more? Kiyotaka throwing all the control, but Seiki, he gets up to the high ground. They manage to find the kill. The combo of Kiyotaka and Pure doing what they need.
They got to grab Amar. They need this so bad.
Waveform, Fissure not on the mark. Skeeter off to the side. And they realize that they're over here to the east, hunting, chasing, but not quite finding. It cost a lot of buybacks for BetBoom.
It sure did. Skeeter's going to jump right in front of Pure right now.
Oh, no. Won't go for it. But it showed how that could work. Unfortunately, Pure died right at the start and had to buy back, but still managed to get some stuff going his way.
He initiated.
Right, okay.
That's what he did.
I see.
That's very good initiating buyback on that one.
I mean, it was kind of cool in a way that, like, you jump on Amar and at the same time, you're going on crit in the backlines and Malrine. Like, that's kind of a cool idea.
Pure can do things more consistently now that he has the Abyssal Blade finish. There is still the Lincolns on the Lina, though, so I have to watch for either her or maybe a really quick save from Malrine.
They find crit. Hello. Waveform, stun, catches two, not bad. Crit pops his own BKB because that's the thing, apparently. They've already used Pulverize. It's to get out of here. They've lost the hoodwink, the long control, it's there. They finally managed to break it. Crit in trouble, trying to walk away from Pure, but they don't quite have enough. The cluster, Cluck walks away. He will be brought down. Jump in now with Skitter. Pure has to run out because Kiyotaka is dead. There is nowhere left to go for the Bear. Dead for 2 minutes. Time to run it down mid as Falcons take firm control of this game.
Yeah, BetBoom went for a big one down mid. Seeing if they can win themselves a team fight there, but they're going to call it. Yeah.
Man, what a beatdown coming from the side of Falcons. They did everything that they needed to there, and BetBoom just did not have the answers.
They thought they did. I thought they had some good answers too. I thought maybe, you know, Amar wouldn't have himself a good game on this Bristleback, this hero that was going to play the front line for so many of these backliners and give that space to Skeeter, but they really just took off. Like, they got that first Aegis, and that was it. The game was just in their control. They just wrestled it out of the hands of BetBoom. They weren't able to get these ideas and pathways that you would expect in a game with an Ursa, where you just grab objectives, run around the map, do your thing. It just got stolen from them, really.
Right. I mean, this is the thing to me that it feels like if you've got such an important hero at the end in the Ursa that's about getting these objectives, you got to understand that you need to get there first. You need to be able to take the fight, and it just felt like Falcons had that, like, that extra oomph. They were able to get there first, plant their flag in the ground, and then just sort of take off from there.
Yeah, the pickoffs without the Ursa damage were also pretty much non-existent.
Oh yeah.
The sharpshooters into like this Muerta ulti or something like that, trying to burst someone down without pure need to commit into the fights didn't really happen, and you're going to have a really hard time winning a game without some of those.
Well, they were not able to do just that. Amar, the man with the plan on the bristleback, took him down as we get ready to go into game number 2. But first, back to the panel. Tell us about it.
Oh, we have a lot to say about this first game of this best-of-3 series, upper bracket semi-finals between Falcons and BetBoom. Falcons taking this first game. I know, Kazu, you already favored Kazu's draft.
Yeah, my draft. Yeah, my draft.
Draft from the get-go. A little bit here. Did you expect it to play out the way that it ended up, though? Because it felt so slow at the start.
Not quite. Yeah, like this minute 10 to 25 was incredibly slow. Like Falcons, the way they outplayed BetBoom on the map for like 5 minutes straight was kind of insane. Maybe even a little bit pathetic from like BetBoom's side. But I think also like I did not really like Pure's itemization. He went for the, I think the Ags after the Fury blink. I feel like he needed a BKB to help his team play forward. Like, Primal can only play if he can go in. No one else helps him. Morph wants to play forward too, but no one else is. So, I don't know. Like, what do you guys think? I feel like this Ags is not helping them do what they need to do.
I think it looks great until you get hexed.
Yeah, which happened like a multitude of times.
Like, if it worked through the hex, yeah, I think it'd be an amazing item in this game because it stops all the initiation power going on you. They can't ever chain stun you. The Shaker can't commit on you. To me, this Ursa pick was a big response to the carry Ursa, or the carry Shaker. I think this was Pure's like, you want to play carry Shaker's tournament? I'm going to play Ursa. Never going to be able to go on to me. I kill you in 2 seconds later with Abyssal. We just didn't get to see that matchup too much because a lot of these fights are dominated by Bristle running in, and then at some point, somebody gets hexed, and they're just dead. There's no save to come out.
I mean, my issue with this like Ursa is that it didn't really feel like it worked with the timings of the morphling. I feel like they're all very slow. They're waiting for so many items to come online. I mean, sure, like Miro on the primal, he did make like a good early rotation to kind of stop the gate gank on bot lane, I think around minute 6. But after that, they kind of didn't really get to do much with the morphling. He had like a pretty good game in the first 20 minutes, but 5-0 for quite some time. But just didn't really feel like they could use it to get Roche, you know. Like on the other side, Falcons, once they got the Aghanim's on the Bristle, they went to Roche, and once they got Roche, it just felt like the whole game just revolved around this Shaman putting the wards down. They have Aegis, they can't really fight them. BetBoom running away, and tower after tower and after tower, the whole map just went away, you know, for BetBoom.
Shaman owned this game. This pick really looked good.
Yeah.
Both offensive and defensive. And I was thinking about it more versus the Morphling, but honestly, this hero's very obnoxious for Ursa to play against because he's one of those heroes where once you get hexed, there's nothing you can do about it. And on the flip side, you have to jump this Shaman. And this hero's kind of hard to jump at burst because he always has this.
They don't have the right heroes for it. I think you need heroes like Clock, Bat type of hero to find him and kill him in the fights right away, or Storm, you know. But with the heroes that BetBoom have, I don't really know if they necessarily have the tools to get
I don't think they can. Like, even at some point, Miro's like, okay, guys, I'm the condition, I will go in. I will blink BKB. He pulverizes someone, and Crit just hexes his teammates, and they're broken free. Now, who else is going in? Not really anyone. I think the way Falcons played this map, like the way they moved around the map from like 50-minute onwards was so damn clean. Because in like a 3 to 4 minute span, they just blew the game wide open. They get Aegis, take both Torms, get like a 6k gold lead. Just really nicely done from them.
Yeah, it was a very smooth game. But the way I hear you guys talk about this game, does it, other than the item build on the Ursa, does it really boil down that heavily to the draft that the teams went for, Avery?
I don't think so. I think BetBoom were just sleeping.
Yeah.
This game
Okay.
one.
I think they were asleep.
I did not favor them in the draft at the end. I didn't like this exchange where they gave the Bristle one for the Ursa, and then you're just going to have a very slow game. I don't think that did them any favors. If anything, I think Kiyotaka was the one guy that I was looking at like, this guy's playing some cool Dota. He was 5-0 at some point. He's kind of owning. He's making some plays, but the support duo had some issues interacting with the Falcon support duo, and again, that's the risk when you give away that Enchantress. Like, you are giving them all of the ability to dictate the early rotations, the early support on support interactions, the rune fighting, all of that. It's just hard.
I mean, that's also the downside of having like Hoodwing and Muerta. They both kind of feel like the same kind of hero, whereas Enchantress plus the Shaman, Enchantress is kind of like the frontliner, and then Shaman's like hiding and looking for moments to catch. So I think that worked out better for Falcons, and maybe they have to find a better duo, you know, for their supports.
Yeah, for a long portion of this game, first 20 or 18 minutes, it felt fairly even. Yeah, the Morphling was doing great. BetBoom was, you know, chilling, doing good. And then that kind of all turned around as Falcons, you know, they got their timings and they wanted to start fight. There is one pivotal fight, and I believe it's actually, are the words that you chose for our Kitty awards in the game, are those words around the 20-minute mark that they do try to go for the Tormentor, or was that, or did you choose different words?
Those are the ones I chose in the end. I chose a lot.
Okay, yeah.
I don't know which ones they ended up with, but those were the most those were some of the most impactful in the mid game I've seen for a long time for like weirdly placed wards. And this is that clip. This is a really super pivotal Tormentor plate. If Pure does not get ult off here, this game absolutely just collapses for them at this point. And you're looking at both a Radiant and Dire Observer placed around this Tormentor specifically for this fight. And I think it's one of the things in highlighting this overall fight that Falcons are really good at. This is a team that almost always has an observer for any fight they go into past like the 20-minute mark, and they're always trying to deward the enemy's vision in the middle of the fight. It's something you'll see Snaking prioritize a lot. In fact, the play where they also went on pure mid with the Hex later, there was a ward that they planted in mid lane as that play's happening. It's not that good a vision. Like this ward for them doesn't give you anything after this initial play, but they get the value out of it for this one single instance, and they feel like that's good enough to justify holding obs for those types of plays.
Yeah, very good obs placed. Fortunately for BetBoom, that engagement did not end up going their way, and it did kind of spell the downfall for them for this game one. So we're going to find out what's coming our way for game number 2.
Takes by their money to force a change. Takes by their time to heal the pain. Heart break will light the fire. Heart break will light the fire. Fire will light the fire. Fire
playing some Dota. It's just been part of my life for 20 years, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
Where we are in the history of this game and where it's come from and how much has been accomplished, I think compared to basically any other esport, it's the best. So
I'm grateful for Dota 2 as a game because Dota as a culture supersedes where we come from. You are a Dota player first, and I love that.
If you look at like since TI, it's been pretty good for us. Probably a little bit better than what we were expecting. We have a good mix of experience and young people that want to learn. So like naturally we will just learn from our mistakes. I think it's good for us to just have a little bit of some losses here and there for us to be able to kind of stay in the middle where like we understand that we can win, but we shouldn't expect to win. Like we still have to put in the work to be able to beat the other teams. Even if you try your best, you're not necessarily going to win every tournament. You know, you're just going to have to get the best result you can at that moment. And sometimes it's not winning, but you can still be happy afterwards because for me, the performance is much more important than the result. For this event, we haven't really had too much preparation, to be honest. We had like 2 days of practice after Blast. When the tournaments keep coming, like you kind of just have the preparation for the team. But I think as a team, we're in a decent shape. I think I'm always confident that we can go into a tournament and perform. We have some strategy things as well that we need to iron out. And then I think if we get those things together, then we probably will be a contender to win. Now we're here, like we're in the mindset of competition. We're all a bit upset about how we did at Blast, so we want to kind of step it up from there and see if we can come back into good shape.
They have enough. They're still chasing Amar. They're trying to kill Snaking. Is it gonna be enough? Maposhka's there. Maposhka gets punched. Look at Amar. The heart is too good.
Snaking
Dude,
lives.
He's taking no damage on Amar. Look at him just beat the crap out of everybody. Amar, the triple kill. Amar doesn't stop. Look at this madman go as the punches, they just keep coming.
For us, it doesn't really matter what other teams do. When we see the instability in other teams, it just kind of makes us a little bit more confident in ourselves, I think, because we understand ourselves as players, and as a team, we've worked together for so long now that we understand the value of like not having new players coming in because it takes a while to gel. And I think, yeah, I mean, it's just a good sign for us when other teams switch it up.
The players are back at their seats as they're getting ready for the second game of this upper bracket semifinals here for ESL One Bangkok. We got Falcons and BetBoom, with Falcons 1 game up. It's the first game that they won since TI against BetBoom in a series that is not a grand final, so they must be feeling pretty happy about themselves. That being said, I'm sure BetBoom is cooking up something sweet for the second game to come. Winter, what would you like to see from them as we are very close towards a draft for the second game?
Maybe no more first pick Morphling, maybe. Or they do it but put it on the carry. I actually prefer it on the carry. Or maybe it didn't look good because of the Ursa and the Morphling kind of maybe not working so well in terms of timing together.
I feel like something they could look at is just to make sure that like all your heroes work like together. I think, sure, you know, the Ursa maybe isn't perfect, but I still feel like there's more gameplay to be had. Like Morphling wants to take some skirmishes, as does Primal Beast, but I feel like they didn't like fully try as hard as they could to actually make that happen.
I mean, you mentioned the build. You didn't like the build from the Ursa, but how about the Morphling? Do you think the build's optimal for that game? You went Phylactery into a BKB rush.
I mean, I feel like that probably stems maybe more from the other heroes. I don't know what you ideally want to build on Morph. I feel like you kind of want to go like Phylactery into whatever the game needs. And I feel like they were not on the same page like in terms of what they want to do. Like this 15 to 20 minute mark seems very awkward. Maybe it is like combined, because I feel like my problem that they went into is the first 3 picks of Falcons are incredibly strong. Like the Lina that's gonna kill people on the map, the Ench that sets up the map to be in that state, and then the Shaman as well. Like all of these 3 together is just a big problem.
I think lack of reach hurt them a lot.
Yeah.
When I look back on this game, they have 2 supports that are good follow-up supports, but they're not going to be the initiators. and your only real reach is this Primal just onslaughting in and pulverizing someone, which we saw, and then what? Nothing happens. Like, the gap close for the two supports to follow up is way too difficult compared to someone's getting fissured, Enchantress is just sitting on the front line. The Shaman, at some point, he's either going to get Aether Lens or Blink, and he outranges the Morta for a decent part of that, honestly, as long as you don't just, like, stupidly run into the Calling. And you play against first pick Lina and you lack reach, you're going to be in trouble. So.
We got a little bit of a change up in game number 2 as we're in the draft. Radiant for Falcons in second pick, Bedboom Dire first pick. We got the Morphling still banned out. We got the DK making it through, therefore picked up first. Invoker also made it through, but they got the DK instead there anyway.
I mean, usually we don't see this hero go through for good reason, because I think even when he's countered, he's just like one of the most easiest carries to play.
Doom, Timber, those are the biggest counters, but even in the lane itself, I feel like he doesn't really care that much. I think Doom counters him more because in the game itself, you can stop the healing, which is great. For Timber, it kind of doesn't really feel as bad.
Yeah, the only thing is, at least for Falcons, you can flex it like to the mid and offlane. So if you want, you can always end up into the DK. And I will say, seeing a Malrine or an Amar Timber is different to others. Like, you know, maybe it's like that small change of like 5 to 10%, like being more individually skilled. That could swing this matchup more in terms of how it should. But yeah.
I would be careful giving away too many bad lanes for this Dragon Knight, though. You could really end up in a situation where this hero has nowhere to go that you're happy with, and then he's just kind of dead weight on the map for the first 50 minutes. And I think when this hero's dead weight on the map, it's when he's the most susceptible, because as long as he has a good first 10 minutes or even a neutral one, and he can just get into the jungle and start cleaving camps, he's one of the best carries in the game.
Yeah.
If he doesn't have that kind of ramp, though, and he falls behind, you get on his side of the map, you're taking towers, which is something Timber can do, this hero's a big liability. So I think you really have to think about some of these other cores that Falcons play, particularly heroes like the Razor Viper, that are just going to make your lane non-existent, right? Other rotating supports, we saw the Enchantress game 1, like Snaking will take some of those heroes, just rotate in your lane, make it miserable. This is a pick I think you have to protect a little here. If you're
you do. Because there's also like, there's a lot of supports that will feel good with Timber that are annoying for DK. You know, it can be like Hoodwink Lions that are just good with Timber, set it up. There's like +5 heroes like Phoenix that are incredibly annoying for
I think
high damage heroes.
Even Shadow Demon I think is can be annoying for that hero. Look at the Pugna. This is a Snaking classic at this point.
Yeah.
More tower push as well. Like, people underrate the early tower push of this hero, especially when you're snowballing lanes. He just deletes tier 1s, particularly that mid tier 1. There's almost no better hero in Dota for taking it for free if you can just chip it away. And again, you take towers versus the DK. He doesn't have the ancient camp priority. This hero kind of just becomes useless. Like, he doesn't deal damage. He doesn't.
He takes too long.
Yeah,
basically.
It's just slow.
I think the Pugna concept against DK is very similar to Pugna against Elk, where Elk really wants to snowball, wants to farm the jungle for 15 minutes, but against Pugna, it becomes very, very difficult. They go for the Shadow Demon. With the DK, you kind of have the Disseminate.
I think this was a necessary pick.
Yeah, I think so too.
The other issue with DK is you're a single target, and Pugna deals really well with these Blink initiators that go on one guy and have no AoE control, because he just sits there, decrep, drain the dude, your team fight's over.
Yeah, you want the Purge for the decrep,
I
guess.
You need the Purge here to be able to commit in on the single target and ignore the Pugna save, which is another reason I thought Falcons were going to take the SD out of phase, because I think it's a support that blocks a lot of other supports in this meta. It can be obnoxious to pick it too.
Yep, Crystal Maiden here. This is a very good support into the Timber. I think overall in the lane and in the game because of the Frostbite and your high magic damage with your Freezing Field. Gotta be careful with the Pugna ward, but
I don't think you can play carry DK now though. I really dislike this Maiden pick if it ends up being Maiden DK.
Yeah, I feel like that
you're gonna lose that lane anyway.
The CM might be something to free up.
So this is like a mid DK, like
maybe.
a dagger.
Because I also feel like the CM is more to like, I think, free up a different 18 that makes you feel better against the Timber.
That's the only reason you pick it here, I think, is if you want to get aggressive and create a safe lane that's really hard for Falcons to pick into, which means you're throwing this DK somewhere else. Because if you end up with DK Maiden, Timber's gonna free farm that lane anyway. So really, what are you getting out of this Maiden's early power and strength with the nukes? You're not getting anything.
If you can't kill your lane, then the hero becomes redundant.
Yeah, exactly. That could easily be support Shaker here if they really want to keep it open. This Timber Shaker lane in the off lane is also no joke, and it's kind of annoying for Maiden to play into because you can just control the equilibrium. But no, looks like Skeeter Shaker.
Wait, is it mid bat? And
no, it's most likely carry Shaker.
Because they want a mid bat against the mid DK,
I mean, to be fair, the thing is, like, the bat can be flexed between 2 and 4. Like, they have the upper hand towards the end, if that's something they do want to do. But I think for now, it's Pugna 5, Shaker 1, and then you're 3-4.
Well, there's that Invoker that we know Kiyotaka hasn't lost a series on yet.
DK lane.
I'm not a fan of. I'm not a fan of that. I think they should have just gone for something else other than the Maiden.
Is there a chance that Miro will take the DK? It's not ideal, but might be possible.
I think no.
Okay.
The hero doesn't feel like an offlane hero.
There's always a chance.
It's a possibility, but I wouldn't say it's
like
incredible.
When you're playing it like a what, just Rush Dagger?
Yeah, you go like some Mage Slayer Blink. There's some people that did it, I think, in like maybe even the Quals for Bangkok here. I think like Ace did it once or twice.
Dude, I'm telling you, like, if you put DK Maiden against Bat Timber, this Maiden is going to be 0-8 by 10 minutes.
I mean, Amar and
you're just going to chain feed off this guy.
Yeah, they're going to have a
You
field.
flame break him back, he can't move.
Dies.
He has 200 MS, he just gets chained death. DK sits and watches his carry feed, his core feed. I think it's a massive liability in the laning phase right now, and this Bat Rider is, I think it's almost guaranteed a crit hero because he knows he's just going to walk up to this Maiden, flame break him, napalm, he's dead. Blood grenade, I mean, there is no counterplay, really.
I mean, what can they look for here? Because let's say we're playing with the idea that they need a new carry. I'm even looking at like the carry pool, and I can't find something that is like instantly coming to mind.
I mean, Gyros, yeah. I think Gyro is pretty decent.
Yeah, I think something like that.
I mean, the only one I didn't think is Luna, but we've not seen a lot of that hero.
Nah, that hero is in the dumpster.
There is Weaver as well, which is a hero that maybe takes advantage of the lack of stuns here on Falcons. It's also a hero that can get on top of the Pugna backline a little bit.
10 seconds.
That's the only couple of carries.
Are those like good enough incentives to move your DK?
Probably
to the
not,
offlane?
honestly.
Because I think at this point they might just accept the L in the lane and play the CMDK.
You can. Another offlaner that comes to mind that we've seen a little bit is this Lycan. I think Lycan is actually pretty underrated right now. This hero just annihilates supports. It's a very difficult hero for things like the Pugna to play into. Timber doesn't catch him. I think Shaker gives you a free lane, and it's definitely in Miro's wheelhouse. This is a hero he's very comfortable playing. It's a hero that can, even if your DK maiden lane doesn't go that well, the Lycan can delete a support and then give you extra physical damage in the fight.
I'm more thinking towards they want to have someone that can go and abuse like Sun Strikes and split the map and try to go for pick off so that the DK can farm. And I guess Mars kind of does that.
I mean, Mars is good against, like, especially the support duo. I think, like, catching them down or, like, maybe even the Shaker Timber.
Yeah, it stops the Pugna.
The only... I like it, but there's also some flaws with the pick that Bedboom's follow-up damage until DK has items is not very high. Like, Quasvex Invoker gives control.
This is a very slow line.
Yeah.
In my opinion. And especially because Timber has 2 strength cores he's going to be running into here. And in my opinion, he's going to have a very good lane. So who is stopping this Timber from just wreaking havoc in this game?
So what do you do with the bat? Do you think it's a okay game?
Just 4.
Yeah, just play 4.
Yeah.
Super good matchup. And now you just have a counter pick mid option.
Just pick Pango or something.
Pango, Void Spirit, Sniper.
Yeah, I think anything that is like... Yeah, any of these heroes are fine. Like, just give your team like a little bit more team fight, help your team to like have some moves.
Cardell coming out, undefeated.
Let's see it. I will say I do prefer the other ones more.
You're talking about like the spirits.
Yeah, like
Void, Storm, Pango.
Yeah, I think I prefer like Pango and Void.
Does that look like the face of a man who's about to pick Void Spirit?
No.
Not really.
Give me
But he does have a slight smile at the moment, so I will be the Pango.
I just feel like until they have daggers and clutch him out, this Pango is not really dying. And like when he's rolling, what are these heroes doing? Like you don't care about Arena, you don't like Invokers, CM, SD all want to start crying and leaving the game. I feel like this draft is a little bit harder than the last one.
For Bedboom.
For Bedboom.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't think it was like a huge margin last game. I don't think it's that huge here either. But I feel like ease of execution for me is on Falcons.
The way you're talking about it feels pretty hopeless.
Weren't you the one with the Kiyotaka Invoker graphic at the start of the day, Kazu?
Yeah, but he's never lost with
Invoker God.
Yeah.
I mean, not Invoker God on his
Shiva, don't listen to them. I think Bedboom has a better draft this game compared to the last game.
Okay, what do they need to do this game, Winter? What's their game plan?
I don't know about that one.
Kiyotaka is the game plan. I think they have to try to use him to stop the Timber, because the Timber is going to be pressuring your DK and he's going to be causing a lot of problems, and they have to use the Invoker to stop that. Burn his mana, stop his aggression, and slow him down.
I see Avery just shaking his head.
Winner's been playing too many C-pubs. I think this game is 80% Falcons. I think this Maiden is going to be 0-6 at the 10-minute mark.
This is just the NA against the CM.
This is just a complete outdraft. This lineup's way too slow. I don't know, maybe Kiyotaka has the game of his goddamn career.
He might.
I just do not see it. I do not see it at all.
I think if they survive the early game, CM is good against Timber. This guy doesn't know what he's talking about.
Whatever, man.
No, Falcons they're definitely favored. But to me also, like last game, these teams are good enough that it does like draft regardless. If you pull up with the gameplay, you can win. And BetBoom, honestly, in the last game, they showed me neither. So in this game, they at least have to come up with the gameplay to make it work regardless of what draft they have.
Well, you did say that they, that they look like they're waking up. BetBoom is a team for Group B. That means they always had games in the second half of the day.
We're making excuses.
They had a warm-up game. There is a chance that they'll just, they needed that warm-up game and they'll smash back in game number 2. Let's see if they can or if this will be indeed a 2-0. We're heading over to Lyrical and Trent for the game.
Better damn well hope they woke up. I mean, that was a beatdown if I ever saw one last game, Trent. My goodness.
Yeah, big old slap on the back. That'll wake you up, I think.
Yeah, Group A over Group B is what I am hearing from the panel. And they're not here to defend themselves a little bit.
No, it's very... They're actually arguing on the way out right now. Oh my god, he's throwing hands.
Look at him go.
Avery is just hazardous.
Winter, I have never seen him punch somebody harder, but I have seen him... Well, anyways, moving on from that one. Game number 2 on the line. Falcons facing off against BetBoom. And the big thing that I feel like I'm hearing is it's the same problem for BetBoom. Slow draft. Slow play.
Slow.
What's going on here? Don't they know the Falcons like to run at you?
They have shown that before. They talk about a speedy lineup, too. Yeah, there's no carry hero here traditionally on the side of Falcons, right? I mean, DK I've accepted as a carry now, sure. But Shaker, I'm not quite there yet. I don't know. Like, there's at least sometimes you have the carry out of the mid, like the Lina or the Sniper, but they go for this Pango in the end. So they're just very up-tempo lineup here from Falcons.
I mean, that's
they say.
That's the thing to me that I feel like the Shaker out of position 1 role always feels like an enabler. So this is just like, okay, well, we're enabling killing you more, I guess.
Yeah, and taking all of your towers.
Right.
And that'll be the plan. It's a pretty good one, I think. I'm definitely looking forward to this Crystal Maiden game.
Okay.
One of my favorite heroes to play, and it looks miserable. So Winner was saying, it's got some options versus the Timber, which is kind of true, right? You get some magic damage, you get some control. But yeah, versus a Bat, it's a bad time.
It's a bad time, and I think the thing that I'm curious about too is going to be when is it that BetBoom start to make some action happen, right? Because you've got CM Shadow Demon as your support combo. Not really aggressive.
Well, I'm hoping they fix their microphones from game 1 because it seemed like no one was talking in game 1 on
Yeah, no, you're right.
Because somewhere between 10 and 20 minutes, the mics just cut out and they just decided not to make any calls. It was like everyone just got muted in the lobby or something.
Right. No, it's tough. And I mean, sort of to what I'm talking about, those are the pivotal moments in this game where you got to really make sure that stuff is happening, and who does it this game? Like, it's, I guess, kind of Invoker?
Else but Kiyotaka, God on the Invoker.
But who does he play with?
The panel started with the insane Invoker. Kezu knows. Who does he play with? He's Invoker. That's why he has so many spells. He doesn't need anyone else.
But Trent, Kezu was the one that gave us the graphic, and he's like, oh, this shit sucks. This isn't good, this game.
Kiyotaka Invoker. Undefeated.
All right, well, we'll see. Time will tell. Malrine at the moment is going up against him in the mid lane. You can see some tips being exchanged down on the bottom side of the map. Certainly an opportunity here for them to... I would say I want to see how they do in the laning stage, because I feel like you can get a little bit aggressive, although they're actually getting aggressive up top where Pure is taking a beating. Amar and Crit onto him first blood. That is not the way that you want to start.
No, especially when the tips are also coming there, too, from Malrine. He was throwing a few on Pure last game, too. Must have been having a good time with him, too. Non-hero did 81 total damage to Dragon, I think. Pure. Finding that out.
I always love when we can get players on broadcast. It's so good.
It's nice of them to contribute, finally. Yeah, they did figure out a weakness there. Instead of just chain feeding Crystal Maiden. Let's just kill the Dragon Knight while she was still level 1, only 1 spell. But now also at level 2, she still only has 1 spell. So there you go.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, that's not going to stop too much of the action that's coming their way. I mean, this is a bit of a problem, right? You take that Dragonite first overall, and then they have this Timber Saw as response to it in the lane, and you can see how quickly that can become a little deadly.
Yeah, and who has been the talk of this team too, of course? It's Pure.
Right.
So his hero picked #1, very good hero, but then lots of time to counter it. Then again, last game he got last pick with the Ursa, and that didn't go too well either, so perhaps the hero is more important to him than the actual positioning, the counters.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, as long as he's able to get out of the laning stage not completely destroyed. Only has 1 death, which seems like it's pretty okay at the moment.
4 heroes going to the hot tub.
Well, they're not going to be able to do anything else there, immediately realizing you cannot channel and get away.
You know, that's surprising because we saw all of BetBoom at the sauna yesterday.
That's true.
So I would think they would have some good practice when it comes to getting the Lotus Pool.
Not so much so. Well, to be fair, the Lotus Pool isn't the hot tub.
It's very watery, though.
That's true.
I guess they weren't out in the pool. That's a good point. Of course, I haven't seen Falcon in the pool yet either.
Just back onto Pierre, and now a little bit of a rundown to get him again. Trent.
Avery's just like, I was this close. I said 0-6 Crystal Maiden. That was 0-6 DK.
My God.
All right.
You know, I don't always know everything about Dota, but I know having your carry die twice in 3 minutes, it's not a great start.
No. No, that is not what we would call ideal in the modern era of Dota. Or really any of the eras of Dota, if I could be so bold.
To be honest, it might be best in this era of Dota. And then if it was any others, well, let's see if they can get a little bit of retribution here now. Skitter, getting those poison stacks built up, and in fact is going to go down. Save takes him out.
With every passing death, the burden of Kiyotaka grows larger and larger as he just thinks and considers what he'll have to do. But thankfully, his teammates bringing someone else down, maybe? Can we get 2 in a row here?
Amar. Oh, no. Oh, no. You got to run. Yeah, get back out of there. That was looking good for a moment. Amar started to take a good chunk of damage, but the turnaround can be pretty deadly.
He's also just hit level 4 and holding the point for the potential Timber Chain, so...
okay.
You know, have to be a little bit worried. They have cut all of those trees already, though, so at least he'll be safe.
Ooh, fancy. To see the tornado for the interrupt there. And Kiyotaka dead even right now, Maureen.
And you hear some stacks being made there. That's Crit already going to work there in the triangle.
And of course, nice little bonus of having this Timber Saw is you can play a little bit further away once that lane is sort of shoved out into his face. So making sure that he's staying strong and building up a little piggy bank for Timber when he eventually gets to that point. Nero, in the meantime, getting all the CS that he wants down here. 22-7 versus the 16-7. Having a pretty good time against Skitter.
Yeah, Save went off and just planted a ward off to the west as well there. Maybe trying to keep an eye on some earlier rotations there too. Maybe snipe a couple couriers, but Snake King was watching his movement here, so it doesn't look like he's going to snipe him with the sentry, but we're battling for the 6-minute power runes right now, top and bottom.
Crit runs into Katomi, has the pushback. The courier has the blood grenade. It's not quite delivered to him yet as Maureen picks up the shield rune. And yeah, Katomi actually,
he has no TP.
He's just dead.
Yeah.
Okay.
Shockingly, his first death of the game at 6 minutes.
I mean, it does show the problem with this hero. There's no answer for that. Skitter gets speared back. Nobody moving in for any type of a gank. So it just resets. Amar.
Yeah, he's getting close to 6 right now with all that time Crit spent away.
That's
scary.
Yeah.
Oh, the Twin Gate. Oh, they're coming. Oh,
they're
Lordy.
moving through. Oh, Pure. Having an understanding of what's going on. The Timber Chain through. They find their man. Fissure. That was a very ambitious TP from Pure. That's 3 deaths at 7 minutes.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, and you're also at What, level 5? Okay, so yeah, he immediately skills his 2 points of cleave. He's like, all right, lane's over.
Yeah.
Time down to put the points in.
And in the meantime, they'll leave the Pugna up there to just clear through the rest of that tower with some Nether Blasts.
Now, that being said, he is still ahead of gold in terms of Skeeter.
That's true.
You know, this is not... We're being a little doom and gloom here. Skeeter's also being speared into a tree right now.
I mean, he's level 4. He's not having a good time either.
No.
So they managed to take down the Earthshaker. It's basically feeling like Amar versus Kiyotaka at this point in terms of like how much they're able to get done around the map. Pango might be the X factor in that one because it's going to be a little bit before Mars can get a blink.
Yeah, that's true. Slight advantage there. And then, of course, Snaking does have 3 points in the Nether Blast here, too. So, like, top tower's already done. And then you imagine Pango, while farming these stacks, Pugna can just kind of go mid and maybe start chipping away at that tower, too.
Right.
Arcane Rune's going to spawn in front of Malrine, but too risky to go for it. He made the right call there. There was Vision as well as a Crystal Maiden and Invoker.
Understanding what's going on. Playing it safe. So we'll see if Kiyotaka wants to make any type of rotations with that Arcane Rune. Likewise, not a ton of stacks, it looks like, being built up on the Bet Boom side. They've sort of been sticking to the lanes a little bit more often.
I think any stacks of theirs would just be taken by Amar anyway.
Yeah, probably.
It's going to be taking away a lot of this space for Pure to maybe move into and farm as well.
EMP connection. Malrine drains his mana. Tommy looking for wards, not able to find any. It was a second one placed up on that cliff, which should get taken away here as Kiyotaka finds Snake King, immediately drops the ward, tries to walk away.
Oh, man.
And they don't
He's
feel
gonna
confident to go on him.
They can't even kill the Pugna while Amar's stacking.
Like, that feels pretty bad.
I think they just pinged his ward, though. Kataomi.
Yeah.
Yeah, Vision. Okay, so that's good. Didn't get the kill, but they know the ward's there at the very least. Because you imagine Amar wants to start flexing this lane win, right?
Yeah.
Like, he wants to actually use this to go and kill and slow down other heroes. Now, that can either be by playing in the jungle and reducing the farm DK is going to have, or it can be by helping Snake King take that mid tower, I would imagine.
Well, regardless, Kiyotaka keeps sort of scouting around the mid lane. Did get his Obs and Sentry taken away. Speaking of which, the other one gets taken too. Katomi over to the side. They see the big stacked up camp here. Malrine thinking about going for a steal play. Now they see Kiyotaka. They just do not feel confident, either team, in making a team.
Fighting into the ward is just so annoying, man.
Yeah.
It's so frustrating.
Malrine caught. Controlled for the moment.
He's got no mana, but can't quite get in there.
They're not willing to go for it. Snake King just walks away.
Whoa, Amar just found Pure. That was half his health.
Gotta run out.
See ya.
Gets away.
Yeah, I mean, not close enough.
Obviously, it's really hard to like find the right angle and to fight a fight. But when you catch Snake King 2 times in your jungle like that, then you catch Malrine in your jungle like that, and you're not able to find a kill, like that's gotta feel bad. I don't know.
Speedy little green goblin. He's lean, mean, and green.
It's true.
Ghostly goblin, I guess. Not actually a goblin.
I do not know the lore of Pugna, and I'm not sorry.
And I won't apologize.
Snake King. All right, surely this time. Surely this time. He drops down his ward, tries to run away. The slow is there. Frostbite. Decrep. Tornado. Done.
In the realm of Pugna's birth, near the vents of the nether reaches,
Oh my
there
God.
stood a Lamasery devoted to the arts of oblivion, which drew its power from the nether energies. Wow, that's pretty... Wow, he's got a lot of lore.
Listen, I know Slacks got here yesterday. We don't need this.
I like this part where it says, he then snatched up the wand and amulet, saying, "Mine!" Wow, Pugna.
Is it capital? Is it like capitalized?
Oh, yeah. No, but it's... No, just, there's an exclamation mark, though.
Okay.
So,
that's good.
you know, he was pretty serious. Within 5 years, the temple itself was another pile of ash, which pleased Pugna to no end. Spoilers, that's the last sentence. So, not sure what temple they're talking about, but either way, he did some work there.
That's amazing.
And currently, the temple's turning to ash. That's the mid tower.
Dude, I really
he's doing his thing.
Okay, all right,
He's
here we
throwing
go.
the Nether Blast mid. Wow, no faith in the
Over
segue.
and over again. And they're taking down the bottom tower to boot too.
And what did the tower turn to?
It turns to Ash and Rubble.
There it is.
Snake King turning to Ash and Rubble himself. Never mind. Maureen double jump. Trying to find save. A little juke around. Does not manage to find anybody there.
Man, DK's a crazy hero, huh?
That's right. You gonna tell me his lore next too?
Nope. Just the fact that he's got an armlet, treads, and look how farmed he is.
He is. He's
Think about this guy's
farmed.
life. This is disastrous start to his game.
3 deaths for 10 minutes.
There was a Timbersaw in his jungle taking half the camps.
Miero.
All right, that was kind of swag.
That was good.
See you later.
Again, when arenas are being used for highlight reels to keep yourself alive.
Listen, you hater, okay?
Look, I'm
They're
just saying.
currently invading and chasing the Timbersaw.
I'm just saying. Can they get him? Amar.
1800 HP.
Found. Timber chain through. Not going to happen. The damage it's out isn't enough. Yes. Amar
this could
goes
be an
down.
insane Rolling Thunder.
Oh,
he doesn't have it for
used
30 seconds.
Yeah. They do manage to kill off
But
the
man, if he
CM.
had headed back.
All right, it would have been amazing. They'll bring him down. So a 2-for-1 exchange, but the one they got was the highest net worth hero in the game, Amar.
I consider that pretty good. They did drop a ward on the way through, but it doesn't look like there's any sentries around it, so that's good. Maybe they'll give him an idea of where to go next. They can try and make another aggressive maneuver. Kitaka currently stalking Skeeter up top here, but needs some help.
This guy just loves running around in Ghost Walk. Ever since they made those changes where you can invoke, it's really nice.
Oh, look how just stuck in the bog he is, man. He just
it feels
opens with
bad.
Ice Wall.
It's just like a frozen death that's happening. Although, the turnaround, the Echo. Tries to turn on to Kiyotaka, but Snake King not going to be able to keep his buddy alive there, instead opting to go for the kill. Maureen makes the move over, and now the Rolling Thunder
back.
trying to find Kiyotaka. Does he have enough for the finish? He jukes up. No, he went down. No kill.
Yeah, the sentry not going to connect there. Oh, Kiyotaka maybe if he comes back in. Looks like someone pinged it, saying, hey, they dropped a
Oh
sentry.
my god, he's going for the Wisdom Rune. He's going to get it.
Oh.
Oh, that is frustrating.
Save grabbed the other one too, so that's going to be double wisdoms for them.
Oof. Does he manage to get a kill here too as they come over for it? Dude, he's thinking about it. Oh, he wants it. Kiyotaka. They drop down a sentry ward and immediately find Snake King. Snake King? Okay, no. Decrep, he's done.
Yeah,
he just wanted to let him know that he took it though.
Yeah, he thought about it. Space as well for Pure, who is closing in on that top spot. He has surpassed the Pango. He's catching up to the Timbersaw, showing why this hero is so coveted by everyone. Pure standing in the Ancient Camp accidentally at the 15-minute mark. Walked 1 pixel too far, unfortunately. Luckily, we didn't watch that, so that's good. And Snake King again tries his tricky little play.
Ugh. God, 8 HP.
Not enough nether energies on that play, I don't think.
That's got to be frustrating. Kiyotaka, man.
They're wrapping behind on Skeeter up top here on the tier 1 as well.
If they find him. Miero there. Whiff, but gets the spear.
Warning shot.
Finding more. Pure to the side. Maureen jumps in. Wants to... Oh, Miero's in a dangerous spot right now. He's going to die. Can they get any more? Katomi low. Katomi dead. The trades continue.
Yeah, they're okay. Not terrible, not great.
Snake King trying to stay alive. Life draining the catapult. Doesn't manage to get the deny.
Yeah, no play on that one. That tower was at 15 HP. Dire Tower at 8 right now. So
right.
Potentially a good time to deny here for Bet Boom, you would think. But Kiyotaka wants those maybe TP plays in. And the Manta now done here for Kiyotaka, so could that defensive option as well as just the ability to grab these kills with alacrity. 10 seconds faster than this patch's fastest. Wow. That's the 2nd record in a row.
Yeah.
Phylactery on the Morph, now Manta on the Invoker.
Finding Crit. Misses on the spear. Crit trying to do what he can to stay alive. Sunstrike not going to connect. So the Bat does survive here. And they take out the ward too.
Okay, not what they were hoping there.
A very weird game. And now that Miero does, you know, he's starting to move around and stuff, it feels like BetBoom have a couple of different avenues to take fights, but it's basically just around Miero, like walking in or Invoker.
Radiant are scanning.
They're gonna try again here on Skeeter.
Connects.
I like how they're hitting their spells and they're still just like, wait, is this enough?
Yeah, they just run away.
Is this a thing?
Well, they showed mid now, so now that signals that okay, they're not going to get him.
I don't know if it was a Sunstrike thing and the Invoker's being gone on, but I mean, Sunstrike's just, it's not that high right now anyway, so I don't really know if it's the make or break on these picks.
It does feel very disconnected at this point.
They're going to run to Amar here.
Pops his BKB, which he has. Now finding Kiyotaka, looking for the slowdown. Doesn't quite connect on the Chakram, but that's the lasso.
Okay, that's forced out though, and Kataomi's still alive. Get some more spells off.
Does eventually die. Now the spear connection. Keeping control of Amar, who will Timber Chain away. 2 for 1 in the end.
I would say that, you know, at the end of this draft, definitely worried about some speed from Falcon being a bit too fast here for BetBoom. I would say at this point they have weathered the storm. DK has taken the top spot. They didn't really steamroll them as fast as maybe you would have expected, considering this Pugna and the quick lane there from the Timbersaw and how fast that top tower was knocked down. But Amar, despite, like, from our point of view, I feel like he did a lot of things right. Like, he took away a lot of the farm from the DK. He forced him into the outer parts of the map. You would think it would slow him down enough. But this hero gets an armlet, and it's still just this fast.
Yeah.
He just farms.
He'll find it somewhere. It's really true. And the fact that Kiyotaka has been able to get so many kills has meant that his farm has not fallen off, right? Imagine a different world where, you know, Falcons is not getting these couple of pickoffs here and there, whether it's Snake King, whether it's Skitter. Suddenly, you know, you swap those two spots, and it feels a lot worse when it's just DK that's farmed.
Now, that all being said, we are starting to hit some timings. Kind of similar to last game where I was maybe a little worried, and then they scooped up that Aegis, and it just completely changed the way that I saw the game.
Right.
And they just kind of ran it from there. The Agnums is now done for Skeeter. So last game I was more concerned about his initiations and his jump-ins. This game there are some annoying ones, but there's not the same like quick reactions from some of the cores, unless you manage to hit a really nice tornado. But
Pure shows not an easy kill without the Timbersaw, and even with him it's not easy. But as he makes his way over, Pure does back out. Nobody's showing on lanes for a moment. He goes all the way back to base. With the BKB, he's still that worried about it, and with good reason. We'll see that CM is going to die. Heads up read of the game right there by Pure.
Yeah, happy to give that away as well, as long as there's some farm happening elsewhere on the map, which there is. Miero is down bottom. Kiyotaka as well as Saves up top here, so pushing into other parts of the map here while they kind of give up their CM mid. Miero kind of in a dangerous spot though, trying to farm up his BKB. Going for this wave could be hazardous.
They move down this direction. He should just TP out here though and crit. Oh, they get him! Dude. The vision. Oh man.
Was he TPing top?
I'm not sure where he was TPing, but wherever it was, he got. Although they managed to get the kill onto Bat nonetheless. So Miero, something for nothing there.
All right, could have been worse. But, you know, still a solid trade, I suppose, for Falcons. Then again, they also lose their tier 1 up top here. 21-minute Wisdom Rune, 4 seconds away. Amar, he doesn't stay for these. He knows.
Thinking about a roll. Have they stuck around a little bit too long? Kiyotaka, they find him. Dusted, pushing back and forth. Does not have a great answer for this. The Invoker controlled. Snake King lives. They do immediately break that freezing field from Kataomi. Meanwhile, off to the side, the right clicks come in. Maureen starts to drop it. Skitter takes down the CM. They cannot keep that Pango alive. And the rest of Falcon sort of dodging away barely sepsides from that Sunstrike. Now the fissure, the lasso connection, Pure going down here is big. So they get a pretty important kill there onto BetBoom. Still, BetBoom, they got the Wisdom Rune. They still managed to take down the Pango.
They did get the Wisdom Rune, but I mean, that's pretty much what Falcons were saying, is that you can have the Wisdom Rune, because if you come in here, we're going to win this fight.
Right.
But I think that was a good read, like just backing away for a little bit there on the Timbersaw, and then knowing that they're going to have the reinforcements in time from Skeeter. little bit of in and out on that fight there on the Shaker. Played it really nicely. Never really got locked down. Blew up the CM, stopped the ulti right away, and then just knocked her down. Then the final totem kill as well there on Pure. That's already put him into the blink with all of that, and then the BKB will be next.
14-11 as they set up and try and take this Tormentor. Kiyotaka again runs in this direction. That is underneath a ward, though. So we'll back out as Snaking gifted Aghanim Shard.
He's had a great game on this Pugna. That last fight starts off with him jumping the Pugna. He barely survives. Decreps, ultis. Just the worst case scenario.
Right, even when he's dying, he's sort of creating some pretty good value there. And BetBoom going to head into the Roche pit. For the first time this series, they're the ones that are taking a little bit of control of this map.
They really need this.
Objectives.
They just got the BKB on Miro too, right? Pure's still at 9 seconds. Who to give it to? I kind of like Kiyotaka.
I could be down for that. I mean, I think it's always weird. Like, Pure is the obvious choice.
Yeah, they're just going to do it. I mean, that helps for sieging.
Right.
I definitely agree with that.
The thing is that's always weird about it, though, is the transformation hero component, right?
Yes, it always feels kind of strange.
We'll see if it ends up coming back to bite him or not. As Falcons, they are smoked and heading over this direction. Can they catch them as they're separated? Dire scans, and they kind of get what's going on now. Immediately retreat back to their triangle. Now, there is a really good ward here that was placed down earlier by Falcons, and this one has not been taken away. Can they find the rest of BetBoom as they're separated? Katomi is waiting over there to break a smoke.
They've gone way back, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, he's ready to give it up for the team right now, that Crystal Maiden. And they're going to grab that Tormentor and reward him.
Yeah.
The Shard now for the Crystal Maiden. So, the Crystal Clone.
Amar is still just sitting on this ward, hoping that he can find somebody going in, or rather just getting the farm, and yeah, now they'll take it away. So that's also a Hurricane Pike completed now for the Invoker. We saw in the last one what can happen if you don't have a defensive item on this hero against the Pango. Feels pretty bad.
It's true.
And Taka finds crit. Couple more right clicks, Sunstrike, doesn't even need it. Very strong hero now.
Yeah, you just get tagged up once, and so many support heroes, you're just dead. Yeah. You don't really have any way to try and survive. And even if you do have a survival tool like a Pugna, you can still kill you with Tornado. So doesn't have detection though, so maybe do really well with your Glimmer. We'll see.
Yutaka, he spots Amar there. They're TPing in a couple more. Snaking, spots him, Dust is out. And now runs in, wants to find the kill on to the CM and will get it. BKB, TP out.
Meanwhile, they're still smoking in mid here too with Miro and Save. Could perhaps cost Mal. Ooh, man, he just used everything. Are you going to jump here? Oh,
Thinking about it, didn't get the roll up in time. In trouble, Malrine tries to get out, not gonna happen.
They get saved. Skeeter jumps in, but there's still a Dragon Tail.
Self-disruption. Now Crit runs in. Lasso there onto 2. Amar out. How much damage do they have for Pure? He pops the BKB. Skitter on control. He's going to die. Now as this BKB wears out, Pure is still way too strong to run in at him.
I think he assumed Dragon Tail was down. I would have too. Like when you make that jump in like that, because of the way that the Pango died, but because Pure used the Mask of Madness, they were just trying to burst him down as fast as possible without chain stunning.
Right.
And then Skeeter jumps in and trying to just blow up Save and ends up kind of dying because of that.
Well, a 5,000 gold lead now. BetBoom heading in strong into this sort of mid-game window and taking full control of the map with this Aegis. Snaking looking for a snipe. We'll get it. The pesky Pugna. He never stops.
Yeah, try to find some benefits here on this map. He might get found out by Kiyotaka, though, who... Oh, yeah.
Ooh.
I mean, he knows exactly where he is.
Yeah. Dust already out. Decrep, Tornado.
Thanks for the bonus gold.
Yeah, he's going to kill that ward, too.
Plus 80.
Jeez. Oh. That is a much bigger kill.
That's just the Silver Edge. Silver Edge
wow.
stuff. That's Dragon Knight. Dragon Knight.
Dude, this hero is crazy. What the hell?
That's crazy. Yeah, let's see it again.
Full HP, broken
Boom.
mask, just done. Holy moly.
That was pretty good. Yeah, Miro likes it. He's dancing. He's got a gem purchased by Kataomi.
Man, Bet Boomer's slaying. This looks too easy for him. They're getting everything they need.
All right, what changed from last game, Gabe?
I mean, you know, the panel talked about it. We'll let them talk about it more later.
I wouldn't want to take their job.
Exactly.
Tell you about the game.
Jumps in, pure age is gone. Arrow, stun, connection. How much do they have? Snake King, he's still living. He's not dead yet.
Dude, he's the king.
Disruption and the control, pure in further trouble. Snake King starts to take him down. Does have the BKB TP out, not enough to get the kill. Kataomi, the only one that's gonna end up falling there. Yeah, I'm you know, leave that to the experts.
Yeah, of course. I wouldn't want you to, job security. That is a good high ground defense. That's the enemy pushing in with Aegis, trying to assert that this one's over, give up now. Gotta think twice about that at this point. There is, however, an amplified damage invoker roaming the streets. Be warned.
Uh-oh. Miro. Hold on. Oh.
Okay, disruption at the same time there from save. Double save.
Marine.
Yeah, Kitaka's doing some math here.
He's thinking about it. He stuck around a little bit longer. That might have been a dead little Pangolier. Only 6K gold lead at this point isn't insurmountable, but it's still a testament to how strong Bet Boom is. To me, at least, it feels like that next Roche fight is going to be where things could change dramatically, and Falcons not wanting to wait until that point. They're smoking out now. Heading down south, save.
Did you know you can find pangolins in Thailand? I just
didn't
Googled
know
it, and
that.
you can. That's pretty cool.
Slacks, you're on it.
We're like in the land of Pangolier.
It's amazing. Maureen shows on mid. And they're not connecting on anybody right now on Falcons with this smoke. They lay down a ward, nobody in the area, and even the people that are down bottom, they're playing it safe, just farming up camps.
And now it's a counter smoke here from Bet Boom.
Yep.
Time for them to move out here, perhaps bait Kiyotaka a little bit here. He's trying to figure out who popped the smoke, how to get involved.
This is a little bit dangerous running into this area. Falcons are playing around a really good ward right now.
I've seen this movie before.
Yeah, this has happened many times. If they don't get the right jump right at the start, they see Maureen, gets up to the high ground, revealed immediately, great reaction time. Now Bet Boom not taking the fight that they want. They
Crit gets
kill off
4
Crit,
shot.
does have buyback.
Oh, the broken timber.
Mar, BKB, TP out, cancels that TP, decides to go in with Skinner, the combination, but Amar, he didn't have enough to survive. The disruption is there. Kiyotaka is dead. The rest of Falcons now need to make a choice. Do we disengage? Do we buy back and take this fight?
I don't know. Skeeter, I don't think you can get out of this one. You got to fight.
It's a tough one. Skeeter there. Batrider buys back. Now they go in for more. Not buying back on Amar yet, but they do have control over Pure. Gets the stun
What a
before
stun.
the stun came out on him. Now the Batrider saved again for the moment, and now this buyback feels really bad. Crit is dead again.
The Dragon Knight.
The pure Dragon Knight. He's just too damn big.
Dude, the supporting cast, well played around their Dragon Knight, letting him stand big and tall. First he jumps in, I mean, great beginning of the fight there to just burst down that Batrider as well. After what looked like a cool opener from Maureen, right? With the dodge and the spear on the high ground.
Yeah.
You think, okay, maybe we get a shot, but they just clean up everyone else around them after that. He got the clutch stun on the Skeeter when he jumped back in, then the buyback lasso, immediately denied from save. This is kind of Bet Boom that we were looking for in game 1.
Absolutely. And yeah, I mean, again, you think you can get that
That
off,
was
but
sick.
I mean, imagine how different that is, right? If he doesn't get that stun off, that's probably a dead DK. You have your, carry shaker right on top of him hidden. No luck.
Oh, it's not luck, it's skill.
That's fair.
Well, that's a 10K lead now. And
Yeah.
Roche, oh, that was a quick one.
Yeah,
I believe.
Fast.
just spawn back up here and say, well, he's already there. So Pure is quickly hustling his way over here.
And this is going to be satanic for the Dragon Knight pretty soon. Roche comes
He's already looking pretty hard to kill. There's a fast answer, though, from Amar.
Yeah.
Likely knowing this was coming. Does have the Shiva's Guard completed, so some assistance there.
Not a natural Scotty buyer on Falcons.
No, you're definitely you're Shiva-ing for sure.
And a full Hex completed. And look at this, Bet Boom taking the safer option. The smoke comes in. Ward, they're on top of it. Oh, they find him. Amar caught. Maureen gets the roll up, and now the roll forward. Finding Miero forces out that BKB. Do they want to go for more now? BKB, they connect.
Where's the help?
In trouble. The control. Where is he? He gets there in time. Disruption comes out, but they kill off the Shadow Demon. That might be enough for Pure to lay waste to the rest of them, though. Skidder in trouble. Skidder dead. Snaking, Decrep. The control, the life drain. Amar on the east side of that fight does eventually get brought down, but Pure is taking down all the rest of them.
Someone kill him.
Oh, Armlet toggles abound. All the rest of it. Pure finally falls. Maureen held in place by Kiyotaka. And with that Hurricane Pike walk away, do they have enough to get out of here? Manta punches, Flame Break, pushes him, he gets clipped, held up on the high ground, getting pulled all the way around by these Manta illusions.
Oh, that's a buyback from Pure.
How much do they have in the tank? They gotta run. Yeah, Maureen backs out.
They really don't want to give up this Invoker. Bringing back the DK, that is costly. I mean, that is guaranteed Aegis is what they're assuming with this.
Yeah, there's no way that you give this one up now.
Okay, that's kind of risky. It's going to cut their lead down by a little bit here.
And, I mean, as we saw in that last fight, if they can control the Shadow Demon, Pure will die in, like, a chain stun. You know, with Amar on top of him.
That blink save was clutch.
Yes.
That was very close. He died immediately after. Like, blink save, and then save was just gone. Right. But that's all he needs. Good disruptions. And, of course, with the buyback, he's going to be taking that Aegis here.
Level 25 now on Dragon Knight.
Oh, goody.
What a
26,
monster.
in fact.
He is very difficult.
Dude, they are not even close on Falcons.
No.
To a 25. The closest is 22 of them are.
13, 5, and 3. After the start that he had, like, the fact that this is where the game has gone to is absolutely insane to me. This big goal is
It definitely shows you why all those first phase Dragon Knight bans are there.
Yeah, honestly.
Radiant are scanning.
Still, it is not an insurmountable lead for Falcons, but Bet Boom clearly in a pretty strong position at this point. As we're going to take another look at, okay, here's just a highlight reel. You know, there's something that I'm seeing
there's
over
something
and
savage
over.
about the replay team. This it's all about it. It's so good.
Yeah.
It's that. It's the opening edits. Just get me every morning.
Oh yeah.
I am just dying in my chair every time they play. Tim's Hortons.
I think that I could probably, from memory, count the number of hairs that Jenkins has on his upper lip. Like that's how many times I've seen it.
Well, I mean, there's one thing about this game, and Bet Boom probably not super concerned about it dragging on.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be. Like, again, we talked about it. There's not really a carry hero on Falcons.
No.
Not in the traditional sense of scaling and damage and stuff. Like, Shaker, of course, there is the wombo combo wildness. You get cleave on the Ags and stuff, and maybe he buys Daedalus and, you know, you blow up. But it's not consistent. It's not reliable compared to things like DK and even Invoker.
I mean, how many Bet Boom games have we cast where, like, they just keep going late? They feel confident that they're going to be able to win in the late game, and so they don't, like, try and overextend with their positioning.
We're also in the home of late game, which is Southeast Asia.
That's right.
So
absolutely.
It's only fitting that they should be dragging some out down here.
And I think that, like, it's also a situation where, okay, in the super duper late game, it comes down to positioning and some other stuff. Well, all right, they didn't go in. They pull them in pretty far. Trying to back away. Snaking still alive. Pure, 2 hits and he is dead. Now, Maureen trying to control the very back line.
It's almost like they were waiting for the save to come in and it just never happened.
Stun on stun. A Hex is out there too. Chakram out. BKB used by Miero. Now Pure still under control, but it's Amar that forced to pop the BKB and he runs away.
Not a whole lot spent here. We've lost the Dragon form for another 30 seconds though. So that'll slow down the actual damage of Pure, but
they do
will
have
that
glyph.
matter?
Right.
Glyphing during not Dragon Form, that's a win.
And they'll use a counter glyph now too. But yeah, without Lasso, any hope that you have trying to defend this is pretty much gone. Maybe it stops the second lane of Rax. I mean, and I'll say, I'm liking what I'm seeing from BetBoom here. Like, yeah, you probably feel confident going super laking, but also take advantage when you're ahead like this and they can't do anything to you, right? Like, put some pressure on. I like it.
All right, next Dragon Form. Support's still back there. Blink Dagger waiting on save.
Crit needs a little bit longer until he's got that Lasso back up again. And in the meantime, BetBoom still feeling confident.
Throwing out the old Shadow Cleanse. Demonic Cleanse, sorry.
Dealing with the creep wave. And BetBoom, one full lane of Rax down. Do they stick around for more?
They just dropped a sentry down here too, knowing that
yeah.
Kiyotaka's being sneaky.
Send in the DK illusion, start hitting towers, hitting buildings.
Ooh, blink in from Pure.
Thinking about it. Second salvo. Do they have enough to bring them down once? No. BKB Satanic back up to full HP. Hex immediate on that Lotus there. Miero in some trouble. And now they're onto the Shadow Demon. Can't quite get enough for the kill.
That was crazy.
Onto Miero. Do not have the chain lockdown, and they still get away on the Shadow Demon.
That was nice. Skeeter missing out on that Echo Slam, trying to give them an advantage in this fight.
Not happening.
Save, finally getting saved himself.
Yeah, this one is feeling rough. For at the side of Falcons, BetBoom continuing to hold on to a pretty extensive advantage here in this game.
Yeah, they're just going to back it away now. Only about 10 seconds left here on this Aegis, so not worth the high ground risk. And Pure, he's so filled up on slots right now, he's looking at a Moon Shard.
Okay. Yeah, let's do it. Sounds good.
Juggling too much with the backpack, he says.
You know, could get himself an Aghanim Scepter if he wants to. Why not?
Oh, Kiyotaka's making plays in the base. He almost killed Crit.
Nice. Well done, well done. Snaking nearby to help out, though. And, I mean, this is where it starts to feel pretty rough for Falcons, too, of, like, just trying to get anything around the map. But there's a decent chance that you just get picked off and die, and then you're stuck inside your base. Oh, AC done for Pango. Not the item that we see the most often.
Yeah, he's been working on that for a while. Obviously just kind of helpful. It is a lot of just pure jumping and blowing people up right now. So
interesting.
Help survive.
And the ace, or rather the plate mail was done for the Shaker too. With Shiva's already done, that one's going to be burning a hole in him for a little bit.
I think that was just, he just needs it,
yeah.
I think. Like the +10 is just way too value.
Right.
It's casual plate mail, as we say.
Well, Timber, Aghanim Scepter done. Top of the double armor items, and now eyeing up the Sanj, or rather the Kayayasha. I had 3 choices, and I went for the one that he doesn't have. Everybody hiding behind the trees. That ward placed down. Will they see what's going on? Sunstrike used. Pure in full vision. They know that there is little to no way they'll get that kill. But likely waiting for that next Roche spot unless something else happens here. Somebody comes to try and farm these Ancients. It's kind of a cool setup for them. But you can see BetBoom playing it safe.
Yeah, it's how they would win a fight. It's also another clustered area, which is their best shot with the Shaker.
Right.
It's not even just the Echo Slam anymore either. It's because of the Slugger. Like at this point in the game, the max health as damage could be kind of crazy depending on the hero he kills. It might just win you a team fight. Who knows?
Yeah, that's fair. It is a good chunk of damage there. But BetBoom, they split up. They go start fighting, or fighting creeps rather.
Man, and I tell you, that's a fight they're gonna win.
Oh, yeah, you're not wrong about that one. Hugna also eyeing up a Blink Dagger. Well, we've got 20 seconds till we see how long Roche is. They get Octarine Core completed on the Shaker.
He's almost 25 as well, but even now the Enchant Totem, 3.8 second cooldown. That's pretty speedy. Smoked up now. Here we go. Trying to see if they can find a pickoff into potential Roche spawn if it's fast and early, but it's going to spawn in 1 minute and 53 seconds. That'll be the timer.
Let's see.
Trust me.
Let's see.
Oh my god,
53 seconds.
Oh, shouldn't have went for the minute.
Children, Pure gets it. Disarmed, but getting away.
He's disarmed. Team, I've been disarmed.
Hex now. Onto the bat, backs away. And Maureen up on the high ground, thinking about it. I mean, here's the thing, right? 16,000 gold lead is a lot. If the whole team is separated, though, that gets cut down very quickly.
It's just one hero.
Oh my god, with the Children, he has 6,000 HP. 54 armor.
Oh, he's okay. Here we go.
Glimmer, glimmer, run, run.
Snaking gets the glimmer during the Dragon Tail. That was hype.
Well, Dragon form down, Trent.
They did it.
Amazing.
Unfortunately, they're going to be just in time for this Roche. Oh, they actually didn't look.
Whoa. Oh, that's got to be frustrating. Okay, now smoke up from Falcons. Dude, they were a second away from being in there as Roche was spawning.
So they're going to go top, smoke everyone, and just push the base because they know that Falcons are going to go play for Roche?
I mean, maybe.
Or are they just trying to come in from behind them? This is kind of crazy.
I'm not sure. I mean, this is...
Because there's a lot of time left on Roche. Like, they could just lose it.
Yeah. Which is maybe what's going to happen. Because they're also not going to the base.
Dude, I would be so confused as Falcons right now. Where are they?
Dude, if they get this Aegis, there's no way that
Yeah, but look, Kiyotaka, he's got Alacrity creeps. Like, he's hitting the door.
Right. Yeah, they're starting to take down that tier 3 tower, but they're ready to go in for it.
Yeah.
Oh my god, dude. Are they actually going to get this Roche? They're not going to check.
No, he sunstriked.
No, but he was. They didn't see it.
Yeah.
Them going into it.
They know.
Bet boom. Oh no.
I mean, I don't know. They might lose their top racks. I don't think this is too disastrous.
It's not too disastrous in terms of like the state of the game, but like for how much control they had over it, don't you think that like that shouldn't have happened?
I mean, it is kind of funny. They were quite literally 1 second away from the Shadow Poison Vision just showing the Roche when they went through. And yeah, and they definitely didn't get anything of substantial value. All they got was a ranged racks up top. So, okay, yeah, I'm on your team now.
The only other thing that I would say is that, like, I think is Bet Boom, you know, you take a deep breath, you let this pass, you just realize, you know what, we're good going to the late game, no tilting off of this. They're still in a perfectly fine position. That's all that's got to be done.
I do like the Aegis on Shaker.
Yeah.
That's an annoying hero to have the Aegis on.
Now, here's a question. Do Falcons try and do anything with this Aegis?
I think running around and trying to get some random deep wards would be kind of nice.
Okay. But you don't think that they're like in a position where using this they can try and like shut down the map or anything, or
no, I'm just. I would look for picks, but you can't. You don't take over the map. You don't own the map.
Right.
The deed is not yours.
Okay. You're renting the car.
Yeah, that's for sure. It's high interest too. It's not even good.
Okay.
It's a bad deal. Oh, crit's dead.
Oh man.
It happens fast.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. I mean, but you got to sort of push out these lanes. He actually doesn't have buyback, and
no, he does not.
Wow. Time to get a bounty rune.
This is why they're renting.
Okay.
Oh, now Skeeter, he's next on the list.
Ooh.
The pure hit list.
I mean, he has Aegis.
That crit was so much.
He has BKB when he comes out, and Blink. BKB tries to get away.
He's Refresher. So
and second one. Are they going to go all in on this? They are going to. Katomi, Aeon Disc already procced. Now Reen running back and forth, trying to take down these squishy supports at the beginning. Pure finds the back line, gets the kill, and then there's no crit in this fight, but jumps in the Shaker! That's what they needed, but he didn't pop it! No! You need your BKB! Oh, that was so close!
That's a lot of buttons.
Oh, that was so close.
He's saving it for buyback. He's a genius.
Okay. Bet Boom played it absolutely perfectly here. They run in. Amar wants to find a target. They're right on to Katomi. The Frostbite's there, Lotus out. Now the lasso connects onto Kiyotaka. Kiyotaka's gone. Maybe an opportunity here. Pure trying to walk away. Where's your BKB? They are still chasing, hunting, wanting to kill Pure. They find him. The stun, the control, the damage. It's looking like it might be enough. Pure being brought low and killed. That is what Falcons were looking for.
One more?
And
not able to connect there with the Fisher, but Skeeter, he's going to kill these waves. Oh, I mean, is it Malrine? All right. He almost found himself Miro, but he's going to get out.
Holy moly.
That's a pretty solid defense there, considering the situation.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe that Roche was it all. Or perhaps that genius bait from Skeeter.
I mean, the fact that Pure didn't have BKB for second fight is pretty huge. Now finding Save. Save's going to try and blink away. Miero is here too. In the meantime, guys, your base.
Yeah, they're trying to make something happen here.
Lasso. Connecting. Katomi.
He's got by.
The last couple of minutes have looked pretty good for Falcons. BetBoom, can they re-find their footing? There's the Hex now. Connection onto the Pango. Pango in trouble. Swash to walk away.
Coming.
5 stacks. He's gone. Still a lane of racks potentially for the taking. Kiyotaka back up in 10 seconds. How much can they get done?
There's 2 heroes. They got to force something here.
Yeah, I don't think that they're going to buy back for this.
Yeah, getting the racks is good. Just at least force that down. Invoker respawns. He's going to TP up to the tier 2. Perhaps
somebody. Snake King's there. Doesn't have detection down.
Yeah, but now he knows.
They see him. Amar hunting. Kiyotaka chased. He's dusted. Can they run him down? Manta out though.
He might need a BKB.
Yeah. Well, there it is. BKB out. Skitter's still living. Fissure out. This fight has gotten really weird, and now Kiyotaka is caught. He's in trouble. Kiyotaka controlled Echo, but the save coming from Save. Can they keep him alive long enough? They're trying desperately. Miro in there. They got the connection. They still haven't bought back on Pure. Somehow.
A save's a god.
Dude, they kept him all alive. What an absolute performance. Blows up in the end.
There's no way. He has no right being alive right now. Yeah, you better be tipping Save. I want to see every tip that's left on this team thrown on this Shadow Demon right now. He has saved this game so many times. It must be how he got the name. It's the only explanation.
Honestly. Oh my god.
That was almost a Invoker gone again for another 90 seconds. That would have been tragedy. And instead, Pure is in your base killing your Batrider, who Crit has been pulling out some clutch grabs at the end of this game, trying to pull Falcons back into it by pulling in these enemy heroes. But he's going to have to buy back now. He's got another lasso.
Over to the side again. He's going to be ready for this one. The Fissure connection. Now, this is also a refresher just bought for Skitter. They are not going to know about this one. Right. Jumps in with Amar. They need to find that Shadow Demon off to the side. Can they get him? Amar's still doing what damage he can to Pure. Save, jumps in, lasso, connection. How much do they have in the tank? Miero controlled, but he gets the arena down, and now Amar, he doesn't have anywhere left to go either. Going to fall, dead for 2 minutes, no more Batrider. Skitter, Echo slamming, nothing. Kiyotaka, again, protected by the Shadow Demon.
Takes him down.
Save. Does it on this day for BetBoom. What a freaking performance.
All right, BetBoom, maybe sweating out a little bit there at the end. Some good moves from Falcons across the map there to get themselves over to the Roche, but it was a big lead amassed here from BetBoom, and they do manage to take that into the W.
What a freaking performance by the man, the myth, the legend himself right there.
There's your MVP right there.
I'm a big fan. That was awesome. I mean, Pure played a really good game as well, being able to make the come from behind stuff happen, but when everything started to fall apart, when it felt like the Falcons had their footing and were going to put their throat on the neck, Save came in there, just pulled them right on out. Oof.
Now, I mean, that's a lot of questions heading that next draft. I don't know what to do. I got the DK, obviously, the Invoker, but that Shadow Demon. I don't even know who I rank number 1. Honestly. I don't know what I'm hating the most.
You just got to ban the player himself. Try and get him out of there. I don't know how you do that, but it seems like he's making it happen.
We won't go
so
down
far.
that road because that's an unhealthy level of competition there, Lyrical.
That's a good point. You know what? We should just leave this to the people that, can really do it the best. We'll hand it over to our panel who know all the things, all the answers. They're the experts, Trent. Let's head on back to that.
That sounds good.
We do know all the things. Thank you very much, Lyrical and Trent, that say all the things. And when knowing all the things, I think Winter knew it all with this game. Never doubting BetBoom in this game too.
I was taught not to doubt Kiyotaka Invoker.
Yep.
It is true. Kyo Daddy, he did show it. This guy, honestly, on this hero, he's quite something else because he dictated a lot of like this early and mid game. Like, I will say that BetBoom played a lot better in this game and they showed a lot of good things, but I'm also a little disappointed with a bit of the spell usage and like the way they combined the heroes. I feel like a lot of times for Falcons, you had a lasso, but the roll was a bit late. But either way, like even with Pure having a bad lane, he was just chilling Avery, top net worth. What happened?
I am very disappointed in this game. I still stand by what I said. I think this top lane was pretty much the disaster I expected for BetBoom.
Yep.
Yeah, your Maiden's not dying, but your DK is just chain dying. Now, if you're going to have a carry in this patch that does chain down lane and come back at his Dragon Knight, I just thought Falcons were going to be able to snowball this map a bit more. And maybe it's some nerfs that have happened at Timbersaw. Maybe they just played a bit slow. I think bottom lane for them went equally as bad, which is a lane I did not expect. I don't think Shaker Pugna should have lost that, but I think BetBoom performed very well in that off lane and it even this game out and bought time for Pure to come back. And I mean, Pure is probably the best carry Dragon Knight in the world.
Yep.
This is probably the best carry in the patch. That is a lot to overcome if the game gets stalled out or it gets weird for you. And it did. And at that point, you're just dealing with an ultimate hyper beast here. And there's no way Shaker is going to stand up to that as this game goes late.
It also kind of, like in game one, I feel like BetBoom didn't like show me that much like power and like hungriness and aggressiveness, where as in this game, Kiyotaka, he's like ghost walking on the side lanes, Miero is like going around with safe, trying to find kills. Like even Pure, half an hour in, he has a Shadow Blade. Like he's finding pickoffs like on his own, and here, I mean, Save, I mean, we can talk about all their players in this game, because there's a reason that I'm pretty sure it was in Dream League, they banned Saves SD first phase in every single damn game. And this clip alone shows you why they did that.
I think they do have tools to deal with it, though. I think Shaker is a hero that's designed to be able to fissure him when you go on the first target. You have Bat Rider to find him on the back line. You have Pango to get on him at the start of the fight. Maybe it does come down to this Invoker being too annoying and standing in the middle of all of that.
Yeah.
You have to get those initiations through some Ghost Walked Invoker with Hex, and it's just too hard. So you have to go on the Invoker instead, and then the SD has a free fight.
He's drawing like so much attention in the team fights, you know, like playing really, really aggressive in front, and he scouted so many times the Bat Rider, the Shaker, the Pugna, so that the Mars could start on them. I think Kiyotaka's contribution to the game just cannot be understated, you know. I think he did so much. Like, sure, SD had his moments, DK had his moments, everyone has his moments, but I think the key to the draft is this Invoker from Kiyotaka.
And they were able to get their hands on it like late in the draft.
Yes. I mean, if I'm changing one thing about this draft, yeah, maybe you're going to even out some early exchange with this Dragon Knight. You know, that's like a ban thing to me more than, oh, this DK overperformed, because we know how strong it is. But this Invoker is... Kiyotaka is just a different beast on this hero compared to everything else. And if you can ever deny from him, you're very happy. Almost reminds me of the old, like, mid-1 style Invoker. When he was on that secret, and he was just running around. He's like he is the first guy in every fight, just ghost walking into everything. And you have to go on, because it's too juicy. But then you bite the bait, and you're all dead. And you're all sad.
Like, there's also these players, like I think Falcons, they want to like be very like set up plays. You know, in 30 seconds, guys, I have dagger, let's go here, let's go smoke. When you play against these Thompson Invokers or this Kiyotaka Invoker, he just breaks like your formation. You know, you have like this nice setup. In 30 seconds, we do this. It's like, I'm not giving you 30 seconds. I'm here now. I'm going to burn your mana. I'm going to kill you. You better TP. And suddenly, it all falls apart.
Everything falls apart. We also had the Timber picked up fairly early on. I felt like the Timber did pretty well at the start of the game for Falcons. Winter, do you feel like they can get away with that again? Because obviously in the mid game, that Crystal Maiden was still enough to deal with it, it felt like.
Yeah, I mean, the Timber, he was really fat. He got a very early BKB. Because that's what you have to do against Crystal Maiden, Invoker. You have to get that. But I felt like he did his job. But the mid game, it was no longer his territory anymore. He needed the Earthshaker. He needed the Pango. He needed his team, especially I think the Bat Rider. They didn't really get enough of very good pickoffs or initiation. They win a team fight and then they get a lot of things done. That just didn't really happen to them. Maybe you can say because the Invoker kind of disrupted that. But at the same time, you have Bat Rider with dagger and not connecting on any important kill into a tower. That's a big problem in the game.
Yeah, there were a couple of big problems for Falcons that they didn't have the power to solve within that game. We'll see if they can solve it, of course, for game number 3 in a little bit. Before we get there, though, we got to talk a little bit more about the mid lane. Kazu has got his Acer Predator head-to-head, and who else?
Yeah,
Who else?
It's gotta be Mr. Kiyotaka, because I want to highlight him, but at the same time also I feel like Malrine, he was too quiet for me in this game. You know, you've got the counter pick, the 24 Pango. I feel like there wasn't as much connection as there should have been. But yeah, Kiyotaka, 8-2 and 14, just running around, doing whatever he wants. And also, like, this hero hits hard nowadays. Like, he's universal, he has his Manta style, he's I don't even like Manta style, BKB, Parasma. Like, if you're not ready, he's killing you. And I think with these supports that they had, it's just really hard to go against him on the map and kind of just like stop him. Because yeah, I showed it pre-game. I know Falcons know it too. This guy, he's undefeated. This is his best hero. So I'm not sure if you really want to give it to him again.
I don't think they will. Still, I think there was a lot of gameplay that could have revolved around that mid lane. The weakness of Invoker is, yeah, he's very tough to gank. He's hard for the supports to interact with. But when you have that counter pick, in theory, you're getting a hero that enables you to go for that play. You're getting a Pango, you're getting a Void Spirit, something that can gap close him with some spell immunity. Why didn't we see Falcons ever go into this mid lane in a conjoined effort with the Bat Rider, the Pugna, and the Pango? Just smoke there, flame break the Invoker back, Rolling Thunder on top of him. He should die, right?
Yeah.
If the supports have to come into that fight, it's going to be awkward for them. We're seeing like highlights from this early game, and a lot of it is just disjointed to me.
Yeah, it is.
I remember this clip where the mid tower in this game does not die to a combined smoke move from Falcons. It dies to Pugna chipping it and suiciding for it and doesn't even get it.
Yeah, and
it's
the Invoker
like,
didn't deny it. That's why the Pugna got the tower
right.
then.
So it's just clowny, honestly. And those types of clowny games always favor Invoker.
Yes, they do.
Because he just runs around and he gets out of that early game, and then he's mid-late game god. You know, Miracle High real bat chest, put it all up there, easy mode, you know?
Clip and ship, you know, like, we're ready.
I mean, those clowny games also favor us, the viewer, I think, as well. It creates some great moments, and I am very thankful that you guys are sharing those great moments with us. If you're using the hashtag ESL1, there is someone using ESL hashtag tier 1. Hashtag ESL1. Wow. English
it's hard sometimes.
This is why I have not read this one yet. Nothing better than watching some Dota on a slow day at work, hoping for awesome games today. Good to be back watching Dota esports again. Hey, apparently.
Yeah, where were you?
Yeah.
You should have kept watching it the whole time.
Bowsy, please.
You were missing out.
What if this guy is someone working production at this event? It's a slow day for him.
Slow day at work. To be fair, we do only have 2 series today. Maybe he tweeted this or Facebook this at this, at the first 20 minutes of game 1.
Maybe it's Austin.
It could be. That would make sense, you know.
He's not casting today, slow day. Glad I have some Dota to watch, you know.
Alternate ego Mousy.
Why not?
I've seen. I mean, Dota's a game known for Smurfs. You know?
Any name is possible.
Yeah, that's very true. We're gonna find out. This is a tied series right now. We're gonna find out who takes the series, who will secure top 3 here at ESL One Bangkok. Will it be Falcons? Will it be BetBoom? Find out with us soon.
Waking up, playing some Dota. It's just been part of my life for 20 years, and I don't think that's gonna change anytime soon.
Where we are in the history of this game and where it's come from and how much has been accomplished, I think compared to basically any other esport, it's the best. So
I'm grateful for Dota 2 as a game because Dota as a culture supersedes where we come from. You are a Dota player first, and I love that.
Think about it every night when I close my eyes. You're on my mind. I try to quit 1,000,000 times, but it takes me high. Like you're so divine. You give me everything. Don't know what's happening. I need you like medicine. You're my everything, everything. And when I think about us, sweet lullaby. Moment I try to quit a million times, but it takes me high. A cure so divine. You give me everything. Don't know what's happening. I need you like medicine. You're my everything, everything. And when I think about us, sweet lullabies, I wanna keep this moment here forever. No goodbyes. And when I think about us, sweet lullabies, I wanna keep this moment here forever. No goodbyes. No goodbyes. And when I think about us, sweet lullabies, I wanna keep this moment here forever. No goodbyes.
I think our kind of Dota ideas are kind of the same as in the previous roster, but the way we treat the game, the way we viewed the game is a little bit different. So new players that came to this team, they brought some new view of Dota, but we try to play honestly with the old ideas of Dota, but with the new unique style. It feels kind of different from the previous roster. I mean, feels like some things in this team is just easier to do, you know? There's now some weird long discussions about anything that it used to be in the previous team, so it's more easier now. Yeah, I think our team is the strongest from our region. I mean, we won all the best teams from our region on this tournament, Paris and Team Spirit. So of course I think that we're the best.
Hard fight for Paravision to try and engage into. Kiyotaka though, he'll get hookshot immediately. Now the RP! DM, he found two of them, but where's the follow-up damage? Nobody's dead yet. Everyone's still alive. Save somehow on a slither of HP, walking away as no one's the one to go down. They'll finally get pure though. Save eventually will drop. And in fact, Kiyotaka now going after Nightclass, who just jumped right in.
I mean, for sure, having a lot of good players from your region makes you improve a lot. Yeah, and we also we just have a lot of new young talents in competitive scene. Unlike all the other regions, actually, they lack a lot of talents. But in CIS, there were always a lot of new upcoming players. I just hope that we're gonna keep playing very well. But I feel like it's maybe gonna be hard, because we're coming as the favorites now into this tournament. So we'll see.
Bedboom took that game number 2 against Falcons here in the upper bracket semifinals for ESL One Bangkok. And because it is the upper bracket semifinals, it means that winning this next game, this game number 3 that's coming your way, will guarantee you a spot in the top 3 here in Bangkok. And that, of course, would be a great milestone to reach for both of these teams. Now, we've seen both teams having very different ideas going into game number 1 and game number 2, and a lot of lessons, I think, can be learned from that game number 2 in regards to Falcons learning from potentially going back to their first ban of Invoker and maybe also banning out Shadow Demon. That seems like a very on-the-nose solution. And I generally know that Falcons is not always going for the on-the-nose solutions. Kezu, so where do you think they're going to go with this?
I feel like the Invo has got to go. I think the rest you can play into it. I think like the SD is fine. Okay, so the Invoker, at least for now, is out. I think the SD is something that you can leave in, unless they want to like first pick the Bristleback, then you can ban it. But yeah, I think they understand that last game there were some problems.
Yep.
One problem.
From the enemy lineup, maybe one, but I think, you know, looking within themselves, I hope they're also talking about a little bit of the gameplay. Like when we're jumping heroes, are we around, what are we doing? But yeah, you know, a good start by taking out the Kyo Daddy Invoker.
Yeah, we also have the Lina in the first phase bans now. That is a hero that Falcons has been using to flex their opening quite heavily, so they're denying that one. But it does mean that one of the normal ones makes it through, like Morphling or a Monkey King. Or a Doom.
They want to. Okay,
Doom is still in the pool as well, so they go for Magnus straight away.
I mean, do they just pick Morphling here? I feel like Morphling is always good into Magnus.
Yeah, I think there's that. Other heroes that they love to play that also flex is the Monkey King for them. But I don't really see any... I mean, maybe the one thing that... Because I agree that Morph into Mag is really good. I think it's kind of regardless of matchup. But Falcons can play it carry, and maybe they feel like there's a lot of other matchups that, you know, can be flexed around.
Nah, you Morphling here, man.
Yeah, you Morphling.
What are you afraid of?
I'm not afraid. I'm just saying, you know, there's different lines of thought.
The other hero I can see is Mortha. I think Mortha is kind of annoying for Mag, but it's not... I don't think it's good versus the way Falcons play Mag. Because they buy early BKB on this hero a lot, and then you just don't care.
Yeah.
You need a hero that can CS versus the offlane Mag. You need a hero that can scale well against him. I think that's Morphling. I don't think you're going to get a Premier Carry too far down this draft. The only other core that comes to my mind is that Dawnbreaker, but I don't see them first picking it here. And you don't have that Shadow Demon to take, which I think they would. So.
Yeah, you can just get the Dawn, like, second phase, or, like, find some replacement. I feel like, to me, highest value picks here is it's Morph Monkey, or you take something that kind of makes it annoying for the Mag to teamfight.
You gotta morph it. You can't win this tournament if you're not willing to morph there.
Yeah, I think I agree.
Yeah,
because
come on, Kazu.
DK yeah, most of the time not going to be able to get it, and Morph is like the third strongest carry at the moment.
Yeah, Kazu.
Relax, bro. You know, sometimes you gotta have some players that are like, do we want to morph here? You gotta convince them, but sometimes they don't want
You're telling me 22 Savage asked for morph there, you're not gonna give it to him?
Oh, obviously he's gonna want to play morph. Obviously we're picking morph.
Yeah, you have to ask him the questions, you know. You can't just give your players every hero they ask for.
Yeah, Kazu.
Focus on the draft, guys.
Falcons turn to ban.
Okay, so...
What's gonna be left for save here, man? That's
Rubik?
my question.
Yeah, Rubik's kind of nice.
Rubik, Lion.
Dude, I don't know. Some part of my gut says that Rubik Morphling never wins. It's too much spell steal. No, like, there's only so many spells you can steal, and it's just you're throwing in power on stolen in power on each other. It's,
I mean, we are picking Rubik into Mag because of the instant lift.
Yeah, yeah. But I'm saying you have to think about this Mag in terms of an early BKB. Okay. It's the same reason I like the Mortha, but you can't view it as a hard counter.
You don't want to double down too much on the same thing.
Yeah, this guy's going to be rich. You saw ATF from last game, right? This guy's #1 net worth. You got to imagine it's an offlane Mag. Blink BKB at 20 minutes. What are you doing to deal with that?
Kataomi Winter Wyvern.
I was thinking about Winter Wyvern, actually. Yeah, I think that hero does have a place in this meta.
It does.
Where this meta is shifting towards a lot more melee cores and a lot more...
Yeah, but the lane with Morphling, though, like Wyvern and Morph, I feel like I will probably much prefer something like Lich. They've already picked Lich in previous games.
I actually don't think the lane's bad if you're assuming that that's not the lane you have to snowball in the game. You can go early heal on this Wyvern now. It's super efficient spell.
Arctic Burn, level 2 heal.
Yeah, and just play for pulls, right?
Yeah, I guess.
Like, you're not going to stop the offlaner, but the point of this Morphling pick versus Mag is that you can sit there and CS against him and do okay. So you don't have to necessarily punish this Magnus if you make the teamfight really difficult.
I mean, you have Giga Scale now on Bedboom, but it's also kind of slow. Because you did also have the option of just banning the Doom instead of doing the, you know, I ban Medusa and pick Doom myself.
Because they only have one ban here in this phase. And they feel like Medusa's like... I mean, you have to choose, right? Morphing, you don't want to play into Doom. So if you're not banning Doom, you probably have to pick it. I guess that's the logic.
Dude, I'm telling you, this Skeeter Carry Naga is going to come out at some point. I don't know if it's this game, but it's coming out at some point.
I mean, we did see it. It was someone else who tried it. Because Carry Naga is not unplayable at all.
It was, I think, Abalus, right?
Yeah. Mr. Smiling Knight.
Yep.
I mean, it's Let's see. For Falcons, we're gonna see the double sub duo here.
Double sub against.
They want the Shaman again?
Yeah, Shaman's good. I like Shaman.
Could also go
It
that
could be Lion, because I like the burst more, I feel like, this game.
But it also depends on what's your 18, right? Like you're thinking about the two supports, but you're also thinking about your mid at 18 pick. What do you want to pair with?
Ooh.
Wraith.
He's
okay, Wraith King the
back.
Doom.
Yeah.
He's back.
Yeah. That's
so
just
Magnus position 4 maybe?
I mean, it could still just be offlane. Or, I mean, Crit has played it in pub, so
I'm sure Malrine plays it too if needed, so it's still very
So
open.
they should pick a 5 here. Some range hero with the Wraith King.
Actually, does Amar also not play Wraith King?
Yeah, we're not seeing offlane.
No offlane.
Nah, we're sticking that right now on
Okay.
So they want like
Just
some,
making sure.
They want some range like Phoenix CM type of hero. Oh, hey.
Holy bagoli.
Alright, this is great.
That's old school. Yeah,
right
that is
that's
some.
Okay, I will say,
Hey.
I said that I don't normally talk during drafts, but I obviously am a follower of Ancient Desperation. Falcons pulls it out. It's one of the few teams we see Snaking pick it up quite frequently. He doesn't win with it very frequently, which is good because then it keeps getting buffed, but I do want to say that his track record, not good.
This hero has a lot of holes you have to fill.
And do you think Wraith King solves some of the holes? At least in the lane?
The lane is strong, yeah. It also depends if you go the Skelly Boys or not.
I think you do.
I think Skelly Boys is better with the AA, but I think it's not the facet I see as much. So I'm going to be curious to see if he goes that, especially when you have Cleave. Maybe you feel like you have the lane shove with the Empower and Mag anyway. But I think it is a nice lane with the AA. This is a hero that absolutely decimates Morph if you can land the spell, but that's always the big question. This hero needs cores that go in and stun. No surprise with Falcons.
I'll tell you, he doesn't like to play into Clockwork, if there's a Clockwork in the game.
I mean, A kind of doesn't like
A has
anything, to be honest.
Like anything that gets on you, like Tusks, Inches, Clockworks, like whatever.
This Mortha lane matchup's bad too. To be honest, you're just not outlaning this guy.
I mean, also for Bedboom, like the Morph doesn't have to be the win condition yet. Like they can also like put it on mid. He plays on like 2 billion HP as a strength Morph.
Hey, you don't really exactly care about the A, right? If you're the mid morph with the strength.
At least feel like you care less.
Yeah, not as much for sure.
Let's see. But yeah, I think facet-wise, I still like the Skeletons more for Wraith King. I just think like the Ghost push as well, like in terms of the Doom, you help your AA. They do get the Lich that Mr. Winter talked about, so it also keeps it kind of quite open. Could be the Morph Lich lane, but it can also help with like a more freed up last pick.
Like a melee hero, right?
Yeah.
Ice armor's nice here. No Dispel for it.
Yep. The pull always good against the Magnus.
This is no normal Lich. You've seen this man's Lich?
Katomi Lich?
It is.
It's nasty.
It's straight nasty, bro. He knows how to solo kill the cores with this hero, which is when this hero becomes really spooky in the late game.
Okay, so what do you do now? You have to decide where to put this Magnus here. That's the critical decision here.
I feel like they want that Pango again, but I don't know if they're confident enough to
Monkey,
go for it.
so what's going on? Monkey mid?
Monkey's going middle.
Yeah. They're just going to show their lanes.
So what do you have to ban to protect the monkey? Some Huskar?
I mean, in theory, there's too much. If Betboom really want to put a lane there that abuses him, Falcon. I mean, but we've seen Malrine just play outside the lane. Right, so I don't even know if you necessarily ban the worst lane matchups, because if they really want one, they're going to get it.
So you're looking to ban things that are good with their heroes?
Yeah. You know, ban something that is going to be
cool
good
ban.
on the lane and brings their lineup.
Yeah, Phoenix is a very good one.
Phoenix is a good ban.
Because there's Viper, there's, you know, Sniper, there's, I don't know.
Yeah.
But the thing with
XM
with the Sniper is, sure you win the lane, but Monkey is good against Sniper in the game. Later. You can find him, you can jump on him.
I mean, the reason why I like this Monkey King pick a lot, I think, first of all, if Morph does go mid, you don't beat Monkey King. Like, first of all, you attack so slowly, this guy will hit you like 2 to 3 times every time. And even if you are a carry Morph, you don't enjoy the Monkey King that much either.
You're kind of saying that they're forcing the Morph towards the carry role against the AA.
Yeah, and like I feel like if you're Falcons, you kind of know that Morph carry is not that good for Bedboom. But you might feel like you're kind of cornering them in a way. But let's see if they can find a way out of it.
I just think Betboom need a playmaker here.
I think so too.
Like, I don't think you can run this mid Morph with another hard carry. I just don't see it.
Yeah.
Well, they, on the side of Falcons, ban out the Phoenix, so they're kind of thinking maybe Werentha will be the carry?
No, mid Phoenix.
Oh, they want the mid Phoenix.
I mean, do you think if they go for something like Spectre and try to playmake around the Spectre, that could work for their lineup?
They maybe lack damage. I don't know.
Has Spectre worked for anybody in like 5 years?
The heroes.
Yes.
It can work.
It didn't win in the grand finals of Blast. Literally a week ago.
Fluke. Didn't happen either.
All right, sorry.
Okay, so is it just straight up morph carry and you pick a new mid?
Yeah, but what's the mid for Kiyotaka? You have to be so careful.
It's Tinker times.
Like Storm or Quops?
Yeah, but they all lose to Monkey,
I mean,
right?
Queen of Pain.
But the thing is, you need a hero that when the lane is over, you play a 3-man ball. Like if this Monkey King is gonna just run around and like set up every play and like move on your morph, I think you're in for a hard time.
So you're saying Queen of Pain, right?
Probably.
You like Queen of Pain.
Yeah.
Problem is a lot of the melee playmakers like Earthspeed or Ember are just they look
like
way
those
too spooky for the lane.
Yeah, like those I don't like. Like if you can go
But
even,
with Queen, are you guys worried about the lack of catch? They don't have catch with Queen. No stuns.
I don't know. I mean, that's why I feel like I don't think Storm is out of the realm. It's a skill matchup. You slightly lose to MK, but there isn't like Giga lockdown, at least until they have blinks. Let's see. I mean, I guess first also we can talk about Falcon's pick because they need to pick out of phase, and it could be, well, it's either Crit or a Mars hero.
I mean, do you prefer the Magnus to be on a 4 here, or you like it on offlane?
I think they almost always want to play it offlane if they can.
Yeah.
I think they just believe in like the tri-melee core scale too much. I think it's just gonna be a ranged crit. Like Rubik comes to mind, the Shaman again.
Yep.
I don't think they need more team fight. They just kind of want some catch and stun.
Yeah.
Insta stun seems very value here. I think Rubik looks solid. Maybe it's too greedy. Rubik AA. That support though is a little suspicious. You know.
Yeah.
You need a lot of net worth here.
How about a Centaur position 4? You run away from Stampy.
Go back to your seat, Pope. We don't.
Dude, I'm pretty sure it happened in one of the group games.
Oh, what?
That's a crit.
Okay, that's a good hero against Morphling.
Yeah, it is. You get the it's an instant disable in the silence instead of the stun.
Yeah.
But it's a lot more damage.
A lot of magic amp from the seal and the AA.
But still less stuns again.
This is the best 4-staff game I have seen in my life.
Yeah, it's
Monkey, AA, Skyrim.
I actually feel like Spectre is gonna be good against this type of supports. You kill the support.
Spectre's better now, yeah.
Yeah.
But are you gonna play Spectre, Morphling, Doom? Do you deserve to win if you play that?
They will go for the Queen of Pain.
I think Queen of Pain was the best pick here. I think we discussed the lane. Like, it's not that you decimate Monkey as hard as lane like a Viper or Phoenix would, but the lane is completely fine for the Queen, and it just gives you some sort of scaling playmaking where you can run around, be comfortable going late here against this tri-core with Magnus and Power on triple melee. It's a little spooky. I think Queen of Pain is one of the hardest scaling heroes in Dota right now. Actually, I think this hero with 6 slots is just. It's something else, dude. It is absolutely something else.
No, this game you can't really delay your defensive item too much against the Skyrath, the silence.
Yeah, it's true. He's a little susceptible, but it's also a hero that can cause AA problems. It's a hero that can play around some of the limited stuns on the side of Falcons, and you got to remember there's no BKB Pearson's lineup except the RP. So if you're the one blinking and aggressively killing a support, and he has to RP you defensively or something, then you have a BKB to play after that. You're kind of god in the fight. I don't know. I kind of like what BetBoom are cooking here.
I have a really hard time siding with one draft because BetBoom they're really slow, but I also like their 3-man ball more once the lanes are over. Like in Falcon support duo is AA Skyrath, which I will say I'm not the biggest believer in. You have cores that make up for it. I mean, to me, this game is gonna come down to gameplay. I honestly like looking at these drafts. I don't know what the hell's
like
going on.
either of them.
No, like they work, but they're like weird. They're like quirky. It's like some game 3, like every hero you want is getting banned out. Winter, take it away.
I think that the 3-man ball is gonna be very crucial, like you said. Monkey, AA, Skyrath against Queen of Pain,
Lich Muerta.
I think the Monkey AA Skyrath feels stronger though, so I'm gonna be siding with Falcons here.
This looks like a turbo match or something. It's like everyone wanted to play some different hero. They're just like, I'm going to get really big and win the late game. And 6 cores are all thinking that. So, I don't know. If the game goes really late, I actually think once it's past that 40-50 minute mark, BetBoom are favored, so I'm just going to go with them.
Yeah.
I don't know. Pure just wins late game.
All right, well, let's find out. We should be in for a treat here, though. This is going to be a good one, made even better by Trent and Lyrical.
Thank you so much, Sheever. That's right. I mean, you know, last game we weren't entirely sure what was going on. We're trying to keep track of it. Now we're in our wheelhouse.
That's
Turbo Gaming.
That Crownfall grind has led me to the land of Turbo, and my God, it's a terrifying place. But it's full of a lot of these heroes.
Right?
A lot
Absolutely.
of Lich, a lot of Skywrath Mage, and every time that he pops up on the screen, these are the things I've heard in the talent lounge. I've heard unplayable. I've heard unpickable. I've heard worst facets in the game. I've heard bottom 3 hero. Those are all things attributed to Skywrath Mage by the various talent here. And I gotta say, the second this draft ended, all I could think was cursed ass support duo here from Falcons.
I mean, you're not wrong. Oh my God, I thought that said reverse polarity for a second. Nope, it's reverse polarity. We're good. We're good. Yeah, I think it's one of those things that feels very weird. Also because it's like double ranged int supports, but it's because they also have 3 melee cores. And so that kind of makes it a weird situation too. Like if you ever end up seeing Miro get like an Aghanim Scepter on Doom as you get to the super late game, suddenly all 3 of their heroes aren't healing or doing anything. But they have another counter healing hero.
Counterpoint.
Tell me.
That Arcana looks really cool.
You're not wrong.
So, you know.
I actually don't know which one you're talking about. Who are you talking about?
Well, I meant Skywrath Mage, who was on the screen, you know? Jeez, the one time you take your eyes off the PGM.
Is that an Arcana?
Yeah, Skywrath Mage got Arcanas, you know?
I didn't know that. It's kind of cool. Crit?
Crownfall, you know?
Crit,
Jeez.
dead instantly? Okay, no, he's fine. He is very weak, though.
This guy plays Crownfall for 12 hours a day, and you don't know Skywrath got an Arcana? All I see on your screen is Nest of Thorns.
Well, we'll see how this one goes, and Amar already trying to put the heart now onto Katomi, and they're actually sending 3 heroes up top for the moment. Snake King sticking his way over here as well, and they're not going to be able to catch the Lich on the far side. So yeah, Snake King just heads back down to bottom.
Well, after a long and winding road of a draft, this is what we got, huh? Something's expected, something's unexpected. But perhaps the expected slow game from BetBoom once more seems to be the way to go here. How are your thoughts on the Morphling core, like position 1 rather, as opposed to heading to the mid lane? You preferring this?
I mean, the main reason I prefer it is because I'm a big fan of Queen of Pain. I've been waiting to see this hero come out in this tournament. We've seen a lot of pro players playing it in their pubs, but not a ton of it in games, at least that we've been casting.
That's true.
And I feel like Kiyotaka is pretty well positioned, like the panel was talking about, to make some solid moves with that sort of trio that they've got working while Doom and Morphling farm.
She's in an interesting state because she's sort of she's a mid lane counter pick that you want to have practice, but you maybe don't get to bust out all too often.
Right.
And so it's important that you are ready to play this hero when the time comes. And that time is now for Kiyotaka, so we'll see if he has indeed been practicing and studying up on the hero.
The other thing that I'm excited to sort of keep an eye on is you see a little bit of mischief being made and able to count to 4 onto the Quap. I want to see if we get any Snake King snipes in this game. You know, you're going to have to be really aware of your positioning, where that A is around the map for the Morphling. And if you drop down a little bit too low, you know, a solo kill like that can change the world.
That's true. Always something to be wary of. I mean, we've been talking a lot about, like, what do you do against Morphling?
Yeah.
Like, it seems ridiculous that Morphling is at a point where you can first pick the hero in a draft and not have to worry too much about counter picks, because a lot of his very traditional counter picks have been sort of eviscerated. Like the OD used to be a very common one in pro matches.
Right.
We just saw OD ult and Morphling just dies. AA, of course, has just been absent for so long, and Falcons will once again continue to try and make it work, but oftentimes you see it busted out. It has not been very successful, as Shiva was pointing out, as someone who's trying to get as many AA tips as she can.
Trying to secure that other water rune for the moment. Monkey King heads over, and they both deny it somehow.
Wow.
I've seen 2 people pick it up and deny at the same time, never double deny.
There you go. I'm glad they both got the credit for that one.
Well, does secure a pretty decent start for himself. You can see Monkey King 18-4 versus the 13-1. These side lanes, though, that's where things are looking a little bit scary for the side of Falcons. Now, there are lanes being pulled a little bit here, but it's overall been a little bit tough. Morphling having his way with that mag.
Crit did manage to snag a courier with that nice fast movement speed, though, of the Skywrath Mage, so that's one way to try and slow things down up here.
Sure. Switches back over into strength form while they get some damage on the Katomi. But back up to full HP. Yeah, a lot of like magic-y catch-oriented stuff in this game. And while Crit gets jumped upon, trying to walk away, not gonna happen. This is what you sometimes see out of Skywrath.
Yeah, Lich obviously a extremely strong position 5 right now. One of the most winningest heroes actually in top tier MMR right now. If you guys want your free points, he's at like 53 or 54% win rate as a position 5.
What about lower tier MMR?
I think he's just good everywhere, to be honest. So, I like what the panel was talking about too, is that late game, because you know, any of those turbo gamers know out there, the Liches, they're very plentiful because they love getting the Sinister Gaze into the Shard later with that Ice Spire. So, if we go late like BetBoom likes to, then you can expect those combos from Kataomis. They're trying to punish a Morphling. Is it possible?
I mean, it's so hard to do anything. The silence is there. He's still switching over to strength form. A couple more punches. It's enough. Amar takes him down.
He had wand.
Well, he thought that he was safe. And Trent, he was not.
No, he most certainly was not.
Now, Skitter down low. Wraithfire Blast Punch, not quite enough to kill him off there. And at 5-minute mark, Snake King, whoo, also going to get away from that one. Bottom lane hurting a lot here.
I mean, this is the epitome. This is the absolute classic. Mr. Skeeter on the Wraith King, though. This is his guy.
Right.
So he'll bounce back. You know, it's kind of similar to the DK, right? He also has the Bone Guard facet, so even if he has a bad time, you know, the Skelly Bros, they're not quite as good as they used to be at the farming, but they can get the job done.
A couple more hits.
Speaking of things not as good as they used to be.
In and, well, it might be enough to bring down Miero as he dies. Oh, no.
Oh, that would have been nice.
It would have been good for him.
That's okay, though. Snake King will take it. You know, it's a greedy support, right? Now we get some boots.
That's true. I mean, yeah, and I feel like if Snake King has a good game, that could be one of the difference makers. Oh, Crit can't get in range for the silence.
He did play extremely well last game on the Pugna, so maybe he's going to take those skills and transfer it over to the AA and hit some good snipes.
Dare to dream. Oh, 6-minute mark coming up, and could be a little bit of a battle for the runes. They already have pretty good control of it on the side of BetBoom, and they find Snake King wandering through there. Crit does go down again, and it looks like Snake King will also... Oof. I mean, this is the support combo.
Like ass support duo.
This is what happens. Amar skewers away. That keeps him alive.
Like Kataomi waiting there as well to make sure the kill with Kiyotaka is that battle's about to begin. Kiyotaka's level 6, has the amplify damage rune as Amar gets targeted. Frost's blasted, but he'll be okay. But yeah, we want to see these. Oh, nice.
Kataomi down.
He turned.
Well played. Does manage to find that one.
But yeah, that's the whole game now is right. Monkey rotating and Queen of Pain rotating. Okay. Marine goes down bottom, doesn't connect on anything here. Now he's going a little bit deeper. Miero's giving him a tip. I guess maybe he knows he's heading over towards this Wisdom Rune. Is he going to get his courier?
Oh, decides not to. Tries to go for it.
Oh, the silence!
Oh, what a play. Holy moly.
Okay, well, he has TP. Okay, now he's just dead.
Yeah, that's, I mean, with that shot there's no way.
Yeah, no, he didn't have to use that earlier, so he is definitely getting punished on that one. It takes a few heroes, but that's the enemy mid, and Wisdom secured, so.
I feel like he didn't have to die there. Like, if he...
Like once the calling happened to him?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
Pure. Still fine as he backs away from Crit and Amar. So 3-5, and trying to hunt Snake King. I mean, as soon as you're found, like, it's just nothing you can do.
That's a spree for the Queen of Pain right now, and they were just dead even, the Monkey King and the Queen of Pain. In fact, Monkey King was actually ahead by a couple hundred gold. That was 2 minutes ago.
1,000 behind now.
That is crazy.
I mean, this is the reason you take the Quap, right?
She still has ult right now.
Yeah, it's like... It's really a big problem.
He's dead.
The Deny and the Shield are in there at the same time. Look at that one again. 2 times in one game. Kiyotaka jumps in. They immediately have to back out with everybody else. Kiyotaka doesn't have Blink. Wait a minute. Maybe an opportunity here. They can't get enough slow, and now he has Blink back up. The Blood Grenade connects, but it's not quite enough damage.
Malrine had Boundless, but he was just outside the reach. That is wild that he's surviving.
Things just not going the way of Falcons. BetBoom taking full advantage here.
All right, well, what's going well for Falcons, though? Amar is huge. He is the top of the board. This is exactly what the panel were saying. It's Amar on the Magnus. You know what he's going to do. He's going to blink BKB at 20 minutes, I was told.
Okay.
I'm watching panel. Don't worry. But, yeah, basically they're saying he's going to get really fat and make this game happen for his team. Now, here's the thing we know about Magnus. What does Magnus really not like, Lyrical?
You know, stuff, right?
That's right. Having to be the first one into the
sucks.
fight.
That's absolutely right.
It's the worst. You never want to be the first person into a fight as Magnus.
It's gonna be like poachers or...
He can't stand that either. Always after that ivory. But he's kind of got that because the Wraith King can go in a little bit first. Like maybe he gets a blink on Skeeter. I'll be kind of curious to see what his build is. The Monkey King also sort of jumps in first.
Oh, it would have been nice if they could have gotten Kiyotaka there, but Save nearby manages to keep his mid alive. Now a blast going in.
Oh, nice.
Oh, the drive-by hit onto Save gets the kill.
Kiyotaka, though, not deterred. We'll still throw one back. Yeah, it's but Amara doesn't have that like nice hard initiating support that you kind of like with the mag. All right, I was bold, but you know if it works, you get a kill, so why not try it?
Absolutely. Snake King gets ran at for a moment by Miro. Not going to go for any more. Lots of stacks being made still in this jungle, which some of are going to be taken now. Keeping it relatively even.
Yeah, Skeeter's really catching up too here, huh? I guess the Bone Guard are better than might have given them credit for here.
I mean, yeah, it's pretty nice. And also they're going to have like Empower. He's starting to max that out next for Amar. So he can give that over to some of his allies too and try and help accentuate their farm.
I mean, that could be really nice in the team fights for sure.
Pure. Ooh. Does force out the waveform with the rest of the team heading up. We'll see if they can manage to catch this Morph lane.
Skywrath mage value.
Hunting. Silence. Gets him there, but he got the strength form off. Not what they were waiting for, and A Blast not going to connect how they want it to. Everything falling apart right now. Kiyotaka also manages to kill Snake King in the mid lane. Big jump RP. Pure, is it enough to get the kill? Almost. Yes.
That was crazy.
Amar manages to take him down. They will find the finish on the Skeeter there, but he takes his ulti, so that'll make him pop off.
Yep, always nice that you can just wait until you're in the raid form now. See if it's worth skilling the point. That was a little crazy from Pure.
Yeah.
Oh, and here's what you missed in the mid lane. Dead. Boom. Back to your main game.
Exactly. The minigame of the dead supports, which, by the way, it's 6 of the team's 8 deaths so far is between the two of those.
Okay, that kill, though, has given the Blink Dagger at sub-12-minute Blink currently being delivered to Amar before he even farms these stacks.
Oh,
so
that's
he
nice.
is indeed humongous.
Wow. Okay, all right.
It's going to be a big mag.
It will be interesting to see like how quickly he wants to get involved. Because obviously just used RP, doesn't have it again for 70 seconds, but you can still make a lot happen.
Miro, what should I buy?
Come on, Miro.
Yeah, come on, Miro.
Answer the guy.
Midas says Cat Omi.
Now we're talking. Cat Omi knows what's up. Doom has a cube. They're ready.
Yeah, that's true. The devil's bargain.
Well,
I think probably Ags. You know, Blink Ags. Skip the BKB.
I mean, he could have bought Midas right now instead of Blink Dagger. And honestly,
no.
So RP's on cooldown, guys.
You know BetBoom's taking it late. Yeah. I got 70 seconds anyway, guys. Yeah. I can farm a Blink in 70 seconds.
Yeah.
How hard could it be?
Here, it's nice. It gives me attack speed, everybody. Come on.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Well, unfortunately for now, it will just be the Blink Dagger for Amar.
We'll see. It wouldn't shock me if he did it, to be honest with you.
I mean, that's the best move ever. That's like a new form of like intimidation. You ask the enemy team what you want them to beat you with. That's awesome. I love that. Make it happen, Amar.
Yes, get us our Midas. You know what they could really use on Falcons?
What's
Level 6 on Skywrath Mage.
Okay.
That will be pretty cool, I think. Get this support into the territory where he does something.
Okay.
Wow, those Ancients hit pretty hard. I had to make sure there wasn't an Enchantress on the other side right now.
It does a good chunk of damage. And will just head on over. Wanted to stack, but decides not to. It's like, man, it took a lot to take that one out. Double deny in the face of Snake King, who does have level 7.
Crit did hit 6 down bottom as well.
Okay.
So the Mystic Flare is online.
Just haven't really been able to see them get the value yet out of these supports. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, these are lane-losing supports, so...
That's fair.
Yeah, they definitely have not gotten their value. The value comes now.
Okay.
When they start moving around the map with their Blink, their RP, and their Mystic Flare. There it is. Smoke time.
A Dagon completed with the smoke up coming between Lich and Quap. They're going to run into the direction of Skeeter. Still 40 seconds until his ulti's back up again. Now, up a little bit to the north, the smoke breaks. They find one. It's on Amar. Katomi and some trouble. Chain Frost bounces between the two. Does he run back into it?
He
Yes!
does.
Oh, that one hurts.
Get off of me!
The Chain Frost does so much, but they do manage to take down Kiyotaka. For one, so far as the Doom was dropped, it's going to be a dead Monkey King. Now Morphling moving in, chasing down Crit a bit.
Oh my god, it's so smart. He can only turn into the worst hero in the game.
Yeah, exactly.
It's genius.
It's pretty awesome.
You're not going to find anything there. Yeah, we haven't really talked about that, but you know, Queen of Pain, Dagon, Spell Lifesteal. Doesn't help when you get hurt by the ulti.
Yeah.
So potentially making that a little bit tougher there. Mystic
Hiding.
Flare taking her down.
Silencing. RP onto 3. Do they have enough for the follow-up? Skewer damage. He's low, but not dead yet. And Kiyotaka comes in. Katomi goes down. Pure strength form. He's living. Maureen thought about the ultimate. Second time goes in on to save.
Okay, sacks himself there to grab 2 more. Skeeter, man, if Skeeter was in power there, that would have been so crazy. We need a little bit more oomph on that one.
Oh! Is it enough?
Dude, level 1 is really bad now.
Oh, can you see him sweat? Can you see him sweat? He's getting lower. Waveform to dodge the damage ticks a little bit more. He needs a little more.
It's so bad.
Oh,
Ice
and he
Frog.
breathes.
Ice Frog.
Breathes.
Ice Frog.
He breathes.
We got to help out level 1, man.
What if he died to Ancients right there afterwards?
12%. Can't we make it 13? 13, 14, 15? Isn't that nicer? Rounds out max level at 15.
Would have been nice. You know what, though? That's what talents are for.
Yeah, but they take a while.
They do. They take a long while. But we're going late game, Trent, so
yeah,
it's fine.
he'll hit 25.
He said, dare to dream. God, if he had not just been like a little bit further low, would have been done. Heads up play by Snake.
That is how killing in Dota works.
Thank you, Trent.
Yep.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They're going to abandon this tower here.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Blink Dagger done for the Doom now, too.
Catapult just taking top tower right now. So that's cool for Falcons. Nice work. Great teammate.
Over halfway to a BKB. All right, it's all blinks. All blinks for everybody.
Oops, all blinks.
Maybe Pure gets caught here. Gotta be wary. All right, he's playing around with Ward. Never mind, he's fine.
All right, well, Amar should have his Blink BKB done in the next 3.5 minutes. My panel told me. So far, they've done a great job. He is top net worth.
Gets Strength Form off. Stun. Skywrath ulti. And that time, it was enough.
The counter works. And now, still want to hunt a little bit here. Of course, they have Radiant Obs. Skewer back. He did not know there were smoked up allies there.
Oh!
That was quick.
Chain Frost and Doom, everything onto him. Now save. It's jumped on by Skitter. They can't do anything else there, but in very far. Will they be able to get out with everybody else? Boundless doesn't quite connect onto Doom, but Kiyotaka, big hit. Maureen in trouble. Dead. Kiyotaka gets the blink out.
Nice.
4 points up in the blink. Very value.
Yeah, no Ice Blast there to try and punish him this time after already killing the Morphling, so.
2 for 2, but a bigger 2 taken down on Falcon's side.
Yeah, that was a good clap back there from Pet Boom. It's not looking good there, and then thought it was just a free pick onto a Lich, and immediate Blink War Stomp Doom there from Miro. No hesitation at all. Didn't let the RP get off there from Miro. Or from Amar, rather.
Nice dodge there by Crit.
He also has the classic item now, the Atos, which he's going to get in... No.
Oh, not quite in time.
Man, what a greedy support.
Yeah.
It's such a funny hero. The other thing that killed this hero was the nulls, right?
Right.
Because they don't get doubled anymore, so you can't just like stack your nulls and feel good about that. Of course, that was also a lot better when they were the old version of nulls, but...
And he doesn't really like have a way to farm either, right? He's just like, he's hitting creeps in lane or he's getting kills.
Hey, he gets shard and he gets 2 bolts.
Wow.
Yeah.
Really big. At 20 minutes.
Hell yeah.
There's no way you're buying that thing.
Ward's going to see Amar up there, but not quite up for it. Miro in trouble.
Whoa. Big stun. Going for more. Slowed. Atos. Dead.
There's a TP in for Keatalk. He just jumps right in for crit.
And immediately goes down. Now, do they have enough? Damage. Hit. Oh, they call it off. They don't want to go for more. Now, Keatalk is just going to chase, but they buy enough time where Malrine can show up. There we go. Wukong. Stun. Done. Save now maybe also in trouble. They did cut down a tree and get a stun onto Malrine, but Save hoping to escape. Skitter moves back in, finds him, Wraithfire Blast.
Oh, they knew it?
And
okay, what? Why did he do that? Didn't he see Amar on that ward? Didn't they know he was rotating through? Am I crazy?
Sometimes the bloodlust takes you, Trent. Just gotta go for it.
That was wild. He really just gave that one up. Okay. That is great for Falcons. That's now Shard as well for the Monkey King, so he's going to be super mobile.
20 minutes. Dun, 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 dun.
What happens then?
Look at Amar.
Blink BKB!
Hey!
God, that panel's good.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's
5 minutes, 55 seconds faster than average.
Wow. The power of Amar.
Crit. Sees Katomi.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
De-warding, wanting something bigger than a Lich. Which it doesn't look like they're going to find. They have some really cool wards over here by Falcons. Which I'm not sure if they're going to quite spot Pure there. They do see that Ancients are in that area going back and forth. So they should know that the Morphling's over there.
Yeah, and typically you're thinking like, oh, it's kind of a hard kill. You know, it's deep that side of the map. But if you hit the Ice Blast,
right,
it does not matter.
Instead, they're going to go up north. Trying to find somebody farming over here. There's nobody nearby at all. An Idvis rune for Wraith King. So Falcons off the mark with their guess of where everybody's at. Skitter says, I'm the carry. That's my farm.
Oh, Nero coming through with the smoke. It's going to pop.
Amar. Yeah, that'll do it. That is a dead Magnus.
Katomi gets the bounty on that one. Kitaka blinks in again.
BKB reaction. Snaking, thinking about dropping it.
Oh, he is very isolated right now.
Skitter, I mean, again, he has ulti. This is where things get strange.
They have Wukongs to cover him here.
Good
they have
armlet
Ice Blast.
toggle. Again, no Doom at all. They want to go for more. Can you get the blink out? Boundless, jump, fear, control. Already out Wukong's command. How much do they have in the tank? They drop down the full Mystic Flare on a save. He will die. It is going to be a dead Wraith King. Also losing Crit. Now looking for Pure, seeing if they can kill him off. A-Blast not going to be enough damage here to mess with Pure.
All right, so Pure kind of swagged out on that fight. He copied the Skywrath Mage, silenced the AA, and killed Crit.
Yeah.
That was pretty cool. That's a good idea, because they're trying to set up this combo to make things easy right out of the Wukong's command, and he just disrupts everything with the silence. Well, it's going to build this lead up even further here for BetBoom.
It's still a very even game, though.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, it's... I'm not seeing this one ending anytime soon.
Right.
I don't think. I mean, we haven't even got ourselves that first Roche yet. Teams are just kind of feeling the power levels of each other. We got the Eternal Shroud for Pure. That's a cool choice.
Interesting.
I mean, these are the kind of items you got to come up with versus the AA, right?
Yeah, I mean, isn't BKB just better? Am I crazy?
What's that?
Maybe
Listen,
I'm just...
BKB, it's worth less over time.
Okay.
You know?
All right. I'm with you.
It's fine.
All right, Eternal Shroud.
He's got 48% magic resistance right now.
Okay. Okay.
That's a lot.
That's true. And it's good when the numbers are bigger.
Man, that's a lot.
Katomi?
Not even close.
Oh my god.
That's an experienced support player.
Yeah.
You know, players have gotten a lot better. Think about how many players were dying since these things have been introduced. It's definitely, we got a steadily decreasing number of feeds to Tormentor.
True.
We're getting there.
They do the math. Now, they see Pure here. That ward that's in the area, full vision of the Morphling. They're running directly to him.
Snaking. Protractor out on the screen.
Oh, man. They would love to get this one, but now they know that he's walking over to the other side. They don't have vision over... Oh, he's going all the way back to base.
Katomi's here, too.
Smart guy. Wait a minute. Maybe he's not.
I think they know. Yeah.
Not so smart.
Katomi pops the smoke.
They see him. Stun to start. Boundless damage isn't enough. He gets the waveform out. And now the doom for the turnaround.
All right, if they can just bail on Falcons, this is fine. Just ditch snaking.
Get out. Get out. Don't block my way, snaking.
Amar taunting his way out here.
Amar survives barely. No, he's not going to be able to live through it. Oh, and no abilities from the mag. This is as bad as it could have gone.
Oh,
And now
the
the Antos connection. Oh, Bet Boom, they're cooking now. They find kill after kill, baited by the ward.
That really summed up everything about Skywrath Mage AA, I gotta say.
What is he saying? Oh, man.
I mean, that is the risk. The Chain Stun of the Morphling, it's hard to do.
Yeah.
Trying to make sure you get it before that waveform comes out. They don't quite connect on it. Crit through everything onto BKB targets like that. He's just like, I gotta try something, but his hero does nothing. I mean, look at him. That is Skywrath Mage support.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna run in circles because they bought a BKB and I don't do anything.
Pain, pain, pain.
And Amara, of course, not getting a chance to play.
Yeah.
Oh, the Ice Blast coming in here. Calculating. It does cross over Pure.
Okay.
But it will not be followed up by any sort of a nuke, so he's not going to be losing an Aegis.
No concerns. Maybe accidentally.
Oh, no. There it is.
What's that?
Katomi's got the Wombo combo. The Blink Dagger Lich.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, with Turbo.
Yes.
Turbo Gaming.
I mean, yeah, he'll kill, I think, a lot of these different heroes. Definitely the supports.
What's really scary is that it's the Blink Doom.
Right.
And then the other players kind of like come in, right, to like help out Amar, and that's when the Lich strikes.
I mean, this is what we talked about, right? Like, it's the 2 range supports, but it's 3 melee cores. So if they're in there, you're kind of getting bodied. Like, they're all going to be getting hit by the Chain Frost together.
Oh. It is, it's a setback, but it's not GG or anything here, I will say.
Right.
You know, they got some options here on Falcon. Skeeter's gone for this Armlet Deso. He's got his Blink. He wants to go for an Orchid, so they're trying to find some counterplays here because there is a, no BKB again, like you pointed out, on Pure. So perhaps the Orchid will just get them a win or two as he immediately switches off on into SNY, so never mind.
Okay.
Yeah, don't worry about it, guys. Yeah, he's like, I got a Skywrath Mage. That's my silence. Why am I buying an Orchid? Miro in the river. They got to go.
Oh, they got him caught, and the Chain Frost gets his BKB off. Still, they got the kill on the Doom.
Just get away from me.
Yeah. Get gone.
All right, perfect. You steal a Doom kill in the middle of an Aegis. That is very, very good. Now, there's no BKB on the mag. There's no RP, so they could pressure a tier 2, I think, still pretty safely, but at least you know they're not coming high ground.
Right. They forestalled some of that action.
Katomi going for a really aggressive ward behind the tower.
Not finding anybody yet. Falcons are a little bit split up at this point. They do finish that BKB.
Oh, they have a
on
ward.
Monkey King.
They see Amar moving. He has no BKB. Oh, he's in trouble. They're drumming. They're beating the drums of war. Oh, buddy. Blink in 2, 1. He's got no blink.
Yeah, they got him. Amar, another one dead at this point for the Falcons lineup. And Bet Boom still just looking way too strong.
He just died a second ago.
True enough.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
All right. Skeeter, he changed his mind again. The Orchid is purchased.
Okay.
He says he saw what's happening. He's like, I got to make some plays here. I got to do something. I got to make a name for myself.
They find another. This is the BKB reaction, though. Save is there. They do not have RP at the ready. Save still living. the BKB tree, they get away.
Dire's top tower
So keeping the Monkey King alive, very important.
Yes, and holding them back.
Yes.
Coping. Pure takes down the tier 2 in the bottom lane. Gonna scoop up some neutrals here. And Falcons got to find their footing. Got to figure out a plan. This is the Orchid reveal. They've got some forward vision. They're playing towards their ward right now. Amara's going to try not to die in the well. They see Pure on the ward.
Yeah, that's the play. They got to get this guy.
Now again, this is Aegis though, so they're going to try someone else.
Okay. Kiyotaka, BKB.
That's a good item. What a pesky one.
I mean, again, you're sort of grasping at straws right now for Falcons. BetBoom are in a very strong position, at the very least, until you get to the end of this Aegis. Pure is just invincible.
And they want to use that one more time here. They're going to smoke up on BetBoom.
Skitter. They scan.
Oh,
know that he's there.
All right, double blinks.
Amar blinks away. Skitter, not so much. Chain Frost, that's a lot of skeletons. Right. Katomi low. Katomi, he's going to die to this, but so is the Monkey King.
Oh my god, the Chain Frost.
Skitter goes down. Does he have a second life, a way to get out? The blink out is there. Pure thinking about chasing, is in monkey mode. Throws the Empower out. Pure not fully going in as of yet. They get the silence out. Manta, 4 staff backs away. Still waveform in. Pure doing damage. Crit is dead. Snake King needs another Ice Blast, but they need more of a setup first before they can really throw it. $10,000 gold lead.
That's an Aegis power play right there.
Oh yeah. I mean, still only 1,000 difference throughout the duration of the Aegis.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
There goes. All right, well. The good news, the Deso, infinite scale. Okay, not infinite. It's got scaling, you know. Once he gets a kill, that'll be good.
Okay, all
Looking
right,
on the
I see.
upsides here. Other good news, that ward doesn't see this far that killed Amar, so they might not know the Malrine is directly here. Radiant scanning. Looks like it just missed. On to save.
Going all the way to the corner here. And trying to figure out what Malrine is up to. Likely just hoping to cut some waves.
Just being a tree. Bob Rawson.
I mean, this is the thing, right? BetBoom, after the lead that they've built up now, they feel really confident, I think, in just the late game potential of this lineup. So it feels like they're just going to be playing it safe.
Yeah, I like the defensive queen item into just Aegis being up Shiva's guard. That's perfect. Just something to make sure that you're not going to get blown up in the fight. Give yourselves an opportunity. That being said, there's Ice Blast.
Yeah.
There is RP. There are definitely still some dangers when it comes to going high ground. So if you're BetBoom dragging it out a little bit, getting that Roche, playing for a pickoff before you go high ground, those are all things that we're probably going to see them look for, especially with just how generally patient and maybe they're kind of like perfectionists, I guess, on BetBoom before they want to, you know, make their move. They like all their ducks to be in a row. They're not exactly opportunists,
That's fair.
perhaps. So they've shown themselves to be a little bit slow. How slow can you go?
I mean, but then again, last game, you think about what they did. They ran up high ground with the DK. Don't really have that similar type of hero in this game. Maybe the Morphling with an Aegis, you feel a little bit better about that?
He also is buying the BKB, so he is full survival mode, which I think is the right call.
Yeah. Yeah, and now, I mean, you have to kill within the duration of like an RP and a Boundless or something like that with an AA Blast, which is not easy. Bloodthorn completed, so they do have a way to at least pierce the evasion now.
Yeah, Morphling's a crazy hero, huh? How is it you can buy these items and hit for almost 400, and you look at the Wraith King and he hits for like 260?
It's kind of nuts.
That's not cool.
They see save, they see Kiyotaka. Do they want to go for him? Thinking about it. RP connection. Mystic Flare, done.
Okay, Ice Blast hits.
On to Miero, on to save. They walk away. Get a kill, get out. honestly,
I mean, they just always have that. That is something they have to watch for.
I guess that's why this game is so strange, because like if the fights are sort of normal, BetBoom should be able to really outscale them. But in these little pickoff moments, like Ice Blast, Mystic Flare, it's a lot.
Also, keep in mind that the mid game, Amar was the biggest hero in the game, and he got doomed, I think, 3 times straight. Didn't get to play Dota.
Yeah.
So all of the eggs in Falcon's basket were essentially just smashed whenever he died. They certainly depend on him for a lot of the setups for these fights. So
Roche 50 seconds away. Falcons were holding on to that top twin gate. Now back out. So a relatively quick Roche respawn.
They send in Kataomi to scout. Gets a ward down.
Tower is under attack.
See if they can find anybody. Pure TP in top. No, cancels. Okay.
Save is staying in the pit.
I think after what happened last game, they're not wanting to give one away like that again. They also have like the Bone Guard skeletons kind of pushing things out a little bit here. It's a weird separation going on. But Falcons, they're in an area where they could come and contest, and I think RB's going to be back up again.
Oh, such an awkward timing. They're like just close enough for this fight to happen.
The smoke coming down the courier.
Now, last time, BetBoom smoked into them because they had good vision down. This time, they don't really see a whole lot. They have vision of the rune. Oh, they're going to see this rune get taken.
Oh, buddy. Interesting.
All right, well, they know it's Monkey King at least. At least it's not a smoked up hero. That's actually better.
Wait, he's still revealed, though, and now they walk right into it. Everybody jumps away. Skitter out there. Mag, Amar looks for an opening, doesn't find it quite away, and now Boundless down! They get the Doom off, but look at the damage. A-Blast is out. It's not going to be enough to catch onto the Morphling. Skitter is dead. Can they find a little bit more here? Skitter runs, hides, but there's nowhere left to go. Mystic Flare onto Miero, but he's going to be the only one really going down here. Wait a minute, maybe not save also. TP's out.
Ulti.
A chance, an opportunity? No.
I want to chase for another one too, though. Snake in, Glimmer, TP. Invisibility is invincibility.
Still.
Okay, so
another fight where Amar doesn't get to play Dota.
Yeah, that's kind of the issue. Ah, man, BetBoom, these smokes out of Roche have been fantastic. That was really good last game, and it worked for them again there too. Great ward on the rune. Like, the smoke, not pay it off for them in that one. Kind of tipping their hand a little bit there.
Well, Roche is theirs if they want it. They're not going to.
I mean, they know it's coming top. They'll set up, they'll prep, but
right.
crit. Okay, crit. No. He's going to be really sneaky here.
Look at this
move. Ward down. He's going to watch. Oh, jeez. Okay.
They have Ice Blast.
Crit. Ooh, 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 ooh. Okay.
I mean, they'll have vision. There's some interesting things going on here.
Wait
a minute. Oh! Okay. Yeah, BKB.
Right, BKB down. BKB down.
Let's go.
We're making plays.
Crit is messing with them.
Evacuate. Evacuate.
That was pretty good.
That is good. That means if there's a fight now, there's no BKB here. Roche immediately bashing Kiyotaka. He's down. He's Team Falcons.
They're not going to get there in time.
I mean, they're still trying.
They're late, and they get it.
Oh, but look, the banner. Look, the chaos. They're panicking. All right, they get the banner.
You're really selling it here.
Yeah, we gotta keep them engaged. We're on the second monitor, Lyrical. We're trying to get to primary monitor status right now on their setups, okay?
That's true.
Yeah. Late game we get put back. Right now, we've been moved over right now. They started queuing for their pub.
Okay, I see. Lincoln Sphere going to be the next one. I mean, and I honestly do think that we might be going late game with this one, because I don't think BetBoom feel confident like going high ground over and over again.
BKB is there. If he gets unstunned, he's dead.
In the duration of a stun?
Ganking right into the Aegis squad. Pure busy at the Tormentor. Not there to help his friend. How will that affect the relationship?
Okay.
Shard goes to Doom. Shard goes to Doom. And that is you losing a tier 2 while you have Aegis. Oh, whoa, Pure just TP to the tier 2. Ooh, gotta be a little bit scary here.
They're bringing in numbers. Kataomi lays down the sentry. They go Octarine on Doom. I mean, this gold lead, it's getting cut down.
It's kind of nothing right now.
Yeah.
With a kill like that and getting all over the map, they're going to lose a lot of that lead because this tower's about to fall down. They're going to be farming backwards from here. So it's going to be like a 4K lead by the time this is all said and done.
I really thought that BetBoom were going to start really putting the clamps on this game a lot more. And I don't know if it's the vision or what exactly it all is that's causing this, but
I still can't believe how good that 15 talent is with the 1 second stun. That really just made all the difference.
Oh, yeah.
Like, it was just Bloodthorn plus the Skywrath Mage Ancient Seal to help out, and just everything dumped on top of that clean for the kill.
It's pretty nuts.
Oh, the Timeless Relic for Amar. If he gets to cast RP in one of these fights, it's going to be sick.
Yeah, how many times has he even cast RP in this game?
He just gets doomed so many times.
He has the Lincolns now. I don't remember if he had it in the last fight, too. He did? All right, well. Maybe he needs the refresher for the Lincolns instead. Who knows?
We'll figure it out. How many Aeon Discs are we building this game? Queen of Pain is building one.
Is she really?
Kataomi's building one.
I mean, it makes sense against this lineup, right? Like, the RP, you need an answer to it.
I can be Wraith King too. The idea. 2 chances in the team fight. That's the plan.
Just putting a little bit of fear there into Pure. Throws a random Boundless out there.
Teammates smoking around him, though. They're going to bring him under the Veil and all move together. They're all going directly under a Falcon's ward right now. But I mean, they seem to have an idea. Skeeter's pinging exactly where they are.
There's creeps hitting the tier 3 tower. This is the type of play that makes me a little bit worried about BetBoom.
Dude, I don't know. Skitter's killing that wave. He might die here. For one neutral camp.
Does have BKB.
Yeah, he doesn't have TP for 7 seconds, though.
Oh, Skitter. All right, well, he'll have it back up again in 3. Oh, he already popped BKB.
Wait. Okay.
Oh, my God. Dude, how?
Nah,
there were so many ways that could have gone better. Unfortunate. Well, it ends up working out. I was going to say that it makes me worried because I didn't think they were going to find anybody, but Skitter stuck around a bit too long there.
He got that small camp, though.
Yeah.
So, you know, some value there. That's a lot of gold.
Dead shot connects onto Snay. Now it's Falcons that are in some trouble as he gets caught.
Let him go, man.
Run.
They got crit 2 mid.
Oh, wow.
Crumbling.
What a couple of minutes that one was there.
Oh, Mar. All right. The blink's not enough there from Kataomi. Can't get in range.
As soon as they have this Queen of Pain back alive, reasserting dominance from BetBoom.
Friendly reminder to buy Shiva's card right there. Finding him in the tree line like that.
Yeah.
That is a massive kill to get for the team. The timings were so close, too. If he was just a little bit later, if the TP had been up when the BKB was there, maybe there's a chance. Of course, you know, they've got some other tools in this one, too, so can't even know if that would have saved him.
So, Mag, he's got the refresher up.
Yes, for the Lincolns, as you said.
Well, not just the Lincolns, but the other thing is that if
maybe
you look,
his spells?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, cool.
Just anything.
Yeah.
He needs to hit a couple of heroes with his RP, not just because it's good to win the game,
right?
But if he doesn't, he doesn't have the mana. He took the 15 talent where he gets extra stats.
Yes.
For hitting heroes with RP.
Plus 12 all stats per hero hit for 20 seconds.
Yeah. Got some great music coming in there. But if he doesn't hit them, then I don't think he actually has the mana to do this.
Okay, so just hit RP. Perfect. Thank you.
Perfect. Arrow.
Doesn't seem fair, does it?
Well, that is Doom down.
Miro's just like, wait a second, what? What do you mean? What does the spell even do anymore? Man, that is a crazy amount of damage, though, isn't it? You're down to like 800 HP in your own well after TPing out.
It makes me think about that one facet that is like, it increases the damage the longer it goes. Whoa. Oh. Save. Mystic Flare. Atos. Done. Oof. And it really is just about like who finds the initiation, who gets on top of who.
Yeah, the burst is crazy in this one. And that's without Ice Blast as well, by the way.
Right.
Is this how bad Chilling Touch is? I didn't even notice he was on stats. Some beefy AA.
Doesn't feel like it's worth it to keep leveling that one. Wisdom Rune. Skitter. This is fake Morphlings on the high ground, so Skitter starts hitting the tier 3 tower. Says, come deal with me. Force out the glyph, backs out. Very interesting. I mean, here's the thing, right? Like, I think this is the window where I feel like BetBoom are just so strong as a lineup. If we get to like another 20 minutes from right now, they're still strong, but that's when Dota just breaks down and everything becomes crazy. As crit, just never gonna be able to get out of that one.
Oh, it's just some crazy stuff there. He's level 20.
Yeah.
Chain Frost on Death is now online.
What a game from Katomi.
Yeah, I think he's pretty excited this hero's in the meta. You said it, buddy.
Jeez.
Crit rethinking life decisions. Should I be picking Lich?
Oh,
how do I wind up with Skywrath Mage?
Yeah, that would be nice. Some extra Ice Blast duration, maybe?
Yep. Might be enough. Change the game, perhaps. Oh, that's a big item.
Is that
all these
his
defensive
first,
items?
Yeah, his first damage item. Get rid of the Eternal Shroud now.
He's like, I haven't hit with an Ice Blast in a while.
Oh, if he shows, though, on that creep wave, they're all setting up over here.
Well, he's also got some friends nearby, too, though.
Yeah, Pure playing it safe.
Save. Beating the drums of war. Amara practicing his RPs.
Okay. Just wants to get to use it. It's been so long. Oh, and he's going to go Harpoon next. Interesting. Yeah, so much of this game right now, positioning, where you decide to take a fight can make all the difference.
We're missing the mids.
Skitter's there.
It's 4v3.
Dead shot pulls him in. Waveform away. Pure is running forward.
Kiyotaka's lurking on the back line, trying to see if this fight develops.
Hunting, Pure, they see him. Miro's off to the side too. Kiyotaka dead. Now they gotta be careful about this Doom. Can they cover him? Keep Skitter alive. Doom up on the high ground. Skitter glimmered, they walk away.
He's trying to go back in there. Kataomi looking for his big play. Doesn't get the blink off.
Kataomi not in the play that he wanted.
Genius, don't kill him or he chain frosts.
Ice Blast. Not gonna be able to connect. So Kataomi gets out. Save. Gets a glimpse of the Ice Blast.
Hey, he's gonna say, hey, it went off there, buddy, you're safe.
And this is one part that's kind of nice, right? Like having this Wraith King that can kind of go in and make a few things happen, see if something works out or not.
Yep.
It's pretty value.
Especially when he gets refresher eggs after this Roche.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
So 20 to 30, only 9K separating these two squads. It's been just about that difference for a long time now. As Maureen caught and killed.
Yeah, he's been doing some solo exercises here for a while.
Yeah, and well, he actually is going to be back up pretty close to the time Roche is respawning. We'll see if they are able to make a fight happen for it.
A guaranteed nighttime Roche, though, so BetBoom have the advantage when it comes to the buybacks.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Meanwhile, Miro on the hunt. That skeleton passing by.
Scouting Ice Blast does run into Pure up there.
Yeah, now they see that Miro's in the area and they're going to skewer away. Sonic Wave.
That's clearing some creeps, you know.
Fair.
Do what you got to do. Kiyotaka's still sitting with that potential to assemble Aeon Disc as well.
All right, now Skitter has Refresher, so they have more answers now and ways to send him in and keep him alive. Also, in power, he's really starting to hit hard. Went for that attack speed talent. 20. Nobody home here defending against this.
Going up with no Monkey King, just saying, hey, where's your teammates? You guys just sitting in Roche, huh? Guess what? It's taking a while.
Yeah. Skitter taking a lot of damage.
Pure and
is
Save
dead.
are finally TPing. Pure's coming home. As Roche spawns.
Skitter backs away. BKB pops.
Refresher's out now.
Does have it. Might need to use it. Waiting, turning, punching. Pops Refresher now.
He's going for it. He didn't get blink though.
Be careful about this one. Can they get out? Are they diving too far? I Thinking about going back. You can't go back in now.
Now you go Roche.
Yeah.
As Falcons, because you pulled them out of it. So it's a race to the Roche pit. Snake King, he is low on mana, but it's okay. It's enough for an Ice Blast.
Can they do this quickly enough,
the
though?
Scythe. The Scythe for crit 2. Big for this fight. That could be a huge reveal. Because there's no save for Pure. He has no BKB. He has the Trickster Cloak, so his Magic Evasion, sure, it's still good, but there's no Lincolns there to help him.
If they can find Pure...
There's also the double Doom here from Miro, too.
Vision not great at this point.
He's got himself the Lincoln's Popper. There's
Lords,
the Vision.
They get on Snake King.
They don't see him. He's too sneaky.
I mean, this is now become really hard to try and head in this direction.
They're just TPing home. They're just going to push it out. They're going to let it go.
I mean, Falcons, again, you want that perfect fight as opposed to trying to come on in and contest this. It does mean you're going to have to deal with another Aegis.
Yeah, and another Ice Blast will come in here, but it won't matter. It's going to steal Roche, though? No.
So Aghanim Scepter. And Kiyotaka looks to be taking that one for himself. Still has not connected his Aeon Disc. So that's something else to keep in mind.
Yeah, very annoying to play against.
Vision game really becoming the most important part of this game.
Yeah, for so many reasons. Like the Dooms coming out from BetBoom, the Scythe on crit, just the immediate blow potential that you have on Falcons if anyone just dares get stunned for a moment. Pure.
A couple of wards over here.
He's going through as they're getting wrapped around on.
Dire also have some vision. Crits in vision right now. Miro pops the BKB, walks away. Has to be careful about his positioning. Malrine caught, but the BKB is already there. Ice Blast thrown. Malrine, he's doing fine for the moment. Kiyotaka jumps in, but Puri's caught. The Hex, do they have any follow-up? No, nothing.
Amar's
Not
on the
a
outside.
thing.
Amar's looking.
He's hoping, but they can't do anything.
No.
They're just going to try and get out with everybody. Malrine is already dead.
Yeah, once he's down, it's over. The lead continues to grow here for BetBoom. Another tricky play here from Falcons, but not able to find the quick blow-ups that they need in these fights to make it really work.
Right.
And steal away a Wisdom Rune. They have that going for them at least, but now it's a Refresher bot from Pure too.
I mean, he's just getting everything. Wraith King gets 25 with that Wisdom Rune still stolen away. So more crits.
That is kind of a crazy amount of damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they kill anyone in a stun. Like, if they're just able to wail for like 2 seconds, you're pretty much gone.
That's all it takes. Which is why these Aeon Discs are so valuable. Pure does not have one still, and they have that Hex at the ready. Pure...
They can't spend anything big on this, though, for the Aegis.
Yeah, they need the Hex really from... Well, I mean, they're going to use the Ice Blast everything.
All right, refresh, BKB.
Second salvo. Skitter, I mean, he's going to be able to stay alive for a while here, most likely. Actually, Refresher's on cooldown. He gets the blink out. That's Rax, not quite down as of yet, and now... Crit back alive. They can go for a second one. RP pulls him in.
That's
the
stun.
follow-up, the Hex, where is it? They need him desperately to bring him down, but Pure, he gets it off. Able to walk away from this. Crit ended up going to the other side of the fight,
Pure!
and now Pure just doing every damn thing. The skewer through the connection for the kill, but a big Wukong's command won't be enough. Skitter pops Refresher. He's back alive again. Only a ranged Rax so far has gone down.
Ice Blast is back.
He's
looking.
Hunting. Ice Blast connects onto Pure. Skitter going toe-to-toe with them. Trying to take down Pure. Can they do it? Need a few more hits. He's still invis, pulled back in by the mag, but living.
He's frostbitten still, but they can't find any more damage.
It's not enough. Not quite enough. Will Satanic can get back up to full.
The lead continues to grow here. And Pure's not done.
Yeah, he's still willing to stick around for a little bit longer.
Oh, that skewer stealing them back out of the fountain, trying to get back to safety was such a nice play.
I thought Crit was going to go onto Pure, but he headed off to the other side of the fight.
Just trying to stop the saving potential, I
Amar
suppose.
gets his blink broken.
That's silence for the Queen.
Kiyotaka so ready. Waiting, hunting, they want it bad. They can't quite get the kill onto Malrine, but
you're
Skinner
thrown.
now finds him. Damage out, but the throne exposed. Do they have enough to stop it? Ice Blast out, almost killing Imperial Waveform through. The damage, they get the glyph.
no.
Last second, an opportunity. He's still frostbitten. They need just a little bit more. Katomi right-clicking. The support's trying to take it down. Miero, he's gonna hit it down to death. GG is called. Bet Boom pull out a thriller in the end, as they will take the victory 2-1.
All right, game 1. You know, we wondered, is Pepper, are they awake yet? I think they woke up. Game 2, game 3 looking like a totally different team here from BetBoom. Figuring their moves out on the map and taking some pretty quick leads, just kind of holding it out. And Falcons, man, they were trying to cooking up some pretty shifty shenanigans through that mid game.
Oh yeah.
Constantly wrapping behind, getting this vision, but they weren't able to connect some of these spells. And, I mean, you can definitely come back to that as these are some hard heroes to execute on. There's a reason why we don't tend to see them all too often.
And even though the entire game pretty much BetBoom were in the lead, there were so many points where it felt like Falcons were right on the edge, right on the verge of pulling this back together. But from that point in time in the second game where Save was making all those clutch decisions and keeping his team alive, they basically haven't looked back at all. For now, we're going to continue on in the upper bracket, but first we're going to head back to the panel, let them break down this action.
Yeah, that is top 3 secured for BetBoom. You can see how happy they are with that one, and well deserved. This was a clutch one. It did feel like BetBoom was in the lead for the majority of the game, but as our commentary team said, it always felt like Falcons was just one fight away from being able to make that comeback. They did not this time around. I'm here with Winter, with SVG, and Kezu breaking this game down. Winter, there's a lot to break down in a game like this. Where would you like to start?
It's tough, though. The lane,
So many options.
itemizations. I really like to talk about the Morphling's itemization. The way he went Eternal Shroud. I think that was like a brilliant solution towards the A and Skyrath burst, and that kind of kept him alive in a couple of really crucial fights. And you know, as long as the A doesn't kill the Morphling keeps getting items, he's gonna be the strongest hero in the game.
I feel like also like here, when we look at what BetBoom were doing, I just really like how they were abusing like the type of high range and low committal. And also once they had like the Shiva's guards, they had one on both Miero and on Kiyotaka with the Queen of Pain. They made Amar's life really hard because they would keep linking in, show him cancel his blink with the Shiva, maybe even doom him. Because in a lot of these fights, we don't see Amar's impact. And that's because BetBoom are making it hard. And this is something you don't see very often for Falcons. Like Amar is usually like one of their standout players, not in this game.
I think that's why the Queen pick is so devastating here.
Yep.
It's a hero that can go in, force reactions, cause a lot of AoE chaos, and then you have to make this clutch decision. Do I RP this Queen of Pain, even if he has the option to BKB before? Because if he BKBs, you RP him, you can't really drop damage on him with the Frost Shield there that's undispellable for basically this entire game. I don't know, it felt like Falcons needed other ways to initiate, like Shadow Blade Magnus or something, but even then, you're gambling in a late game that ATF can find those openings. And strategically, I wonder if that was the best approach here in a game 3. Not that their approach is bad, but you're basically saying we're going to go late game against BetBoom, and they arguably have the best carry and late game player in Dota right now. It's very tough to be pure in these late game scenarios. He just executes better.
I mean, this is the problem if your carry doesn't play Morphling as well, right? And you have to ban it every time, and sometimes you feel like, oh, maybe we have to ban the Invoker and you have to let something through, and they kind of came up with some solutions for the Morphling, but just wasn't enough, you know?
I mean, is Morphling even the problem in this game? Like, they had a lot of other issues.
Yeah, they had a lot. Their support duo is a big issue to me.
Yeah, the Lich is solo killing people, and this Queen of Pain is 17, 5, and 10.
The fact that they let the Morphling through, and the whole draft has to be, maybe not the whole draft, but you pick the A and the Scarf because of the Morphling, you know? And
I get it.
That was like a huge deal why they had some problems where you mentioned that they didn't have enough initiation because A and Skyrath didn't really give you that.
That's why I wonder if Falcon should have had a different approach versus BetBoom in general, because I feel when you give them the Morph and then you're going for the A, you're going for the Skyrath, you have this Magnus lineup. To me, it signals we want to outscale you. We want to outdamage you. We want to make it hard for Pure to carry. But I think in reality, Falcons, they have a very high percentage to beat BetBoom if they just play a fast game.
Yeah.
If they snowball lanes, if they can convert on towers, if they can take Roshan.
Yeah.
And this is kind of just playing into Kiyotaka and Pure's hand, where these are two core players who want to go the 60 minutes.
Yes.
That is where they thrive. They will likely out-mechanically play you. Not that Falcons are a bad late-game team, but I think they can be a stronger first 30 minutes team.
Yeah, I did feel like they were reacting the entire way through, even with them having the first pick, but in the draft, they were reacting to whatever BetBoom threw their way, and the same thing can be said actually for the game. It felt like they were always reacting. They weren't able to be the first team to make the correct moves, which in the end, they couldn't deal with it. It took too long and it was too much. And you know, you guys are saying, was it really the Morphling? I don't know. I just feel like I watched a fantastic show coming out of Pure, so I feel like it was the Morphling.
I mean, he was definitely like a big problem. I feel like it's maybe harder than it should be. Like also, if I'm looking from game 1 to game 3, I feel like Falcons didn't really improve that much. Like if I look at all 3 games, I feel like BetBoom game 1 kind of shit the bed. Game 2 they're doing better. Game 3 they're doing better. Whereas Falcons, I feel like they're kind of the same in all 3 games. So at least also when I just look at the series, I feel more impressed just watching BetBoom play and draft as opposed to Falcons. At least judging by these 3 games.
Yeah, they adjusted, right?
They were getting stronger over that series for sure.
Yeah.
That's where I go again. If you go into game 3 as Falcons, what did you expect them to improve or pick up the pace on compared to that game 2? For me, it was, you know, the early tier 1s.
Yep.
Like taking those, making good smoke moves, getting the support duo enabled. I don't feel like any of that happened in the game 3. So then you're just giving even more momentum to BetBoom, who are kind of pushing these games later, getting more in their comfort zone. They got the Morphling that they're super comfortable with.
I mean, like you said, you know, I probably have preferred to see them. They gave away the Morphling, but because Morphling is a slow hero, just let them have the Morphling and play their usual style instead of trying to fixate, oh, we need all this type of different heroes to counter the hero.
Well, it means that Falcons Road does continue, but in the lower bracket, which is starting to look like a very scary lower bracket. Of course, one of the players that put them there is none other than Pure, who is talking to Cap right now.
That's right, I've got Pure here. Pure, that was a hell of a series against Falcons. How do you feel?
It was a hell of a series. I mean, the games were super exciting to play. I think we performed really well. Like, we played a really close first game, then second game, I don't know. Like, every game felt like it was very competitive. Like, it's like really nice series, I don't know.
It was fun to be able to play that matchup, right? It seemed like you guys were pretty close in skill level against each other.
Yeah, I mean, we were.
Now, in the pregame interview, I talked to Save, and he said in the matchup against Falcons, you are very important. He said you would come up clutch. Do you feel like he came up clutch in this series?
Maybe on Dicky, maybe on Morphling, not on Ursa so, but I mean, I tried my best. I think on Morphling I did some crazy build, and it helped us to win, like they couldn't burst me. So, yeah, I mean, as Save said, like at some point of the game, I'm just gonna win the game against Falcons, you know? I just need to get to this point.
Well, you did get to that point. You're one of the most aggressive carries when it comes to ending the game. You were doing it on the Dragon Knight. You made that final push at the end. You just decide to go throne. What is it a part of your philosophy? Why do you just like to go throne so early?
I mean, sometimes you just do feel like that your opponent is shaking and it's making stupid mistakes, and you can really punish on those mistakes. And I mean, the buybacks are important as well. Like, even if you're not gonna finish the game, you're gonna poke buybacks, but the most important part is just to do not die on some course. I mean, sometimes we are not doing that well, but I mean, we just like to end the games early because we don't want to play, you know, long games, some random stuff. So that's it.
Well, fantastic job against Falcons. Congratulations.
Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. We'll see if we can do it this time, guys.
Yeah, we'll see if they can. It was still going a little bit there, but you can sense, I mean, he's incredibly happy to get to this point. Top 3 is confirmed. They'll wait for their opponents, which is going to be one of the winners of the upcoming series. But before we close the book on this series, which I do want to highlight, I mean, we talk about Pure and we talk about the cores a lot and what Falcons did wrong, but for me, also the man of the match, and actually, no, I'm going to change that. The man of the series was actually Save on his Muerta. He read the Malrine move very well, of course, on that Bounty Rune in the previous game. His Shadow Demon was S tier as well. Can we just sing the praises of Save on the support for a little bit?
Yeah, of course. You know, I'm a support player. I like it when I see some support player outplaying the core players, you know, catching the Monkey King. I think there was one moment where he caught him in the Wisdom Rune. I think it was a 7-minute Wisdom Rune. He had a really, really good read. He had a silence on the tree, and they were able to secure the rune and kill off the Monkey King. I think that was my favorite play of that game.
Yeah, I fully agree. But with that, indeed, it is BetBoom moving to the upper bracket finals. Now they wait for their opponents, and it's going to be one of the following teams. Whoever will win this will join them. We are taking a break, but when we're back, it's time for Paravision versus Avalis.
Waking up, playing some Dota. It's just been part of my life for 20 years, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
Where we are in the history of this game and where it's come from and how much has been accomplished, I think compared to basically any other esport, it's the best. So
I'm grateful for Dota 2 as a game because Dota as a culture supersedes where we come from. You are a Dota player first, and I love that.
Serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine dive, love, take it higher. Serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine dive, love, take it higher. Serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine dive, love, take it higher. Secret in the
Welcome back, everyone. It's a short day today. Only 2 best of 3s on the agenda. You saw our first upper bracket semifinal wrap up between BetBoom and Team Falcons, which now has a BetBoom team in the top 3 for this tournament already. But they need to figure out their opponents, which are going to be between Parivision, and Avalis. But before we get to that, since it's a short day, I figured we might as well have some entertainment in the meanwhile. You see all these logos next to me. What could that possibly be pertaining to? Why, it's of course the 1xBet tier list, friends. It's time to do a little tier list for our ESL One Bangkok teams that are still remaining. And I'm not the only one doing it. I've also got Fear, Pirate Jenkins.
Good to be here.
R.
Wish I had a hook, because then that would be funny. Great to see you.
Your hook is being a pirate.
Great to work with you. It's been 6 months since we paneled together.
6 months?
It's a long time.
You can't let go of the
Who
hands.
invited this guy?
I don't know.
We're gonna shake hands for 6 months.
You're not even like fully in character, I feel.
What do you mean character? I'm in pajamas. This is just what I wear.
To bed?
No, in the you wear pajamas during the day, and then when you're sleeping, you
put
wear
on a headband too for your pajamas?
Yeah.
You put
it.
Sure.
It's so the hair grease doesn't drip down into your mouth.
Oh, yeah.
It's really disgusting. I couldn't even say that out loud.
But you did say it.
I did, yeah. How's the paneling been going, guys? How's everything?
It was going good.
It was great.
With the,
It
with
was
the-
great.
with the Dota and the players.
It's been good. And
Yeah.
actually, I brought you here because I required your expertise,
Oh, yeah.
along with Effie, for our tier list. But it's these 1xBet tier lists are not necessarily just in terms of the strength of the teams. I feel like any content creator you see out there can pull off one of those. We try to stay a little bit more off at the beaten path. We're rating teams off of more nebulous criteria. So, panel, I was wondering, did you have an idea of how we can sort these 8 teams left? Parivision, BetBoom Team, Spirit, Enigma Galaxy, Team Liquid, and Shopify Rebellion, Avalis, and Falcons.
Wait, can I get a second?
Yeah.
What's nebulous?
Like turbulent.
That
What's turbulent?
It's like very
not
vague.
airplane.
You know, undefined.
Oh. Right. Okay.
It's very
what are we
undefined
doing?
criteria. I want you to come up with a category of how we're going to tier all of these teams. What are we tiering them on? What teams are best at and what they're worst at. It's not just like Dota capabilities.
Can I present my idea to the panel and then we decide as a team if we're gonna do it?
Veto.
You're gonna veto. I haven't said the idea.
Effie has vetoed Fear.
You can't pre-veto.
I want to hear Fear's idea first.
Fear,
okay?
what's your idea?
What's your fear idea? Whatever. Just
What?
go ahead. Just go ahead.
What the hell are you even saying
Just
right
go
now?
What would you
so
like?
I have to do an idea for this.
What would you like
this
to
is
sort
strong.
these teams by?
I would like to sort them by their average squat.
Average squat.
Yeah.
Have we done that one before, Jenkins? in
That's
terms of
actually good.
strength?
I'm sorry. I thought you were gonna say something really boring because of who you
Oh,
are.
okay.
But
Okay. That wasn't boring. That was good.
That was good.
Okay, great.
That was
Average
good.
squat?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're a team.
Mira?
Democratic.
You seem excited about it. So.
She prefers
Sure.
bench press, right?
I would have.
How about just fitness capabilities?
Okay, we can do that.
Their fitness.
Yeah.
But we always do fitness.
That's why I asked. Have we done that one before?
I mean, generally. We
I've
do,
never
like,
done one before, so I don't know.
I think you guys have done like zombie apocalypse survival and stuff like that. But in terms of raw strength,
She's the expert.
cardio.
I think you've been on the most of these.
How about we do whatever Fear wants? Because I want to make him happy.
Well, I wasn't even happy about it. I was very lukewarm. He was happy about it.
Why would you suggest something you're lukewarm about? What's your problem?
Wait, how about
I'm
we?
not happy about anything. That's the problem.
That's fair enough. He's not.
So
That's true.
lukewarm's actually.
So we have a great breakfast
Okay.
here at the hotel. It's a wonderful breakfast.
Okay.
Like
What are you
it
about to
is the
suggest?
best ever. So, based on which of these teams stays longest at breakfast and enjoys their morning.
Okay.
That's good.
Okay,
That's
sure.
good as
Savors
well.
the cuisine.
Yeah.
Takes the
Enjoys things.
Why don't we-
enjoys things.
I mean,
Why don't we
if
aggregate?
Enjoys life.
they get eliminated, they just don't get breakfast anymore, right?
Well, that's why we only have 8 teams on here and not all 12 teams.
Yeah.
Because they've been eliminated already. We don't talk about them anymore. All right, then. In terms of cuisine enjoyment, or specifically breakfast?
Breakfast.
You want the morning people. Okay, okay.
I have some inside information here because I was the reporter for the first half of this event.
Okay.
So I have been reporting. What happens if half of the team wakes up and the other half doesn't? But the half that does wake up is at breakfast for like a long time.
Their average score gets dragged down
So
by
it's-
the other. Yeah.
50% it. Okay.
It's collective.
Sure. Okay, because I've seen Saberlight and who's the 5 to Liquid again?
We forgot that guy. No, we don't know that guy.
I don't know that guy.
Who's that guy?
Yeah, those two are at breakfast every morning, and I've seen so many coconuts go to their table. Like, there's legitimately entire trees of coconuts. They're just going missing in jungles.
I'm at a disadvantage here. I haven't been to breakfast even once yet.
You're joking.
How do you sustain that massive unit body of yours then?
All right.
Eat a lot during the day.
I got 3 categories here.
Squatting.
We've got the breakfast enjoyers, we've got the I eat when I have to, and we've got the sleep in.
Okay.
It's 3 tiers.
You have any other more? I'm down to take put someone even below that.
They
You know how there are. You know how like there are people. You know how generally people agree that breakfast is the most important meal of the day, or healthcare experts
I have
say
heard that.
And you know how there are the people who just vehemently disagree with that notion.
I am one of them.
They're like, who said that about breakfast? That's not true. You know how there's always those guys
Yeah.
who are just denying the beauty of breakfast,
Yes.
the beauty. So breakfast deniers.
Deniers, okay.
So not
So you're not like apathetic to it, but you're actively against it.
actively against
Okay,
it.
so deniers.
Yeah.
We need.
They think lunch is more
Deny.
important.
We need one of these things for Neil because he never eats breakfast. When's the last time you had breakfast?
1997.
Okay.
97.
That's very specific.
Okay, so I'll put me
Really
in this
bad
tier.
breakfast.
Yeah.
I'm not Team Liquid.
Yeah.
And then the last tier can be indigestion,
Tsunami.
right? Because they can't eat like they physically cannot.
We only have eight teams, Miro. If we do 5 different categories, it's gonna be 1 per.
Let's do
no indigestion.
Let's do a tier list category tier list.
No, I think we're good with this. All right, friends. We will save these 2 teams for the end because those are the 2 teams that we're going to be covering in a little bit. So let's start off with the teams that we just saw: Falcons and BetBoom. Who do you think had a good breakfast that morning?
Okay. You want to start with the because I could just give you.
Falcons did not have a good breakfast, that's for sure.
Is that's just a flame? That's just what that is.
Yeah, that's just a straight
It's
up
just a flame.
flame.
Okay, yeah. Put them in sleep in.
No, because I always see AUI at breakfast. He is an important part of Falcons.
Important part of their diet.
But he plays Dark Souls while they're playing games and while they're drafting. Like he doesn't actually play. He doesn't actually coach. So he's not really part of the team.
Okay.
I think they're in I eat when I have to.
I eat when I have to.
Yeah.
I saw the unmuted Birmingham. They eat a lot of bananas. I've noticed that.
Dota players do.
Dota players do. Bananas is the official fruit of Dota 2.
They
but
love their bananas.
They love their bananas.
Shout out to bananas. Can we get
Shout out
an
to
image?
bananas.
An image of bananas.
Can we get a shout out to Christina Bananagate?
Everyone's always being told, like, you want to eat something light,
Hmm.
right? That gives you energy. And everyone tells you it's a banana.
Potassium.
They're brainwashed into thinking bananas is going to make them play better.
No,
I promise you that.
But they won that event.
No, it's because bananas, out of all
Maybe
the
it works.
fruits, are like the easiest to eat. Because you
very
just peel
portable.
it off and then you eat it. Like, there's no extra prep work. There's
Wait,
no
you peel the thing?
Sure.
No wonder they're so hard to eat.
Yeah.
We sure do.
Extra fiber.
We sure do,
God,
Jenkins.
I couldn't understand why people like these things.
All right, BetBoom team. You think Pure's a breakfast enjoyer? Is he a denier? Does he sleep in? Does he eat when he has to?
I think they're asleep in. That's my take.
They're
but
definitely asleep in.
I'm going to
Sleep-inners?
disagree. I think they're breakfast enjoyers.
Really?
I
What do
mean,
you think?
Look at their bet boom.
A lot of B's.
Yeah, breakfast.
Breakfast.
Lunch starts with an
Bunch.
L.
They're
You know they don't want to do
breakfast
the
Yeah,
breakfast
they're the breakfast bunch. I agree. Let's put them in breakfast enjoyers for
But
that.
there's no way I've not seen a single BetBoom person. I've not missed a day of breakfast. here.
Surely Kazu and Sunsfan during EWC at one point of their many BB
Belt boys.
It's bed and
Yeah.
breakfast.
Bed and breakfast. Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Bed and breakfast.
That's true. This
there
all
you
make-
go.
this is
You know what?
I
True.
This is
True.
good logic.
True.
I knew.
Yeah,
Breakfast
this
lunch.
is good logic.
All right,
Breakfast
Shopify Rebellion. Where are we putting them?
They're definitely the deniers.
Really? I feel like they're enjoyers.
Which player you think is an enjoyer on that?
I just think they just seem like they enjoy their meals. I don't mean that in a bad way. I just feel like
They
they
enjoy
like
their
to be around the food areas. I always see them around the food.
I don't feel like I've seen any of them at breakfast in the morning.
I don't think I have.
I mean, I've seen Bulba at breakfast.
Again, you're citing coaches. I don't think coaches have a
Coaches
strong
don't count.
bearing
We
on.
talk about bananas too.
Yeah.
The way Bulba holds the banana is very uncomfortable.
Really?
Yeah.
But you think they're just actively against breakfast? They just don't.
How does he hold it that makes you uncomfortable?
It's just like you're just full.
You don't have to.
Yeah,
There's no finesse
You
to
don't
it.
do two-handed. You want one hand.
Maybe some.
I like to wine glass my bananas, actually, personally.
I just get the vibe that they do like their breakfast. But I haven't seen them.
Just put them anywhere. They're not going to make the next tournament anyway. Just put them anywhere.
Sounds like they're sleeping in then.
Yeah.
All right, we got one for everybody, though this one doesn't really count. That's just me.
Mm-hmm.
How about the actual Team Liquid and not me?
They're enjoyers.
This is the team that's 50-50. This is the team
They're
that
enjoyers.
I see half of them there, and I see you hear about where they're not mourning people all the time. You know.
But you're right, because at Dream League, they do say that they don't like the early morning games.
It's the excuse every single time.
Yeah.
But I do see Saberlight and Insania.
Insania's always at breakfast.
They're always at breakfast.
I think so.
So I put them in the middle because of that.
I eat when I have to?
Yeah, maybe low middle.
Like, I want you to move it.
Yeah, like that.
Okay.
So wait, who's bringing them down?
Nisha probably sleeps in the most out of any Dota player. The guy's not human, so his sleep patterns are like once every 4 days, he sleeps for 40 hours.
He's uber human.
Yeah, except the opposite. Like that's literally the sleeping for longer than normal.
Yeah, I'll go with that. I believe in that one.
Enigma Galaxy.
Lebanese team. Do people eat breakfast in Lebanon?
I mean, they're definitely I eat when I have to.
Okay, Lebanese, they do like breakfast, but I'm telling you, I know these they love to sleep.
Yeah,
There's
they've got
there's some
Sumel.
sleepyheads in
I
there.
have a lot of experience with Sumel.
Yeah.
And he eats when he has to.
He eats when he has to?
He does look like he eats when he has to.
Like, actually, he doesn't even eat. You have to force feed him.
Miracle also eats when he has to.
Yeah, they're 100.
Yeah,
They're-
that's true.
But then you have that. You mentioned the Lebanese
then we
boys.
have the
They do
Lebanese
like
players.
their
We
food.
can put them in the middle. We can split them in half. I mean, Sumail was very early on the banana meta also. I remember.
feel like Miracle and Sumail drag it down pretty far, though.
Yeah.
Those two are... Yeah, maybe.
Just right at the border.
What do you think?
Right at the border.
Not acceptable.
How strong is Lebanon
Omar and GH with this border right here.
Yeah.
And
Maybe up a little bit.
I
You
think
gotta-
Lebanon is strong here, but like the Jordanian sleep-in is really powerful.
Yeah, it's pretty strong.
All right, last but not least, Team Spirit.
Maposhka's always at breakfast. I can tell you that. He's the old man. He has to be a good influence on the kids.
Yep.
The kids do
Are
not
you like the
wake up.
person that asks for people's room numbers? How do you know?
No, I'm at breakfast. I'm just at breakfast. I'm an old man too. I'm always at breakfast.
For how long? How do you know everyone at breakfast?
Listen, man, the reporter job's pretty easy. I don't have to do anything other than sit there at breakfast and like, oh, this will be useful for the tier list.
I would have put old Spirit, like last year's Spirit, at breakfast enjoyers because I feel like all of that. Yeah, but I think a lot of the new Spirit like to also sleep in. So I don't necessarily think it's I eat when I have to, but I feel like there's some sleep going on there. Would you agree?
They're
Jason?
sleeping. I mean, when you're young, you have to sleep for things to regenerate. When you're old, you're
What does
just
that even mean?
you're just you have kids. You know how it is.
Things
This is like the youngest team.
Things to
He needs
regenerate.
that human growth hormone.
Yeah. That comes out in
So
REM
your
sleep.
body.
Yeah.
Develop.
Okay.
Okay, got it.
Who's the Malik?
You
Does
came up with
Malik
the
eat?
category.
Does Malik eat?
Malik is a very fit guy. So I would say probably he values
breakfast.
He's a very healthy guy.
You can be very healthy without eating breakfast as well.
Were there any
Thing called
players in
intermittent
general who you
fasting.
thought were deniers?
Deniers.
Yeah, other
Yeah.
than me.
I could see yeah, just you.
Okay.
It's just you.
Just you.
Glad you made a category just for me.
I mean,
No worries.
breakfast is the meal I will. If I have to skip a meal, it'll be breakfast.
Damn
Put
right.
fear on there as
Hell
well.
yeah, brother.
Put fear on there as well. Get the
That's
spirit
the-
thing.
that-
It's not
but
a denying
just
thing.
just
though.
right
I don't
fear.
hate it.
Well, you don't hate anything because you don't feel strong emotions in general.
The Fear Galaxy.
Yeah.
There you go.
How dare you accuse them of not feeling strong emotions?
Okay, put Mira on there as well.
All right.
You definitely feel things.
Mira's a denier.
No, I'm not. I am a breakfast enjoyer, okay? I refuse. My name will not be sullied.
You are a breakfast.
I have
enjoyer.
not
That
missed
is
a
true.
day of breakfast.
You know the breakfast tech, actually.
I do.
And we know the tech between these teams, because that is our 1xBet tier list for ESL One at Bangkok 2024. Now let's get into the Dota. So we got two of these teams going head-to-head. It's Pari Vision taking on Avalis. All right, friends, we had a good time talking about things that don't necessarily pertain to the Dota. Now we can get into the nitty-gritty of it. Upper bracket semifinals are upon us. We already saw Team Falcons fall to a Bet Boom team. and they will be facing off against the winner of Shopify Rebellion versus Team Liquid later on in the arena. Right now, we have one more upper bracket to sort out. It's Party version versus Avilus. Since Jenkins, we have not had the pleasure of having you on panel. What's been your takes, man? How you been feeling about this tournament?
I got one take. So I would like to politely disagree with you, you piece of shit, about the fact that the tier list does not pertain. Because I think that the one thing that made Avilus, and I know Perry Vision's on the team, but we'll talk about Avilus for a second here. They really like each other. They're friends. They're boys. And I think during Dota, they had that tournament that was going on at the same time. That I can't remember what it was called, but it was
nobody remembers.
Literally also in Serbia.
Oh, RES.
Yeah. And Stormstormer told me about how they basically went from just being a team to being friends.
They won that one, right?
Yeah, they won.
Yeah.
And
that helps with friendship too.
Right. And this was like halfway through the tournament that that I talked to him about this.
Yeah.
So it was something that was like, I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. You know, that sounds nice. And it's like, holy shit, there's something there, psychologically speaking, Tsunami.
There's friendship on the line in this matchup as well, because Crystallis spoke to Cap about one of his former teammates, Eki, in this matchup.
But with the new unique style, it feels kind of...
Are you surprised to see him on the other side of the battlefield once again?
What do I say? Like, I'm super surprised. I never expect to see Eki here. No, like, you know, I guess, you know, could be expected, I guess.
You knew he was a good player when you played with him on Secret, right?
Of course.
All right. One more question. Stormstormer is very well known for his Invoker, his Exort Invoker. What do you think about his Quaswex Invoker?
I mean, we might not ban it today because he's been playing a lot of Quaswex recently. It's like, I have some memories from it. An Entity... I feel like it's not like the... Yeah, we probably won't ban it, I think.
All right, fair enough. Good luck.
See, there's a bunch of love between these two teams, and in fact, this was not the first time that Stormstormer came up in conversation, because on day one of this tournament, Cap also got a chance to speak to No One, and he had some thoughts about mid laners in this event.
No One, it's been a while. This is a real interview, I promise. Nobody's telling me anything. So I had a question. I came up watching you on Virtus Pro, right? Back then, it was like you and Samael, like #1 mids, battling back and forth. Now that you're back on a tier 1 team again, you're in shape. How do you feel like the field is when it comes to mid players? Where do you think you rank?
I don't know. I don't rank myself, honestly. Yeah.
Who do you think the toughest mids are out there right now?
Stormer.
Yeah. Anybody else?
No.
Oh, okay. All right.
I'm like not much sleep, jet lag and stuff, so my brain is shut off.
Hey, no worries.
Was that tongue-in-cheek, or you think it was legitimate fear?
I don't know, but Stormstormer is now here playing against the rank 1 team. They were the rank 2 team, so we'll have to see. At first, he didn't look too convinced when he said it, but Stormstormer, he's been pulling out a lot of heroes this event that he's doing well on. One in particular that we even talked about in the previous interview, that Invoker. Will he get it? But the heroes in general that Stormstormer does play, typically I do see a lot of Batrider. He's playing at this event. He's playing Invoker as well in this event. He probably won't get Invoker. Will he be able to succeed against No One, who in my opinion right now is the best laning mid?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, No One's definitely back to the glory days. And I will say this about him. He's not the type of person to disrespect anybody, let alone an opponent in a LAN that he's competing in. So I doubt that he said that sarcastically. It could just be that he was tired and like maybe their most recent scrim partner was Avilus.
True.
So that is the person that came to mind. But it did sound respectful. So I think there is something to be said about how much Stormstormer has improved. Obviously, he took a really long break from Dota. We hadn't seen him compete the last year, but he's got a lot to prove now, which is why he's bringing the A game out, Jenkins.
I don't understand how Stormstormer is so good at Dota, because he's such a nice guy, and I feel like somebody who's this good at Dota should be...
In a core role, specifically.
In a core role.
Because we have nice support players.
Yeah, true.
But for nice
the core players are like a little... Usually they're like a little full of themselves, or they're...
Don't you play offlane?
Well, offlaners are insane. Like there's some level of like...
Everyone has a neurodivergence.
There's like neuroticism that exists within the cores, right? But I feel like Stormstormer is like too... normal.
Yeah, he's too well adjusted.
He's too well adjusted. I do want to talk about No One for a second though, because watching their replays, this guy is probably the most impressive person on the team for me.
Yeah.
I've seen that like he plays it's not like he's playing one archetype of hero mid. Like he'll play Riki mid one game and then he'll play Earth Spirit where he's like going in first, super sacrificial. He owns, he plays sniper, he's the true carry, he's playing more safe. He owns, he always wins the lane. He will play like Puck versus Monkey King, win Puck versus Monkey King matchup where his team like gets to do this in the draft only because he can outskill. Like this is another one of those guys where it's not supposed to be like this. He's an old man. He's been here since the beginning. Cap was mentioning Virtus Pro.
Yeah.
This guy's not meant to be beating these young mids like he is, but he's a monster.
It's very old generation versus a new generation. We're talking a lot about Stormstormer, but why don't we hear from the man himself?
Got Stormstormer here from Avalus. This next matchup, this is a matchup that you've had before on LAN, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like we played against Paravision like a couple of times, but one time met them on Relock in the finals.
And what do you think gave you guys the edge then in that grand finals?
To be fair, before that in the semifinals we played against Alliance, and we had an insanely crazy series against them where we came back from Mega Creeps with a 98% win probability for them. So I think the momentum was really riding high for us, and I think if we have a high momentum, we're just kind of unstoppable.
All right, fair enough. Do you feel like you have the momentum right now?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, fair enough. And you've got some ex-teammates on the other side here, both in Chrysalis as well as the coach in Astini. Do you feel like that gives you an insight into how Paravision likes to play?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I still remember some stuff. Of course, as Astini, I worked a little bit for a shorter period of time. When I was announced, it was only like a couple months. But I still think I have a good grasp of how they view Dota and what they think. Of course, it might have changed over the last couple of months, but I think in their core identities, you get to know them a little bit. And they, of course, know me as well, so it goes both ways.
Yeah, Chrysalis knew about your Invoker quite well. He had some words to say about it. Only nice things, of course. You have anything nice to say about Chrysalis?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to his Monkey King, and for sure, please don't gank me on mid. I'm gonna be really scared. No, I'm kidding. Pick whatever the fuck you want. I'm gonna own you.
Fantastic. Thank you, man. Good luck.
That's the kind of confidence I love to hear out of him, especially when he gets to stay in his comfort zone, right, Fear?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I think Stormstormer is one of those players that it's really dependent on what hero he's playing, where you see his power level. And I think right now the Invoker's super popular. All the teams are picking it. It is really strong right now. He's not getting it this game. There's absolutely no way you give it to him if you look at these stats. You have some heroes like Monkey King on here. He's playing Batrider mid for some reason. He's got no wins on the puck right now. Or you do look at No One, his hero pool, a little more robust here. He does play a lot of the sniper mid, which is something they're really good at. He can play Earth Spirit, as you mentioned. He can own on Riki. He lost really badly. That game was bad, by the way. But moving on from that, he plays Magnus mid. I think he won a matchup against a Storm Spirit with a Magnus. Like, he just wins matchups he shouldn't be winning. And I think it's been proven by like Kiyotaka and others who have had kind of rough laning stages that Invoker kind of gives you that free win. So if you are going into this matchup and you have a player like No One on your team, I think you just ban that Invoker and try to abuse Stormstormer in the mid lane.
The numbers are quite padded though, because Paravision literally only lost one game throughout this group stage. And we can take a look at our Wisdom Maroon presented by the US Air Force for this series, which also pertains to some pub performances. We've taken a look at average pubs played per player, and we're seeing that Paravision is right in the sweet spot. Avalus, though, not really hitting the pubs that often. You surprised, Jenkins?
I'm pretty surprised, because I feel like some of their players are like known pub
grinders.
Stars. Yeah, like Eki.
They're playing 20
and
scrims
Storm.
a day.
Do we have the duration of time for this?
I would assume that it's from the beginning of Bangkok. So.
Oh, that's not too surprising, because like I would imagine the newer teams that spend a lot more time like talking about scrims, analyzing replays together than just pubbing to like practice it out. Because we saw Falcons was the highest, but they've also been together forever with very good results, and I doubt they'd need as much time to sit together and, you know, analyze replays.
I mean, pubbing is not necessarily good for your mental health either. Like, if you have a bad day of pubs, it will affect your performance too. And I hear
Southeast Asian
I hear the pubs here can be a little volatile.
What?
Well, you know what is good for your mental health?
Winning?
Going to the sauna, going to the gym together. These guys do everything together. You go in the sauna, it's just Avalus. Every single time. One half of the sauna is covered by Avalus, the other half is Big L.
And right in the middle is a big old acid spray as we take a look at our game number 1 draft as it comes on the screen. Sniper, Monkey King, Phoenix, and Muerta banned out by Avalis. Parivision take out the Batrider, the Dawn, the Chen, the Pugna, and the Beastmaster. They first pick a DK, and Avalis respond with an Alchemist. What makes it so wild, Fear?
There's Alchemist versus DK in the game.
Yeah.
These heroes are typically both banned. So seeing both of them come out here is quite interesting. I think DK right now is the best carry in the game, so already Parivision slightly winning the draft. However, there are some bans that you kind of just have to do when you are playing for certain teams. The Dawnbreaker is something that Obvious has been playing quite a bit that looks pretty good, and that is the reason why we are seeing a couple of these strong carries getting into the game. And you do pick Alchemist, so I think you have to pick Doom just to cover your own Alchemist there.
Yeah, it's interesting. This is still the meta, is the Alch into Doom. I guess either one of these heroes needs to be nerfed or the drafting order needs to change, because this was Falcons that originated this strat.
Yeah, you can't give it away, so you only have one ban, and Doom is a pretty strong hero. It's pretty good versus DK, but it doesn't ruin him. I kind of like playing DK if you are to play carry into Doom, just because you are that high HP hero. Even if you get doomed, you can just, as long as you have your ult on, right, you can just sit there and stand and fight.
Yeah, but later on in the game, it allows you to just kind of throw everything on the DK. Like when he becomes the highest priority target, when you have something like a Doom and then an Alchemist who does a lot of follow-up damage, like in that Doom duration, who can take advantage of the DK, it's a solution.
With such a support-heavy bans, you needed to get your hands on a support quick. Parivision go for the Ogre.
Has there been a lot of SF in this tournament?
No.
Very few.
Not much
Not
SF,
much.
right?
I mean, SF got nerfed really hard, and Naga got nerfed too, and those two were like top tier in the last patch.
Right.
There's actually only been one SF ban and one SF pick, and it was Na'Vi, and they lost with SF.
Yeah, I mean, I think SF is just a really bad hero. Like the Necromancy giving less damage now on all levels really hurts the hero.
We did have the world's longest 1v1 of SF, though, so SF has definitely been getting airtime at Skog.
It's back when it has to be that hero and no other heroes. But yeah, it's interesting that as far as like the support pool goes, like Parivision, I expected them to potentially like bring out a hero like Batrider that is pretty popular. We saw the Gyrocopter just because 9 class does love playing those heroes. But they're going to go for the Dark Willow, they're going to go for the Ogre. We're going to see another couple supports here because you already picked your cores for Ovulus.
9 class does love his Willow though. He hasn't been played at this tournament, but last Dream League he was busting it out as much as he could, and they'll even like they won't even go for the standard Willow range plus melee archetype. Like they ran a lot of Willow plus Enigma at Dream League, and that looked very good for them. And what Willow does provide for them in this game is just a lot of early game DPS to take out these tanky cores, right? You're looking at a Doom, you're looking at an Alchemist. Ogre isn't going to be providing you that damage, but Willow will be.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking as well. And also, like, pairing with either the Ogre or the DK, if it's just a Willow plus one of these heroes, the stun from either of the heroes is enough to kill somebody with the Willow, which is particularly why the Rasta is also really nice. He's really hard to burst with this Cluster Cluck facet. It's been buffed to the point where it's pretty imba, and then also you can use it on your team and save them from the same burst.
It's also just what Eki's looked best on this tournament is the Shaman. So it'll be curious to see it play versus such extreme burst, but I also wanted to mention Zive. We've only seen him play 3 heroes this entire tournament. He's only played Darkseer and Dawn and who's the other guy?
Primal Beast.
Primal Beast. That's 3 heroes he's played. So now they're busting out something different than we've seen this tournament. Will it be as effective, or are we going to see it fall flat here? Because typically when the offlane pool is so narrow, it means the way that you play becomes so hyper-specific too, as a team.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I think this is very interesting, though, to follow up on your point about dealing with a DK. Like, you have so much single target damage right now, where this DK cannot feel very comfortable being the only source of damage or being like this 4 protect 1, because like Shadow Shaman just locks down one hero like forever. Doom
He's gonna
does
get
the same
kited,
thing. Enchantress does lots of damage to DK as well. I really want to see Parivision pick something that also scales here, and they have like perfect, like something like that, something where you don't have one carry, because that one carry is gonna get every single spell jumped onto them or just cast on them, and then they're gonna be disabled throughout the fight. So having multiple sources of damage and scaling is what Parivision should do against a lineup like this, because that is the weakness of Obvious's draft right now, is like everything is very single target.
Yeah, and also it's just one of Crystal's like top 3 carry heroes. He's often in best of threes, you'll see that teams will give away Razor one time to Paravision, and then it's banned the next game.
They regret it instantly.
Every time. I can't imagine this being any different, especially when you're looking at the matchups of Razor versus Alchemist, Razor versus Doom with an Ogre. They're going to be able to punish this Doom very heavily on lane. And look how happy he is. I mean,
even Razor.
I've seen this before.
Razor versus Angie, even if you can't hit her, just making it so that the ult is hitting her is enough to kill her. So she's never going to be like that unkillable state. It does mean that the DK is now going to be pivoted to either offlane or mid. I would probably imagine that it's no one playing it.
I would hope so, yeah.
Just because I feel like he's shown that he can play in almost any archetype mid in this tournament. So if you're going to do this pivot, like, I don't like DK mid for any other team, but it might actually work because it's no one.
Yeah, I mean, the real question is, do you like DK mid or DK offlane more? Or less, rather, because I personally do not like the offlane DK right now.
Maybe with Willow, it's less bad on the offlane.
Maybe. I just feel like he doesn't do any damage. He's not as tanky as he used to be either, so it's just kind of get bullied.
I think you just throw it mid, because it'll block pick a lot of Stormer heroes as well, like Puck. They will often go for Puck on 18 or 24, and they have the option for like this 24 pick gotcha, or like any kind of high mobility hero is answered by the DK, and then you can just look for that early blink timing. You play with your Dark Willow, she does the damage for you, and then you just depend on your offlane pick to snowball the game, like, you know, some Lycan or something like that for DM that could catch them off guard.
It looks like you're right about that take. I mean, they banned Viper. I imagine some other DK owning lane winner mid. Let's see, what is there? Bats banned, Monkeys banned.
I mean, there's nothing that's going to crush him unless you're looking at like Shadow Fiends and stuff. But
like Lina will do well.
Lina is definitely a lot better than it used to be, but I'm not entirely I mean, you could, not particularly bad. They're banning Shaker out.
Shaker, I guess. I mean,
yeah, that's pretty good.
Melee hero, I guess Shaker likes to play against any melee.
Yeah, they have to make their choice now. Likely it is going to be that mid DK as predicted. I like it a lot. It does scale. You do have an opportunity, and Stormer banned his own Invoker, which I think is, I mean, sure, DK's okay versus Invoker, but I feel like he's just so good on it, it shouldn't matter. And what are the punishing picks left? And when I think of Stormer, I don't really think of him as that player that's going to punish the other player mid really hard, or some last pick Huskar or something, which also owns DK and is in the pool. But is he going to play it? Probably not.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Lina's definitely one of his signatures, and he had played it.
It's good enough.
I mean, feel like it's gonna be Lina. I just don't like Lina too much against Centaur, because you can send your whole team in with the Centaur ult and jump her.
Just not like a WoW pick.
Yeah, but
Huskar would be like, wow, okay, that's a problem. But
then again, if you have Stormer on your team, are you really looking for that WoW pick, or are you just giving him something?
Why are you giving him last pick then? You know what I mean?
Sometimes you have to. When you're picking the two cores like this at the start.
If you got Alk and Doom that early,
you kind of have to last pick your mid.
Well, that's not necessarily, like, how would I say this, I guess? Strategically, that doesn't make the most sense to me to do this type of draft if Stormer's just not going to abuse the last pick. But we'll see. Maybe he can find something that works here and can also punish no one, which honestly I haven't seen anyone do regardless of matchup. He's just been so stable in the laning stage. Hard task, so I think you do just go for this Lina, just allow him to scale. You'll probably trade farm. Not bad.
I would hope he digs a little bit deeper into his hero pool and strays away from the Lina, because I think there are too many issues for her.
Too deep.
Oh.
I mean, why? So he's played, what, 6 heroes this tournament? They don't want to stray away from what's worked for them, but I think the issue with Lina here is not just, okay, you'll have a Centaur Stampede to get on top of her. You're going to have the Blink DK later on to get on top of her. You're playing against Dark Willow, and what Dark Willow does versus mobility-dependent heroes is she denies the ground with Brambles. It makes it very hard to maneuver into and out of fights as a Lina. Like, you want to abuse her Ag Scepter, and Willow kind of stops that throughout the game as well. It's one of the hero's biggest strengths. So it's not the easiest Lina game, but I understand why they went for it. They stuck to what's been working for them.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think both teams pretty much got what they wanted. We'll see very quickly in this series that, like, it might be a 2-0 in either way. If one of these drafts doesn't work and this game is not even, I don't see the next game going that differently, because I do think that Avalos, this is just how they're going to draft no matter what. Or maybe the pivot would be like the Alk Doom or something like that, but
I don't know. I just worry, though, because like I said, Zive's always been on like less greedy offlaners too, and now he's on a Doom who's super greedy, going to take up a lot of space, going to try to print a lot of money, play for later stages of the game. a bit concerning, whereas like Paravision, they have tempo and they have their Siggies on their carry and their offlane.
They do, but the question is how dog shit is the DK mid fear? That's the real question.
I think it's fine this game, and he's going to scale, and he's not going to lose. Stormstormer doesn't really punish you as a player in the mid lane.
And it's in no one's hands.
No, the biggest issue I have with DK mid is it's very punishable. I don't think it's going to get punished. I think the Lina will get farmed, sure. However, I do think the Doom is going to get destroyed in the laning stage very hard by Razor Ogre. I also think in their safe lane, they've got an Alchemist lane with Inch. Sure, it's kind of strong, but versus a Willow Centaur, you're going to get potentially owned in that lane too. I think it really comes down to a skill-based matchup in most all these lanes. And I think Parivision, unfortunately, has the skill advantage here in this matchup. And that's not something you really want to draft yourself into if you're more of a mechanical, not as a mechanical of a team, and you're more about like team fighting.
We'll see if this conservative approach from Stormstormer ends up paying off in this game number 1 with MLP and John X Fire.
Oh, thank you so much, Tsunami. We will get into a game number 1 here between Avulus and Paravision. Jonathan, you've seen the drafts. Winner of this best of 3 goes straight to top 3. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking it's going to be a challenge for Avulus. I think Paravision, again, we heard the panel. They all kind of enjoyed what they saw. They enjoyed that DK flex onto mid for no one. There's a tempo issue for the side of Avulus. If they start to fall behind a little bit too much, you heard the panel again. It's Alchemist, it's Lina, it's Doom. All of these cores will need some build-up. And it doesn't take that long for Paravision to get online. And granted, if the lanes are even, I think you're relatively happy in Avulus. But Paravision's also not too bad off. They can play off the DK. They can get their own siege going. They've always got the Stampede to escape. And, at the very least, Centaur doesn't need that much farm to start to connect with some of these supports. Whereas for the side of Avulus, I mean, who are you going to connect with? The best bet you have is maybe Stormstormer. On early level 6, you try to tempo yourself around Laguna, but even the Lina needs some farm, right? Like, it doesn't necessarily enjoy going around as much, but it will have to buy space for the Alkin Doom here.
Yeah, we'll see what does happen. I mean, again, a lot of pressure on both these sides to try and pull off this victory here in Game 1, give yourself the advantage going into Game 2, and again, if you pull off this best of 3, you are guaranteed top 3, which is a fantastic position to be in. Here at ESL One Bangkok, we'll see how it all does pan out. Saneeka's already having a look around. They know there was a ward placed on that dire side of the Tier 1 tower, but they're not going to try and look for it yet. Banneroon fight doesn't really seem like it's coming either. DM might have some games to play with Saneeko and does manage to sneak the Banneroon away. So a nice little steal here as they are going to get a 3-for-1 trade the way of Paravision. Already a nice little start.
Yeah, a good little denial. Again, you've got the Alchemist early. That little bit of extra gold can play a huge part, especially with the seed money to sustain through the lane. So that just takes a little bit of the bite away there for the side of Avulus and Smiling Knight. Still taking a gander on mid. This is a matchup we don't see too often. At least it's not the most popular one recently. It's something we've seen before, but this is still relatively stable for the DK. Right, you're going Thermal Runaway as well, so it's not like you've got that steady additional damage through the burn. DK is just going to be able to sit back, breathe fire, regen through, and just farm up normally there.
That he will. Just looking at bottom lane, DM 9 class going to be against Saneeko and Smiling Knight. I wonder how much pressure they can really apply here to Smiling Knight to give him a bit of a slower start. It does feel like Saneeko should be able to kill Smiling Knight quite safe. I mean, it's very rare you see an Enchantress lose a lane. So chances are Paravision may just have to accept the fact that this Alchemist is probably going to have a decent start to this game.
Yeah, it's not going to be the highest pressure. There's a nice little spike at, say, level 2, level 3. But that's when things kind of stabilize as well for the Ench, especially once you get the value point in Enchant or maybe a value point in Impetus to get some blows back. It's not like the burstiest lane. You do have horsepower up for DM over the double edge facet with additional damage to look for those early plays, which can kind of go sideways considering the damage back. But it should be stable at the very least. You're not going to be stopping Smiling Knight. At the same time, if DM, as long as he's not playing too aggressive, and again, keeps up EXP, they have enough threat that committing onto a center might not also be the best bet there.
I mean, look out for the connections as well from Avulus with this support duo. I mean, the Ench, Shaman both can rotate quite easily onto no one later on, perhaps around the 6-minute mark to try and secure those power runes for Stormstormer. And naturally with these supports as well, you are looking to take very early Tier 1 towers, so the pressure can come out pretty early on if you do find yourself with the pick-off. For now, of course, they will just be sitting in their lanes, but certainly I think around the 6-minute mark is when things could get a little bit scary, especially considering you probably will have that 5-minute siege creep. Top lane, Zibe going to be chased down here by Crystallis. It looks like he might just be dead. He'll try to turn, but the kill will go the way of the Razor first. the very least, Eki does find a trade, but still a very nice start here for Paravision.
That it is. Eki just randomly popped his Cluster Cluck Hex earlier on. Could have had that for a little bit of escape, a little bit of a gap increaser there for Zibe, but you do manage to find a trade. It's a lot better for Paravision. You deny EXP away from the Doom. Not that you mind getting EXP on a Shaman anyway. Like, as levels go up, more damage with Ether Shock, you get the value in Shackles. There's some turn potential with the fast Shaman levels here.
I gotta say, I really hate that. I know you've mentioned it a billion times. I cannot stand the Shaman. You know what? I didn't believe you when you first told me. I'll be honest. I was like, it's not that bad. And then I started playing against it over and over again, and I'm like, no, this is horrible.
It is. It's so... Okay, the thing that triggers me while we're on this lane is that if you're chasing down a Shaman, right, you're about to kill him, right before he dies, he's gonna pop Hex on himself.
Yes.
Run away, and then when you try to kill him again, he's gonna have that same damn thing again.
Yes.
Like, it should not work that way. It's just... Okay.
I do feel like if Hex is already on cooldown, it should just not work.
Yeah, nah.
Yeah. Hopefully they change it. It's pretty ridiculous.
Well, it's going to be that way here, so let's see if Paravision start to enjoy that gameplay.
It's weird though, right? Because it does make Shaman kind of in the meta.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
I mean, it's funny because both of his facets are kind of good in certain games. Like the Giant Ward is not bad.
No,
if you have a lineup for it, it's really good.
No, absolutely not. I mean, it is good, is what I'm trying to say here, John. I'm not disagreeing with you. Ducala's going to have a bit of trade here with Eki, not too much to write home about. So far, I mean, things are going pretty smoothly on all lanes. I mean, we saw that 1-for-1 trade up at top, but you kind of expect that with the Razor Ogre. You know, once you hit that level 2 mark, especially on the Ogre, you can choose to get very aggressive, and you almost guarantee yourself a kill when you've got a carry like Razor with you.
Yeah, doesn't take too much to just try to punish Sibit early on. He does have the early chain lightning creep to kind of poke back, and Eki's doing a fine job of just ensuring attention's onto him.
Speaking of Eki, Crystal's actually going to get stunned up by the neutrals, but it won't matter too much because Eki's still in pretty big trouble. Does go for the Hex and just runs away. Zibe, though, he did move in to try and help out. And I dare say Eki's still probably going to die here. Crystallis can go for the Plasma Field and does eventually connect. Eki will go into that Hex form once again, but Crystallis now walking away with a double kill. Even better.
Yeah, you know, maybe getting a little bit keen on that Shackle out, not respecting the stuns coming out from Ducalis, of course, with the learning curve, and the burn damage you have on hand. Nice set of kills for Crystallis, a Razor with early levels and kills. Again, we were talking about tempo. Paravision are kind of setting up for that, like a Razor with a fast start into BKB. Yasha is already going to be a bit of a threat. Mid lane for no one's drawing even. That does allow a bit of a bottle top-up for Stormer, and your Lena's ahead, but by like 1 CS and 2 denies. It's really not bad for no one whatsoever. And again, it's a DK lane. You expect that lane to be stable no matter what.
That you do. Still, Storm's having a 32 and 4 CS kind of game right now. It's a pretty strong start for Storm. What you like to see if you're the side of Avulus, and keep in mind their draft does start to take off around the 15-20 minute mark. So you get a great start like this when you're out cleaner, and things are looking already up for you, even if the kill score does not look great for them at the moment. Avulus still looking pretty damn good from this laning beginning. 6-minute power runes will be spawning up in about 30 seconds, so we'll see if the support rotations are going to come in from either side. Storm, of course, would love it. No one probably doesn't care as much, but would like to at least try and deny it away from Stormer. But as you can see, Seneca's already going to show up. And he will at least start pressuring the Tier 1 while he's at it. Just why the hell not? He's got time.
Yeah. Start poking away. See, I believe Eki was on his way down as well. We'll try to poke still, popping that Dragon Form early, so you might not have enough room to commit. Yeah, unlucky. I mean, committing the Dragon Form, certainly, again, you can shove back the wave, but Lina can shove it right back in. You're not going to get chip damage onto the tower. It guarantees the gank doesn't come out, at least.
I mean, they really wanted that rune. The Arcane rune would have been very nice for Stormer, but he does get unlucky, so instead they're going to move the support duo down bottom, it seems. Meanwhile, top, Zibe would get ganked by 9 class. He's trying to have a look around to see if he can lock him down with the brambles, but Zibe did have a nice ward on the river, so he does see them moving in. Meanwhile, bottom, Eki looking for an attempt onto DM, does get the shackles off. They'll have a follow-up stun here as well with Seneko, but it is a Sentinel. Double braces up, DM is not going to die that easily. Meanwhile, top lane, Zibe still in trouble, eventually actually getting caught out. Eki's going to rotate in to try and help with the Hex. And Zibe, he's still safe, but he's going to get through that tree line. Oh, and that's an awkward pause. coming out from Seneko. Storm is right there with the Light Strike Ray ready to go. DM still being chased, but who cares about that? Because Ducalis and Nineclass might just both be going down. Ducalis already in trouble. Will go. Still Nineclass can steal a Wisdom Rune and does manage to get away with it. Storm are going to continue the chase. Nineclass, it happens. Storm he'll try, but the TP away will be successful. And they even got the Wisdom Rune, so happy days here for the side of Paravision.
They get a lot. Storm is not mid, so no one gets to farm more. Gets to actually try to get some chip damage onto the tier 1 with Dragon Form coming off cooldown. Now, you do manage to get some space out for Smiling Light down bot to solo shove as well. DM can't really stop it on a solar scent. But it wastes some time around the map. You're giving a lot of free space out to Paravision, which they know how to use. Your Alchemist investment is coming online, and you kind of have to make that worthwhile now. As long as you hold on to this mid-tier 1, you know, if Paravision doesn't see a clear path to commit the Dragon Form, which they will.
Stormer getting caught. Brambles to lock him down. Ducalis with the Fire Blast to follow up. Though Stormer trying to fight back, but no one. Hitting way too hard will take out the laner. Is now Eki, of course. Doesn't really seem like he can get out easily here unless he can really abuse that cluster cluck. And no, he cannot. It's a tongue twister, John. Don't smile at me like that. I know what I was about to say.
Yeah, it's a fun one. Not so fun there.
Crystallis. He'll chase Zibe down. Zibe, he's got some help coming, but it's not quick enough. And even if Seneko was there, I don't think he would have been able to help too much.
No, I mean, he's got the amp damage rune, but it's really not much. It's enough space for mid again to just be cleared out by Paravision. Still holding the support.
Oh, this is a great play. Paravision. That's a great play. Just wait for Stormer to come back and just set up on him. Eki now, he panicked TP trying to help out, but it's not looking too good for him.
Blocked by his creeps.
He's blocked by the creeps. Eki's down a boot. And that mid-tier 1 tower is guaranteed to go the way of Paravision. And that's really bad news when you've got an Alchemist drop.
And it is, and we were talking about it coming in, right? Like the greed on Avalus's draft. Which core are you going to be connecting with? Stormer's your best bet, but his laning start, you know, having a slight lead over the DK is nice. He's died twice in a row. He hasn't been able to really get a kill for himself. It's not smooth going right now for the side of Avalus. You've got an Alchemist who needs farm, a Doom who needs farm. Meanwhile, Paravision, they're inching closer to the BKB timing for Crystallis. You've got the Blink coming out shortly for no one. Nothing's stopping them from just constantly playing tempo. Like, they really don't require much. Maybe DM has a slower game, sure, on that Centaur, but even then, as long as he has Stampede, he still has impact here.
That he does. Avulus, they'll sit back for a little bit now, 2-9, but a 4K advantage to Paravision. Again, quite a scary thing to see with an Alchemist on the other team.
An Alchemist and a Doom. Like, that's just doubling down on how rough a 4K advantage
not Stormer. He's been caught again. I mean, he's farming in a safe position. I don't think it's quite his fault. I think this kind of goes back to what Effie was saying on panel. She did say you're going to get caught over and over again on this Lina, and that was without the Dark Willow being around.
No. It's just so susceptible. And it's always in the same spot. You say it's safe, but you know they've been camping this area for a while. Maybe you don't expect them to hang an extra minute or two, but they've got full control on this mid to bottom area right now on the side of Paravision. And for Avalus, all you can hope for is just, again, farm game. You've got free room for Smiling Knight, #1 in network. You've got the Midas up for Sibe at the
I don't know if it's free room right now, John. Smiling Knight, he's been caught out.
Oh no.
The classic caster curse kicking in. Compliments of John Xfire.
There you go. Yeah, it happens sometimes, but 5 people down, finally sieging onto that bot tier 1. They identify the target they want to slow down here on Paravision, take short work of it, and again, open up the map a little bit more. Heck, Crystallis just takes the gate back top, keeps farming up, ensures that the top lane's not going to be shoved in too hard. There's really not much room for Avalus to play right now. Again, maybe once you start to get some support level 6s, you've got Eki on his. There are some maybe ward plays you can start to hope for, just focus some attention elsewhere on the map. It just doesn't feel like any of these cores are ready to connect.
Well, Aviolus, they have smoked up with their support duo. I mean, I'm pretty sure Eki and Seneko just want to connect top and take the tier 1, because things are getting a little bit scary now with all the objectives being taken by Paravision. You'd love a kill on Crystallis first if you could, just to ensure the defense never comes. They won't find him, instead they'll run down south. Ducalis, though, going to run right into Seneko, and no one's right by his side to make matters worse. So Seneko is just going to go down very quickly. And well, now Eki, I mean, you can commit the wards if you really want to, but I wouldn't recommend it. Seems like he will just have to retreat.
Yeah, again, they're moving as two supports with no core. Like, there's just no one to connect. All they can hope for is try to get space. It does look like Eki's thinking about just committing wards just to get something done, but oh no.
Yeah, Stormer. I mean, is he being soloed right now by the Willow?
Yeah.
A 9 class is eventually going to back off. Stormer, though, not going to be feeling too good about that. Would at least survive. But that is that's a concerning sign. When you see your mid losing to the POS 4 like that, it's not a great feeling.
No, you're also losing your stacks that you'd love to clear out in Smiling Knight. At least we'll find one Ancient out of that, but you're not feeling good right now in Avalos. Paravision, just perfect gameplay so far. Great lanes coming out, maybe not in terms of CS. You were getting a little bit more in Avalos. You got to hand it to them. But once the timings were there, just the movement across the map from Paravision has just been a lot cleaner. They identified the tempo, slowing down Stormer. They start to get some punishment on the Alchemist. And all Avalos can hope for is just time. You were talking about like a 15-minute timer where they'd have to try to draw even.
Not anymore.
It looks pretty unlikely to regain 6k gold in 2 minutes. And again, you're 6k behind with an Alch Doom. It's pretty rough, to put it kindly.
I think the real loss really is the fact that you have a draft with two supports that really wanted those early tier 1 towers, and the exact opposite has happened where Paravision have just taken your tier 1 towers, and well, as you saw, it was very easy to just access the Radiant Triangle and take all those stacks away. Now DM is going to get a very nice Stampede off and just run his way out. So another failed smoke here from Avulus. And you are really in dire straits now because those objectives with this style of draft was so important. Not only not to lose, but to gain on your own side. And like I said, the opposite has happened if you're Avulus.
Yeah, and that's really quick response out from DM as well. A little bit unfortunate with the Blink. If he was just quick enough to get like Blink Doom before Stampede, he wouldn't get slowed. You maybe get that kill. It just allows the reset. Now Paravision can look to play. They know the Blink's up in the Doom. They can hunt here.
Well, Ducalis kind of is... Oh, Seneko. Didn't see him. Ducalis was behind the tree within the fog. Unfortunate for Seneko. At least Smiling Knight wasn't there. I suppose that's the one bright side.
Gets the TP away, gets the farm elsewhere. They do still maintain their defensive wards at the very least in this area on the side of Avalos. And again, all you can do is just dodge, try to farm, hope that Paravision maybe overextends once you've got a couple of your items up. I really appreciate that Sibe did just go Naked Blink, like Brown Boots Blink on the Doom, considering this game. Maybe you could go back to Midas if you wished, or just sell it out for the Midas down the line. But there's just no play. Top tier 1 gets taken for free. They do find a Wisdom for their trouble, at least.
Eki, big Hex out, wards down. Eki, though, he does not really have too much help incoming. In fact, no one has all the help incoming. And Eki, of course, just gonna have to die, trying to deny himself to the Ancients, but it is not gonna work. And sadly, no one's just gonna farm all those Serpent wards, so you probably just did him a favor by dropping them. I'm not gonna lie here, John.
He's gonna be very happy. A very tanky DK, just hard to burst down with a Mage Slayer up. Hard to burst down in general with Serpent wards anyhow. You had Stormer around. He knew it was trouble the moment that commitment came in. Again, silver lining for Avalos, buying space, trying to recover on your Doom, trying to get some tempo out on Stormer. Has the travels up, so you can throw around the map and try to shove back waves, trying to work into the Ags timing on that Lina still a ways off. And I mean, Paravision just have everything. Maybe Vision's a little bit lacking. I do appreciate these wards coming out from Avulus. Still one behind the tier 1 top. Defensive wards in their triangle. A ward watching the forward jungle down bot, but it's not like they can play off the back of their offensive wards right now.
Certainly not. I think at the very least you are waiting for Stormer to have the Ags up to actually have any damage output. So right now they are just playing basically 4v5 as Smiling Knight going to try and jump in, but a very nice juke out from 9 class. Eki going to try and D-ward while he's at it, but he's not even going to find that. They'll just take him out. The ward will remain. 9 class will just D-ward the sentry instead. Oh, they just can't get anything off this map. My goodness. Everything's been denied here from the side of Avulus.
Yeah, and again, it's a good point to bring up. The side of Paravision, they've got 2 excellent aggressive wards down bot. They're playing off the back of it because they have the map control. They've got the timing set up. They've got an 8k lead. I have never seen an 8k lead against an Alchemist Doom draft. It's just unthinkable. It's almost unplayable, as you were seeing here for Avulus. It's just painful to try to work into that recovery period.
No one's going to have a gander with his team as well. See if they can find the Alk, but it seems like they realized without the smoke breaking that he was not farming the left side Ancients. I mean, you're in a position where you just control a lot of the map right now as Paravision, so you're probably just better off continuing to farm, honestly. There's just no stress on them to try and take T2 towers yet. It is still very early. And by the time the Alk Lina have their spike, you question whether they can still take on Paravision, who are just still 7k ahead. I mean, we'll find out as time goes on. No one now just looking to slowly chip away at the tier 2. Meanwhile, mid, Ducalis and DM going to just continue pressuring through the mid lane. Everybody from Avulus just staying off the map as much as they possibly can. At least out of vision, I mean.
Yeah, they just have to try to find space. They're taking over the top jungle a little bit. You've got Stormer playing on the right side, clearing out some Ancients. And you can just stall for time. They're constantly dropping wards to form some threat onto objectives. Not the most threatening in the world. And like you said, no one is tanky enough. He'll just get some free gold for himself. Why not? And it's time, but it's net worth you're bleeding for that time.
I think it makes enough sense because you're forcing TPs. So you know at least if you jump somebody, there's no TP rotations from no one. At least for the next minute. I think, yeah, Avulus just understand, yeah, we're going to feed him a couple hundred gold, but this is all we can do.
Yeah.
It's all we can do. Let him have it.
Yeah, your options are just way too limited. Maybe once you get this BKB up on Smiling Knight, along again with that Ags for Stormer, this game can start to simplify a little bit more. It's 2 to 15. Like, any kill you find in Avulus later on is going to be worth a lot, so you do have some bounce back potential if you can find some openings.
That's what I'm saying. I think once they have the Ags on the Lina, if you can burst 1 or 2 down, you know, like you said, it's a lot of gold. It's going to be a lot of gold, but you need that Ags up on Storm. Without the Ags, I just don't see the damage. There really is none.
No. It's not too far off, at least. Almost about 1,200 or so gold left. So they will have that up. And to be fair, the gold lead for Paravision hasn't grown, right? It's been around 6-7k for at least the last 2-3 minutes now. So the game has stabilized. That's always good news when you're behind. At least it's not growing any wider. The game's not getting as harder as it can be. So it's within manageable realms. I will say though, if you start losing these tier 2s, let's say 2 tier 2s down, you're not going to be feeling good. Like it gets even worse. Your map space even more limited. You can expect more aggressive wards out from Parry. They can start to set up for Roshan down the line as well. And it just gets way too complicated for Avulus at that point, outside of high ground defense.
When he comes to tier 2 bottom tower, Paravision, they had enough of waiting. They'll take the easy tier 2. Obviously, as you can see, no one is not going to take too much time in dealing with this tower, especially with the Bloodlust available. And there you go. Tier 2 bottom tower gone. Again, brighter side, I mean, BKB's coming out on our Alchemist, so you're going to have that available for Smiling Knight very soon, and the timing with the Ags on Stormer is going to be about right. So the BKB and Ags will be up pretty soon. I just think as soon as you have those 2 items, it has to be a smoke.
It has to.
I don't think you can sit back, because now Eki going to go for a Hex out onto the Ogre. This looks bad, but Eki's making space. He's just tanking all these ganks for the team. He's taking attention away from the rest of the team. Seneko, he's going to be all right.
I mean, I appreciate what Eki did. He was in that mid lane for more than a minute. His wards survived the entire duration. He cleared out 2 waves. He was clearing out the camp. And again, he's making sure that the creep wave's not too shoved out.
One. Oh, very close. Nice attempt.
Yeah, I mean, you'll take what you can get in Avulus. You bait out Stampede, you're going to be happy. You're wasting this time on mid. You're clearing out 2 creep waves with your support. You're only sacrificing your Shadow Shaman in the past few minutes. They are solid. Look at that net worth lead, down to just 4k.
But they've got the items. They should smoke right now. BKB up on the Arc. Stormstormer's got the Ags. He's got BOT, so he can TP to his team whenever. They're going to try for Crystallis by the looks of it. Running through the river, Crystallis. Still farming without knowing what's going on. Mind you, he has a tier 2 bottom tower. His team could rotate. Looks like he wants to retreat now, sensing something is wrong. You do have a blink on Smiling Knight, so you do have that initiation. Crystallis, though, backing off at the exact right moment. Or has he? He'll go back for the siege creep. Still waiting by the tier 2. His team is now nearby. Chrysalis is not alone any longer. They'll try for the Tormentor. This is a very interesting play. And it seems like they'll just escape. So not seeing the opening they really wanted with that smoke. Seneco's going to tank the gank. Everybody else just going to try and TP out, apart from Eki, who's been left behind. The poor guy's got TP off cooldown in 10 seconds. So he's just got to wait.
Yeah, but they're not checking. You know, it pays off for the side of Avilus. Free Tormentor. You don't find the kill, which is rather unfortunate, but you also don't reveal your big item spikes. Still, Roche opening up here for Paravision. They know they've just backed off from the Tormentor. It does not take too long with the damage you have on hand, but all this farm.
That's kind of the trade-off. Like, I do believe they really wanted to fight. They needed a pick-off. I mean, Tormentor's nice, but it's nowhere near enough right now for Avilus. It's Paravision. Of course, going to take a free Roshan now for themselves, and they'll hand the Aegis over to Crystallis. I mean, I wouldn't mind them still smoking up again. You know, they could still try another time, but it does start to feel like Paravision just has a read on what Avilus wants to do.
That they do. Just managing to dodge perfectly, avoid these big item spikes. I will say, again, you haven't found the kills yet in Avilus, but you're staying in the game. Net worth leads down to just 2k from 7k a few minutes ago. So they're equalizing quite a fair bit. Mind you, it's still not great when you've got Doom Alk.
Eki's been caught again, but he's in a good position to just tank the game. Rest of his team was just south of him. Nice juke out from Eki. Glimmer Cape paying off already. Stampede popped. Eki still trying to run. Has been caught though. DM will eventually find him. 9 class will be able to secure an easy kill. Meanwhile, no one looking to go for a bit of a chase onto Smiling Knight. But this is just farm denial. He knows he's not actually going to kill the Alchemist. He just wants to bully him out of the triangle.
And that he does. Again, you're choking out the side of Avilus. You're still fairly happy on Eki wasting Stampede like that. It's not the longest cooldown at this point, just a minute where you don't have to worry about that chase. But it is, again, every single minute counts for Avilus when you're 2 to 18, when every minute is dragging back 1k your way, and it's just down to 2k. It's been fluctuating down to a 1k advantage for Paravision. All things considered, with 16 kills behind, with no real net worth lead to speak off on Paravision any longer, there is still that play potential. And it looks bad. You aren't killing stuff, you haven't really cleared out the map, but you are keeping up here in Avilus, somehow.
I mean, the problem is all that net worth is on one hero, and that is Smiling Knight. I suppose at this point, if you're Avilus, you're looking for a high ground defense to try and make this comeback happen in this game 1. Tier 2 top tower going to drop. Tier 2 mid tower will be the next objective here for Paravision, and that's going to be the final outer tower of the game for Paravision to take. Keeping in mind as well, Crystallis still has a 3-minute Aegis available, so I would not blame them whatsoever for trying to force a Tier 3 tower.
Smiling Knight?
Oh, this could be big. Smiling Knight can't afford to die like this. No one's going to catch him out. He'll get the BKB Chemical Rage off in time, but can he actually TP away in time? Oh, he can. But now without the BKB Chemical Rage, Paravision should feel a lot safer going high ground if they want to.
Yeah, they can take that risk. Like you said, Age is still up for a long time here on Crystallis. You still have Doom to play with at the very least. So you can just run up and try to isolate one as Stormstormer.
Oh, Stormstormer. He's going to try and fly to the low ground and does do so. TP away, and no one will not see him. A nice escape from Stormstormer. It's just so scary for Avilus, because one death like that, and suddenly you've lost a rat.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you have to be so careful. It has to come down to this high ground defense for Avilus, because you're surrendering the map entirely. You're not defending any outer tower. Crystallis, again, it has no concern for the next 2 minutes. And Crystallis' itemization is just perfect. Sanjin Yasha after the BKB, not too far off. Straight Lincolns with this Doom matchup. If you were hoping to try to lock in the Razor, guess what? It's not going to be easy. And, you know, if you're not going to be locking in the Razor, it's easy enough to pump that onto no one as well to dodge the Doom. So your answers are growing fairly limited here on the side of Avilus. It has to be very coordinated in popping eventually that Lincolns when it does come out here.
Oh, one. Try and jump in. Won't find a stun onto the end. Tier 3 tower already losing about half its HP, but it will be Paravision looking to retreat. Keeping in mind, Paravision still own the whole map right now. There is no reason to try and force something when you know your draft is going to eventually just scale better anyway. When you own the whole map, you may as well use it. So Paravision just going to sit back and relax a little bit longer. 1 more minute on the Aegis for Crystallis, so yeah, just let it expire. Play safe. No need to rush this game. the very least, Avula's still in the game.
Yep.
So happy days for them.
Again, net worth lead has completely disappeared for the most part. Win probability for Paravision is still 89%. So you still have a lot to work on in trying to work this map on Avilis. They'll try with another smoke. Again, their forward vision is somewhat there.
Knights. They're watching him. DM gonna jump in. 9 class gets the terrorize off. Brambles to lock him down. Smiling Knight gonna try with the chemical rage, but it's not enough. Never even bothers popping the BKB because there was probably just no point. What do you do? I mean, Smiling Knight, he's trying to find the little space he can on this map. And sadly, it is going to cost his life. And keep in mind, he has no buyback.
No, the timing's just awful. The rest of Avilis is smoked up. They sense something on the side of Paravision. They punish onto the high ground. Again, Age is still up for a few more seconds for a quick reset. But now, full Linken's up for Crystallis. How do you start these fights with the Doom? Who do you Doom? Do you ignore the Razor? Just try not to deal with Linkens? Do you try to Doom up no one? Instead, on the DK, allowing the Razor to just run around like a maniac. It's a tough one to call here for the side of Avilis to hold us back.
We'll see how they try to do it. I mean, no one just seems uncontestable at the moment with this Dragon Knight. I just can't see anyone killing him off. They're not even going to try. They'll just try to do it with the creep wave, but without your Alchemist, you've basically given yourself a 0% chance to win that fight. So they'll wait. Smiling Knight, he's back up in 1. Because Paravision, they're playing so clean, John.
Oh, yeah.
Even if they know how far ahead they are, they're not taking unnecessary risks.
No.
They're patient. You know, get back to the farm game, have a bit of fun, hit some creeps, have some coffee.
Yeah.
No need to rush.
No need to rush and no need to take any risk when, again, you've got the tempo on your side. You had such a strong start with so much on the line in this series. Remember, you win this one, you're top 3 straight up in Bangkok.
Here we go, though, John. Avilis. They understand they can't just keep waiting high ground. They need to make a play. They'll try again, a big wraparound through the river, into the mid lane they'll go. The 5-man smoke. Stormer on the front. He'll reveal himself though by taking out the creep wave. So Paravision, they're going to counter smoke now. They've got a very good read on this fight now. They'll reposition. They'll head back towards Radiant Triangle while Avilis, they're heading south. I mean, they've placed some wards down, but nobody from Paravision is here. I can only wonder, had they just Dragon Slayer the creep wave, it does feel like we'd be casting a fight right now between these two sides. But I suppose bright side Avilis, they do have a little part of the map they can actually farm.
That they do. It is the part they need to take control over as well, with all the creeps shoving in. That not quite addressing. So that does still reveal to Paravision that something's up. No one's showing on the map. No one's chip damage onto your effigies, eventually working into the tower. As Stormstormer will eventually show up, at least as well as Avilis, right? Like, while you're kind of going around the map and not finding anything, Paravision has no objectives to play for. No Roshan up for a little bit longer. We'll see that timer in a few seconds here. You don't really have anything to take. Maybe Order Vision is what you'd look for on Paravision. For now, we have the mid lane wards, but yeah, let's go with the siege. Local siege, just with the DK up. His team's starting to move in back well, and the damage was significant here.
That's the way to drag it back. You smoke down bottom to farm, sure, but you've got to come back home and defend. No farm for you. Smiling Knight gonna jump in, but stuns himself through the Lotus Sword. Terrorize will be cancelled by 9 class. He won't commit. Paravision again, not risking anything, understanding that Avilis still have a chance. They will retreat, look for another day. And that other day might be right after Roshan, which is going to be available in about 35 seconds from now.
Yeah, nice quick spawn here. Paravision again. They could just look to secure that. You have some forward vision for Avilis to even consider, at the very least, contesting into that area if they so wish. But I don't know if they'll even be able to find that angle in. Full Daedalus up now for no one. Even more damage up for our DK. You've got all the protection you need with that Linken's out, with the Lotus out already there. It's not an easy time for Avilis. Like, again, ideally, one of these smokes start to pan out, even a kill on a support, just to set things up, just to try to force something out. Or, let's say, a scenario where you manage to force Stampede out early, you smoke up, reset, come back in. That could be one way to go as well. We'll take the Tormentor, get a free shard up for Sibe. So you've got a little bit more coming out from that Scorcher, a little bit of healing coming in. But, I don't know, it's just so strange, right? Like, 2-19, definitely in Paravision's control with a Rax advantage. Network still keeps getting reeled back in, but we're at 31 minutes. Like, you do expect Network to be there for the Alk and the Doom. You expect a slight advantage, maybe at 15, considering a rough start. All the way at 30, it's not that scary.
No, absolutely not. Paravision. Going for that Roshan. There'll be no contest at all from Avulus. They're just taking the time to hit some creeps. Meanwhile, of course, Paravision taking what they need to take. Eventually, the Roshan does get scattered up by this Alpha Wolf, but it won't matter. Aegis up on no one. Roshan batter on 9 class, so now the high ground becomes infinitely harder to defend if you are Avulus. At least for one lane of barracks. And it seems like they're already on the hunt, going through the twin gates. Let's see if anyone's farming this northern side of the map. 9 class will have a gander, but instead it seems like they'd rather just go through the top lane.
Yeah, just go for that siege, get the creep wave shoved in, start to set up for the high ground. And for Avulus, I'm not sure what you're waiting for at this point. Like, you're trying to work towards the full Blood Torn out on Smiling Knight. You're working towards the Shivas for Sibe, who still hasn't TP'd out. But again, very fortunate they didn't scout forward for him. You're just going to have to, again, try to figure out a way to get that split, to find the back line, or to isolate out these heroes on the side of Paravision somehow.
No one. Under the tier 3 tower he'll go. Of course it is going to be pretty short work if he is left to his own devices. Looks like Stormstormer just bought an Ethereal Blade, so they might be able to try and blow somebody up. They'll jump in. Smiling Light is there with the stun. No one's going to be the target. Can they do it? They're almost there, but not quite. He's still alive. Still had the Aegis anyway. So you would have had to go through a secondary life, but he wants to keep the first.
Yeah, a really sick Lotus timing coming out there, reflecting back. I believe the Laguna and maybe the E-Blade as well. Yeah, both of them reflected back to Stormstormer, making it very uncomfy to look for the follow-up. And they're just so durable now. Like, we were talking about this Lina damage. The items are there. The timing, certainly not so.
Jump in again. No one. Just wants the range barracks for now. Still, they're going to try and blow him up another time, but it's not going to work out. No one's still perfectly fine as the jump is there onto Eki. Eki, he'll get the Hex off. He'll run. Eki's still being chased, but Crystallis does not have quite enough to get the job done. So everyone still remains alive for Avulus, as they are going to smoke now, trying to chase down the side of Paravision.
This needs to be their moment. This needs to be where things start to work out. No Dragon form up. You still have Doom. You have ways to pop through the Linken's and Lotus. In fact, the Lotus you might not even care for as long as the Doom is on a big one. We'll have to see if that angle works it out. So far, they're just trying to wait and see if Paravision decides to siege again with the Aegis, but again, very cautious gameplay from Paravision. No risks. They know this is around the time you try to make a smoke play. They're not even showing.
Mid lane, no one's going to pop the Dragon Form one more time. Smiling Knight will start channeling the stun. Eki going to jump in. Dukalis, he's been blown up. That's one down. It's a 4v5. Paravision, though, going to find at least Eki is now no one being targeted. Keep in mind, he has 2 lives available, but they'll find one. Eki will buy back into the fight. Avulus, they've seen enough. They're happy with the trades. They do end up losing Zibe. But, I mean, quite frankly, John, with the way this game's been going, I think they'll be okay with that trade.
Oh, it's actually pretty damn big. You managed to take the Aegis, you managed to actually get a kill without even expending Doom on Sibe. Like, he still has that on the respawn. He has a window where he could play with it, although not the biggest window in the world. Taking away the Aegis does stall out the high ground play for Paravision. And again, allows some recovery for this lineup that just needs so much farm. You still have this Blood Torn timing lining up for Smiling Knight. You've got the refresh coming out now for DM as soon as he gets gold for it. And things can start to simplify with double Doom at the least. Still, Paravision for their part, go back onto their side of the map, keep the farm game up, take their Tormentor with a free shard for good old 9 class. Next Roche is still a ways off, as it's still about 4 minutes. We'll see the timer. So Avulus can't jump on that either, but they can start to look for aggressive wards, manage to get some up top, watching that top jungle just a fair bit, and they could start to poke onto some objectives if they feel a little bit frisky here.
I don't know about that. I mean, Paravision, I'm sure would be more than happy to take the fight. Maybe a little bit spooked seeing how fast no one can get blown up. Paravision 4-man smoke. They're going to head down bottom and try to force Avulus to come back to the base. They do not want to allow the space for them to farm and catch up. Creep wave. Paravision hoping somebody takes it. They won't, so no one going to jump onto the high ground and try to deal with the T3 mid tower instead. No one will get stunned up. Eki's in with the wards and the Hex out onto no one, but no one's still going to be okay. Stampede even committed as DM, completely out of position now. Here comes the fight. Zibe going to jump in with a stun. Nobody really getting caught though. Everyone's still perfectly fine on either side. A lot of respect being given by Paravision.
I like that. Also a lot of respect coming out from Avulus, right? Like, they get the catch on the center, they don't instantly doom, they don't try to go for that kill, knowing that they've got bigger problems in the backline waiting for them. They commit in that Centaur. Guess what? It's a free run for no one. It's a free run for Crystallis to just run you down without worrying about doom. So it's just very difficult for you on Avulus, even if someone overextends, to find an angle in. They do slowly chip away in Paravision. Again, a tier 3 down does simplify the process of getting the mega creeps here, especially since they're doing this without Aegis. And you do manage to hit this timing out. Big timing for the Razor, of course. We'll refresh up for Crystallis. Double Link, double BKB, double Eye of the Storm. Just a lot more presence in the middle of these team fights. And again, for Avulus, I'm trying to recall, I don't think we've seen Sibe use a Doom yet. Mind you, again, it's a hard game to figure out who to go for on the Doom to even clear out the Lotuses and the Lincolns, but at some point we have to see that come out.
Sibe. Get caught in this ancient camp. There are a couple heroes around from Paravision, but it seems like they'll head the other way. Crystallis going to see Storm on the high ground. Storm being very annoying, just constantly keeping this top wave pushed in, not allowing the push to come in, Paravision. Keeping back to the base though, Avulus looking to set up for another big defense here against Paravision. Maybe even a gank attempt, but it's very hard because just so many good wards scouting out these rotations from Avulus. So they try to sneak up on DM, but DM just going to see them walking by. Meanwhile, mid though, they do at least catch Ducalis. Every kill matters right now for the side of Avulus, so Storm are going to be a pretty happy boy.
Yeah, 621 gold for a pause 5 Ogre. He'll take that on Lina right now. And again, it's this moment where we have to see if the stall was worth it for Avulus. Was it worth it to just kind of surrender some of your racks? Can you play out of this position? Because right now, Paravision, they have to wait until next Roche. They have to wait for an overextension in Avulus. So far, they've been very disciplined. Again, maybe Avulus hasn't been catching stuff on their smokes, but they're also not giving away any big kills. Not since the last 10 minutes, it feels like. So they are keeping themselves relatively well in this game.
DM looking to jump in, but don't jump in first instead. Who have they got? Sive, he's all in by himself. He will drop.
Doom again.
He could not really get the Doom off. Now Storm are being spotted to boot, but we'll be able to get away for now as they'll pop the Stampede. Paravision, unsure what they really want to do. It just seems like they want to relocate just in case Avulus was still coming at them. But that was not the case. Now you've got 45 seconds without Sipe available. Might be time to just go ahead and secure those megas.
Yeah, nothing holding them back. No threat of Doom. It's all down to whether or not you can get that damage out from Stormer and get the control out with Eki here.
Nice BKB. He's not risking anything. I mean, they can blow him up pretty much instantaneously if they get the lockdown, so he cannot afford to wait for the BKB usage.
No. And again, his itemization is very much on point here for Crystallis. Going double defensive item, even stat res, just to ensure he's not going to get caught out easily with that refresh that he just picked up. We've got a minute left until the next Roche. Paravision can set up for it. Down bot, of course. Already having a 9 class just run around that area. And they have that wave in their advantage with racks taken away. For Avulus, it's so hard when Siv is trying to make these plays and can't even hammer in the Doom. It's just, you need that Doom to provide the angle in, to simplify these fights. It's also difficult for Eki to look for the Hex and Shackle combination play, or even just the Hex, worrying about the Lotus, worrying about the Lincolns, whether or not Paravision is going to be able to throw those out, so it just makes it difficult to commit. And again, Parry, they take the lead back 4K. It's growing back their way once more after evening out for a little bit. They're hitting their big late game strides, like full overwhelming blink up for no one.
Lane. No one. Would love to find that Lina. Storm is okay though. We'll retreat once again. They'll just TP right back towards the Dire Triangle now. Not wanting to be alone here up against Avulus. Avulus hanging around the Dire jungle. Still sticking on to that northern side of the map. Paravision, they are making their way over as 5. Slowly but surely. Like Ducalis has a smoke ready to go. Roshan is up, keep in mind. So a pretty big objective for either side. Even an amp damage rune to be found by the side of rather Paravision and no one.
I mean, you're getting blessed again. Gabe's blessing arrives here for Paravision. They might not even bother with Roche with his DD rune up, with his amp damage rune. Smoked up, looking for someone to shove back the wave. They've got the right idea. You know, if they're going to take Roshan, whatever, we'll just clean up the high ground. If not, we'll fight you on the high ground anyway.
Absolutely. Just going to rush in with the smoke. Range Rack's already about to drop, but they'll get the glyph off in time to protect. No one going to jump in. Seneko in big trouble. Will survive just a little bit longer as they'll try to jump in on no one. He's been doomed up. But can they kill him? It doesn't seem like it. No one's still just manning up against Smiling Knight, and Smiling Knight's the one to go down. Meanwhile, Seneko just trapped in the middle of nowhere, trying to sprink his way out. Stormstormer chased right to the fountain, but Chrysalis, he couldn't quite finish the job off. Stormstormer barely surviving thanks to a Glimmer Cape usage from Eki. Meanwhile, DM forced to back away. But they have time now to just go for the racks. This DM will not get blown up here on the Centaur. And GG is called. Smiling Knight, he's seen enough. A nice attempt from Avulus in that final fight, but Paravision just every step of the way had their number.
Yeah, it really felt like a little bit of an outclass here from the side of Paravision, right? Like, they had such a great read of where they were playing on the map from the side of Avulus. They dodge out all these ganks. They worked their lanes out really well. Again, you were getting slight net worth advantage, slight CS advantage at the very least there for Avulus early on, but they couldn't translate that. And when you look at the draft from Avulus, when you consider the fact that you had a Doom and an Alchemist together, you only had this Lina for your 2 supports to connect to, and even that Lina lane for Stormstormer wasn't the smoothest, with a very stable lane for no one on the DK. It almost felt like none of these pieces were linking together, and that just meant you couldn't find the tempo you'd want to kind of carry through this game for Avulus.
Yeah, a very tough affair here for Avulus, but props to Paravision just playing such a clean game once again. And I mean, Avulus are known as one of those teams that do seem to get a lot better after game 1, just being able to readjust very, very quickly. And well, obviously they don't look too happy right now, but I'm sure they'll be adapting very quickly as we do adapt as well, Jonathan. We've got a panel on deck, so let's throw to them and see what they have to say.
Mo money, mo problems for Avulus. They thought they were riding high when they get these early picks of the Alchemist and the Doom, but then it comes down near the end of the draft and we're like, oh, haven't picked Stormstormer 0 yet. What you got against this mid DK? He says Lina. No one says you're about to go 0-3 now. Because basically from the laning phase, it seemed like Paravision had this entire game on lock, and the rest of it was just a formality, Fear.
Yeah, that was what I was afraid of. You know, Crystallis is definitely going to have a free lane, as he was supposed to. Ogre Razor is going to beat Doom. Unfortunately for Zibde, that's not going to be good for him. Mid lane was going to be the question mark. Like, what can you do with this last pick, Lina? And I think a lot of it does come down to rotations. It wasn't just like a 1v1 outclassing. The supports did come mid. They did punish Stormstormer very heavily on Paravision. That snowballed the game immensely. But I will say they did hang into this game a lot longer than I expected after that. Pretty much, as Jenkins said, devastation in the mid lane.
That's the word.
To the highest degree. Neil, I am an optimist, at least I think that's the word that the doctor called me, so I did not want to say after the draft that Avulus was not going to look good for them, but I was concerned about the DK, or the Doom and the Alc opening leading to eventually this weird last pick Lina, because it didn't look that good going into it, but then he died, and then he TP'd in, and then he died, and then he walked back mid, and then he died again. Yeah. That is the singular last thing that you want from your last pick mid hero.
But isn't it like amazing he ended the game 2-3?
That's true. Those were all of his deaths.
I mean, when you're not fighting at all, I guess that's fine. That'll happen. There was like a 10 or 15 minute window in that game. There's barely any deaths other than Eki in the side lanes.
I mean, it was the threat of Lina that pushed the game for so long. Like, once Lina gets to that point with her like late game burst with the EB and the Ags, and you can't really show without a hero getting 100 to 0'd. That's why Paravision took the longer route, played disciplined, didn't try to force anything. And that was very well done by them to do that, to like not take any risks, because the net worth was equalized at some point during the game, and you don't really have that understanding when you're playing inside of Dota that the net worth is even. But when it is even, that's when games could be thrown very easily. And, you know, they took the long way to the finish line, but they made it through. For Avulus, I was concerned, right, because not just the Lina last pick not being good, but this isn't the strategy that they've been winning on. Like, their offlane heroes are usually heroes that fight. They play Dawn, they play Darkseer, they play Primal Beast. Those 3 heroes give them so much skirmish potential early on that Doom just doesn't give them. Like, I think their Doom strat really fell through.
Yeah, comparatively speaking, this is a much more selfish pick coming out of the offlaner, and they also made, as you said, the critical mistake that many teams make against Game 1 against Power Vision, which is have your Razor. I'm not afraid of it, and then they learn their lesson.
Dude, I've seen it so many times. and in every series, Crystals will get it one time, and then we will not see it in Game 2, for sure. Because it just denies so much of the offlane pool as well, or making it so that they're going to have a lot less impact.
Right, next game will be the Monkey King that he gets. And then they'll ban it in Game 3.
Because they'll win Game 2.
Because they'll win Game 2. Because he's not good at Monkey King, apparently, according to the interview we saw before.
No, he said he was afraid of the Monkey King. But then he also said,
but it seems like it seemed like an ironic,
That's true.
You know, we're going to win anyway. It doesn't matter what you are. Well, he wasn't right.
No, it wasn't.
In that case. But he said it.
So which one would you attribute this result to more, Fear? Do you think it was Avulus shooting themselves in the foot in the draft? Or even, regardless of the draft, it was skill diffed all across all 3 lanes?
Well, I think they go hand in hand. They definitely draft themselves in a way where they could easily get skill diffed. And I think that's something they shouldn't do this next game. But also strategically speaking, they're not really playing to their players' strengths. Stormstormer's not a last pick player. He's like a first pick or second phase player. You want to give that last pick to? I don't know. Honestly, maybe offlane could be more value, maybe carry. I understand you did get the Alchemist. Maybe they weren't really prepared for that one. I think this is just a situation for Avulus that puts them in a very uncomfortable spot where if they get in a situation, they have to protect this Alchemist by picking Doom. Now Stormstormer's last pick, he doesn't have the ability to play the Huskars and stuff and crush a matchup. So I think just generally speaking, Perryvision did a good job on just putting him in a very uncomfortable spot.
Also, I think the early game could have gone better because their lanes, so the Doom lane bled out a lot, but the Alchemist lane went really well.
It did,
like,
yeah.
Smiling Knight had a pretty solid start. Like, Enchantress had the freedom to rotate mid. Like, Snako did go with a creep to the mid lane. So from that lane, a lot could have been done.
Yeah.
But I think that first Wisdom Rune play really shot them in the foot, where, like, they brought so many heroes to contest the Wisdom Rune. Then 9 class just runs down, kills Doom, takes the rune anyway, while Stormstormer plus, I forgot who else it was, but they were just killing Ogre while the Willow just runs for the Wisdom Rune.
Right.
Like, looking at that, I'm sure there were places where they could have adjusted a bit of that early game.
I think that's always the mark of a good, like, Master Tier or Grandmaster Ogre, is dying in the right location, where you're just like, why is he there? But then, because you're so confused about why he's there, it's just a huge waste of time for the enemy team that you trade the Doom for the Ogre. Not worth it.
And the Wisdom Rune.
And the Wisdom Rune.
Yeah. Making space is an art. You can't just say that you're space creative. You have to actually see the results. Perhaps the results come from Vision. As we take a look at our Kadia award of the game for this game number 1. Fear, what do you have for me?
What happened here, Jenkins?
What happened here, Jenkins?
No, as you can see in the bottom lane, the Alchemist links to the bottom lane. You can't see it right now, but he's on top of something very important.
An
There
observer
it is.
ward?
An observer ward. He's on the ward. And with that information given, you will see that it comes very easy to deduce which farming pattern he is doing. So they realize he's going to farm backwards on the map.
Yeah, he's
towards
running
his
at
base.
He's running at the camps.
Yeah, he's running to the creeps to get gold. And he gets caught out here. Even pops the BKB on this one.
The Nightfall?
Still goes down in the end almost, but the wards, the vision, it gives them the ability to just close off the map. And that's just kind of how this entire game went. If you tried to get outside of the map and try to do anything, they're going to see you. They're going to close out the map and the gold lead is going to keep building.
It is a testament to the fact that they respected the Lina enough that they saw that there was still an opening for Avulus to still come back into the game, but it did feel very over after like 15 minutes or so. But it's upper bracket semifinals. You gotta take these things seriously around here, so let's get ready for our game number 2.
doesn't make you wrong or right. Judging me, how do you decide? How do you decide? Why you wanna lead with fear when you could go and lead with love? I'ma just stay right here, cause I can never give enough. Hey pretender, come on, take me back down to the river and tell me all the ways that I'm a sinner. If I follow, will I be delivered? Am I delivered? Oh, defender, come on, take me back down to the river and tell me all the ways I should surrender. If I follow, will I be delivered? Am I delivered? Another phony lie, something you keep selling me, something I won't buy. I know that you keep telling me how to live my life. I won't believe it, I won't believe it. Tell me honestly, do you really practice what you preach faithfully? Will you ever let me be? Or will you just keep judging me? Keep judging me, yeah. Why you wanna lead with fear when you could go and lead with love? I'ma just stay right here, cause I can never give enough. Hey pretender, come on, take me back down to the river and tell me all the ways that I'm a sinner. If I follow, will I be delivered? Am I delivered? Oh, defender, come on, take me back down to the river and tell me all the ways I should surrender. If I follow, will I be delivered? Am I delivered? All the time I wasted on something growing up.
Waking up, playing some Dota, it's just been part of my life for 20 years, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
Where we are in the history of this game and where it's come from and how much has been accomplished, I think compared to basically any other esport, it's the best. So
I'm grateful for Dota 2 as a game because Dota as a culture supersedes where we come from. You are a Dota player first, and I love that.
Who you got beef with?
Where is fucking Amara? As always.
What's up, guys? We got Parivision here. We've got Chrysalis as well as Ducalis, and we are going to play a game of Pimp My Profile. They've gotten onto each other's accounts, and they are going to create a Dota profile for the other person. Oh, I get what you mean. You're talking about.
If you play any pubs with Duca, you'll know exactly what I'm doing. I don't even have to put any words on it, so people just understand what's going on. Okay, here we go. That's where it starts.
So when you're drafting, are you one of those just snap pick the
left to right?
Left to right?
Left to right.
Yep.
I don't want to deal with this shit.
I'm the person who press status, who click every guy.
Yes.
I put
You do your research?
Like buyers, yeah.
Who should I flame by putting it on the low-rank Toby team?
Who you got beef with?
Where is fucking Amara?
There you go.
Yeah, there you go. Another offlaner, because Duca will always force you to pick several offlaners to fuck your draft even more. Sorry, Chalice, you're ancient.
Oh, you got another offlaner in Moon. Oh yes.
Yeah. I can put Scan there too.
True.
That one's personal. So.
Take a look at the profile that Remco made for you.
This is every pub.
All right, so explain the profile to the audience here.
I mean, it's easy. So left team, me was drafting. I take best mid lane, best carry, best offlane, and second best 4, because first best 4 is 9 class.
Uh-huh.
Right? And right team, it's Toby drafting for plus 40. As usually, it should be different. It should be left Toby and me right? Okay, but it's fine.
Good enough.
And he took just everyone from left. And but I give him Amar because Amar said he will game ruin. As always.
All right, Remco, come check out the profile.
I just choose worst cosmetics for Razor. You can see, yeah, it's like worst. On Bloodseeker as well. On Monkey there was no bad cosmetics, so I just put normal.
Okay.
So there is Hamster.
Why the hamster?
Because it was the weirdest courier he has.
Okay.
I also put the weirdest creep. That's pretty good though. Crocodile. Also worst phrases, like the most cringe. And of course he's carry player, so he.
I need my stats showing, of course.
He opens his profile. He wants to see that Helber is not happy that he's hitting him every game. And here it's just Amar.
Which profile do you like more?
I mean Remco for sure, because he has better idea. I mean, I'm sure with Pipe it would be best. It would be best out of best whoever made in this.
All right, well, Chrysalis wins, congratulations.
Easy.
Thank you guys for watching another episode of Pimp My Profile. Goodbye.
ESL One Bangkok is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
Creative ideas coming out of these players for these Pimp My profiles. I liked Remco's approach, and I was also interested to see his Pentagon. That versatility score was higher than I would have thought for Crystalis. It was higher than supporting. It wasn't like, you know, breaking the graph or anything, but still, it was perfectly average.
What was it? I just saw farming.
Farming was quite high.
Yeah.
As should be for a carry.
He plays a lot of pubs. This guy's a pub star. I mean, not that we saw that in the Wisdom Rune.
No, he hasn't been pubbing here, apparently.
Apparently, these teams just have not been pubbing.
I mean, here's the thing, right? You don't need to, you shouldn't judge someone by the amount of pubs they play at a tournament. You should judge them the amount of pubs they play before a tournament.
True.
Because that's when it matters. At the events here, you're not going to lose your skill overnight. Like, you just got to keep it a little bit warm, and that's what scrims are for. So I think it's totally fine not to be playing pubs at a tournament. But if you're not playing pubs after or before, then we got a problem.
Yeah, I also think, like I mentioned, the teams that are more recently formed need a lot more like practice time together, a lot more time talking and watching games together than the ones that have been playing for a while.
As long as you're keeping up with the meta, no matter how it happens, then maybe you'll get results. Let's take a look at our Game 2 draft. For Pari Vision to take out the DK, the Alchemist, and the Dawnbreaker, and Chen. Avulus ban out the Sniper and a Gyrocopter.
I think for Avulus, I don't want to see them have to like stray too much from their offline mold. For me, that's the biggest identified problem. And last game, when they first picked the Alch, which was like given to them by Paravision, I think that's what put them in the position. They had to cover for it with the Doom, like Fear mentioned, which took them away from their mold that's been carrying them to victory. Like if they can just go back to their Darkseer combos, like their Darkseer plus Nyx, their Darkseer plus melee carry, they'll be better off.
Yeah, I 100% agree that they need to fix the offlane because that was like disgusting and should not be happening in a game if they want to win versus a team like Parivision who just looks better and better every tournament that they attend right now, and they're starting to look like one of the teams to beat for this tournament, just how well they are playing. And you're going to have to bring your A strategies. You can't try to do some cheeky things to get a cute win. It's not going to happen versus this team. And I do like the Monkey a little bit. However, you are playing against a team that has a really, really good Bat Rider, and they're going to have to find some way to kind of combat this one.
They don't just have a good Bat Rider, they are also willing to pick offlane Phoenix. Like, I actually think out of all the teams in the tournament, Paravision might be the scariest team to play Monkey King into. Just based on like the weird stuff that they're completely willing to play.
Yeah.
At the minimum, I suppose you take it out of the hands of Crystalis, but we'll see if they respect the Razor enough to ban it in second phase now. But they do take out that Phoenix.
Yeah, to add to the Bat Rider, 9 classes played it 4 times this tournament alone. 100% win rate.
Every single one.
Won every single game. So, to be fair though, they're winning almost every single game. But this is his most played hero.
They've played 11 games and have only dropped 1.
And it wasn't on Batrider.
It wasn't on Batrider.
I don't understand the recent buffs to his innate. He was first pick, first ban in the Dream League Grand Finals, and then he's getting buffed 5% extra damage.
Yeah.
I think he needs buffs. I don't think that's true. Like, he got a bajillion nerfs in a row, and then when he started to get, like, he became part of a grand final meta where you wanted to disable the enemy carry. Like, back at the height of DK, you needed BKB piercing. Like, I think even when he was being picked before the grand finals of Dream League, he was coming in after like 2 or 3 other support heroes were getting banned. And that buff made him better now, which is why we're seeing him in first pick territory again.
Yeah, I think it's a convenient timing thing where he was coming into the meta because the carry meta was changing and he already would have been good, but they probably already had the buff figured out, because I agree he wasn't bad, but he was just okay.
Like, Batrider has been one of the most nerfed supports of the last year. Like, in terms of damage, like, even removing the vision from his sticky napalm is massive. Like, when that happened, I thought the hero wouldn't see much play as a support after not being able to D-ward anymore, but I mean, Lasso is just too valuable of a tool.
Yeah, and finally we're seeing it be played mid as well with the Arsonist facet.
Lasso's good because it's a debuff immune piercing disable, and Parivision now have 2 of them as they get a Beastmaster for DM.
I like the bans from Avulus in the second phase, so you do get rid of that Razor, so Crystallis will not be playing that. You mentioned the Phoenix, another hero that they play that's good versus the Monkey King, also being removed. You are going to play against a Beastmaster now, which does give you a few options that you want to go for. Some people like to do Enchantress, CM's been somewhat popular. Gyro is actually banned, so they won't even be able to pick up that one for themselves. And I've seen 50-50 results on the Monkey King versus Beast. Some like playing against it, some don't.
Yeah, this feels like quite the early Beastmaster though, because I mean, maybe if Paravision are willing to play Bat mid versus the Monkey King mid flex, it becomes a lot more valuable to pick Beast early, but in theory, you could just throw Monkey King mid and punish this Beast on lane. Like, this is incredibly early and very easy to account for.
Yeah, I like the Ench, and I honestly wouldn't mind 4 that can go through the portal and punish Beast on lane. Like, let's see, Eki can play Tusk, Nyx Assassin is fine if they want to go for like a Nyx Darkseer. Oh, Darkseer's banned. Anything, I mean, the heroes that he plays are all good. Like Lion Tusk. Tusk is probably the best in my opinion.
Yeah. In Ench, as a support, like, she enchants Beastmaster's Boar, which takes it away from him, but I think overall, I would have preferred Lich. Like, I think Lich with his Sinister Gaze is a good solution to Beastmaster, and the armor is a solution to, like, the towers getting run down early, because Enchantress will suffer versus Batrider within the game, and the hero is nerfed.
That is true. Oh, they do go for the Nyx. Okay. Yeah. I mean, it's the hero he's playing the most. Usually they'll have a Darkseer with it, but
that's the question though, right? Like, the Darkseer kind of makes it work.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
One of the weaknesses of Nyx right now, and always has been, is laning stage. And one way to deal with that is just pairing with a Darkseer who just can cheese the laning stage. You can just cut waves with it with the Ion Shell, kind of plays to each other's strengths. And ranged position 3s are not popular outside of Enigma right now.
Well,
it's the only playable one.
Yeah, that's why for Ziba, I mean, the only thing left for him is the Primal, and
Primal Nyx, yikes.
Yeah, I mean, it's bad, but it is a hero that can't cut the wave with Primal. It's not as good as...
After losing horrifically.
And then also, if you're Paravision, you know that Ziba has played 3 heroes, so you will be expecting this.
I mean, you should definitely be prepared for the potential Enigma. He hasn't really played it yet, but I think at this point of Dota as a whole, every offlaner should know how to play Enigma.
Yes.
We even saw just the other day, it was played for the first time on Noob, right?
Yeah.
And he looked great on it, so experience is not an issue. It's just don't put yourself in a situation where you can give Enigma a free game by picking, you know, Morphling or some other hero that has no AoE on your support or care.
For Ducalis, I'm leaning towards Clockwork. I just feel like Nyx Clock is miserable for Nyx Assassin. Pretty much no matter what Avulus will pick, the Clock will have a good time. And then a ranged carry for Crystallis. Let's see what's left for him.
He played Drow Ranger earlier in the tournament, but many of his carries have been taken out. His Monkey got stolen, Razor's banned out, Gyro's first phase banned.
I mean, there's like the darling of the patch after DK, which is Morphling.
Naga support? I mean, it's good versus Nyx. You can just throw an ensnare on him. Don't really care about the carapace too much. does suggest that they want to range carry here, I think, pretty heavily with that pick. Does give you a little bit of AoE if they do pick Enigma, but not the most amount. But I think one of the annoying things about Enigma is just getting stunned and run down with the aura he has. So Shadow Fiend's one of the heroes that works really well with this. Medusa,
I don't know about Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, I mean,
Monkey.
I don't know about Naga either, but they're going to actually save his pick for the overall last, so we no longer have the flex potential of the Bat. This is going to be position 4 with the Beast. Naga's going to be... I mean, it could be position 1. I just haven't seen position 1 Naga too much. I think it has been played. Actually, it has been played once by Ovulus.
Yeah,
played it one.
He played it against Shopify.
They didn't win.
They did not win.
They did not win.
I don't think that's what they're going for here. I think the 5 Naga is fine. It's a setup tool. I like the Queen of Pain a lot because it accounts for the Monkey King flex to mid.
Yeah.
It'll be able to crush that hero. It's a lot of burst damage for the Enchantress, and it's the ability to rotate early on. And now that you know that this Monkey King is going to be relegated to safe lane, the Beastmaster, who was picked very early, is comfortable because of having the Bat Rider support. Paravision are in a good position.
I do like Puck versus Queen of Pain. This is one of the highest win rate heroes in Dota against Quap. You phase shift dodge for projectiles, and you get a bunch of mana and HP, so it's a much nicer matchup than it was before. You can kill the Queen of Pain as well very easily, so this is like super Puck favored. It does not surprise me they picked it. Also one of Stormstormer's favorite heroes in the tournament, and we already discussed you don't really want to be last picking his hero anyway. Just get it here. It was either the Lina or the Puck. They picked the Queen of Pain. The Puck just makes a whole lot of sense.
Yeah, it's definitely a good matchup for sure. You are playing against limited lockdown. I mean, they do have good lockdown. It's just kind of like slow animation lockdown until Bat has
Puck can dodge.
Blink. Yeah. When Bat gets Blink, maybe things will change. You can like chain stun him, but before then, definitely a good spot for Stormstormer here. Good matchup, pretty good game for Puck. We'll see what he can do with it. Still, for me, the biggest issue is going to be what's going in this offlane. Of course, the Enigma does get banned. How do you get the Nyx out of the lane? And I guess for Crystallis too, what carry will he play with all these bans?
I mean, you could Visage maybe for Avulus, but does Leve play Visage?
That's a good call. I would worry if there's a Visage, then Naga carry would do really well against the Visage, and let's see.
Naga carry just might be too bad.
I just don't think Crystallis is playing.
Yeah, it's weird because it's Crystallis. He has such a set in stone hero pool.
It's also not good. You want to have like a good core-to-core matchup versus the Monkey King.
I think my prediction is both these players are going to pick something not... Oh, Bloodseeker time. Let's go.
Nope.
That's banned.
No!
They banned it out right before.
Unlucky.
You're the one person in the world that gets excited by Bloodseeker.
I mean, it's just Crystallis Bloodseeker. I've been wanting to see it. I mean, he has played it recently, but I didn't catch the game. I have to go watch the VOD.
I think, Drow, it's like all pretty much
banned. Taken out.
Oh, it's banned as well.
You did the thing I did directly
right.
after.
All right, Mira, it's your turn.
It's probably Morph.
Yeah, you can't get it wrong. We've only 2 fails possible.
No, I got one. It's carry Naga, guys.
Spectre.
Okay.
You know what? I actually like this Spectre a lot because it'll be able to follow up on... So there's a lot of early disable coming out from his offlane. You can connect on the Roar, you can connect on the Lasso. You could also potentially cover the Queen of Pain if she gets coiled mid.
Yeah.
And it's a hero that can get on top of the Monkey King and fight him really well. So it'll work out nicely. But the one thing is Avulus are going to get away with their double melee offlane now.
What is this bot lane? It's Naga Spectre versus Tango Nyx.
Avulus are happy with their offlane. Like they should get out of it feeling very comfortable. But overall, I think what Spec offers Paravision is very high value. Like their late game is going to be massive, and there's a lot of plays you can make.
Yeah.
Early on.
It's not a perfect Spectre game because they do have the Nyx shard, which now breaks. So if you can find Spectre in the jungle, that it is a kill. But I agree with the take that there's a lot of heroes that will go in where just having that little bit of extra global damage from the Spectre is enough. Even Queen of Pain, she can kind of like full to 0 heroes almost. If you can just get like 20% extra damage in that person's HP from a Spectre coming in, like Quap will have a lot of kill threat on the map.
Yeah, definitely. I think this game is really weird and hard for me to analyze. It's going to come down a lot to skill. I will say, though, it doesn't look like a terrible Monkey King carry game. Like, you do get a hold your ground in Wukongs, which is very nice to do against the Spectre. They don't have a lot of heroes outside the Bat Rider that can really deal with them. So I think Smiling Knight, he did great in the last game. He's going to have to do it again this game if they want to win. And, of course, Stormstormer, he has this puck in his hands. Also a pretty good puck game. He needs to have a better game this time around.
And last, it was a Naga Siren who was terrifying tournaments for the past few months. Maybe she has lost her shine. Let's find out in game number 2 with MLP and Jonix Fire.
Thank you so much, Tsunami. We will get into it. Game number 2 between Paravision and Avulus. Jonathan, Paravision took game 1 pretty easily, I would argue. Game 2, do you like this draft from Avulus? Do you think we could see a game 3?
I think it's a lot better. I think the point stands from our panel. The laning looks a lot better from Avulus. Not that the laning looked too bad last time around. They were finding a little bit better in creep score at the very least, but you have a lot more play. You've got Storm on the puck that you and I were kind of looking for in that last draft. Does kind of slide through in the Quap matchup. Should be a lot better for him up against no one. I am just keen on seeing whether or not they can slow down the Spectre. Again, this off lane from Avulus should just crush the Spectre lane, double melee into Pango Nyx. Not going to be the greatest of times. It's not like Spectre's the most active hero that can really make use of a Naga support either. So that is something that will hold you back here on the side of Parry. We shall see. Stormstormer already camping mid, hoping to break a smoke. Doesn't quite do so, but does maybe spot it outside, as they're already tipping each other.
Paravision really wrapping around quite a long way around with this smoke. I mean, they did see Stormstormer trying to see if there's a ward in that mid lane. The Paravision is going to wrap all the way around through the top lane, through the dire jungle. Just hold that banner in spot, perhaps. They'll see Seneko very soon. Smoke broken, Seneko will see them, but there's a lot of heroes, way too many to deal with here. Seneko will try to heal up with the Nature's Attendants, but the drag in from Ducalis going to make it very hard for him to get away. Seneko's still healing up, but it's not enough. 9 class able to secure first blood on the Batrider. At the very least, I suppose you get 3 banner runes on Avulus.
Yeah, 3 for 1 for first blood. You take that in Paravision, especially since it gets into the Batrider. A quicker farm for 9 class, a little bit more EXP always feels good for the pause for Bat. Take a look at that mid lane just a bit. Again, this lane matchup for Stormstormer should work out well. Up against a Quap, with your innate, just dodging out some spells is going to feel really good for Stormstormer. It's going to be very easy to sustain through the lane. And the window for no one to really pump up damage onto Stormstormer, it's not that wide until as it goes on. The first 2 levels are pretty good for him. That's where you should seek to maximize, but past that point, Stormstormer should be relatively fine here. I'm very curious to see if the side of Avulus start to play around that rotation potentially we're talking about in the last game as we take a pause for a bit of a Monkey King bug.
Yeah. You know, rotation potential, I mean, maybe not as important this game around. We'll have to wait and see what they do try and prioritize here, Avulus, but at the very least, the puck should be a little bit, I'd say a little bit better to play here in this game number 2 than, say, the Lena was in game 1. Paravision completely disconnecting everyone, so quick resets for them. Hello, Stormstormer. So Stormstormer, a very nice guy. We've had the pleasure of talking to him maybe once or twice, but he's very well spoken and always happy.
That he is. I'm sure he's one of the foundations for Avulus to try to mentally reset into this game. You know, he's like, guys, I didn't have the best games.
Look at that smile.
Yeah, he's definitely reset. That's
you can't love
this
guy. You can't not love this guy.
Yeah. He's such a goofy fellow. Great to talk with.
That's $1 million smile, John.
Yeah.
No goofiness here.
Yeah, I mean, you need that kind of guy, right? Like, pump up the spirits. He's getting his team happy, and it's like, guys, it's fine. We gave it an easy game 1. We're going to take an easy game 2.
He's the kind of guy. He's the kind of guy to say it's my fault after a game. That's the kind of guy he is. I appreciate that. Bottom lane, Eki may not appreciate this because he's being chased by Crystallis. But he will be okay to retreat. Still a lot of damage being dealt the way of the Nyx Assassin.
Yeah, they've also managed to take a chunk away from Crystallis at the very least. Again, this bot lane, I'm a little bit surprised Paravision's finding angles onto the double melee. I guess it goes both ways. You're also in the firing line here for Avulus. You are relatively tankier with the Nyx and Pango though, so you get to poke back a little bit better. It's not going to be the smoothest going for Crystallis. Then again, you're really just looking to build up farm. As long as you're not being contested too hard, you're still relatively happy on a Spectre here overall.
Seneko, of course, top lane, going to be there. Is Monkey King against 9 class and DM. Of course, we saw Smiling Knight last game in the Alchemist not having the greatest of times, but Flynn, the Monkey King, might have an easier time because he's not under as much pressure to hit certain timings to make the hero work. As you can see, Seneko has not been having the greatest time here against the 9 class Batrider, and it's not the most fun of matchups for him. 9 class just going to ensure there's no shenanigans happening with these stacks in the small camp. And already, the landing stage, it does feel already a little bit better for Avulus, at least than say, last game.
That it does. I mean, again, in the last game, their laning phase in terms of controlling the lane, in terms of finding some creep farm, wasn't too bad this time around. We are seeing some pressure kick in at the very least. Again, that bot lane's been their best bet. They've done a great job of just ensuring Crystallis, you know, he's not the comfiest. They managed to pop him down quite a fair bit every single time, forcing some regen onto him. At the very least being passed around from Ducalis, so hurting the economy of Naga support. You're not getting that early value from the Naga support as well, trying to play with the End Snare, trying to play with Deluge, there's really nothing to amp up. So you're happy to roll here on Zibe. Just slow pokes, you get shield crash, you get swash, shove out the wave, as long as you block off pulls, you're happy.
At the very least, Crystallis being stuck on 7 and 4 in terms of CS. They're not having the hottest start in the world for this laning stage. These two in the mid lane, however, very even. Stormstormer and No One, both 16 in terms of CS at the moment. The Stormstormer going to try and get a little bit of harass off on his way out.
Well, this will work.
In a much more even matchup in the mid lane this game around. Of course, Stormstormer understands how to play the puck very, very well. No One trying to harass, but obviously the puck is going to have a very easy time just juking out those Scream of Pains every single time.
Yeah, just you're always going to win out that trade when you do dodge. Again, with the innate, a little bit of a chase down top, just a little bit of poke. But again, trying to apply some pressure on both sides. They've done a great job of just holding back Seneko. I think 9 class again. He's been doing fantastic work in just chasing down, ensuring no pulls come in. You do still have the creep utility there for Seneko. But beyond that, you know, maybe you can start to pressure onto DM if you can start to get some slows off with the enchant. It's just difficult when you're forced to manage your creeps as well.
No One going to be able to take the Water Rune, and Ducalis does find the other. So Stormstorm getting both Water Runes denied from him. A lot of damage being dealt here from No One to boot. The Paravision very, very good at just ensuring these runes cannot go the way of Avulus's mid. Eki, in fairness, was there, but just could not quite hold it against the Naga Siren. Stormstormer dropping very low now. No One getting so aggressive seeing the openings. And he'll leave him on about, well, I say 1 HP, 1 right click away from dying. Stormstormer, he'll stick around, he'll be alive, but it's not going to be a very easy time. No One has jumped in. Stormstormer, can he turn it? No One, he'll survive. Oh boy, this is a very evenly matched mid lane at the moment, I'll tell you what.
I love what No One's doing. Like, he's waiting, he's watching the spell usage out from Stormstormer. When he sees the orb, he knows there's no way he can kind of shift back. He goes for that aggressive play. Level 1 cooldown on phase shift is long enough that there are windows there for the puck to play. Again, in this matchup, you'd expect maybe a little bit more coming out for Stormstormer. He is getting that in terms of CS at the least, but No One is not resting on that pressure. So it's good signs overall for the side of Parry. We even saw bot lane again, some pressure onto the solo lane for Sibe. Not able to really find a kill as he is tanky, but you are seeing the willingness of Paravision to try to push things around here early on.
So they should. Smile Knight still having a very good time up at top lane on the MK. 28 and 9 in terms of CS. Not struggling whatsoever against DM. DM, of course, having a very good lane himself. No pressure being applied from Smiling Knight because you do have the Batrider support to always push you away if you are trying to move in. 10 seconds away from those 6-minute power rune timings. We'll see if they can deny them away once again from Stormstormer, as No One going to already be fighting Eki over the bottom side. Stormstormer going to jump in, and it's going to spawn top once again as Eki's going to go down. No One claiming a very quick kill plus a ward. Stormstormer at least trying to force him away, and we'll be able to do so. But the rune is going to probably... It is going the way of Stormstormer. Happy days. Yeah. I thought they might have had a support up there from Paravision.
No, I think they're just kind of stuck trying to help DM. Like 9 class isn't really getting the room out to leave that lane alone. Because again, there's some high kill potential there with Monkey and Ench. So you do just have to protect, ensure that the farm and EXP is flowing. It does cost quite a fair bit on No One to secure that kill. He did have to expend some mana and has to regen back. So there's no threat onto Stormstormer. Has the coil ready if they want to try something here.
They're going to move in. Eki, Impale is right on the edge. Problem is, 9 class is right by the T2 tower. This is a bit of a scary place to try and force a fight. Avulus, they will at least secure the 7-minute Wisdom Rune. 9 class still chipping away at Seneko. But ultimately they will lose the Wisdom Rune on the bottom side. Luckily for them though, Ducalis was able to pick up the other, so it's not the biggest of losses Ducalis, though, can he get away? Zibe still chasing down. Salve was up. Ducalis, who'll throw in the ensnare. Zibe actually going to give up on the chase, so Ducalis evening out the Wisdom Runes for his side of the map, and well, happy days, doesn't even die for it.
He doesn't die, that gives a ton of space out to Crystallis in a solo lane. Your Spectre's farming up, trying to recover after a little bit of a slower time in the lane. And you're, again, very happy on the side of parry. You're getting everything you'd want. You're building into these early timings. You've got the Ags being built up for DM. You've got the Dagon, typical for no one, on the Quap. And you've got the Blade Mail for Crystallis to get some early activity on as well. So, smooth going so far. For the side of Avalus, you maybe start to expect something to come out. Again, we were looking at that Dream Coil timing ready on Stormer. Just doesn't feel like his system around him is fully ready. You're level 4 on Eki, at least you have the value point in the Spike Carapace to try to set up and follow through stun. It's a little bit forward here from Stormer. Does have the haste.
He'll be just fine to just farm this area. No real threat to him. Witch's Blade almost online for the puck. Excuse me, I meant treads. That's what I was meant to say. Thanks for the correction, John. Paravision. Still 2-0. Still well and truly having a great old time. No stress for them whatsoever. At the very least, I think Avulus, though, sitting pretty, knowing that the laning siege has gone rather evenly for themselves as well. Eki, of course, just mindfully and creeps, allowed to just farm the jungle for now. One of my favorite things to do, personally, as a Nyx Assassin player.
Yeah, I mean,
this is all I do, in fact.
There's really nothing else to do right now anyhow. Again, you need levels to be up. You've got the Rolling Thunder ready at the very least on Sibe, but doesn't really have anyone to connect with unless Stormer gets the movement down bot. They are in a position to maybe bully out Crystallis here if they could dive beneath that tier 1, but again, not looking to get too spicy early on. Meanwhile, you look at Paravision, opposite side of the map, all up top, gathered around that tier 1 as well. And this siege, if they were to commit to it, is going to be slightly faster, of course, for parry. They've got the boars. Level 1 boar is not amazing, but they do have the damage to sustain through a push there.
Crystallis will avoid the rotations from Avulus. Does just hide in the Roshan pit, though. Top lane, Ducalis could be in a spot of danger, but he is prepped to tank the gank here for DM, and in fact, the mirror images will give enough vision as Storming out, jumped in. Two-man curl is out. The rotations are incoming. Avulus, they want the fight, but a nice roar on the Rolling Thunder, not allowing the follow-up. As Stormer forced to barely get away. No one. Has he gone too deep? Maybe they can at least have the Quap. No one going to get tipped here by Seneko, as he will go down, and Stormer will barely survive.
That was on edge for Stormer. That does waste out quite a fair few things from both sides. Not that you really mind wasting the Wukongs, but it wastes some time from parry. They don't manage to find the kills. They're still hunting here.
Yeah, 9 class going to drop. Zibe sees he pick up for himself. 2-2 now is the scoreline, and Avulus, they are grouping up down to that bottom lane. T1 tower to go down pretty easily here. And already off to a much better start. I can't remember what minute it was they found the T1 towers in the last game. Yeah, it was a long time.
Much quicker this time around, much more proactive as well with a response from Avulus. And they are slowing down parry quite a fair bit. Mind you, the big carries, the big heroes on the side of parry are still getting the farm they need, right? Like this Ags timing coming out on DM, already one part in, has the point booster ready. You've got Crystallis, he's probably the one that's hurting the most on the spec. It doesn't really flash farm all too well until that blade melts up either. So it's not off to the best of starts. In fact, we'll commit on it.
Yeah, mate, this could be a very, very good kill, and it looks like they've got it. Crystallis going to try and jaunt away with the Haunt, but not quite enough. Stormer able to secure a very big kill here for the side of Avulus. And this is what you love to see if you're an Avulus fan. Stormer looking for a little bit more, trying to chase down 9 class, but they really just want that tier 1 mid. Siege creep still up. No defense really incoming from Paravision apart from 1 TP from no one, but I don't know if that's even going to be enough. No one. He's jumped in fact. Rolling Thunder out from Zibe. They're going to move right into no one, and if they've got the stuns, he might just be dead at the Boundless. It was just off the mark, just a little bit too late. It won't matter though, they'll at least take the mid-tier 1 plus 9 classes life. And this is exactly what Avulus wanted the first game around.
Yeah, they just didn't have the start they'd want. You know, that start for the Lina on Stormer is a little bit too slow. They couldn't connect, couldn't pressure the map. This time around, on the puck, draws out evenly up against that Quap matchup. You managed to work yourself out. You get some good rotations out from Stormer on top. And now you start to take that potential away from Parry. You slow down their pace, you get your own pace going, you've got a great start in Sibe. He's got the full mech up on the Pango, boosting up the durability for his team to sustain through these fights.
Oh, Eki. I mean, I guess it is hard to predict when they're going to scream of pain. They'll go after the Naga Siren instead. Ducalis will go down. It was the feedback I think we saw last Nyx Assassin with Eki is the Spike Carapaces were a little bit off the mark, but that's all right. They'll get the kill anyways. 9 class also going to drop from a Smiling Knight. And tips coming out from Eki. He's happy with what he's seeing.
I mean, you're happy enough to get that solo kill again. You're ramping up here on that tempo for Avalus. Parry is the one that just doesn't look like they're ready this time around. In fact, another smoke out from Avalus here.
DM, another nice kill. Stormstormer can find it. Has the Dream Coil. Just going to move in with the Invis. And with that, they are going to try and help. Chrysalis is going to just haunt in. Yeah, that's a problem. Eki and Seneko both going to drop as Stormstormer, seeing the writing on the wall, just immediately orbs and TPs out. Says, see ya, boys. The support duo of Avulus will just be sacrificed for nothing.
That's a little bit of a shame. Killing off DM, slowing down his Ags would have been huge, just lacking damage with their supports coming in there. And you're not going to be asking these questions in the side of Parry. You get back to farming for DMs. We take a look at that replay. They come in, they don't really have Vend up on Eki to try to burst, and the response is just swift from Parry.
I mean, it absolutely is. No one here. Quick smirk. Confused as to why you'd even try. Why do you try that? Why would they do that?
You know, I don't know. They were smoked. They wanted to do something with the Invis Ruin. Pressure gets to you. You know, you feel like you have to commit, and it ends up going sideways. 4-6. 3K lead still up for Avalus. All this investment coming in onto Sibe, stealing away some stacks.
Oopsies. Ducalis going to find out the hard way that his triangle is currently occupied. Eki will say thank you very much. Because Ancients will be taken by Avulus as well. A bit of revenge from last game around. I sure do love the aggression. I mean, this is what we were talking about with this side, right? They seem to adapt very quickly after a bad game one. Props to the boys for keeping a high spirit after such a dominant game from Paravision as bottom lane now. They are going to find 9 class who's going to try and fight back against Stormstormer, but a nice jaunt away. The Shadow Step from Crystalis not really going to mean too much, as now DM could be in danger knowing the Shadow Step is down. They want to try again around this area. Ducalis, meanwhile, reeling in the Pangolier with the roar out from DM, locking him down. But Zibe is still completely alive. But here, not anymore. Not anymore. No one shows up and gets the job done. Smiling Knight at least gets the TP away in time.
Oh, that song, if it was just half a second earlier, could have caught out that TP. Finally getting some punishment out again on Parry. I appreciate the aggression from Avalus, but it doesn't feel like these angles are lining up necessarily. They've found kills on 9 class. They've tried to bully out the cores. The cores are just not falling apart. And when half of your kills are just on 9 class, you're not feeling the most satisfied there in Avalus. Like, yes, you've stalled out the Batrider Blink, but the Spectre is starting to catch up. Again, you've got the Ags timing for DM, and no one is just starting to take over with that Dagon up.
Eki having a gander. Oh, DM. The classic Nyx Assassin treatment. I mean, he even saw him underneath the sentry running right towards him, but couldn't do much about it, as they'll try to at least get Eki, and they do. No one. In a bit of danger here to Seneco's impetus shots, and now the Dream Core to lock him down means he's in a lot of danger, but he gets the blink away just barely as they move on to Ducalis instead. A 2-for-1 trade. Eki would be smiling from the grave.
Oh yeah, that's a big one to trade away for. You find DM, you find a core and a support for just your lonely Nyx. You maintain this lead on Avalus, and again, you maintain that pressure. They're still playing across the map. I don't think we've seen Avalus sit back and farm on their side of the river in at least 5 minutes, it feels like. They've been so active all across, even dragging in Smiling Knight to get these moves out. And again, this is what you kind of expected in game one if they had a stronger start. Certainly are executing this time around. For the side of Parry, I mean, it's touch and go, right? It feels like you need that Blink on 9 class, although he will get a lasso.
Oh, big jump in from no one. A lot of damage being dealt to Stormstormer's way, but he does get out. They'll have to just take Seneko instead. Stormstormer more than happy to just escape that scenario. So they'll walk away with a 3K advantage on Avulus's side. Paravision not too far behind, but certainly looking to just take the easiest picks they can get.
Yeah, you're not pressured on Parry to play too quickly. Mind you, your lineup does scale into a very nice point, let's say 20-25. if you do keep farm parity for the most part here, you still have a lot to grow into for Crystallis. You've got a lot of utility you can go for on Ducalis as well. And with the Ags up on DM, the only key thing you're really waiting for now is that Blink. If you can get the Blink roars off, anyone is an easy target to look for from the side of Avalos. For Avalos' part, again, no rest, smoke up.
No Eki. Never popped the Vendetta, now it does. Ducalis gets a sentry down, but it won't matter. Crystallis will move in with the Shadow Step, but does get immediately up. He's on his own, he just has a Blade Mail, he can't do much right now.
Yeah, it's a decent enough pick off. Again, you want to maintain that aggression out from Avulus. They're still playing across the river. Parry is just kind of forced to be a little bit more clumped up than they'd like to be. They're all hugging this bot jungle area. Triangle, they're not able to maintain stacks whatsoever to try to enable Crystallis to have this faster build-up into the Radiance. And it's just heads up this time from the side of Avulus. No rest for the Wicked. Constantly going in. And setting up nicely. Again, this timing is lining up. The Gleipnir is not too far off now for Smiling Knight. You've got your Shard eventually coming in here for Stormstormer with a little bit more damage to play with. And it just becomes a little bit tougher. For Parry, again, this double blink timing on 9 class and DM is pretty much key for you to start to get easier control up here, as you just need to find a way to jump in and insta-burst someone down to start to feel good here.
Okay. Avulus, they are grouped up as 3 in the mid lane, it looks like. Paravision, they're grouping up around the Radiant Triangle. Well, they see no one, but can they get the jump? The Boundless is out, but a nice lasso going to put an end to all of it as now the Song committed as well. The Rolling Thunder's still going though, still trying to catch out no one on the Queen of Pain, but there's no follow-up damage. The Song held everyone else back. No one's still walking away, but Stormstormer on the chase will choose to go after DM instead. DM still alive though, as no one jumping in for a Sonic Wave, but gets avoided immediately. Seneko heads out a tip mid-team fight. DM in the meantime still trying to run. He'll be alright. But the aggression from Avulus this game around is just proving to be a little bit too much for Paravision to try and deal with.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like that's the way Paravision would have wanted that fight. 9 class goes for Blink Lasso, but they're forced to use the Song because there's too many people to try to play off the back if it doesn't have a Force Staff to reposition off of that either. And it's just a little bit too much. Maybe if you start with the Song first, you change the sequence of events, stop them from running in first, and then look for the Lasso afterwards. It feels like everything's a lot easier to manage, but the timings just don't work out. Again, very clean this time around from Avulus to get off this punishment out. Very clean of them to constantly dodge out when no one's looking for this aggression. And when no one can't hammer in with this burst, he is your early tempo. You are not expecting much from Crystallis. And what you can hope for from DM is a roar and maybe sustained damage if he survives through. Right now, not the most survivable yet on our Beastmaster, considering how tanky he was earlier relative to everyone else.
Yeah, Stormstormers have been having a very, very good performance here in Game 2, and this is what kind of no one was saying as well, as Stormstormer proving to be one of the better mids right now at ESL One Bangkok. And what this game kind of proves, when he is dominant, it is very hard to slow him down. T2 top tower to drop, no one's still just trying to farm the mid lane in the meantime, but you're kind of running out of ideas, I feel like, for Paravision. I mean, on the bright side, Crystallis is still farming, but you look at his net worth, it's 8.1k, it's still very far behind. He hasn't been able to really follow up off the back of some raw initiations on some single targets. I think we saw the one very early on in the game, but that was about it. It's been pretty tough to run this run.
That it has been. Again, it's down to the fact that they lost triangle control very early on in Parry. They've not been able to give these stacks out to Crystallis, and that just slows down the rest of his timing. Radiant still yet to be finished up. Does have enough gold for at least for the Sacred Relic. So that's one component down, but still more to go. And even then, just with the Radiance, you're not going to be comfy yet on the spec. You need so much more to start scaling up. At the least, the double blinks are up. You finally have it completed on DM to connect with 9 class. Now it's just a matter of, can you actually catch anyone out? Now, a kill onto Smiling Light, if you can somehow isolate him away, or a surprise catch onto Stormstormer, would make all the difference here if you get the backup out from Crystallis.
Momentum to be taken here by Avulus. Iki will get the shards
That's
up.
a big free shard.
Yeah, he'll be very happy with that one.
It's already a rough game here for Crystallis, having to deal with a break on hand very early on. Not going to be very satisfied on that Spectre here.
Top lane Stormstormer once again. Very quick reactions here, just blinking away from 9 class before the lasso connects. And Eki, he wants a kill attempt once again with the Vendetta. and he might just have it. 9 class has no choice in the matter. Spike Carapace going to make it impossible to get away. And I'll tell you what, considering the last game we saw of the Knicks for Eki wasn't exactly amazing, this game has been fantastic for him.
Yeah, it looks like he's finally woken up, get things done on the Knicks, and he didn't even have to have the Darkseer lane, right? Like, just the Pango Knicks lane was already good enough. He's landing all of his spells, he's setting up, he's already got the Dagon up at level 1. He's feeling pretty damn good with the burst damage and the threats they have on the map. 7-14, 11k up for Avalos and Parry. I mean, it's just a matter of time. Whether or not that time is enough for them in this game, we'll have to see. At the least, you've got a BKB coming out for no one. That's a start to have the Quap not be in the firing line, which he does jump in. There is a lot more leeway for when no one does commit. But whether or not you have the follow-through damage from the set of control to clear out more than one hero, we'll have to see, because right now it doesn't feel like we're getting that. At least not until DM's comfy, not until you get more stats up in Crystallis.
See some action mid lane, Stormstormer. If he gets lassoed, and they do catch him this time. They've got him this time around. The pesky puck will finally go down, and I think that would have felt very good for no one.
Yeah, that's what he's been looking for this entire game. No tips to come out. Again, considering what we heard no one say, he respects Stormstormer the heck out of it. The heck out of his play. They have room here in Avalos to try to clear out Roche. They are getting that done. No vision from the side of Parry, so it should be a freebie coming out here. It is taking a little bit of time. Side of Parry just taking map control off the back of that kill. Eki?
Doesn't get the Spike Carapace set up, and I don't think he would have jumped anyway. It's a bit too scary against the Quap with an amp damage rune active. He is keeping tabs though on no one. He still wants to go if he has a +1 nearby. Smiling Knight did TP as soon as he possibly could after the Roshan attempt, but won't find no one. Still does have the Aegis up though now, and Avulus, of course, sitting in a very strong position. It's like Paravision looking to slowly siege in that top lane. Mid lane in the meantime, 9 class has been caught out, and he should drop very quickly. Meanwhile, though, Stormstormer caught once again, this time by DM, and Crystallis will go down. Can they find some kind of straggler? Oh, Smiling Knight!
Didn't commit.
I don't know if he lost vision there for a moment, or yeah, maybe just kind of hesitating there for a second, but it costs it.
Would have been a nice kill to have to compensate for losing Stormstormer, but I'm liking what Paravision's doing. They're using 9 class as bait. He's out in the middle of nowhere with no one around him, and they make use of that space to get another kill onto the puck to even out the game just a tad bit more. 9-15, still the 8k lead for Avalos, and again, they've just taken Roshan. They've got a 4-minute Aegis still up and running, ready to go on Smiling Knight if he can start to find some connections, which it looks like they might be.
Eki might have a free kill on his hands, but Crystallis is around the corner if need be. Smiling Knight is there, however, as well, so he can do nothing as 9 class will once again go down to Eki. Zippe saying hello to DM in the meantime in the mid lane, but obviously not going to be able to commit on his own. Seems to be the key for Paravision. Every single time you can just pick off Stormstormer, it does open up much more opportunity for your side. But now, with the group up down at this bottom lane and the Aegis up on Smiling Knight, things could be rather hard in terms of a defense if they do want to commit. It's like Zippe is still looking into mid, seeing if somebody will show up to clear out the creep wave. Ducalis is there, but he's just hiding in the tree line, not really giving the vision over to the other side. Stormstormer happily going to take the regen rune away at the 26-minute mark to boot. And then while this has been happening, Seneko secures the bottom tier 2 tower.
And again, they've been set up for that with Smiling Knight. No one shows up to defend, no fight, just a nice clean tower take. Paravision just trying to look for time and space to get into that BKB of DM and to get into at least the man to here for Crystallis to be a bit more comfy. Still, Avalos not resting. Smoked up once more. We'll show it on Smiling Knight at the least, but they've got time to try to hunt up top here.
I love Crystallis. Nice TP away, though. He senses something is wrong. Does back out at the right moment, and so will DM. So no cause left up at that top side of the map. The smoke, chances are nothing really going to come out of it. Avulus, I mean, they could just group up and continue to just try and force in towers, but you are starting to look towards those tier 3 towers now if you are Avulus. High ground might still be considered a little bit scary.
That it is. I mean, you've got Roar, you've got Lasso back, you've got Song for the resets here on Parry. Their high ground hold can be quite strong. That, and you also did commit Coil from Stormstormer in trying to catch out DM a while ago. So you need some time to cool down a bit. You do still have extra time on your Aegis still left. A minute 40, not the most time. You could still work a team fight here somehow.
Oh, Snako throwing into DM. DM immediately going to roar, but Stormstorm is here as well. They'll lock them down with a Glaive Beam from Smiling Knight. Sonic Wave to push him out of the ring, though. A very nice one from No One. Maybe salvaging the fight. Still DM solo, but the song now. Ducala's going to put an end to everything. Allow the team to TP away. And can he get away? No, he cannot. Chrysalis even going down in the meantime. So it's still not a great situation for Paravision, but at least they make sure it doesn't get too much worse.
No, they certainly do manage to mitigate the losses. Their trades aren't amazing, but you can see the instant commitment out from Paravision, right? Like, they're just trying to look for any kill they can take, considering the slower game.
He's going to try. I mean, he's got a Plasma up, so he's doing a lot of damage, and No One's just copping it. But now a lasso out from 9 class, trying to pick him off. No One. An aggressive blink in, still having a look for this puck. No One will die. Stormstorm is still running. In comes the cavalry now. Smiling Knight to just jump in. DM needs to get out. BKB popped to at least allow him to walk away, but they'll still lose 2 for the price of nothing. Stormstormer again just creating so much opportunity for his team.
Avalos have woken up in this game too. Just everything on point, still being aggressive on Stormstormer. Like, this is a puck without anything defensive up against Lasso Roar. We've seen Stormstormer get punished for it. He still doesn't care. He knows what he has to do for his team, and he knows how far away he can get with it. And Parry, when you don't have at least the Bat Rider up, it just feels uncomfy to try to fully commit with just a Roar, especially with no one down. Aegis does expire, which holds back Avalos from that full siege. But they are, again, setting up. They've got forward vision onto the high ground now. Got to take time to de-ward that on Parry. And things are looking good. 13k lead, 10 to 20. Parry Vision, they've got to find a way to reel it back in. They've got to ensure that this investment into the late game with Crystallis pays off. But right now, the Spectre just feels like a non-issue.
Yeah, it certainly has not felt like Crystallis can really do too much in this game yet. I mean, he's getting towards the Manta style, so getting to a stage where he can start to think about fighting back, but they really would have preferred to just have those single target kind of pickoffs early on to really escalate out of control. Avulus grouping up down to the bottom side of the map again, but Paravision were ready for it on the high ground. So Avulus, they'll go for a 3-man smoke, like make that a 5-man smoke. No vision from Paravision to scout that smoke out.
DM.
Oh, he's going to get caught. Stormstormer. Dreamcore committed. Glaive need to lock him down. DM forced the BKB and go for the roar onto the puck. They'll try for the fight. Can they blow Stormstormer up? DM is down. The puck is still perfectly fine. They've got to run. It's not safe. Ducala's in trouble. No way out of that one. Just so much emphasis in trying to catch Stormstormer. But it's just not happening.
No. I mean, you have to layer those stuns perfectly. They do have some defenses that they can pass around. There is a Linken's up on Smiling Knight that he can toss onto his puck if need be. And again, Avalos are just executing as an actual team. We did not see any of this kind of movement be successful whatsoever in the last game. It all connects this time around, and they hit their timings. Mid-rack's gone, bot set to go. This is them pushing in without Aegis, as Roche is still a minute away until we see that timer. There's just no play for Parry. They need to get the Roar Lasso out, but when they're grouped up as 5 on Avalos, it's just so hard to see that happening.
Smoke out, Paravision, they're going to try for a defense. Lasso is available. 9 class just going to find the right target, but Stormstormer just outright breaks the smoke immediately. No one. He jumped in, but the silence was immediate.
Oh my god.
Oh, No One's gone. And now the rest of them jumped in. XD from Seneko.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, he drops the XD. I'm not going to lie, I probably would have done that as well, John. There you go, 9 class down. I love me an XD. And with that, I think Seneca's trying to tell them, guys, it's time to call it. Game 3 is coming. DM is still trying to fight this one out. Roar is committed. They'll try onto Eki, but where's the damage?
Nowhere.
GG is called. They've seen enough. Game 3 between Paravision and Avulus, Jonathan. That's what we've got ahead of us.
Yeah, it's a great showing from Avalos. Again, game 1, it didn't look like they even really got to play Dota there. This time around, they managed to get Eki this Nyx. He looks a lot better in that Nyx in comparison to even the other days. And everything comes together. You get that puck out for Stormer, which you and I were looking for in the last game to close out that draft. He does excellently up against the Quap with no one. And really, I think the one issue for Paravision this time around, it felt like that Spectre just had no impact. Crystallis, he got some good haunts out, some good shadow steps out, and he did manage to find 1 or 2 kills with it, but it just didn't have the greatest lane. The dual melee into the dual melee of Avalos did not pan out whatsoever, and it just took way too long to really reach that stride. You had a great time, a decent enough time on DM, no one, and even 9 class, but this Spectre just could not contribute in the way he wanted to really carry you through here.
Yeah, and the faces of Paravision kind of tell it all. They looked a little bit shocked about how this Game 2 has resulted, considering how dominant Game 1 was, and a couple of bit of chat here between the team as we are going to throw back to our panel and see what they have to chat about.
I got a lot of thoughts on the choices made by Paravision in this game number 2, namely the support heroes that you choose to pick. Naga Siren, as I had said before the game began, has been, in fact, terrorizing the professional Dota 2 scene for the past 3 tournaments, but I believe she received a handful of nerfs since then, and has been mostly absent from drafts throughout most of Bangkok. Suddenly, we see an opportunity for Ducalis to whip it out here, and I'm left wondering why, Fear?
Yeah, I'm also left wondering that same question as well. Why did they pick it? Because typically speaking, for me, Naga Siren found its popularity, especially around TI time. It's because the range carries are really popular. She is a melee support, enables a lot of the ranged carries. In this particular game, we saw the weakness of the laning stage. If you are not with a ranged carry, you're laning this Naga, you're laning the Spectre into a Pango. These are the freest jumps he's ever going to get the bonus armor, or the shield, sorry, and he's just going to completely take over this laning stage, and that's exactly what happened. So I think the Naga kind of just griefed their options for getting a good carry later on in the draft, because they needed something better that wasn't ranged in this game, but just the Naga wouldn't allow them to pick it.
Yeah, and we really did see the difference in this game too, compared to game 1, when Zive actually has a lane and he has a game, and they're not just playing recovery, they're playing aggressively. I think Avilas played really beautifully as a team. They showed us why they did so well during the group stages. Like, they hit their tempo really early on. Like, initially the laning stage wasn't anything impressive. Like, the puck didn't come out of the Queen of Pain lane well. The side lanes kind of went even, but once the rotations started to come in, when they brought heroes to the top lane, they got the kill on Queen of Pain, then they bring their heroes mid, they get the tower early, suddenly they were just like kicking it into gear. They were 5-manning, they were like looking for these aggressive plays and completely choking out Paravision.
Yeah, it's not normal that you see a Nyx plus Pango lane win lane. Like, that is really strange.
That's what I mean. Like, just like the Nyx Pango were given a free game, essentially, by the Spectre plus Naga lane.
Because if you're like, you know, telling me to come up with the worst possible off-lane, like, laning combination, like, this is up there.
Yeah.
You know, that
apparently not worse than Naga Spectre.
Naga Spectre. In both games, we have either team kind of struggling with that last pick because of the limited hero pools on the player that they're picking in the last pick scenario, or that the hero that they're trying to last pick is in the slot of a hero, of a player that's been banned out. Because all the Gyro was banned, the Drow, I think, was there.
No, it was banned.
It was banned. Okay, no, the Drow got banned in the last phase. Like, all of the ranged carries, Razor, of course, is going to be banned out. Like, all of the ranged carries that would have gone good with the Naga are banned. And so that just begs the question, why the Naga in the first place? Why not go for, like, a Chen or something that Ducalis is more known for?
And by extension of being able to rearrange your last pick, that means that Stormer had a much better game this time, right, Fear?
Yeah, I mean, Stormer was on a roll this game. I guess that would be his Pango. But either way, this is the fight Mira was talking about, where you have Puck, he goes in, gets that double coil right there. And I think the really cool thing to see here is the fact that he did manage to get a haste rune, but it's so good, we're going to rewind and watch it again.
Check out that dream
Check it out. Check it out. Hit 2 heroes there. This allows the roll to go off. It allows the Wukongs to go off. You have this haste rune on Stormer. No one maybe not accounting for that. Jumps in. Unfortunately, this is the beginning of the end of this game, where this Quap was in top net worth, does die there. This allows Stormer to continue to get the advantage in this game and ultimately become unstoppable.
Yeah, which is a sharp contrast from game 1.
That's definitely something that I was not thinking about too much looking at the draft, because when you see a Puck versus Queen of Pain matchup, a lot of the time you're talking about the laning phase, and Fear, you were saying it's really not that bad for the co-op anymore. No one ended up doing fine in the early game. But in the game, it was a free puck game. Like, there were stuns, and there were the occasional times where he got caught out and stunned. And when that does happen, puck will die. But also, all the stuns are very projected. So for the most part, he was super farmed. Like, we saw that one kill where you were like, how did he do that much damage? Does he have Parasma? He had a super early Parasma because he could just survive in all of these fights.
Yeah, but also just the strength of the Enchantress 5-man really came into play in this game. Like I mentioned, before that highlight that we just saw, the net worth was like even. It was actually 1k up for Paravision, but after you get one good rotation going and you've got the Enchantress draft, then the next one comes in mid, you know? And then because you have an early carry, an early fighting carry like a Monkey King, you can make these 5-man smokes for as long as you want throughout the game. You don't have to redistribute your heroes around the map. And once you're 5-manning, what happens to Spectre? She can't do anything. Like, you take away her entire map and there are no split push plays for her to make gold. And that really was the story, that you could never get the Spectre into play in this game. You couldn't take advantage of her map presence, and there was nowhere for her to get any net worth.
Yeah, and like, what's the team fight as well in this one? Like, typically you see a Naga sleep, you want like a black hole or something, but what's the combo? You sleep into Haunt? Like, you don't need a setup for that.
Incredible synergy.
Yeah,
they literally had like, no team fight set up with Naga.
They were like sleeping to disengage, but then that also begs the question. It's like, okay, we've disengaged. Now what? Like, what are we fighting
you know
with?
They were sleeping and doing?
Losing.
Drafting.
Oh.
They were sleeping during the draft.
Okay.
They were.
Unfortunately.
Perhaps both of them will have woken up for our game number 3, friends, because this upper bracket semifinal is going the distance. Game number 3 coming up next.
Waking up, playing some Dota, it's just been part of my life for 20 years, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon. Where we are in the history of this game and where it's come from and how much has been accomplished, I think compared to basically any other esport, it's the best. So
I'm grateful for Dota 2 as a game, because Dota as a culture supersedes where we come from. You are a Dota player first, and I love that.
dragon, waiting for a second to push you to your limits, going strong and feeling better. But do you feel them? Can you hear them say? Welcome to the other side. Welcome to the other side. yeah.
Can you not right click the tower?
Hey, Eki, I think you're gonna fuck me so hard.
No. Fuck off.
Oh, what the fuck, dude? What?
Hello and welcome to Base Race, where I am joined by Avulus' Stormstormer and Eki, and we're gonna maybe have a 3-round showdown where each round you start with different gold, different items, but ultimately we're gonna see who kills the other person's ancient first.
Are you ready?
When do we pick? On
Okay.
50?
Pick on 50, okay. No! I wanted to pick me for 2! What's the odds? Dude, no way! Okay, whatever, fuck
He
it.
got you here. Do you have a backup plan?
Okay,
Do you
I
have a backup plan?
Dude, I had the exact same idea. Oh my god, admin should have known. Fuck, okay.
All right, let's go.
Okay, Eki, I think you're gonna fuck me so hard, but I have
Do
strategy.
we start instantly?
You,
Yes, of course.
Let's start now. So you talk this one up to just a draft diff?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, how is Storm?
Stop laughing. Yeah.
It's a nice try. That's all I can say. It's a nice try.
I would like to defend my friends because I'm not winning this one, guys.
Oh, what happened over here? Oh no! Oh, is this grief?
I mean, okay, you got humbled.
You got a 30-second window here. What can you do with it?
I know what I'm doing. I need a bit of money.
There are no rules. Whoever kills the other person's ancient first.
No rules.
Am I allowed to fight him?
I mean, if he chooses to come fight you.
Yo, what the fuck, dude? What?
I mean, all he has to do is, technically, guys, the rules are whoever kills the ancient first.
No. Fuck off. No. Ah. Leave it. Leave me alone. Alright, you did it. Good job.
Round 1 goes to Stormstormer, but I will say that I don't think we will see this from any other players. So for this round 2, we will be starting with 15,000 gold at level 20. Alright, we've begun!
He is faster.
And Terravoid has reached the first tier 1.
Do I have to kill the guy?
No, you think whoever kills the ground first. Oh no, you refreshed the click!
Oh, I didn't know that. I thought you had to.
No, I don't have creeps. Ah, I lost. Actually. No way. Yeah, you won. Oh my god, dude. I choked. I should have won. I choked like so hard.
I gave you the game and then you choked.
I choked so hard.
So we're moving on to our tiebreaker round. Let's start.
Alright, this will be either super trash or it will be genius.
Whoa, the towers are dying over here. And how are we doing over here?
Alright. Dude, I didn't glyph again.
Some glyph grief is going on.
Yeah, this glyph stuff is not
ideal.
Alright, towers are melting though. Alright, both tier 4s are exposed. Who takes it?
No, you have a glyph?
Oh, this is
Why
so
do you have a
close.
glyph?
This is so close.
Why do you have a glyph, dude?
He takes it.
You know why? Only because I didn't press glyph again on tier 2. Like an animal. Like an animal.
Oh my god.
All right, thank you for joining us for this round of Base Race with Avulus. It was very amusing, but ultimately, Eki is your champion.
Well played.
GG.
All right, awesome. Thank you, guys.
New metas unraveling before our very eyes. Corveno, best pusher in the game.
Yeah.
That's what I'm learning here.
At level 30.
At level 30.
Unlimited
gold. It could happen.
There's no way that's true.
It was.
There was
saw the footage.
There were some problems in that.
Wait, the level 25 talent of Venom is like extra plague ward damage?
Yeah.
Like 3x or whatever.
Same as NP, right?
Surely Primal
Respected.
Beast with the extra building damage.
Yeah, surely. Like, why did nobody
Actually,
do that?
so Pure tried that on Beppu.
Did he?
And he lost to, I think that was around 2 when you're level 20.
It's not just.
He lost.
Then Lone Druid.
Yeah, it's shit Lone Druid. It's if Lone Druid is banned.
Yeah, but still, second place against a Lone Druid would be pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, cool. There's a draft.
There's a draft, and I have to imagine that we probably won't see Lone Druid in this one. Could see Primal, though, because Zibe has actually gotten his offlaners banned out very regularly, but this time he gets his hands on a first pick, Dawnbreaker, as the bans from Avalis are the Sniper, the Gyrocopter, and the Razor. Very Crystallis-heavy bans. Party Vision, they take out the DK, the Alk, the Monkey King, and the Chen. So yeah, they finally let the Dawnbreaker slip through, and Avalis gladly put it as their first pick.
And I like Nyx a lot versus Dawnbreaker, if that's something Paravision might want to do.
Yeah, I like that too. You can never Dawn ult because Nyx can easily just walk into it, Carapace. If I'm Paravision, I'm looking at carries because they've all been banned out, and I'm thinking, do we just go for it here and get something that does well against Dawn in lane?
No, you go for a last pick Spectre with a Naga Siren as a support, right?
Yeah, that will go.
I think that's a good idea.
That tends to go well.
Let's travel back in time, right? Game number 1.
Yep.
We talked about just Stormstormer and how he's not a last pick player.
Agreed.
Game number 2. Let's fast forward. I also don't think Crystallis is a last pick player either.
Okay.
So I think we're in a situation where I think both these players need to pick a little bit earlier because the last picks have been underwhelming for them, so to say. And I think this series is going to, both of them probably recognize that. This game 3 is going to be which of these players gets their hero in this game.
So I think in that scenario that you're describing, the team with first pick has the advantage because it gets the overall 18 pick, which is where Stormstormer got his pick. And that's the strongest pick in this entire new draft order, and it has been since it's been introduced. So for that reason, like, you could easily get that Stormstormer puck or Lina on 18 and cover it with 2 Vans, whereas with Paravision, they're just going to have to show Crystallis' hero early.
Because I look at no one, right? And this guy probably right now in the competitive scene is the best last pick player in Dota.
Do you think better than Falcons? A Maulrine last pick?
Maybe.
No one's more lethal?
I mean, yes, I think between the two of them, they're both great, but I consider no one to be able to play so many heroes, and he delivers too.
Okay.
So I think that's the guy you want to give last pick on this team, and you want to make sure Crystallis gets one of his more comfortable heroes a little bit early.
I see what you're saying. You're saying that, like, Maulrine, you know what he's going to last pick. With no one, he can last pick anything, and you're afraid of it.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah, that makes sense. His hero pool is extremely wide. Just like he is. He's been going to the gym a lot lately. This guy's massive.
He's built.
He has a unit.
Yeah, no one has... I mean, really the only miss he's had this tournament was that Ricky, which is also still weird that he was even able to pick it against it.
He didn't really miss in the laning stage, though. He got first blood.
Yes, but
Solo.
That's why you want to pick a Ricky against an Invoker, though, right?
Well, he lost that game because Ricky's a shit hero. Like, that's the problem, right?
Sure.
I do think
still tried to make it work.
there are these mid-Ricky games where it just looks so perfect against, like, Omni Knight, Oracle, these heroes that you just want to silence or make it so they can't save because you get the shard, and then you get baited, and then you pick it, and you're like, I see.
I just do no damage.
It's useless.
I don't farm.
I think the other advantage of no one being last pick is that, unlike Falcons, there's not as much hero overlap between no one's pool and the rest of his team, whereas Falcons rely heavily on their overlap to be like, oh, we'll early pick a flex, and then you don't know if we're going to send it mid, offlane, or carry.
Yeah.
Whereas I think no one with his last pick, there is no flexing that he needs to worry about. He's just going to get whatever he wants.
Yeah, but I think in that case as well, then Falcons are a better last pick team because they're able to hold their flexes until the very last pick because often their flexes go between 3 lanes. And I wouldn't say the same thing applies to Paravision. Like, you're not going to have these, like, you know, razor flexes between 3 lanes the way you would for Falcons.
Yep.
But anyway, Falcons aren't playing Paravision are.
True.
The Nyx does come out versus the Dawnbreaker. Like, with the Carapace, you make it so that when you're making these plays as Nyx early on with your team, there can't be a save coming out from Dawn because it cancels her ulti.
Yeah. I will say, though, that their version of flexing is still viable here. I think DM can also play this Magnus. Yep. No one also plays it, so they are second pick, so I would love to see in this second phase, for them to pick a Crystallis hero. I don't care what it is, just pick it in this phase.
Avalis, I would love one of the Hexers. They're so good against both Nyx and the Magnus. Like, Mag jumps in, tries to go for the RP skewer. Even if you can't get him with the Hex before the RP, before the Skewer is enough to own the hero. And then Nyx, you don't trigger the Carapace.
Yeah.
I agree. Hex here would be nice, but also Tusk could be nice as well because you have the Snowball save versus RP, and then you have the potential lane with Dawnbreaker. Lion does come out.
Someone help me here.
Sure.
Enigma into a Nyx Assassin. That's a classic thing you want to do.
The support Dawn? What are they doing?
Okay, listen, Eki used to be the Enigma support specialist.
Okay.
Back on the secret days. Every time I would tune into another games, which wasn't often, to be honest, Eki was playing position 4 Enigma. Could this be the return of the Eki Enigma, or or is it just a carry Dawnbreaker?
Could be as well.
So Seneko Lion then?
Bit of a head scratcher here.
I mean, it's more likely to just be a carry Dawn. I mean, I've seen some people play support Dawn in pubs as well. I don't think it's that good, but maybe you want to kind of downgrade it when the Nyx comes out in terms of position priority.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking they picked these heroes just to have some capability to make Crystallis feel very uncomfortable. Because when you do play versus Enigma, you can like count the amount of heroes that can lane versus hero on like one hand, right? And one of them is already banned in the Gyrocopter, so it looks like he will most likely be playing this Bristleback as a carry, because I don't see what other carry they can potentially pick if they want to use that Enigma in the offlane position.
I think it is carry Bristle because it's just a great matchup versus Eidolons, right? It's one of the better carries to just make sure Enigma can't lane early on. But that also, we don't know if Enigma is going to be core or not.
We don't know.
You could SD here and then put the Dawn as a carry, and then you've SD versus Bristle, which destroys him, and then because you eventually get the break, and then it purges the Lich Shield as well, and it's a save versus Nyx and Magnus.
I wouldn't want to add another potential support into the mix right now on Avulus. You just want to take the Stormer hero, and then you want to keep your cards close to your chest until the very end.
It's just a question, question of how like OP do they think it is here, and do they want to show where their heroes are going? I just feel like it's a free SD game. That's the only.
I will say this is a pretty cool draft from Avulus, so lots of things that they can do, and very hard I think for Parivision to draft against this because you don't really know. And I agree with Mirat here as well. You should pick Stormer's hero. You have to pick something ideally that makes Mag mid feel a little uncomfortable, and that definitely does. So I think more than likely we're going to see an attempted Lina pick or something. Sniper's banned. Lina's in the pool. That one's getting banned out. They banned out Invoker. Magnus will go to the offlane, but then you're put in a situation where you have a Magnus Nyx lane, and I don't think this particular game, let's just say for example, you put Lion plus Dawn as carry. That's going to be a really hard lane to deal with.
Yeah, I think when I think about position 4 players, if there's any position 4 in Dota at the moment that I trust to play like double melee lane matchups as the 4, it is 9 class. Like out of all position 4 players, he's the one who focuses on wave manipulation and creep dragging more than anyone else, and I've seen him in a lot of lanes that he shouldn't be able to win. He'll always find his way back in, so it's not the worst for this team.
Okay.
Parivision still scratching their heads on where this Dawnbreaker might be going and where the Enigma might be going. They ban out a Medusa, so most likely expecting Smiling Knight's hero to still be on the agenda.
Is that an expression, or was he actually just scratching his head?
It was both.
Oh, wow. They're genius.
Layers. Yeah, they really think it's going to be a carry.
Ban. Yeah, this is interesting.
Well, because, I mean, support Enigma really isn't that bad here, because it's not addressed on both side lanes. When Enigma is addressed on both side lanes where his Eidolons will get dumped on, then it can be terrible. But that's not the case here, because Paravision's offlane shouldn't really be able to punish if it is a 5 Enigma, for example.
Oh. Still feeling good about a carry Bristleback against 2 breaks now? Yes. Silver Edge and
I
Viper?
mean, you have to. He's a carry no matter what role. I think you should pick Nature's Prophet mid here. That sounds pretty good. Because what else are you going to put mid against Viper? Lina's banned, Sniper's banned. Those would have been the best too. I go to Nature's Prophet. I remember watching Quinn play this against the Viper. Or maybe we got NP'd and he was the Viper. Either way, matchup looked incredibly good.
That's a good call, I think, honestly, because Okay, mine. Terrible call, Fear.
Yes, thank you very much.
It's gonna be
back to you, Jenkins. What was a good call there?
It's gonna be the mid beast.
What a great call!
Who is playing?
It's surely it's an offlane.
Yeah.
And mid mag.
Yeah. I mean, I guess this is just one of those scenarios where like no one is. I mean, I've seen no one be sacked before though, and then he just wins the lane somehow.
He did air quotes on that, by the way.
Yeah, I did air quotes. So maybe it's one of these scenarios where also they're very confident that if DM is going to be, last pick to Beastmaster, he's going to have a free game because it's last pick, so 9 class can rotate mid, help out the mag, maybe skewer Stormstormer into the tower. Viper can't really do much if he gets skewered into tower. So maybe that's what they do.
And Seneko is going to be playing 5 Enigma. He's going to be playing the Lion with Dawnbreaker.
Yeah, because that's where you have to throw Enigma. Like I said, the offlane from Paravision doesn't clear Eidolons, so this is where you throw it in. Like, the idea of the flex is cool, but I do think once you put Enigma as position 5, like what he contributes diminishes a lot, especially if he's playing against like Primal Roar and Lich Armor for defending against his Eidolons. But on lane, it still does a lot in terms of like just getting a few kills in those first 6 minutes goes a long way.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm a huge believer in Enigma 5 though. It's every time that we've seen it come out in these last few tournaments, it always comes out once. It looks horrible.
Conceptually, their draft looks really cool, but in practice, I feel like it's going to be very hard to pull off. But if they can pull it off, I do like the synergy of all their heroes combined. It looks pretty good. Slark is going to run around the map, give vision for Viper to just be able to push out lanes. Then you have the Dawn, who can just jump and help the Slark at any point in time in this game. You have the stat steal mana burn for the Bristleback. So it looks really cool. It's just going to be a question of, like, can they get to the point where this Enigma is contributing? And it's going to be farming a lot too. So are you going to be able to allow your POS 5 to farm?
I also think that their draft is very dependent on winning their lanes, and if they don't win their lanes with a convincing enough lead, then eventually they're going to be dismantled on the map because their heroes are clunky and slow to bring together. Like bringing a Viper to a position 5 Enigma to a carry Slark who's going to be farming for a while isn't easy.
Game number 3, winner gets a date with a BetBoom team at the Royal Paragon Hall. Let's get into our match with John Xfire and MLP.
Thank you so much, Tsunami. We will get into it. It is now officially a best of 1 to decide who does secure top 3. What is it, John?
Wrong hero, says Crystallis.
Wrong hero for who? But for who? Is he joking?
I don't think so. I think they're just memeing each other.
Okay.
Probably.
I hope so.
Probably. I'm pretty sure he's just memeing, perhaps,
All right.
I mean, this does look like a very interesting back and forth game for you, right? Like, you have to deal with the Nyx on one hand, 9 class gets to pick it up, Eki seems happy enough to give it away this time around.
Oh, here we go.
And I'm very curious to see how this one goes, because it does feel like there's a lot of good answers from both sides, right? Like, you've got RP, you've got Roar coming out from Paravision, you've got the Nyx that can be disruptive. At the same time, on Avalus, Black Hole's always great, although it's on a POS 5 Enigma, it's not going to be easiest to look for the big ones. The Slark into Bristleback we've seen before. I think it was Mika who did go for that Mage Slayer build, which did reduce the damage, do a lot of work in that matchup up against the Bristle. And as a Bristle, walking into a Lion lane's never fun. So there's some good answers on each side. It's all really down to execution. I think both sides are pretty happy with their drafts.
All I'm hoping for is a good game 3 here between these two sides. Again, winner of this one will make it to top 3 of ESL One Bangkok. And of course, they do have a date indeed with BetBoom sometime later on. Avulus Paravision hanging about that bottom bounty rune spot. Paravision wants to go for a fight already. Stormstorm are going to show himself. Eki will as well. This could be a nice start here for Paravision. Eki in trouble already. A big slow from Sipe, and that's actually going to be enough. They can't quite get the lockdown to take Eki out. So nothing really being lost here for the side of Avulus, as they will be able to get to their lanes.
Yeah, at the very least, a 3 bounty rune start coming out here for Parry. All things considered, it's still going to be nice and happy. Of course, taking a look at the 9 class with the level 1 Mind Flare, just sniping away the range creep, already setting up to keep it shoved. Mind you, he is not going to be able to do much about Seneko's Eidolons for sure. That pressure is down to DM, trying to clear out perhaps with the Axis. Otherwise, Seneko, if he can isolate out 9 class, can just bully out the Nyx, he's just going to have to feed through sniping out these range creeps, and DM is going to be left to fend for himself for the most part, which you can do on the Beastmaster, but it's not going to feel great.
Yeah, I mean, not much 9 class can do apart from creep pull at the moment, and that seems like that's exactly what he will do. And speaking of not being able to do much, no one is playing Magnus against Viper. And well, we heard the panel talking about how uncomfortable this matchup should be for no one. And Well, I can't imagine a way that no one actually wins this matchup.
No.
Like, surely no way.
Yeah, it's just impossible. The Viper is going to have a great old time. You have the Poison Burst facet as well, so you just constantly twack away at no one, and he's not going to feel great. Maybe Rune Control will help just a tad bit. Say denying off a Water Rune to stop Stormer from having the mana would be one way to mitigate some of that pressure, but whether or not you can leave the side lanes just for that is a different matter altogether. So it's just going to be rough for the Magnus. You could try to recover. Maybe you get some room out to stack and kind of go from there, but your stacking support isn't amazing in the Nyx in the triangle. It's not going to be the smoothest of times to try to work out those resources.
Absolutely not. Of course, bottom lane, Eki and Sibe are going to be up against Ducalis and Crystallis. And, well, this should be a pretty safe lane for Crystallis, if not a very aggressive one, up against the Dawnbreaker's top lane. Seneko is going to get jumped. A nice impel setup from 9 class. They are lacking damage, though. Seneko can just casually walk out, though DM now joining in, can throw some more axes out, and Seneko barely survives as Smiling Knight still fighting against 9 class, but happy to see his Enigma has not fed away first blood.
Yeah, does manage to survive. You've got 5 tangos left for Seneko, so he's going to be able to recover just fine, play that lane still, but I'm liking this identification of pressure Avalo.
Seneko, Maleficent out. He's still got a bit of space to run. Smiling Knight now trying to get 9 class instead. The old Uno Reverso, but he does have to back out.
Yeah, you're stuck in an awkward position now for parry. You do not have mana to try to clean up Seneko. Seneko has tangos to just hang in the lane, get some D-wards, and still provide some assistance out to Smiling Knight. So you've burnt through your entire mana pool. It's going to be a little bit rough to sustain that pressure. And see if they manage to at least get themselves a Lotus down the line to give themselves something to play with.
Well, Seneca's actually going to go for a fight over it. 9 class, though, has an easy impel, and Seneca, this might just be wishful thinking. Yeah, he's gone. First blood the way of 9 class, and I can appreciate the attempt, but the impel was always going to be there, so Seneko just going to have to get the reset through the fountain.
Yeah, he does waste some time, I suppose. He did grab the Lotus Way and did eat it up. So he's still relatively happy, but did not need to feed that bonus out. 9 class can be feeling himself just a little bit after a slower lane, and you get some space out as well again for DM. A little bit of a chase down bot. Again, level 3 up for Crystallis, but not the healthiest mana pool. You're dealing with Essence Eater Lion, of course. You don't tend to have fun as a Bristle back in that kind of lane with no mana.
It is relatively tough. It's going to allow Zippe to farm very effectively on the Dawnbreaker. Just really no stress for him, as Crystallis will never really have the mana pool to actually chase down this Dawnbreaker and spam out those Quill Sprays. Zippe already having a very strong start in this off lane. Eki, of course, just making life as annoying as humanly possible with that mana drain. Doesn't bother going for level 2 mana drain yet, but he doesn't need it. I mean, the mana pools are so low on these two heroes. You can just kind of get away with this at level 1. Meanwhile, mid, Stormstormer being chased by 9 class, almost goes down as a skewer from No One, not going to connect in Stormstormer. He'll try to turn back around. No One dropping pretty low, needs one more racket to take him out. Instead, he'll turn towards 9 class, the shockwave, but it's not enough. 9 class will drop. At least he does create the space for No One to walk away. But still, I mean, a nice attempt, I suppose, onto the Viper, trying to... I say salvage the lane. No One really hasn't done that badly. He's actually ahead in CS.
Yeah, I mean, I get the drive to look for some pressure there. It does cost him. Now, DM's alone up top for this kind of play as well. Not the easiest to hammer into, of course, as a Beastmaster. He does have the Helm of Iron Will up, so he's a lot harder to burst down. But it is providing room out for a little bit more play on the other lanes here.
It's like No One might get jumped. Eki making a rotation, but No One does see it. His vision on the right side of that mid lane. 9 class, of course, giving plenty of solo XP to his BM, just wanting to mind flare creeps whenever the hell he can. As Seneko, you start to question the impact of this position 5 Enigma thus far. Obviously, there's not really too much he can do but try to abuse those Eidolons, and it hasn't been the most effective, I would argue, quite yet. Smiling Knight still having a very free lane.
Yeah, and this Slark is basically free farming. The pressure is not really there from DM and 9 class. Again, 9 class has been forced to, or not really forced, but just felt like there was an opportunity mid to slow down Stormstormer, which, again, considering what Stormer did in the last game, he tends to set that tempo. Viper is a very tempo-heavy hero. I do appreciate the ideas from Parry. It's just, it needs to kind of connect. 6-minute rune coming up.
Eki, he'll come in from the left side this time around, knowing there's no vision there, and this time they've got no one. Learned from the first time.
Yeah. And they get to secure that power rune as well. A little bit of an Invis rune top up for Stormer, so he can look elsewhere to keep that aggression up. A 1-2 start, a little bit slower, but all the lanes looking pretty smooth for the side of Evolus, outside of maybe Crystallis getting free farm on the Bristle. But that is something to expect as the levels go up once those quills become a threat. Everyone else is still building up quite nicely here, though, on Evolus. And I'm curious to see what the solution is from Smiling Knight. He's actually just going for the standard Diffusal Ags build up on the Slurk. We're not seeing anything like, say, the Mage Slayer, which, to be fair, the only value there is for is the spell damage on the Bristle, so maybe not the highest priority in this kind of game.
Seneca's actually just pulling 9 class out of that top lane. So he wants the Wisdom Rune. 7-minute mark, almost there. 9 class gonna try and fight over it, but there's plenty more heroes incoming to support Seneko. Eki's gonna show up with a nice Earth Spike. Seneko picks up the Wisdom Runes. They find both of them on the side of Abulus, and now the jump in onto DM. It's gonna ensure they even find a kill on the Beastmaster, as now Eki does go down. The Blood Grenade barely getting there from 9 class. And Eki, of course, will hand the tip over.
Yeah, I mean, you find a kill, but you lose both bounties. You're feeling great in Evolus. It costs a lot of heroes to come in, but you're making it work. You're slowing down this tempo. A Nyx without a Wisdom Rune is a very sad time, right? You don't get that fast 6. You don't get to play around with your Scuttle. You're not going to be hunting down that quickly. The support's getting fast 6s on Evolus. Threat of Finger, threat of a Black Hole down the line. Even just a 1-man at the early point in the game can be devastating.
9 class gonna get jumped. Stormer, of course, has plenty of damage to follow up with that kill. They want that T1 mid tower early, and with an Enigma on your side, the Eidolons can help quite a lot. No siege creep available here for Avulus, but they can get away with quite a bit of chip damage, if not just the full T1 tower, because nobody can really contest Stormer.
No.
The Viper pick proving to be very effective.
That it is. It's a slow go for Parry. Like, again, you're kind of stuck waiting for that build-up. This blink timing for no one's not going to be quick. His triangle's not that secure. Good forward vision being set up by Evolus again to keep track. And as long as this mag blink is gone, it's like, how do you play? Level 6 of 9 class is your next best bet. But considering how well this map is warded up from the side of Evolus, I'm not sure even that that works.
No one. A nice Earth Spike. They were right underneath vision. He'll try for a skewer play to the tier 2, but it is not going to work. In fact, 9 class now also being chased down. Zippe has a Starbreaker, but doesn't even need it. A beautiful ward on the high ground of that Radiant Triangle, and no one was waiting for an RP. He was just waiting for them to get a little bit closer, but Avulus, they were just baiting the whole time.
Yeah, again, they've got really great read on this map. They've got really great wards all across, anticipating some of those levels up. The stuns coming out, just enabling that Solar Guardian. No threat of Spite Carapace. 9 class was just donezo. And that was your Nyx pickup to counteract this Dawnbreaker. It's not even coming out that way. First spell use connects nicely. We'll see if they can maintain that down the line, but 2-6, 3k lead for Evolus. Constantly pressuring onto the mid, taking over the triangle, keeping track of that bottom jungle as well. Almost a repeat of game 1, of game 2. They're just across the river.
Ducalis, they know you're there. Maybe no one can try for an RP from the low ground. He does get it. A nice RP, a nice skewer back into the tier 2. Of course, they will still lose Ducalis, but Ducalis almost baiting that for no one, just saying, here, have a freebie. Have an easy one.
Yeah, it's... Yeah, you force out RP. I mean, again, you're not going to see no one get some big ones until it blinks up, but that is still a minute 40 where you're very comfy on Evolus to just keep controlling the map. Again, they're utilizing this vision game well. You've got the additional vision coming out from Break of Dawn, which has shown time and again to be actually pretty damn impactful every single time the daytime switches. And again, it just allows them to play aggressively. Look, no one's playing on the other side of the river. Everyone's on Radiant side. And there's nothing to stop that from Parry Vision.
Top lane, they want to go for more. 3-man smoke up. Avulus moving towards 9 class, who has already been caught by the pounce of Smiling Knight. Trying to run towards the south, but here comes the Viper. Poor old 9 class, not quite having the Nyx Assassin game he would have hoped for. At least not the start of a good game. And of course now the top tier 1 tower is pretty much a freebie.
Yeah, no contest coming out from Parry. The only thing they're getting is really space out for Crystallis. Like space out for the Bristle, still matching the farm on Stormer and Smiling Knight, but everyone else is just not really having a game. No one barely keeping up with Sibis farm. DM so far behind, still had to go back for the Dominator build-up into the Overlord. Again, trying to play with the Wild Hunt facet at the least, but you're not seeing any of that pressure onto towers as well that you're used to seeing from the Beastmaster. Some pressure down bot where it's free, but not really going for the full commit. Maybe now with the numbers here. But again, the damage has been done. Your map is shrinking, and your tier 2 is slowly going to get pressured if you leave it alone as well.
We are trying to push in the bottom tier 1 tower, but Zibe is just doing a very good job of just defending with the Celestial Hammer. Not too much they can really do about it. It's a very slow process down at this bottom side, and now the rotations are incoming. Eki, he's the one to actually get caught, but Stormstormer, he is too big to deal with. They do not want to see that Viper when they're trying to go for a quick pick-off. Chrysalis will get the TP away. Oh, the pounce! Ooh. Unfortunate for Smiling Knight. Meanwhile, mid lane, Seneko will get taken out. No one committing the RP for that one as 9 class will try to escape. Zipe should at least have a bit of a trade, and he will. Seneko finding the kill from the grave.
You can see just how, not really desperate, but how much they need on parry vision. That they're willing to just RP onto one Enigma's 5 to just get something going for themselves while the rest of their map is kind of falling apart. It's a big kill for no one to find because that's his blink timing now. The issue is you have to wait for the next RP. Maybe if you can start to play, let's say, the skewer backs here, it could start to get a little bit better, but you're stuck with level 1 skewer as well. It's not like you can get the biggest gap distancing here for the side of Parry Vision to look for their own place yet.
Picking the smoke up anyway. Top lane Chrysalis is being chased by Seneko, but well, Seneko does have help incoming. Eki and Stormstormer, they're trying to cut him off. Black Hole will be committed. Chrysalis still okay as the side of Avulus. Not there yet. They'll finally get the other spike off, but there is help incoming. No one. A nice skewer. He'll take down Seneko, but Chrysalis will still be lost. In the meantime, Stormstormer, they just can't deal with the Viper. They need to get out. No one. He'll at least find Eki, but Ducalis does go down to the Viper once again. 9 class at the very least might be able to run with his Vendetta. If he needs to. He wants to hold out. He'll be alright.
Yeah. That was pretty heads up from the side of Paravision. That nice sinister gaze from Ducalis to drag Stormstorm away from no one, at the very least, does make it so it's a little bit better off in trading. You're finding support for support. You're kind of fine trading this way on the side of Parry outside, well, losing Crystallis earlier on. And it does still feel fine. I mean, it could have been worse if you lose no one on top, so at least one of your cores is getting built up. But this timing in the Bristle, it's slowly coming together. You know, the Ags is only about 500 gold away. You're not that far behind in Crystallis despite dying like this. But again, it just feels a little bit awkward for Parry at the moment. They will go for the smoke out. They do have RP ready this time around.
Oh, Eki is around to break the gank. 9 class is going to get caught. RP committed. No one. He only found the line, but they'll take it. That's all they want for now. Eki, though, not dying. In comes Sipe. Stormstormer, he got caught for a moment. Is he alright? The Viper, he's worth a lot of gold and XP, and it looks like they're finally going to take him down, though DM might drop to boot. A bit of a mess up at this top lane. It does end up being a 2-for-3 trade. In fact, make that a 2-for-4, as they will also find 9 class.
Yeah, it's an important kill to find for the side of Parry, but you're seeing the impact of this Dawnbreaker. You come in with a Solar Guardian, you know the Nyx is not around, or did already pop Spike Carapace. You get a free channel, and the team fight's broken apart. You're forced to roar a little bit in an awkward time there for DM. And again, it's just not the ideal circumstances. They keep going.
Thank you, Carlos. Urged up there by Smiling Knight with the defusal, but seeing no one and Chrysalis around the area, they do not want to commit that deep. We have seen at Paravision, they are successfully starting to fight back, and certainly not advised to try and get too greedy here up against Paravision. They are one of those teams where if they get off to a good fight, the whole game can turn very, very quickly. So with that 8-16 4K advantage still the way of Avulus, they are still well and truly in control of this game. It really does only take one fight for everything to change.
And it does. Some key timings to work into next as well for Parry. The BKB set to come out for no one. Simplifies matters for him further. And, you know, all things said and done, all of these RPs have been only onto, say, 1 or 2 man, mainly the Lion if we start seeing some bigger ones and you get the follow-through, with your Bristleback, with the Quilts, with the Ags up, it can get scary. Like, the ideal circumstances for Paravision is actually just a full-on team fight, as long as you don't get caught out in Black Hole afterwards. If you take care of Saneko in the back first, things can start to look really good here for Paravision, considering these circumstances.
A very good game here for our Slark as well. Smiling Knight has been completely free farming this whole time, about 200 gold away, I believe, from the Aghanim Scepter now. That double pounce will be up rather soon. 9 class still trying to work towards that Dagon. He's had a bit of a rough time. Almost there though, not too far off. Of course, you are looking at Chrysalis as well. Ags is up, wants the shards, wants the BKB. But certainly with the Ags available, you can start to at least try to turn fights with your team, assuming Avulus do come running to you. Though Avulus for now, more than happy to just relax. I think at least wait out the Ags for your Slark before you get going as Eki. Looking at 9 class, but the Vendetta was used and he just runs his way out of it.
Yep, just kind of trying to bait in, no one to follow through though, but Scuttle is a hard thing to lock in, at the very least. Both sides could start thinking about Roche. It doesn't feel like they take it the quickest. Either way, perhaps the Bristle has a little bit of a better time if you do get spacing out for Crystallis somehow. In this kind of stalled out game, you are certainly a little bit more happy on parry. Again, the scaling is there. There's a hard cap almost onto the Viper as to where his damage starts being a little bit irrelevant. You do have some big timings for Avulus to line up for, mind you, as they will start to sneak up here.
I don't see him. They do now, but it's a bit too late. They won't be able to make the jump in.
Oh, left a tier 2 token. Could have stolen it away.
Eki, he's looking at 9 class top lane. That'll be a nice easy one, I believe, for Smiling Knight. 9 class, not going to be able to get away. They'll just wait out the spike characters first. Meanwhile, no one. Going to be spotted by Saneko. And no one, he wants nothing of it. Gets the hell out of there immediately.
Again, Avulus is playing in the exact spot they've been playing almost majority of the game since past the laning phase. Right across the river, not on their own side of the jungle. Just shrinking down the map, pressuring Paravision as much as possible. And they haven't really stopped Crystallis, but it does feel like the support system around this Bristle just isn't quite where it should be. Still waiting for that build-up. And we haven't really felt the fear of Nyx in this game just yet. 9 class has not had a lot of room to try to play around with the Vendetta burst play. And Dagon is almost done at the least, and that could simplify that process, but it's basically a farm game for Paravision for now, right? Like, there's no angles out unless you find a big RP. There's no protection for the Magnus if he does commit here for no one until he has a BKB. And until those conditions are met, you just sit back, farm where you can. They will smoke out now with Crystallis on hand. See if they can maybe get that burst play going with Dagon up.
They're looking at DM. Bottom lane, DM may get caught before this smoke even pans out for him. Stormstorm is going to find him as well, so there's no way the Beastmaster gets out of this one unless they can make it in time. They're right by him, but he is down now. RP though committed no one. He's going to find 2 targets. Smiling Knight at least got the ulti off in time so he can Shadow Dance away, but they'll lose Stormstormer. And I'd say that's a pretty good trade here for the side of Paravision. They'll be happy with that one.
It's that kind of play that you need to come out here on Paravision. A big RP to bring themselves back in, to even out the game just a tad bit. Not enough to swing the tides yet, but just making it a little bit
jump
tougher
in,
still.
Eki. Problem is Chrysalis was on the high ground. A lot of damage being dealt here from the Bristle. Still, they will try for no one. Meanwhile, Black Hole in the backside has caught the Bristle. Chrysalis is down. Saneko will fall to boot, but it's a very good trade for Avulus.
They get some good punishment. They find the angle, and they're playing off these wards really nicely. Again, Avulus has been playing on the side of the river for a long time. They've got some good forward vision to sustain through with this aggression. Mind you, there are a couple of good defensive wards here as well from the side of Paravision. And it's just not quite enough. Although this one ward in the cliff did help them out in that skirmish near the bounty rune area down bot. Still 10-19, a 5k lead standing for Avulus. And they are still set to ramp up. We see Smiling Knight going back for the Mage Slayer, which again, the debuff on the Bristleback is not the best thing in the world for the Bristle. Full Ags up for Sibe, so a mischance added heal on your Dawnbreaker ultimate, it just complicates things for the side of Parry. Their initiation has to be perfect every single time here.
Looks like Might be a Roshan attempt now from Avulus. Should be able to get away with this one pretty easily. There's no contest from Paravision. They have no idea it's happening. That'll be a free Roshan the way of Avulus. Aegis will be given to Stormer, who has died a couple times recently. Just keep the Viper safe. Immediate Twin Gate usage up towards the top lane where no one is currently hunting Eki. This could be a little bit awkward. Nine Class going to show his face. Jump in from Smiling Knight. Eki barely going down, but they will at least find the trade onto Nine Class. Is now no one forced to try and skewer away. Paravision are there to help them. Just a trade on the supports. Paravision, they'll take it.
Yeah, I mean, again, you take what you can get. You still have RP for a re-engage, but side of Avulus actually looking to go forward. Smoke up, Black Hole not up for 60 seconds still. There's a little bit of a window where that teamfight might not be as sharp, but they do want to show off this Dawnbreaker Ags if possible.
Carlos might be caught very, very quickly here by Smiling Knight, but DM is right around the corner. Gets the roar off, but there's your Solar Guardian coming in, making it impossible to burst down Smiling Knight. Still the RP through the Shadow Dance, but it's not helping out Smiling Knight. He could probably just pounce out of there, and he will. They don't have the damage follow-up. They'll at least pick off Eki. They should have Seneko to boot. Seneko could do nothing to survive, but here comes Stormer. Oh, but he stunned himself as well. The Spike Carapace through the Nether Toxin. Crystallis, do you want to keep going? Stormer actually very, very low. Gonna lose the Aegis here, forcing maybe another fight here from Avulus. Do they want to protect the Viper? Zibe's around. Stormer in huge trouble though. Is gonna go down. And that could be the opening Paravision has waited for all game.
And it is. Just a little bit of a slip up from the side of Avulus. Not really catching the biggest in the Solar Guardian, getting clumped up for a little bit of a Chain Frost coming out there from Ducalis. There were a few neat plays coming in, right? Like Zibe manages to get the Orchid usage off to stop the Skewer back from no one. Could have led into an additional kill on Smiling Knight. But they just overplay their hands on the side of Avulus. Right? They don't have Black Hole. Seneko dies in the side. Stormer's late to the game. Without that frontline presence and the damage he can provide, just goes sideways very quickly for Avulus. Evening out the game, 14-21, less than 1k lead for the side of Avulus. And the side of Paravision, they're set to go online. BKB's up and running, unused on Crystallis. Tormentor to be taken, so free shard for Seneko, a little bit more utility out. With a Malefice at the least. But they've got to be a little bit cautious on the side of Avulus. Paravision, once they get going, it doesn't stop rolling. Once they're on their own game.
Well, it seems like Avulus, they will slow down just a little bit. Nine Class is currently just stalking Stormer in the mid lane. Doesn't really have any help around, so can't really go for the Viper kill, but could look to Seneko. That'll be hopefully a nice easy one, but no, the shield comes in clutch. Oh, he was just barely off. Just a little bit more damage would have done it, but now he's fed another finger kill away to Eki.
Fed a finger kill away and fed the gem back towards Avulus, so now they've got no worries about spotting out this Nyx whatsoever and can retake map control.
Yeah, nice RP. Stormer farming underneath the creep wave. Forced up. No, he's still on the high ground. Still Smiling Knight. He'll move in. He'll try to salvage, but he might be feeding his own life away. Oh, a big loss now for Avulus. Paravision just getting so much off this 9 Class death. They'll find a third, and that should be the top tier 2 tower of Smiling Knight. Well, at least he's still smiling.
Yeah, no, it's a little bit strange. He got the Depth Shroud off, but the Lich ultimate just bounces around. A little bit unfortunate, maybe expecting it to bail out. Still a very tight spot, a big RP from no one, and again, the game just swings back. This is what we're saying. Once Paravision starts to get a taste of the blood in the water, they don't relent, and they just need it to get to this point where they get that initial farm going. They can start to line up these fights. It's just very hard for you to expect a pause 5 Enigma to provide that same team fight coming in, right? Like, you're not going to have the farm to just have Black Hole at the ready every single time, and it just becomes a little bit hellish, because that is most of your team fight. It's Black Hole, it's Solar Guardian, and you're just heavily reliant on your Lion and Slark to kind of get that jump in for you.
Well, now Paravision in the lead for what feels like the first time this game. Yeah, this is game 3. Winner of this one gets top 3 secured here at ESL One Bangkok. It's a big deal. Avulus not out of it yet, but they've certainly lost a very decent kind of lead that they had going, and Paravision now have hit their stride with their own draft. 9class still just trying to keep tabs on the side of Avulus, see what they're up to. Like Avulus grouping up in the mid lane, maybe looking for a smoke, and they will pop one. 9class though, staring at this Dawnbreaker. We'll find Storm at a boot. No sentries here to find the Nyx assassin. Paravision, they are slowly making their way up top. But they say that not really. It seems like they will just get back to the farm game, and 9class, he's just going to stick around. At least for a little bit more.
Yeah. Taking a gander, at least getting some information out for his team. Keep playing safe. No group up just yet from the side of Avulus. Next Roche, 2.5 minutes until we see that respawn timer. They've got their own timings to try to hit a BKB for Stormer being formed up after he finishes up his Shiva's Guard. So still a ways off from any of those items coming in. You have the Lincolns to be formed up by Smiling Knight to at least avoid some of the harder control coming in. There has been some decent ways to set up, especially if you do manage to get that roar off at a timely manner for DM. Smoke out from Parry now as well on the hunt here.
Oh, they're going to try for Stormer, another huge pick off if they can get it. Does he know they're coming? He senses something. Stormer, he'll back off for a little bit. Eki, though, may not be so lucky, but he gets an Earth Spike beforehand. Still the RP coming out, no one. Still, Smiling Knight, he got the Dark Pact off in time, so he's perfectly fine to just continue fighting through this as they'll go after the Lich. A 1-for-1 thus far. Snake in the meantime also caught out, and so is Stormer. It's a 3-for-1 trade in the favor of Paravision for now. Smiling Knight forced to run with Sipe. Just get the hell out of there. I mean, props to Smiling Knight. His Dark Packs have been very quick just before the RPs come in, but they still just aren't making enough difference.
Nah, but they haven't. Ooh, almost spots out just outside of nighttime vision. Smiling Knight will be able to bail out. Tight spot. And again, you're seeing that team fight difference coming out here. Just how fast the RP can start to set up, even on a 2-man, is just much more impactful. Soneko tries to get these black holes off. Just so many ways to cancel from the side of Paravision. And we heard the panel say it. When they saw the Enigma come in into a Nyx, it's really not an easy time. Carapace constantly is a threat to you when you're trying to get the black hole. There's a lot of AoE that Nyx can pop it off. And if he's not caught in, there's always the Impale. So it's just a big challenge for you to leverage that teamfight combination on Avulus, and a very simple process on the side of Paravision to get the same done.
Well, looks like Ducalis might be a nice freebie here for Smiling Knight. They'll miss out on no one, but they'll take the easy kill. They won't mind. Just looking towards that mid-tier 2 tower as well. Sipe can join whenever. We'll just deal with this Helm of the Overlord creep. Rest of Avulus smoked up, looking for more. Chrysalis would be a great target, but instead they'll have to settle for 9class. Still good.
And that Nyx has been a major thorn in their side. So just taking care of that. Scouting around with Scuttle is big. They've got space to shove in mid. They've got the shard up and Stormer to speed up this process as well. Does not take too long for a Viper with a shard to melt through an objective.
I mean, Avulus fighting back. Paravision not to be outdone. They won't lose their tier 2 mid tower. They'll remain grouped up on that high ground. They're not feeling safe to go down yet. So Avulus have been proving to be quite aggressive in these last few minutes. They might see a smoke rotation out from Paravision soon. They remain grouped up in that mid lane. DM will venture out and deal with some creep waves, but the rest of the squad sticking together. Problem is you can see everything. There's the Dawnbreaker now, so it's... You know, I suppose in some ways it's a good thing they didn't smoke.
Pretty much. It would just be very obvious. And again, you can just take your time here in Avulus. Get back, retreat. Good timing on the Celestial Hammer to go all the way back to base. It's always a funny one. Look at that. Free fire. All across the map. Still, Roche is open, has respawned, they've given up control down bot, and it's not going to take too long for Paravision to clear this one out. Aegis plus Banner for Roche number 2. With a Banner, perhaps, if they can start to eat through some tier 2s, tier 3 high ground does open up a little bit more. And that in the Bristleback with Aegis is not an easy target to dig into whatsoever.
Fabulous. I mean, they'll sit back. They'll be alright with that. The Aegis does go the way of Crystallis, so it is on Paravision to see if they want to try and get aggressive. Lines are being drawn up towards the top side of the map, so it does seem like they want to make some big moves while they can. Eki gonna avoid getting caught by 9 Class. Does TP away. 9 Class, of course, on the hunt, seeing if he can find anybody, and Stormstorm would be a primary target if he runs into him. He will not, however. He'll continue running directly north. Oh, Smiling Knight, even better. Darkpack already committed as well if he wants to make the jump in. 9 Class still not really seeing him yet, though. Smiling Knight being very cautious just on the far north side of those trees and actually never gets spotted. It's a good game sense by Avulus, knowing that they're probably around, but we're still going to get some far more out here.
Yeah. Again, they're keeping that network advantage of Paravision to a point where it's really not growing that much wider, so it's still a relatively even game. 5k advantage for Parry. You're getting some steady build-up and Crystallis and everyone else, but you're starting to scale up as well on Avulus. BKB for Stormstormer into the Shivas. He is still gunning for the Shivas. Recipe's still a ways off, but once you've got that, mitigating some of the effects of the eventual Satanic Crystallis, things start to feel a little bit better. And that and a BKB on top, all you need to worry about is the big RPs that no one has been connecting to. And that's where the issue lies. Like, it does not feel like you have the best of ways scouting behind, or even just catching anyone in behind, in comparison to this Blink RP to start fights out from Parry. So you have to maintain strong discipline in Avulus to just not get caught out in that way.
Avulus still just avoiding the sign of Paravision. Paravision, they'll be okay with just taking the tier 2 tower and looking towards the mid. Now, Avulus not looking at all interested in trying to get any kind of fight here with the Aegis up on Crystallis. Stormstormer going to get back to the high ground. Paravision, are they going to try for a tier 3 tower? I mean, they certainly could. They are feeling rather strong right now with that 5k advantage plus the Aegis. And they'll give it a crack. At the very least, to force back the side of Avulus back towards their own base. Already most of that tier 3 tower gone, and they have dropped the Roshan banner, so they are committed. There's your tier 3 tower gone. Smiling Knight, he's going to pounce in and try. Just getting those stacks going. Crystallis, though, still a very tanky boy, won't mind too much. Raindrax is now down. Is that going to be about it? It seems like it will. They won't rush anymore.
Just a little bit rough for Crystallis once he's out of mana. That diffusal on the diffusal and Mage Slayer on Smiling Knight, just taking a lot of the bite away from that Bristle. It's still already piercing the high ground. It's a good sign here for the side of Parry. No Roche banner means that a retake is likely not to come out. Still a lot of time left on the Aegis at the least. And you have some protection coming in for no one with that full Linken's up. So your counteraction and hexing as the RP comes in, not going to be as simple to pull off. Not that it's been simple whatsoever for Eki.
Smiling Knight, can he get the initiation he wants? He saw no one, but no one saw him too. The Sentry Ward giving the vision. 9 Class also not getting jumped here by Smiling Knight. And now Paravision, they might want to try and reinitiate. If they see the opening, they'll smoke up. Avulus, though, looking to back off. We'll run directly north of the map. Oh, who have they found? They found Zibe. That's going to be a nice kill if they can catch the Dawnbreaker, and they do. No buyback for 80 seconds. That's massive here for Paravision. Stormstormer also being caught, but 9 Class did not have the Impale available at the time. Could not go for the stun. But it won't matter. You've got 70 more seconds without a Dawnbreaker. You just need a creep wave, and well, you're off to the races.
Yeah, it's not going to take long. We've seen the damage coming in again from Crystallis, although...
Yeah, jump in. Oh, Crystallis, he's been blown up. No one, though. He's caught Stormstormer. The skewer back, the Force Stuff not going to help him out. The Viper is down. There's no buyback.
Oh, boy.
Oh, Paravision one step closer to that top 3 secure. Eki going to try and slow things down. Smiling Knight, he'll make a jump in and take some stats away. And Crystallis, he'll still play very safe. Still so tanky with that Frost Shield from Ducalis. And there goes your tier 3 tower. Onto the racks, Nightclass gonna jump in, Impale out, Eki is down already. Smiling Knight trying to jump in at Seneko, but no, the black hole! It's cancelled immediately. They're having none of it. Seneko will buy back, but what's he meant to do without his big spell?
Nothing. There's no play. No buybacks coming out from those two cores. Parry will just take the mid and back off. They're not going to tempt fate with so much on the line in this game. But they've got the clear advantage now. 24-25, 17k lead after a very slow start for Parry Vision. All it takes is a couple of good RPs, although Crystallis...
Smiling Knight's going to try and move in. Crystallis, though, again, with the Frost Shield up from Ducalis, it just makes it so hard to actually kill him. Yeah, you can take his stats away, but that's kind of half the issue here. The Smiling Knight now going to back off. Nightclass almost catching him with an Impale, forcing the Shadow Dance. With a 17k advantage now, Paravision, if they can just continue to play clean, they've got this game in the bag. Avulus, though, not quite out of it yet. They're only 1 racks down.
Not too... In terms of game state, certainly not too bad. They need to try to secure next Roshan on the side of Avulus. They can't afford to give that away. It's just too much to try to deal with 2 lives in Crystallis once more. Like, yes, they've got the burst. They can only do that the one time with a Viper Strike, maybe. And after that, like, the durability is just too much. This Magnus to counteract Slark is really big as well. Like, you are not getting saves out with his Depth Shroud whatsoever. Just to skewer back right when the Depth Shroud is dropped. No one has been so on point with taking away that saving aspect that any turnaround play in a longer fight for Avulus just seems impossible.
Nice scan out from Avulus. Well, no, Paravision is around that bottom side of the map. The bottom lane they'll go. There is still a T2 tower standing at this bottom lane, though Avulus are ready to try and force the fight, but it'll be underneath the vision of Paravision if they want this area. Not advised. They'll head back towards the die triangle. Paravision, they'll also relocate. They look like they want to run through the mid lane instead. Smiling Knight is around the area once again. Does he want to try and at least take that creep? Certainly not. Immediately out of there. It's very scary times for Avulus.
Yeah, and again, they have to play so safely. Or not necessarily safely, but they have to play really smart. They have to not get caught out in a big RP, which, again, no one's been very on point with just the right targets at the right time with his combination. It's been a lot tougher to catch anyone out mid-combo as well, with the Linken's BKB being up and no one. And it almost feels like you need Seneko to step up to the plate with a Blink Black Hole. Again, he doesn't have a BKB. It's so hard to ask of that from an Enigma in this game, up against so many ways to counteract, but your team fight's starting to boil down into that point.
Here we go, another defense to come. Crystallis wants to go for that melee barracks, make it 2 racks is up. Smiling Knight going to jump in onto the creep, trying to slow this barracks from going down, but even the ball's just hitting away. Might just get the job done. The racks will be left just for a little bit, but I'm sure not for long. 55 HP has been left on for now. Crystallis will jump in as well. He couldn't get the right click off. Roar in. They've got Stormstormer. Solid Guiding committed, but the RP is out now. No one's caught 2 of them. They've got the Slark as well. Zive's going to drop. Black Hole committed. Seneko, he's going to try one last time. They do take Nightclass and Ducalis out. In fact, they're still alive on these cores, but Stormstormer has dropped. He'll buy back as well. 2 racks is down though. Can they at least punish the side of Paravision? Can they find a core for their trouble? Crystallis, he'd be a nice one, but he's out of vision. He's avoided them. They can't find anyone yet. Maybe DM, but no, even he blinks away. Oh, the pounce. He was right on target, but just a little bit too late. And sadly, so many buybacks committed on these cores, but not only did they lose their racks, they don't really find any big kills.
Yeah. They're not able to get anything done. And again, there's just so much pressure on Avulus to find an angle for the team fights, and none of them are simple. You can't start with a black hole. You can't hope for just getting a Hex Earth Spike out from your Lion to be enough anymore. You don't have the burst damage to just play off the back of that. Very sick passing of the bottle around as well. That does lead to Crystallis just staying alive, getting that extra bit of mana to actually have enough to go home on the TP. With the buybacks in Avulus, they could try to set up for Roshan. They have bodies in the area. They don't have wards quite in the area though, as they've set up on the cliff down bot. But if they do manage to somehow sneak away Roche, that does kind of compensate for their commitment on the buyback. It still is a difficult game being 2 racks behind, but it does allow you to start to try to find some angles at the very least. Oh, 9 class. Getting all the info in the back.
DM jumping in, gets a D ward off, or it hasn't got it quite yet. Meanwhile, Smiling Knight did pop the Shadow Dance, trying to go after the Beastmaster. DM still very tanky though, will be just fine. On the backside, Stormstormer in huge trouble with the Solar Guardian going to save his life. It's now the jump in. They found no one on the Magnus, but do they have the damage? It doesn't really seem like it. No one will survive. The RP's out. They've caught Sibe with that one. Stormstormer already down to boot. Sibe's still trying to fight back, but it's not looking good. He's died to the Chrysalis. The Bristleback is now Smiling Knight. Has jumped in trying to go after Chrysalis, but it doesn't look great for him. He's just lacking so much damage. Seneko will drop. No one's still being chased, but Smiling Knight trying to hit everyone he can. Nobody dying though. Finally no one is down, but it might cost him his own life. And it does. A full team wipe. Now for Paravision. Smiling Knight is the only man alive, and that should just be a guaranteed, I think, top 3 for Paravision if they can get to the Ancient.
4v1. So much weight on Smiling Knight if he can try to hold this off. Such a great time for the Slark. He had 33 stacks right before dying. It's just not enough for him alone to clean up in Smiling Knight. And I don't think he's going to be enough to stop this.
Yeah, grasp out. Ducalis has caught him already. Sans committed to boot. He is gone. GG is called. Paravision, they are your second top 3 here at ESL One Bangkok. Going straight through to the upper bracket semi-final. I mean, it's a fantastic performance from these boys. Obviously, Game 2 wasn't the greatest of times, but they recover, they adapt, and they make Game 3 look... Well, it wasn't easy, John, but it was certainly not the hardest of games.
Certainly not. They just had to hold out. You have to give props to Avalos for playing that early game, but that's really where their draft was supposed to shine anyhow, right? You draft the Viper mid to try to crush it. You did give no one a little bit of a harder time with all of the rotations and focus dragged into that lane. But the moment you step off the gas, and it was around the 20-25 minute mark where they stopped finding the kills, they stopped finding the setup, they got the blink timing up in Paravision, that things went sideways for the side of Avalos. And Paravision, again, as the game went on, you've got Roar, you've got RP, you've got this Nyx sneaking around. It's just so much easier to play that game as it scaled on there.
Absolutely. Fantastic performance here from Paravision again. I mean, Avulus, props to them. They were in the lead for the first, say, 15-20 minutes of the game, but Paravision just staying calm, securing this top 3 position. And I wonder how they'll do against BetBoom, and I wonder how our panel will do going after this Game 3 panel.
I'm gonna do terribly, actually.
Same.
Who just won?
Can we redo the intro?
Was it, Oh, it's the Group B team, because Group B seems to be coming out on top in both of these upper bracket semifinals. BetBoom team coming out of Group B, beating Falcons, and now we have Paravision coming out of Group B, beating Avalos. Which one was really the group of death? Although, I will say, both these upper bracket semifinals were pushed to the brink. Both of them went the full 3-game distance, but both of them still had the same conclusion of the Group B team winning. The Paravision getting an upper hand over Avalos. You can't see it on camera, but
I was gonna say,
Jenkins has a big old smile on his face.
Listen, I get the narrative. Like, I get when this happens, but these games have been so close. This has been such a long day.
No, it was dominant from both of the Group B teams.
It's 2 series, and we have like one of the longer days. So I think it was close. Like, Avalos, they almost had it in the early game. They were owning. They, dominated the lane. Stormstormer was completely popping off. I think they were playing the map very well around owning, like they were 5-manning the towers, they were sitting in trees, like hunting at these locations where it looked like Paravision was going to go out and try to get some farm. But actually, I want to shout out to Mira, because she called it in the green room. She said, this is their exact timing. They have to win right here, otherwise Paravision is going to lose. And then within like the next 5 minutes, they had like a 10k gold lead. Why'd you say that?
I mean, yeah, the early game was rough, but Paravision still had a lot more gas in the tank based on like their heroes' timings. Like, that's the strength of Bristleback. Once you get that Ags timing, you're playing with a Magnus with a big team fight alt like an RP. You see the power of Lich with the Chain Frost, making it so that whoever gets RP dies. It makes it so that you're never really behind, even when you are, right? The issue would have been if they had, hid their heads under the sand and tried to farm to the late game and not made any moves of their own, they would have really been in danger with how well Avulus played that early game.
But they persevered through it. They knew that there was a light at the end of the tunnel, and it ends up getting them a minimum top 3 finish at ESL One at Bangkok 2024. Still, though, I can't imagine the game plan was ever to have things go that poorly early on.
Yeah, actually, I think their early game looked kind of off in this game and in that last one too. Because while they did play a beautiful mid to late game off of the shoulders of 9 class, I would say, I really want to shout him out for his Nyx performance. They kind of made a misstep or two in a lot of these like early game movements. Like there was this moment where Nyx came mid with the Magnus and they were just on different pages. Magnus was like, I'm going back. Nyx was like, I'm going in on the Viper. And then Viper almost dies. Magnus skewers into the tower. People are TP. You know, things like that. Normally we don't see Paravision be clumsy in that sense, but they were able to bring it back together.
Yeah, and I think they had really good heroes to do that as well, as you mentioned. I think their whole draft, their itemization, everything came together. But on the side of Avulus, I definitely have a few critiques on what happened in this game. One of the big one is going to be itemization. I think not only from the Dawn, but the Viper as well. We saw they had the Aegis on the Viper. This fight can't go unnoticed. He blinks in after his Enigma died and his Lion died. He had the Aegis, by the way. Throws another Toxin. He gets caught, dies again with Aegis, and I didn't see much use for the blink outside of that. I wanted to see him scale more. I also was not a big fan of just going Orchid into Ags on the Dawnbreaker this game. I wanted to see more of like the Sange and Yasha build into Satanic, start scaling. The Viper also gets a Manta in this game, scales too, but I feel like both their cores didn't even try to scale, and Sark was not going to carry this game by himself in the late game.
I can get that mentality. Like, you're winning already. You don't really need to like blink in and break the bristleback. The guy has no game. Like, he's broken already. So just make sure that you win the late game. I can definitely get behind that.
And those are critiques that you had for Avulus, but you also had some praise for Avulus, right, Fear? Especially in the form of some vision, perhaps?
Yeah, early game, they had really good warding around the middle lane specifically. There's these 2 fights here where Avulus were in the lead. A beautiful ward. They don't see it coming. And Eki, perfect position, gets double stun right away. And now you can use the Dawn ult. Things look really good. You get kills, and this is definitely the part of the game where most people thought Avulus were probably going to win the game. It was going great, and then there was also another moment in this game. You can see there's a secondary ward here on both sides, really just controlling this whole middle of the map type of situation, making it hard for him to get out on the map here. They end up getting a kill on Lich. Really beautiful RP there by no one there, which definitely helped mitigate the damages there. But they were just like sweeping back and forth. They got Roshan. They were in the driver's seat for a majority of this game, but unfortunately, a couple bad fights, good positioning as well from Parivision. They just couldn't close it.
Some praise is shared. Effie, do you have any high points to take away, even though it is a loss for Avulus? Should they feel especially discouraged? It went the full 3 games. It was a competitive game 3.
I wouldn't feel discouraged if I were them. I thought that early game was really dominant. Not just the warding, like Fear pointed out, but the way that they were bringing in their supports to aggressively play into the enemy triangle. Like minute 5, you had Sneko on his Enigma, like farming the big camp.
That was nice.
You had Eki on his line, rotating in on Magnus when Magnus is level 5, getting kills where it mattered, and then they parked themselves there. And if you have a support duo that's willing to put themselves out there that aggressively, that early on, it's only going to be up from here, because that's what the good teams have separate from the other teams. Their supports are always playmaking and not sitting behind their cores.
And for Parivision, their offlaner was also playmaking, because we got a chance to speak to DM for a winner's interview.
Got DM here from Parivision. DM, it's exciting. Another top 3 for you guys. You guys have been killing it this season.
Yeah, I think our roster is like kind of nice. We have like very strong subs with really big and nice brains. So it's always easy to play when your subs are playing really well. And yeah, I mean, as a core player, I'm saying. I don't know how subs. Maybe they're also happy with how our core players playing.
Fair enough, fair enough. I mean, it's good to have smart supports. Do you feel like they set up the game plan for you guys in this matchup against Avulus?
To be fair, yeah, obviously every sub and every player is doing his, let's say, 20% in terms of game plan and stuff. But last game was really rough. I think we all had to come with some unusual plays, I would say. Like, I see 4 enemies trying to make me have no game on top. I just TP bottom and start farming like this most far jungle in the world. And I'm like, guys, whoever want to go top, get some exp. I'm not going there. I'm not going to get there. Yeah.
So a little bit of improv you had to do in that game. Also, it seemed like you are pretty self-critical. Seems like you really want the team to improve. I heard you guys a little bit post-game about talking about how to make that game better. Is that something that Parivision as a whole, you guys are just constantly working on improving even in the wins?
Yeah, we just sometimes, as I said, we're all like smart people here, I hope. Everyone else thinks so. So we have a bit different points of view on how some matchups working, on how game should be. And let's say when two opinions confront, we need to do some like decision together to see, like, you know, to make it work. So that was after game 2. For me, it was obvious what went wrong. And I told it, and then I just go eat some bananas, chill out, you know, and ready for game 3.
This matchup was a bit of revenge for you guys on LAN, right? You played in the Relog event, and Avulus did have your number there in 2-0. What do you think you managed to do at this LAN event to turn it around?
Back then, we didn't have a coach. So yeah, we actually did not prepare the drafts correct way. We literally had no coach. So our drafts were like full improvisation. Right now we had decent drafts because our coach was us, you know. But I think we still should work more on like understanding which heroes want to play in some situations. We need to get more of the situations. Because today they actually made us have not the best situation by draft also. I think it was rough for some of the players, yes. Let's say.
Your next matchup, BetBoom. How do you feel about that?
I always feel great because whoever wins means CS team is in finals. So happy for our bros, happy for us, and gonna see them tomorrow. Also happy Kiataka is back. It's like my really nice friend. He's making games very interesting. He's like non-scripted at all. So I fully respect this guy.
All right, well, we're all looking forward to the matchup. Congratulations today.
Thank you, guys. Have a great day.
And we'll see if they can get revenge against the BetBoom team, because it was actually BetBoom team that eliminated them out of a Blast Slam, but eliminated them at a 3rd, 4th place, which has been a consistent Parivision placement ever since the team's formation. 2nd place at that RES tournament, which all improvisation with those drafts apparently. Pre-Estini era. Post-Estini, though, things are a little bit more organized, even though it seems like they were thrown off balance in this game.
2 things. Number 1, the scripted idea. I think that's interesting. I want to talk about that one. But also, just watching that interview, I know DM and Estini are really tight. Like, those two are a duo. And I feel like Estini is really proving himself as a coach.
He has
lately.
Every 2 years.
Every team he goes on becomes a top team.
That's what I'm saying. It was Nouns in Seattle TI, Cloud9 in Copenhagen TI, and now this Parivision team. That's something about the Brazilian coach magic.
Yeah, I mean, I think overall he has really good ideas. He finally got the opportunity to prove himself. And I think that's something that a lot of teams can look at in the future. Like, you don't have to be like an ex-pro to go coach. You can find some guy who's really hungry and is smart and is willing to put in the work, and he can also get you results.
And what was the second thing, Jenkins?
Scripted. He said Kiataka is not scripted.
What does that even mean?
Like, you don't know what he's gonna do.
He's like Jazz.
Yeah, yeah. Whereas there are other mid laners that was that it? Do the reference again?
It's like Jazz.
Like Jazz.
It's like Jazz.
You're sophisticated. Do you know what he's talking about?
Like Jazz.
What are we talking
he
about?
Said
right
I was saying
scripted.
Something's not scripted, and then he goes, "It's like Jazz," and he starts snapping.
Not a lot of jazz is scripted though.
What? I thought you just go off of vibes of jazz.
No, it's so musically complex. Actually,
That's vibes. There's no notes.
Have you not seen Whiplash? Have you seen how long they practice for like the jazz ensembles?
Oh yeah.
But you can get a bunch of people go play some jazz music together, but that's actually not how most jazz goes.
We're off the rails here, Jenkins.
I thought Whiplash.
He's going off the rails.
I thought that was a cooking thing.
What?
I'm thinking of the bear. That's what I'm thinking of.
An equally chaotic situation.
Kiyotaka, not scripted.
No, he's very chaotic, just like this panel, which is great. I mean, he's winning. It works. Like, somebody's got to be that factor on a team. You know, we've had Duraccio on Gaten Gladiators. They haven't really recovered since losing their chaos factor. So there's clearly value in Dota and having somebody where it's like, what the fuck is this guy doing? Oh, I see. We're team wiped, you know. That's or the other way around, where he does something stupid, you get team wiped, it happens.
I want to share one last moment of praise for our supports, though, in that game. Effie, you got an Acer Predator head-to-head for us.
Oh, we got to talk about Dota again? Goodness. No, I think, like I mentioned earlier, I think off of the back of 9 class, Paravision were able to make their comeback. But before I get into that, I think Eki on his Lion, like, we already had some beautiful moments shown to us by Fear. Early game, he played beautifully with his warding, with his like double impales, with his catches. He delivered in that sense. But when you look at 9 class, he's the best Nyx player in the world for a reason. He just understands this hero in a way like where he just is always playing on the limits, and when you're playing against him, even if he's feeding, you're never comfortable. He forces teams to 5-man early. We often saw him like on the edge scouting between 4 heroes, not being chipped by sentries. He was going for solo plays. Even that top lane, he created a lane for DM in those early levels where there shouldn't have been. He was like wave manipulating. They managed to get the first blood on Snakeo's Enigma, which shouldn't have happened, and he just puts on a clinic on this hero. It's like really beautiful to watch. Even the good RPs that no one had were set up for him by the Nyx's vision. Him running uphill, carapacing the Lion, making chaos, allowing that to happen.
I have to imagine he was also making Zibe's life hell. Anytime he wanted to Solar Guardian in, he knows that 9 class was just waiting for his moment to carapace it up.
Yeah, he's just so impressive to watch. Like, it is such a nuisance. I remember there was this one game last Stream League where he looked like he was feeding the entire game, and the game looked really rough, but he said, I'm not getting Nyx again. They don't want to play against my Nyx, even though he fed the entire game. He's like, they 5-manned way too early. They weren't feeling good about themselves, and then he never got Nyx again in that tournament. So he just does something differently to everybody else, where even if it looks like his plays aren't working, they are doing so much mental damage to the enemies.
Even in that fight that we just saw, like the fact that the Dawnbreaker ult has to come in, they TP Lion, he almost kills the Enigma. Like, one guy doing that versus like 3 right in front of the enemy base is not fun to play against. The pressure that puts on is immense.
Yep. Space.
Creation.
Created.
Space created.
You love to see it.
Okay.
Space will be, however, consumed. Hopefully, you guys will all be consuming space at the Royal Paragon Hall, because we've got the teams and the bracket. Everyone who's going to be showing up in person in front of a crowd, because we had our upper bracket semifinals out of the way. BetBoom team took a 2-1 victory over Team Falcons earlier today, which got them into the upper bracket final. And you just saw Parivision conquer Avalis, which also pushed them into a best-of-3 against BetBoom team. And now both of these teams are guaranteed a minimum of top 3, but they get some time off, because down there in the lower bracket...
I've got a question first.
Hit me.
When's Nigma play?
When's Nigma play? I've got the answer, Fear. It's going to be the second series of the day. Our first series is going to be elimination between Shopify Rebellion.
Wait, I have a question.
Tell me.
Is it all of Nigma?
I would assume so. We don't know what Miracle's situation is or if Kuroki will be standing in. Hopefully, since they have the day off today, they will be fully recharged, back at 100%. Because they will be going up against Team Spirit after that Shopify Rebellion versus a Liquid series. And then our third series, it'll be 3 BO3s in the arena on the first day. It's going to be Team Falcons taking on the winner of Shopify Rebellion versus Team Liquid. Mira, do you have a question? Both these other gentlemen ask a question.
Do I have a question?
Ask a question.
A question?
Any.
What
a question.
We have to answer.
Do you guys think we'll see more Carry Shaker tomorrow?
Do you guys think we'll see more Carry Shaker tomorrow?
Deflected the question.
If Miracle's feeling good?
Yeah, we'll definitely see it.
My answer is, Fear, do you think we're going to see Carry Shaker tomorrow?
Yes. My answer to everyone's question is yes.
Cool.
Both the teams that have been spamming it are going to be showing up tomorrow. It's been Skitter and Miracle.
Yes.
So we're going to see it.
I like it. I mean, I agree with Mira's take that every time I see it, it's usually with some sort of carry mid, like Sniper or Lina. That's just the meta right now, something that can scale, maybe something even in the off lane that's also scaling. But if you have that, it wins lane. It's super tanky. It plays into like the Giga tank meta. It's kind of like a DK in that
check
sense.
real quick. What did Falcons have mid when they played Carry Shaker earlier today?
Lina.
They had Lina? Okay. She passed. You failed.
Yes.
They have Lina in both games. They played it twice.
Memory check.
Carry Shaker.
I didn't work that series. Who worked that series? No one here.
In game 2, they had Timbersaw and Pango as their other course.
Oh.
And they lost that game.
That's why they lost.
They won the Lina, didn't they?
They won the Lina one.
You need a ranged carry mid.
I 100% agree with all that. I think it looks really bad if it's your carry, right? But if it is just supporting your other carry from the mid lane, it looks really good.
Yep.
I could see it with like TA mid or Invoker mid as well.
So could I.
Like both of those being plays into it, but Timbersum, not so much.
The reason why I'm a fan of Carry Shaker is because crowds love seeing Shaker. They love seeing these Echo Slams and these big damages, which is why you may be able to get a chance to see it come Raleigh. Because Dota is back in the USA, if you didn't hear the memo. Fear, what do you say every single time you've been waking up for the past 20 years?
USA.
No, your commercial.
USA.
All right, sure, that too also. Dota's back in the USA, friends. You can get your tickets, esl.gg/ESL One Raleigh tickets. If you're not getting an opportunity to join us here in Southeast Asia, don't worry. We're traveling the globe. Everyone gets an opportunity to see LAN Dota.
Even North Americans.
Especially North Americans.
It's been so long.
It's been so long. Seattle TI was eternity ago.
We would have better teams if we had more LANs in North America.
That is 100% true. We need more exposure. Like we still have a good team that has no NA players, but
and
Bulba,
really matter.
Bulba.
Oh,
Tomato.
I said player.
Tomato.
Tomato's adopted.
He's American. I asked him today. I said, "Are you American?" And then he said, "Yes."
He's Peruvian.
And I asked Skem and Yopoi, "Are you guys Canadian?" And they said, "What?" And then I said, "Just say yes." And then they said yes.
It's official then.
They're Canadians. They're representing
Let's go.
Canada. I asked them if they know Justin Trudeau. They said they don't. They know Tim Hortons.
Sumail is the most American player in the tournament.
That means that tomorrow's going to be full of Americans. Because we got Snaking playing on Falcons. We've got
Snaking doesn't count.
Another
he's
true
on
American.
He's not a.
He's not a.
No,
No, he counts. He counts.
This is getting so confusing.
He's a real American.
He's the only one with the flag.
I'll say, just ask Snaking what his favorite Joe Rogan episode is, and then you'll know he's American. He's truly American.
Are you serious?
No, I'm not serious.
We know which episode he's talking about.
Right.
The
There's
one with 100 million views on YouTube.
You want to talk about YouTube performances, then you should be going into the ESL One Birmingham Unmuted documentary. I know everyone has been bemoaning the death of TrueSight. Well, don't worry, we got the next best thing. The ESL film team has been working feverishly on showing you what is going on behind the scenes with all these teams. You can check it out on esl.gg/unmuted or just go to YouTube, search Birmingham Unmuted. We saw a lot of bananas being eaten. We saw a lot of teams getting emotionally heated in moments. Devi Lama loudly proclaimed, "Why does it feel like I have Sammy Boy on my team?"
No, why do I have a
Why
Sammy?
do I have a Sammy Boy on my team?
And he didn't.
He didn't.
He did not.
What did he mean by that?
I don't know. I don't know what he meant by that.
It's provocative. It gets the people going. You can make your own determinations on what he meant. Comment on the YouTube video. And hopefully we'll get a chance to make a similar documentary. We had one already for the Kuala Lumpur tournament that we had a year ago. It's becoming a regular thing. It's a 90-minute feature film, basically. So sit down over this weekend while you're watching our tournament. ESL One Bangkok 2024. Friends, we're getting ready to go to the arena. Fear.
Yes.
You excited?
I am so excited. I am ready. It's really fun.
I can tell.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, my favorite time to be a Dota player, to be an analyst, whatever, is in front of a crowd. It always is, and especially to be in the crowd.
Hell yeah.
So we get the opportunity to do that, and I'm thankful every single time.
Similar sentiment, Jenkins?
This is my first SEA event ever, actually.
Really?
In front of a crowd. Well, yeah, ever.
I thought you did like a ye old Galaxy Battles or something.
Yeah, like 9 years ago or something. That was
ever.
There was no
Ancient
crowd.
history.
There was no crowd. Like this is my and the thing everybody talks about is like there's no crowd like an SEA crowd, and I've never experienced it. So I'm excited.
Was your very first crowd event an SEA crowd, Mira?
I think, yeah, it was in Malaysia in 2022.
Yeah.
It was, yeah. I love C crowds. They're the best. Like, my favorite thing about these tournaments, I don't know if I should say it. It's not actually the Dota, it's just meeting the fans.
Of course. Yeah.
It's probably the best part, and they actually, it's not a joke. They are the most passionate out of fans out of any region. Like, you're going to be shocked how popular you are, Jenkins. Like, you're going to be more popular than a lot of the players. Like, at every Malaysian tournament, they're just asking where this guy is. Like, hey, Effie, where's Jenkins? It's like 50 to 100 people a minute. Where's Jenkins?
It's like 50% of my audience on YouTube is Filipino. So I've never been in the region. I'm super excited.
Well, you're going to get that opportunity. And no matter where you are in the world, if you're in Europe, then watch the Birmingham VOD and watch that documentary. If you're in North America, buy some tickets for Raleigh. And if you're in Southeast Asia, then I hope you get a chance to see you tomorrow in the Royal Paragon Hall. And if you're online, we'll just enjoy the show. We'll see you tomorrow.
stop. Not buying back on Amar yet, but they do have control over Pure. Gets the stun before the stun came out on him. Now the Bat Rider is saved again for the moment, and now this buyback feels really bad. Crit is dead again. The Pure Dragon Knight, he's just too damn big.
I hate to have to do this. I don't like to call people out on air, but Shiver, we had breakfast together, and you said the Indian food is delicious. You didn't eat it. You're lying to the people out there.
Maybe they connect. Pure in trouble. The control. Where is he? He gets there in time. Disruption comes out. East side of that fight does eventually get brought down, but Pure is taking down all the rest of them.
Someone kill him.
Oh, Armlet toggles to bound. All the rest of it. Pure finally falls. There's no crit in this fight, but jumps in the shaker. That's what they needed, but he didn't pop it. No, you need your BKB. Fissure, this fight has gotten really weird, and now Kiyotaka is caught. He's in trouble. Kiyotaka control Echo, but the save coming from Save. And they keep them alive long enough. They're trying desperately. Miro in there. They got the connection. They still have him bought back on here somehow.
The save's a god.
Dude, they kept him all alive. What an absolute performance. Blows up in the end.
I'm sorry, I thought you were going to say something really boring.
Oh, okay. That wasn't boring. That was good.
That was good.
I don't know if it's free room right now, John. Smiling Knight, he's been caught out. Oh no, the classic caster curse kicking in. Compliments of DM. We're going to jump in, but they'll jump in first instead. Who they got? Zibe, he's all in by himself.
Dota players do. Bananas is the official fruit of Dota 2.
They love their bananas.
They love their bananas.
Shout out to bananas. Can we get an image of bananas?
There's no extra prep work. There's
Wait,
no
you peel the thing?
Sure.
No wonder they're so hard to eat.
Yeah.
We sure do.
Extra fiber.
We sure do.
And I told it, and then I just go eat some bananas, chill out, and ready for game 3.
This matchup was a bit of revenge for you guys.
Playing some Dota. It's just been part of my life for 20 years, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon. Where we are in the history of this game and where it's come from and how much has been accomplished, I think compared to basically any other esport, it's the best. So
I'm grateful for Dota 2 as a game because Dota as a culture supersedes where we come from. You are a Dota player first, and I love that.
sometimes. Don't let it stay on your mind. Don't let it stay inside. Gotta let it out with the sunshine. Maybe walk it out. Sometimes gotta scream and shout. Let them know that you're here, no doubt. Took a long time, but we here now. I know you're ready for the hardships. Know you're ready for the progress. I know you living your truth, but don't forget to always stay honest. So do a little dance, do a little wiggle. Yeah, it's your turn. Learn how the universe works. Yeah, come on. Can't control the world, but I'm trying to control myself. Yeah, I'm trying to control myself. Yeah, we can't control the world. But baby, I just can't hold it. I'm just trying to control it, control it. We gon' celebrate like we never have. Slow wine with your better half. Never hesitate to get the bag. Money talks and we always chat. That's why hard work and dedication can get you to a better place, better space. You ain't got time to be wasting, but don't chase it. You can't control the world, but I'm trying to control myself. I'm trying to control myself. Yeah. We can't control the world. What we doing? But baby, I just can't hold it. Just trying to control it, yeah. Just trying to control it. Hey, just trying to control it. Yeah. Let it out, let it out, la 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 You'll be free when I set you free. I breathe you in, but all your sins won't disappear. You can see it's true that I want only you when we'll break free together. Take me in your arms and let us rise high up to the stars where we can fly. So come with me and pray. I want you to play my games and fulfill my black desires. Dirty souls and wolves are hauling. Can you hear the voices calling? Do you feel how they are dragging? Waiting for a second to push you to your limits, going strong and feeling better. Or do you feel them? Can you hear them say? Welcome to the other side. Welcome to the other side. wasting time, 'cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now.